All attributes martial arts. Arc 6, Baron, Part 1 of 4. The global community meeting continued into the afternoon. After discussing some details, the leaders of various countries hurriedly left the East China Sea of Xia Kingdom to return to their respective countries to make arrangements. The following day, leaders from various countries held press conferences to explain the decisions and contents of the Global Community Conference. For example, Earth Lord, Earth Wanderer Project, and so on. People all over the world now know the cruel laws of the universe, and they also know that all hope rests on Wang Teng. They also knew that Wang Teng was about to publicly reveal the 5-element star-level comprehension technique, which would benefit all of humanity. The world was in an uproar. Everyone is very grateful for Wang Teng's contributions. Now, you can hear people praising Wang Teng anywhere you go on the street. He has become a national idol and a national hero. People all over the world regard him as Earth's only savior. No one can speak ill of him, otherwise they will be despised and scorned by the masses, and even beaten up. It's hard to imagine that such hero worship still exists in modern society. But that's the truth. Wang Teng's reputation reached an unparalleled height. Wang Teng did not participate in the subsequent events, leaving them entirely to the leaders of various countries. Everything is proceeding at a rapid pace. Wang Teng then began setting up a spatial teleportation array, for which he summoned all the array masters in the world. Setting up a global formation would require an enormous amount of manpower and resources. In particular, one of the materials required for the spatial teleportation array is quite rare. Space stone. Space stones are the main material for manufacturing space equipment, but they are also an essential material for setting up space formations. Wang Teng was in a bit of a predicament, so he had to ask martial artists from various countries to help collect space equipment and extract the components of space stones from it. Above Earth's equator, Wang Teng floated in midair and said to the group of array masters around him, "Everyone, you all understand the areas that were just assigned, right? Cry. Clear. Don't worry, Master Wang. Yes, we definitely won't let you down." The group of array masters around him were all at least 40 years old, but in front of Wang Teng, they all vied to show off and responded loudly. "Very good, time is of the essence, let's begin," Wang Teng said in a deep voice. A group of formation masters immediately boarded fighter jets and left, heading to the area they were responsible for. Soon, only Wang Teng remained in the spot, and a round voice rang in his mind. "How did you come up with the idea of refining the space equipment?" Cry. "This is the only way we could do it," Wang Teng said, pausing for a moment before adding, "Roundball, thank you this time." Both the Earth Lord project and the Earth Wanderer project were proposed by Yuan Gungun. Even the coordinates and spatial teleportation array of that unfamiliar star field were provided by Yuan Gungun. Otherwise, Wang Teng, who had never left Earth, would not have known these things. "Hee, now you know how amazing I am, being round and chubby." Round and chuckled smugly. Okay, you're amazing," Wang Teng said, both amused and exasperated. Roundy was very happy, but quickly changed the subject and said solemnly, "However, you'd better resolve the matter on Earth as soon as possible and then set off to leave. Otherwise the Holy Star Tower will soon discover the anomaly and come to investigate." The Holy Star Tower is about 85,000 light-years away from Earth. Even using a spaceship to travel through space, it would take 2.5 months to reach Earth. 2.5 months. Wang Teng's eyes flashed and he said, "I remember you said that it would only take 36 days to travel from Earth to the Great Qian Empire's imperial star, Great Qian Star." "That's right, it's because Master Nangong came here once before. The spaceship has the shortest route map. We only need to cross a few space wormholes to save a lot of time. Moreover, the performance of the E-63 spaceship is much better than that of a regular spaceship. Otherwise, how could it only take 36 days for Earth to be farther from Dachin Star than from the Holy Star Tower?" Cry, Roundy said. "That's good. I will complete the spatial teleportation array as soon as possible," Wang Teng nodded. "You know what you're doing." After saying that, Roundy fell silent. It had been repairing the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship and was now nearing the end of the process. Time passed slowly. 5 days later, the spatial teleportation array was finally completed. In the dead of night, an intense light enveloped the entire planet, as if a mysterious protective shield had been erected. However, very few people have the opportunity to witness this spectacular sight. The next day, the East China Sea. Leaders from various countries have once again visited the East China Sea. A huge spaceship hovered above the East China Sea Tower, while Wang Teng was saying goodbye to his family below. Son, are you really leaving? Li Shumei held Wang Teng's hand tightly, refusing to let go. This time, Wang Teng is not going to another place, a foreign country, or another world, but to the vast universe. And he left alone. As a mother, Li Shumei was deeply troubled by his passing. Mom, Wang Teng couldn't bear it and called out softly. All right, let go now. Our son is a hero of humanity. What he's going to do is for all of humanity on Earth. We should be proud of him, Wang Shengguo said softly, pulling Li Shumei into his arms. I don't care about human heroes, he's just my son, Li Shumei said with tears in her eyes. Mom, don't worry. Your son never does anything he's not sure of. These difficulties are no match for me. The universe is nothing. I'll just go for a stroll, and I'll definitely be back safely in 2 or 3 months, Wang Teng said easily. Hearing his words, Bila rolled her eyes. That's incredibly bold. The universe is so vast and mysterious that even cosmic-level powerhouses dare not take it lightly, yet Wang Teng used the word merely to describe it. Ignorance is bliss. Of course, she also knew that Wang Teng's words were partly meant to comfort his mother. But judging from his expression, Bila always felt that this guy really didn't take the dangers of the universe seriously. Afterwards, Wang Teng bid farewell to the martial arts leaders and others one by one. Be careful in everything you do. I'm counting on you for everything. Mr. Wang Teng, I wish you a safe journey. Lord Wang Teng, we await your return with good news. One by one, national leaders came forward to shake hands with Wang Teng, their grips firm, their eyes fixed on his face. As if trying to firmly imprint this incredibly young human hero in their minds. From that moment on, they truly cast aside all racial prejudices and simply regarded themselves as Earthlings. Earth as a community. Wang Teng glanced around, lingering for a moment on the Wang family members before his gaze fell on Lin Chuan. He looked at her intently, a hint of guilt flashing in his eyes. I will wait for you to come back, Lin Chuan said silently, her lips barely moving. Wang Teng nodded, then, without lingering, slowly ascended into the air, turned around, and stepped into the spaceship's cabin. Gentlemen, I'm leaving. The sound echoed in the air, carrying a touch of nonchalance. The hatch closed, the spaceship quickly ascended, and disappeared before everyone's eyes as a streak of light, carrying away the hopes of Earth. Take care of yourself. Leaders from various countries, and all those who knew Wang Teng, looked up and silently recited those 2 words in their hearts. At the top of the Polar Star Martial Arts Hall building in the East China Sea, Yi Jixing watched the streak of light disappear into the distance, his heart filled with complex emotions. Which ultimately turned into 2 words, take care. In a villa district in Donghai, Xu Jia, Yu Hao, Bai Wei, and several others sat in the courtyard. The table was laden with wine. They were laughing and crying, tears streaming down their faces, as they raised their glasses and toasted the sky. Our best friend has left, taking with him the hope of Earth. Damn it, we're so useless, we can't help at all. Take care on your journey, brother Wang Teng. Tantai Zan stood atop a building at the Yellow Navy Military Academy, holding a wine jug in her hand. She took a big gulp. She didn't go to see Wang Teng off, but instead gazed at the spaceship that had turned into a streak of light and flown away. Kid, come back alive. A soft sound drifted in the wind, but Tantai Zan's figure had already disappeared from the spot. Meanwhile, on the same training ground of the Yellow Sea Naval Academy, Peng Yuanshan, Tong Hu, and others led a group of students in a solemn salute to the sky. Everyone, let's see your senior off, Peng Yuanshan said, his eyes red. Yes. A group of military cadets, their eyes filled with reverence, responded in unison, their voices echoing through the clouds. Senior, you've returned in triumph. The universe, a vast emptiness, boundless and limitless. In that pitch-black depth, faint points of light could be seen. Suddenly, a huge flying saucer-shaped spaceship flew in from a distance and disappeared at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Inside the main control room of the Qian Yuan E-63 spacecraft. The main control room is the same hall that was in the ruins before. The corpses inside have been cleared away, and the bodies of Augustus, Katu, and other alien prodigies have been moved elsewhere. Wang Teng sat in the main seat of the control room, his round figure appearing as he laughed. Wang Teng, the spaceship is accelerating and will reach the speed of light in about half an hour, allowing us to travel through space. Will it take another half hour? That's a bit slow. Wang Teng frowned. This is slow. The round, chubby guy exclaimed. This Qian Yuan E63 spaceship is already quite good. Okay, cry. If it were any other ordinary spaceship, it would be much slower. Don't be fooled by how fancy those Orient Federation trial participants' spaceships are. They are actually far inferior to the Qian Yuan E63. Even those low-level spaceships, when accelerating too much, require passengers to enter hibernation pods, otherwise they may lose their lives. Acceleration. Wang Teng suddenly realized. During acceleration, the gravity inside the spacecraft changes. To reach the speed of light, the gravitational forces would change drastically, potentially tens of thousands of times stronger than Earth's gravity. Such terrifying gravity would be unbearable even for a planetary-level martial artist's body, causing it to collapse. He also thought of the MiG 3957 spaceship stored in his space debris. That spaceship was just an ordinary space adventure ship. The proto-aliens had to enter a hibernation pod to hibernate during space travel. Looking back now, those proto-aliens were such a bunch of poor bastards. A sense of superiority welled up in Wang Teng's heart. Wang Teng is a rich man. The MiG-type spaceship has been almost completely dismantled by Yuan Gungun, while the proto-aliens are still dormant, and Wang Teng has not released them. Our Qian Yuan E63 spaceship is equipped with an automatic gravity adjustment system, and the outer wall of the spaceship is also engraved with a large number of anti-gravity runes. So you feel the same as on Earth and have no discomfort, Roundy continued. No wonder. Wang Teng was slightly taken aback, then realized what was going on. He walked inside the spaceship as if he were on Earth, as if his feet were on solid ground. You know, in the past, when watching movies about spaceships, the astronauts inside the spaceships were unable to walk normally. They were in a state of weightlessness, their bodies were floating, and any movement was extremely inconvenient. Now it seems that this spaceship is indeed pretty awesome. So don't underestimate this Qian Yuan E63 spaceship, Roundy said irritably. Haha, I didn't know. Wang Teng laughed nonchalantly. Ignorance is truly terrifying, Roundy said disdainfully, then changed the subject, saying, since it's our first space voyage, do you want to see what's outside? Cry. Of course, Wang Teng nodded. Activate panoramic simulation mode, Roundy commanded. Suddenly, everything around him changed. Everything around Wang Teng slowly disappeared, turning into a vast and boundless starry sky. Wang Teng stood up from his seat and then the chair slowly disappeared. He felt as if he were in the void of the universe. High technology, Wang Teng exclaimed, then turned around and saw a light blue planet slowly shrinking until it was almost invisible. Unbeknownst to him, he had already left the solar system and was heading towards the unknown void of the universe. It must be said that such a desolate environment can cause mental exhaustion, and even a mentally strong spiritual master like Wang Teng could not endure it for long. He was trapped in a spatial rift for more than half a year and was on the verge of a mental breakdown, which shows just how terrifying such a void can be. Round and round, cancel panoramic mode, Wang Teng said after a moment. Okay. As soon as the round, chubby guy finished speaking, the surrounding environment changed again, returning to its original state. Wang Teng, that Bai Luo is here, it suddenly said again. When leaving Earth, Wang Teng naturally wouldn't leave her there, so he took her with him. I'll go check it out. Wang Teng walked out of the control room and bumped into Bai Luo, who was walking towards him from the corridor. Is there something you need? Cry. You said you'd let me leave after we left Earth, Bila said bluntly. Wang Teng hesitated for a moment, not for any other reason, but because he was worried that the other party would reveal his information after leaving. Let her go, a round voice echoed in Wang Teng's mind. Even if we don't let her leave, it won't be long before the Holy Star Tower comes to investigate the situation on Earth. Keeping her here can at least buy us some time, Wang Teng thought to himself, his eyes flashing. It's no use. The Holy Star Tower already knew when those two stellar-level warriors died, said Roundball. I already knew. Wang Teng's face darkened. Why the hell didn't you say so sooner? Cry. What's the use of saying that? Cry if you don't resolve your worries? Would you just leave Earth so easily? Cry, Roundy asked back. Wang Teng was speechless, but then his face darkened and he said, no, my parents and family are still on Earth. I have to go back and take them away. Don't be naive. Taking them to wander the universe will only increase their chances of death, given their strength, Roundball said mercilessly. Wang Teng was furious, but he had to admit that Yuan Gungun was right. The universe is too dangerous, he can barely take care of himself, how could he possibly wander around with his parents and family? Cry. At this moment, seeing that Wang Teng did not respond for a long time, Bai Luo thought that he was going to go back on his word, and she couldn't help but feel nervous. Is this guy thinking of her inappropriately? Cry. Otherwise, why would they neither kill her nor let her go cry? You can go now, Wang Teng said. Wang Teng, let me tell you, I have a fiancé, we can't be together, Bai Luo was a little nervous, and couldn't help but clutch her chest and take a step back. The words in her heart were about to come out, but she stopped halfway through. Wait, you said I can leave now? Cry. Wang Teng's expression was strange as he said, I suddenly don't want you to leave anymore. You have a fiancé, right? Cry. I love challenges, so I've decided to keep you here to warm my bed. Bai Luo's face immediately darkened. Can you stop joking? Cry. Alright, let's go quickly, lest I change my mind, Wang Teng said, waving his hand. Bila breathed a sigh of relief and was about to turn and leave when she suddenly stopped and said, I know what you're worried about. With your status, if you rashly enter the Orient Federation, you definitely won't be able to gain independent control of Earth. The Orient Federation will intervene, and many forces will come to divide up Earth. After all, an unclaimed life-bearing planet is too valuable. Don't worry, I won't reveal anything about you when I get back. In addition, I will try my best to help you mediate and get my faction involved, at least to prevent you Earthlings from being enslaved. She spoke with utmost sincerity, genuinely wanting to help Wang Teng. Thank you. Wang Teng was slightly taken aback, then chuckled and said, however, there are some things you don't know, so I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to help. If Bila knew that he had killed 2 stellar-level mentors of the Holy Star Tower, and that the 2 sides had become mortal enemies, he probably wouldn't dare to say such a thing. After all, the Holy Star Tower wields immense power in the Orient Federation, and almost all the strong individuals emerge from its ranks. Bai Luo's family is one of the 3 major families in the Qingshan star system, but it is still far inferior to the Holy Star Tower. When Bila heard Wang Teng say that, she was taken aback and her mind raced. She didn't think Wang Teng was trying to scare her. Then something must have happened that she doesn't know about. You'd better watch yourself. Bai Luo gave Wang Teng a deep look, left him with those words, and then headed to the rear cabin of the spaceship, where her spaceship was parked. Wang Teng watched her board the spaceship, when suddenly another woman appeared beside Bai Luo, which surprised Wang Teng. Alice. This woman was none other than Saint Alice of the Sacred Mountain in Northern Europe. Alice's talent for light is quite good. I've decided to take her away from Earth. Only in the universe can her talent be fully utilized, Bila explained. Wang Teng nodded, looking at Alice with emotion, and said, I never thought we'd meet again under these circumstances. The universe is dangerous, take care of yourself. Alice's gaze swept across Wang Teng's face, as if trying to memorize his appearance, and she said softly, take care, and we'll meet again. The rear hatch of the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship opened, and Bai Luo's spaceship detached from the E-63 and flew in another direction. Wang Teng stood by the window, watching them leave. That's good. Even if Alice is taken away by Bila and ultimately fails, there will still be others on Earth who have the opportunity to rise to power. Both of these women are quite talented. Roundball said, if they have the right opportunities, they might even reach the cosmic level. Oh, you think so highly of them? Cry, Wang Teng said in surprise. Actually, in the universe, a cosmic level being isn't that strong, the round, chubby creature said with a hint of regret. Look, even Master Nangong perished. Wang Teng nodded, acknowledging Yuan Gungun's words, but he wasn't worried about himself, because the cosmic level was definitely not his final destination. Wang Teng, the spaceship is about to enter light-speed travel. The round voice suddenly turned serious. A glint of light flashed in Wang Teng's eyes and he nodded. A moment later. Start the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. Looking out the window, Wang Teng could no longer see anything clearly. Planets and meteorites were all blurred, leaving only darkness. He could clearly feel the surrounding space beginning to ripple. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the last number fell, the already blurred Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship suddenly disappeared into the universe. Space travel, activated. Boom. Wang Teng felt the spaceship vibrating, and the vibration lasted for more than 10 seconds before it stabilized. It was pitch black all around, with no light in sight. Space travel successful, this is the dark universe. A round figure appeared beside Wang Teng, looking at the scene outside, and said, Dark universe? Cry, isn't this inside the spatial rift? Cry, Wang Teng asked hesitantly upon seeing the familiar scene. Within a spatial rift cry. You could say that. Roundy stroked his chin and nodded. I've been here before, Wang Tang said. What cry? You were here cry? Roundy was shocked, staring at him in disbelief, and asked urgently. How did you get here cry? You couldn't have entered the dark universe without reaching the speed of light. No, you have spatial talent, could it be? Back then, I ran to the dark world and escaped back using a spatial passage built by the dark species. I blew up the passage, only to find out that it was only half built. Then I became an idiot. Wang Tang shrugged and said helplessly. The round little thing paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Is it that funny cry? Wang Tang was speechless. You idiot. Someone ran into the spatial passage and you still dared to blow it up cry. Aren't you afraid of getting yourself killed cry? Roundy said disdainfully. Get lost. You don't know how dangerous the situation was back then. If I had a choice, would I have just blown it up cry? Wang Tang said irritably. So, how did you end up in the dark world cry? Roundy asked curiously. Wang Tang then briefly recounted his experience of being stranded in the dark world. Roundy was amazed and clicked his tongue, saying, your experiences are truly remarkable. The thing is, you hadn't even reached the planetary level yet, and you've already gone through so much. It's a miracle you didn't die. Do you think I wanted this cry? I had no choice. Okay cry. Wang Tang rolled his eyes, sensing a hint of schadenfreude in the guy's tone. Hee hee. The round-faced boy covered his mouth and chuckled, then said with a serious expression, but seriously, you were really lucky to escape from the dark universe. It must be related to your spatial talent, right cry? Yes, I found the coordinates of Earth by communicating with my spirit pet, and then reconstructed a passage using a spatial array, which allowed me to return. Wang Tang nodded. Spatial talent is truly heaven-defying. If it were an ordinary martial artist, they would have died in the dark universe long ago, the round-faced man exclaimed. Roundball, how much do you know about the dark universe cry? Wang Tang asked. I don't know much about it. The dark universe is very mysterious. Unless a martial artist's speed can break the speed of light, they can only travel in the dark universe by staying inside a spaceship. Otherwise, only spatial talents like you can enter the dark universe and walk in it. Even if you enter it, you can't actually explore it on a large scale. So the dark universe has always been an extremely mysterious existence, said Roundy. Is that so cry? Wang Tang was somewhat disappointed. He had hoped to get more information about the dark universe from Yuan Gungun, but he didn't expect it to know so little. Seeing his expression, Yuan Gungun felt very resentful, but couldn't say anything, and was quite frustrated. Huh, Wang Tang suddenly exclaimed softly. What's wrong cry? Roundy asked hurriedly. I think I sensed a faint connection cry. What is it cry? Wang Tang frowned, thinking for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. Contact cry. Roundy was also puzzled. What connections could Wang Tang possibly have in this dark universe cry? Stop thinking about it, come with me, we're about to start forging the armor. Roundy interrupted Wang Tang's thoughts, and with that, his body floated forward. Wang Tang had his doubts, but he still followed the round, chubby figure. The two traveled through the spaceship, which was enormous, but was maintained by a large number of engineering robots, so they didn't need to worry about it. A moment later, the two arrived at a spacious forging room. A huge forging table is located in the center of the forging room, and the surrounding walls are filled with all kinds of forging tools. This was the first time Wang Tang had ever seen such a high-tech forging room, and he immediately began to look around with curiosity. The round creature smiled slightly, floated to the edge of the forging table, and with a flick of its hand, a star core and a crystal-clear starbone appeared in its hand. These are star cores and starbones extracted from the storm giant ape's body. They are all of the three attributes of water, wind, and lightning, and are extremely rare. Even if you don't possess wind and lightning attributes, you can still unleash a certain degree of wind and lightning attribute attacks through the armor runes. They are very useful, the round creature explained, unaware that Wang Tang possessed wind and lightning attributes. Wait a minute, actually I have both of those attributes, Wang Tang suddenly said. Quote. Roundy was stunned, then turned to look at Wang Tang. You're not kidding me cry. Without further ado, Wang Tang unleashed a burst of primal force from each of his hands, one a cyan wind, the other a purple lightning. What kind of monster are you cry? Roundy stared wide-eyed, and couldn't help but groan. 5 elements force, spatial talent, and now with the wind and thunder force, my god. Your talent, even if placed in the entire universe, is probably unparalleled. It looked at Wang Teng as if he were a monster and could hardly believe its eyes. Alright, you can continue now. Wang Teng clapped his hands, dispersing the 2 clumps of primal force, and said calmly. The round thing suddenly felt bored, but soon its eyes lit up again, and it said, since you possess wind and thunder elemental power, then I can add a pair of wind and thunder wings to your armor. Wings of wind and thunder. Wang Teng was taken aback. Yes, the wings of wind and thunder. Roundy nodded. With these wings of wind and thunder, your speed will definitely increase 2 to 3 times. That's amazing, Wang Teng exclaimed in surprise. In the world of martial arts, speed is the only way to break through. If he could really increase his speed by 2 to 3 times, he would be able to kill enemies across several realms. These wind and thunder wings are actually a combat technique, but they are extremely expensive. I only saw them once before. However, through my efforts, I managed to figure out the principles of the wind and thunder wings and then forged them into wind and thunder wings for use on armor using runes. Although they are not as overpowered as the combat technique version of the wind and thunder wings, they are still an extremely remarkable piece of armor, Roundy said proudly. Wang Teng couldn't help but give Yuan Gungun a thumbs up. Being able to research equipment from combat techniques, Yuan Gungun's forging skills were definitely not low. Hee, hurry up, didn't you say you had a lot of star bones and star cores? Cry, take them all out and let me see them. I can't wait to start forging them. Roundy's eyes lit up with excitement as he urged them on. Seeing its appearance, Wang Teng shook his head with amusement and took out all the star cores and star bones he had accumulated. These are all star cores and star bones of 13 stars or higher. He had already sold off all the other lower level ones. Not bad, not bad. Although they are all Star Apprentice level star cores and star bones, they are more than enough to forge a planetary level battle armor. Combined with the Storm Giant Ape's star cores and star bones, the battle armor can reach the peak of the planetary level. Roundy nodded in satisfaction. This is, as it was talking, it suddenly let out a soft, and then its body suddenly leapt up and grabbed the 2 star bones. King level star bone. Where did you get 2 king level star bones? Cry. Round and Chubby suddenly rushed up to Wang Teng and asked excitedly. Don't get excited, it's just 2 king-level star bones, Wang Teng said. That's right, the round voice suddenly rose 18 degrees, and his eyes glared at Wang Teng. You bastard, you're really infuriating. Do you know how rare star bones are? Cry, king-level star bones are even rarer. If they were auctioned off in the universe, even universe-level powerhouses would fight over them. Really? Cry, that's incredible. Even cosmic-level powerhouses are fighting over it. Wang Teng exclaimed in surprise. What do you think? Cry, you don't know how lucky you are. Roundy glared at Wang Teng, then sighed and said. If Master Nangong had possessed a cosmic-level battle armor forged from a king-level star bone, he probably wouldn't have perished. You mean, these 2 king-level star bones can be forged into a cosmic-level battle armor? Cry, Wang Teng couldn't help but ask. But we still need some cosmic-level metals. Let me look for them. Master Nangong should have left quite a few cosmic-level metals unused. You go and cultivate by yourself. We're not forging today. I need to rethink things. Roundy said, then disappeared on its own to search its treasure room. As for where its treasure room is, even Wang Teng doesn't know. Wang Teng looked at the empty forging room and shook his head speechlessly. However, I also felt a sense of anticipation. A cosmic-level battlesuit. If he could have one custom-made, he'd be incredibly awesome. It's true that you should accumulate more treasures in ordinary times. Sure enough, when you need them, you'll be pleasantly surprised. Wang Teng was secretly pleased with himself when he left the forging room and headed to the cultivation room to train. The spaceship flew silently through the dark universe. Outside a wormhole somewhere in the Milky Way, a space fleet floats silently in the void. Inside the fleet's command center, the fleet's commander-in-chief, a young man, was leisurely reclining on a sofa, sipping fine wine. I really don't know why I was made to guard this desolate starfield. There are no life-bearing planets here at all. It's a complete waste of my time. The young man muttered in dissatisfaction. He had long silver hair and looked very similar to a human, except that he had 3 silver markings on each cheek. Judging from the faint aura emanating from him, he is a powerful stellar-level martial artist. Sigh, what can I do? Cry, I don't have any connections. Otherwise, I would have been sent to some super-rich planet long ago. Why would I take on such a miserable job? Cry, the silver-haired man sighed and shook his head in self-pity. I heard that not long ago, some of the Federation's genius martial artists went to a certain planet in this star field for trials. I wonder what kind of planet it was that was chosen as the trial ground. Could it be that a life-bearing planet has appeared in this desolate star field? Cry. If I could discover a planet with life, I could instantly become a new rich person. The silver-haired man started muttering incessantly again. Just then, the screen in front of him lit up, and a projection of an old man in a gray robe appeared. Teacher. The silver-haired man was startled and quickly got up from the sofa, bowing respectfully to the old man. Crut, the gray-robed elder said in the universal language, I have something to tell you. Teacher, please speak, the silver-haired man, Crut, said quickly. Guard your star field. Once anyone comes out from there, no matter who it is, arrest them, the gray-robed elder said coldly. Are they even going to arrest trial participants? Cry. The silver-haired man was startled and asked cautiously. Arrest them, the gray-robed elder said coldly. If they don't resist, don't kill them. But if any strangers pass by, arrest them, dead or alive. Yes. The silver-haired man had already sensed the coldness and determination in the gray-robed man's voice, and quickly replied. After a moment, the command room fell silent. The silver-haired man slowly straightened up and let out a long breath. What exactly happened? Cry. I can tell the teacher is very angry. Never mind, it's not like I caused this trouble anyway. I'll just focus on arresting them. This is a great opportunity. If I can perform well in front of the teacher, I might gain his attention. With just one word from him, my future will be completely different. The silver-haired man muttered to himself, a glint of excitement in his eyes. It wasn't just this one wormhole's fleet that received attention from the high-ranking officials of the Orient Federation. The wormholes surrounding this desolate star system centered on Earth are guarded by fleets, and the High Command of the Orient Federation has also issued arrest orders. After the existence of Earth was discovered, the Orient Federation blocked the news, and only some high-ranking officials knew about its existence. Therefore, the commanders of these fleets did not know who they were to arrest or why they were to arrest them. But this did not dampen their high spirits. The fact that they were sent to guard this desolate area through wormholes indicates that they, like the silver-haired youth, are martial artists with no special background. This news from higher-ups is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity for them to be promoted. Every fleet commander was eager to seize this golden opportunity that had fallen from the sky. They were already itching to fight, ordering their fleet warriors to guard the perimeter and ensure that no life was left behind in this desolate starfield. Wang Teng was unaware that he had been targeted by a group of stellar-level martial artists. He was currently cultivating on the spaceship when suddenly the connection he had felt earlier became stronger and stronger. He stood up, walked to the window, and saw a group of hazy points of light flying in from the void of the dark universe. In the pitch-black void of the dark universe, these points of light were so conspicuous that Wang Teng spotted them at a glance. Roundy seemed to have noticed something was wrong and suddenly appeared beside Wang Teng, looking at the light outside the window with surprise. Void Mayfly. A round, surprised voice rang in Wang Teng's ears. Actually, even without its reminder, Wang Teng had already remembered that when he was in the spatial rift, he had indeed accidentally established a mental connection with a group of void mayflies. At this moment, he finally understood where that faint connection from before came from. So they were just mayflies. What Wang Teng didn't expect was that, even after such a long interval, these void mayflies were still able to accurately locate him in the void when he descended into the dark universe again. The round, chubby face was pressed against the window, staring at the countless points of light outside, utterly puzzled. Why did these void mayflies find their way here? Cry. Tisk tisk, I never thought that I, Roundy, would have the honor of witnessing such a wonder of the dark universe. Then it exclaimed to itself. What a spectacle! Cry. Wang Teng exclaimed, somewhat puzzled. You don't know this, do you? Cry. Void mayflies are one of the few life forms in the dark universe. Their lifespan is very short. They roam and reproduce in the dark universe. Wherever their life ends, their bodies fall there. That's why there's the saying, born in the morning and die in the evening. Therefore, very few people have been able to see the beautiful sight of void mayflies roaming in the void, Roundball slowly explained. Their lifespan is very short. Cry. Wang Teng noticed a detail in Yuan Gungan's words, and his expression became somewhat strange. Yes, that's common knowledge. The round eyes were still fixed on the mayfly outside, unaware of Wang Teng's expression. Wang Teng stroked his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face. Is something not quite right here? Cry. These void mayflies have lived since he last left, which doesn't seem like they're short-lived. Soon, the void mayflies flew closer, swirling around the spaceship. Then, seemingly discovering something, they all gathered near the window where Wang Teng and the other person were. Seeing this, Roundy stared wide-eyed in surprise, his head full of question marks. Are these void mayflies coming for me? Cry. Seeing its bewildered expression, Wang Teng couldn't help but chuckle. He stepped forward and pointed his finger at the window. All the void mayflies immediately gathered at the spot he pointed to, as if responding to his call. What is this? Cry. Roundy looked at Wang Teng in astonishment. Even if it's stupid, it can now see that these void mayflies aren't coming for it at all. They're clearly after Wang Teng. That bastard. That's outrageous. Knowing the reason but not saying it, they must have been laughing at it. Round and chubby, she gritted her teeth in anger and glared fiercely at Wang Teng. Don't look at me like that. You didn't ask me yourself, Wang Teng said innocently. So it's my fault. Roundy suddenly raised his voice, looking at Wang Teng incredulously, as if surprised by his shamelessness. Of course it's your fault, Wang Teng nodded. Get out. The round, chubby boy rolled his eyes in anger. Having lived for so many years, I was actually rendered speechless by Wang Teng, a kid who's not even 20 years old. I can't even begin to describe the frustration and bitterness I felt inside. It took a few deep breaths to calm itself down before asking the question that had been nagging at it. Why are these void mayflies coming to you? Cry. It seems I've established some kind of spiritual connection with them. Wang Teng extended his spiritual power, passing through the metal walls of the spaceship and arriving outside the void. Under his mental guidance, the ephemeral mayflies immediately coalesced into various shapes, sometimes forming winged tigers, sometimes giant whales. Completely under his control, as if they had become an extension of Wang Teng's body, a dazzling and round sight. They actually established a mental connection. Roundy exclaimed in astonishment and disbelief. How did you do that? Cry. Would you believe me if I said I established a mental connection by accident? Cry. Wang Teng shrugged. Oops. Roundy was completely flustered. It felt that Wang Teng was showing off, absolutely showing off, but it couldn't find any reason to refute it. I'm so damn envious. After holding it in for a long time, the round-faced boy finally blurted out a curse. Although these void mayflies are quite rare, they seem to have no other use besides serving as an extension of spiritual power. Moreover, they can only explore the situation in the dark universe and cannot be taken out of the dark universe, which is very limiting. What's there to envy? Cry. Wang Teng shook his head and said indifferently. You really don't know anything. Roundy looked at Wang Teng with the eyes of someone looking at a country bumpkin and said disdainfully. Besides being able to extend spiritual power and have the function of detection, void mayflies can also condense spiritual secret techniques and hide them in their bodies to launch surprise attacks on enemies. They are definitely an essential item for sneaky people. As the round, chubby boy spoke, his eyes shone brightly, and he seemed to get quite excited. Ahem. Wang Teng interrupted it with a dry cough, his expression strange. What? Cry. The round, chubby boy asked, annoyed. You also like to scheme against people? Cry. Wang Teng asked. Of course, it's so much fun to sneak around. You don't have to fight so hard. If you play it right, you can even kill someone stronger than yourself. Roundy suddenly started talking, showing unusual enthusiasm for sneaking around. Completely unaware that Wang Teng's expression was becoming increasingly strange. I didn't expect this guy to be a kindred spirit. Wang Teng chuckled inwardly. What a pity, Master Nangong was too upright, otherwise how could he have been tricked to death? Sigh. Roundy couldn't help but sigh as he thought of Nangong Yu. That's right, one shouldn't be too upright. Wang Teng nodded in agreement, deeply agreeing. Nangong Yu was tricked to death by his disciple. In the end, he was too naive. If he had been as ruthless as him, Pshaw, he wasn't ruthless at all. If he had been as resourceful as him, he wouldn't have been schemed against. Right? Cry. You think so too? Cry. Roundy seemed to have found a kindred spirit, looking at Wang Teng with shining eyes. By the way, you just said, to Cry, you like to scheme against people just like me? Cry. Hee hee, come on, let's discuss this. Wang Teng chuckled. The two immediately put their arms around each other's shoulders and whispered to each other, as if they had become good brothers. Does the void mayfly have any other uses? Cry. Wang Teng asked after chatting for a while. The functions are roughly the ones I mentioned earlier, mainly secret techniques. Void mayflies can condense various secret techniques, but there is another very important point. After establishing a spiritual connection with other life forms, void mayflies will be nourished by the spirit, and their lifespan will be extended. They will no longer be born in the morning and die in the evening, but their reproductive ability will still exist, and they can reproduce in large numbers, Roundy explained. I see, no wonder they've survived until now, Wang Teng nodded in realization. You should be secretly happy. There are so few examples of people establishing a spiritual connection with void mayflies. Throughout countless eras, only a handful of cases have been recorded. And those people all grew into powerful figures by using void mayflies, dominating the universe and killing countless enemies. Roundy said with envy, his eyes sparkling. Do you know that these people all have one thing in common? Cry. What do they have in common? Cry, Wang Teng asked curiously. Their mental strength is extremely powerful, they are all mental masters. Roundball said. I'm afraid only those with strong mental power have the opportunity to establish a mental connection with the void mayfly, Wang Teng said thoughtfully. Yes, this is also what people in later generations have guessed. Roundy nodded and said, however, in order to establish a mental connection, in addition to having strong mental power, you also need luck. Luck? Cry, Wang Teng looked at it strangely. In later generations, many spiritual masters with strong mental abilities entered the dark universe to search for the void mayflies, hoping to establish a mental connection with them. But guess what? Cry, not a single one succeeded. They all failed, Roundy said with a cold laugh. They all failed, Wang Teng exclaimed in astonishment. He could almost guess that there must have been many people searching for the void mayfly back then, and they must have been very strong and had absolute confidence. But they all failed. What does this tell us? Cry. This really shows that it all comes down to luck. Wang Teng's luck was indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, how could he have accidentally established a spiritual connection with the void mayfly? Cry. He didn't even use any force. Seeing his smug expression, Yuan Gungun rolled his eyes and said, all right, stop showing off. Now I'll teach you a way to collect the void mayflies into your sea of consciousness, so you can take them with you and leave the dark universe. Put them into your sea of consciousness. Wang Teng was taken aback and quickly asked, can I take them out of the dark universe? Cry. Of course. Roundy raised its head proudly and said, look, without me, you don't know how long it would have taken you to comprehend the wonders of the void mayfly. Ha ha ha, Roundy, you're truly my lucky star. Tell me. Wang Teng laughed heartily. It's very simple. Use your mental power to envelop the void mayflies, forming a mental bubble for them to live in. This way, you can collect them into your sea of consciousness. Roundy's smile deepened upon hearing Wang Teng's praise. Okay, watch me. Wang Teng immediately followed the method Yuan Gungun had suggested, condensing his mental energy into a bubble and enveloping the void mayfly inside. Those void mayflies seemed to really like the bubbles formed by Wang Teng's spiritual energy, and they floated happily inside them. Receive. Wang Teng collected half of the void mayfly, and then with a thought, the bubble instantly disappeared into his brow and returned to his sea of consciousness. It's done. Wang Teng was overjoyed when he sensed the void mayfly in his sea of consciousness. Now all you have to do is learn the secret techniques for condensing essence within the body of a void mayfly, said Roundy. But I don't know how, Wang Teng said helplessly. If you don't know how, then go and do the experiments yourself. There are so many void mayflies, enough for you to do your experiments. They reproduce very quickly, so there's no need to worry about them all dying, Roundy said irritably. Okay, I'll give it a try, Wang Teng replied, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. The spaceship is still traveling through the dark universe. The dark universe was silent, and the spaceships moved about without making a sound. In the following time, Wang Teng studied how to condense a mysterious technique into the body of the void mayfly. He was intrigued by the round shape and looked forward to the scene of using the technique to trick people after condensing it into the body of the void mayfly. I have a feeling that this will be really interesting. So the mayfly, having traveled a great distance to find its mother, suffered the consequences. Wang Teng now possesses 4 mental techniques: mental spike, mental burst bullet, mental shield, and mental illusion. He planned to experiment with a gentler spiritual technique first, since the void mayflies regarded him as their master, and he felt embarrassed to mistreat these poor little creatures. Among them, the 2 arcane arts, Spirit Shield and Spirit Illusion, are relatively mild and not so aggressive, unlike Spirit Burst, which, if it fails, will result in an explosion. And the void mayfly will surely die. As a result, although the void mayfly is no longer in mortal danger, it has been quite tormented by him, especially when he is concentrating his mental illusions. Inadvertently, the void mayfly is the first to fall victim to his tricks. They floated in the void like drunkards, and probably no one knew what kind of inhuman illusions they were seeing. Seeing this, Roundy shook his head, feeling sorry for these ephemeral mayflies. It completely forgot that it was it that had asked Wang Tang to use the mayfly for the experiment. Wang Tang, we're about to reach a wormhole. Through that wormhole, we can fly directly out of the Milky Way, which will save us a lot of time, Roundy suddenly said. Wormhole. Upon hearing this, Wang Tang stopped his experiment and looked up at the round thing. Yes, it's not far ahead, said Roundy. Wang Tang nodded, about to say something, when he suddenly paused and said, the void mayflies ahead have sensed the presence of many life forms, right outside the wormhole you mentioned. A living being. Roundy frowned, his expression changing slightly. It's very likely someone from the Orient Federation. Wang Tang's eyes narrowed. It seems that getting through this wormhole won't be so easy. Can you sense the strength of those life forms? Roundy pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked. Let me see. Wang Tang closed his eyes and controlled the void mayfly to approach the spatial boundary in front of him. The so-called spatial barrier is the barrier between the dark universe and the original universe. It is ethereal and intangible, yet it is real and can be passed through when the speed of light is reached. Because of their unique characteristics, the void mayflies are able to perceive things outside the boundary. Wang Tang's spiritual power was attached to the void mayfly, and he also sensed the situation outside. One by one, life forms appeared in his spiritual vision. A moment later, he opened his eyes, his expression slightly grave, and said, it should be about 15 planetary level and 1 star level 5th layer. A 5th level stellar level warrior. Roundy automatically skipped over the planetary level warriors and focused on the stellar level warriors. For the two of them, planetary level was no longer a threat. Not to mention Yuan Gungun, even Wang Tang's current strength was enough to rival a martial artist at the 3rd level of planetary level. Stellar level warriors, on the other hand, are more difficult to deal with. His mental power had reached the peak of the planetary level, allowing him to fight against martial artists at the top 3 levels of the stellar level. However, that stellar level martial artist was at least at the 5th level of cultivation, and Wang Tang had no confidence at all. Now that the round thing has no body, it can't unleash its former cosmic level power. Otherwise, a mere stellar level being wouldn't have been able to defeat it. The spaceship does have weapons capable of killing stars, Roundball mused. A martial artist capable of being killed at the stellar level. Wang Tang was immediately overjoyed. Don't be too happy yet. If their ships also have stellar level weapons, then we won't have any advantage whatsoever. Roundy shook his head and said, why don't we just avoid them? No, if these people are after me, Earth will be in even greater danger if I don't show myself. Wang Tang immediately rejected the round, chubby boy's suggestion. Then let's charge over there, Roundy said through gritted teeth. Wait a minute. Wang Tang's eyes lit up, and he suddenly had an idea. I've got a plan. What method? Tell me quickly. The round eyes lit up as he hurriedly asked. Wang Tang chuckled, his facial muscles twitched, and in an instant, his face changed to resemble that of Augustus, the prodigy of the Kanglang star system. A look of surprise appeared on the round face. He circled around Wang Tang and clicked his tongue, saying, so alike, so very alike. If I use this identity to get close to him, do you think I could pull off a dirty trick? Wang Tang laughed. It's a bit dangerous, but the feasibility rate is over 70%. Roundy chuckled. Then it's decided. Wang Tang immediately made the decision. With your peak planetary level mental power, you could easily outmaneuver a stellar level being, Roundy suggested. Wang Tang nodded. This was exactly what he wanted to do. At the peak of planetary level mental power, direct confrontation isn't always necessary. Using underhanded tactics might be more effective. After figuring out their plan, the two gradually reduced the speed of the spaceship. Once the spaceship lost its speed of light, it exited the dark universe and returned to its original universe. This was an unfamiliar starfield. A wormhole floated in the void ahead, and next to the wormhole, a spaceship was docked. As soon as Wang Tang's spaceship appeared, the other side immediately noticed it, and a voice came from the warship, halt, intruders, submit to inspection. I am Augustus from the Kanglang star system. I have completed my trial and am preparing to return home. Why are you stopping me? Cry. Wang Teng's voice became identical to Augustus's, coming from inside the spaceship. August. Cry. Inside the warship, the silver-haired youth, Crut, frowned and ordered the ship's AI to retrieve a file containing Augustus's appearance and background information. After reading it, he couldn't help but sigh in disappointment and muttered, "So it was him. I thought it was someone else. I was so happy for nothing." Since receiving the order, Crut has been waiting for Wang Teng to appear, and he has regarded Wang Teng as a stepping stone for his promotion. August, I am under orders from higher-ups to check everyone who passes through this area. I hope you can cooperate. Crut's tone became polite. Augustus had an extraordinary background and was extremely talented. Naturally, he did not want to offend such a huge potential talent. Since it's an order from higher-ups, I will accept the search, Wang Teng said calmly in Augustus's voice. Then, please leave the spaceship for now, Crut said. Wang Teng and Yuan Gungun exchanged a glance, then the spaceship hatch opened and he stepped out. August, it really is you. Crut had no doubts and flew out of the warship, followed by more than a dozen planetary-level warriors. Crut approached Wang Teng and patted him on the shoulder with admiration. I've long heard that you are a contemporary prodigy of the Kanglang galaxy, and seeing you today, I can see that you are indeed extraordinary. Is that so? Cry. It seems my name, Augustus, has spread far and wide. Even an unknown like you has heard of me, Wang Teng said with a faint smile and arrogance. Crut was taken aback, and then his expression turned ugly. An unknown person. This kid actually said he was a nobody. This is absolutely outrageous. Who does he think he is? Cry. Does he really think he's some kind of unparalleled genius? Cry. Crut's face was as gloomy as the clouds before a storm, and he stared coldly at Wang Teng. I'm sorry, I'm not good with words and often say the wrong thing, Wang Teng quickly said. Crut was taken aback, wondering if this Augustus was a naive genius who only knew how to cultivate and was ignorant of human relationships. Although it's true, I can't say it so directly, otherwise it will definitely hurt your feelings, Wang Teng added. Quote. Crut. His mind raced, wondering whether he should turn against them on the spot, and whether turning against them would be in his best interest. For a moment, his mind was in turmoil, and he was swayed by Wang Teng's words. Just then, a burst of light suddenly flashed from Wang Teng's eyes, piercing directly into Crut's eyes. Crut was completely unprepared, and given the extremely close proximity of the two, he had no time to dodge and was pierced in the eyes by that sharp light. Ah! A painful roar followed. A thorn in the soul. Just now, it was Wang Teng who took advantage of Crut's unpreparedness to launch a mental attack on him. The two were very close, and the mental thorn pierced straight into his eyes, reaching his sea of consciousness and severely damaging his spiritual body. Crut clutched his head and roared in pain before leaping backward. You want to leave? Wang Teng's gaze turned cold as he threw a punch, aiming directly at the opponent's head. Boom! A terrifying force surged forward. But Crut was, after all, a stellar-level powerhouse. Despite the excruciating mental pain, his primal force surged forth from his body, quickly condensing into an earthen-yellow protective shield. Thump! Wang Teng's fist struck the earth-yellow protective shield, and the immense force caused the shield to collapse, with cracks spreading outwards. Bang! The next moment, the protective shield shattered. Crut was thrown backward by the recoil, but he used this force to get away from Wang Teng's attack range. Wang Teng's sneak attack and Crut's response all happened within a few breaths. Only then did the other planetary-level warriors realize what was happening. Their expressions changed drastically, and they gathered around Crut. Captain, are you alright? Cry, a planetary-level warrior asked anxiously. At this moment, Crut looked terrifying. His eyes were bloodshot and bloody tears were even flowing out. He had suffered a severe mental injury, his head was throbbing with pain, his face was pale and contorted, and he was clenching his teeth to resist the excruciating pain in his mind. I didn't expect him to dodge it after all, but at least I managed to outwit him. At this moment, a round voice rang in Wang Teng's mind. I originally wanted to finish him off in one move, but unfortunately I failed. Wang Teng's expression was solemn. You're overthinking it. The other party is at least at the 5th level of the stellar realm. Killing him isn't that easy, said Roundy. From now on, we can only rely on brute force. Wang Teng said helplessly. You want to fight head-on? Cry, Roundy asked in surprise. Otherwise, do you have a better idea? Cry, Wang Teng asked in return. Then you go ahead, I'll cover you from behind, said Roundy. Wang Teng. At this moment, Crut also recovered, looked at Wang Teng with icy eyes, and said in a cold voice, Divine Sense Master. You are not Augustus. You're wrong, I am Augustus. Wang Teng said. Whether you are Augustus or not, you are not escaping today. Crut gave the order. Attack the captain of a Federation warship, kill him without mercy. Yes. A dozen or so planetary-level martial artists behind him responded in unison. Boom, boom, boom. Each planetary-level martial artist unleashed powerful primal force fluctuations, their bodies enveloped in various colored lights, resembling spheres of light rushing towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng's expression remained unchanged, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He suddenly charged into the midst of more than a dozen planetary-level martial artists and launched a fierce attack before they could even make a move. He unleashed all 5 elements of primal power, comparable to a 7th-level planetary-level martial artist, wielding his battlesword as if entering an empty field. A sharp sword light swept across, and 2 planetary-level martial artists were cut down by the sword. 2 people died in a single encounter. The other planetary-level martial artists all showed slight changes in expression. A planetary-level martial artist attacked from behind him, wielding a battle axe and unleashing a massive axe beam that cleaved Wang Teng in 2. Snort. Wang Teng twisted his body and threw a punch. The terrifying force of his fist collided directly with the axe beam. With a loud bang, the axe beam shattered in the horrified eyes of the martial artist. Pshaw! Wang Teng thrust out his sword, and in a flash of cold light, it pierced through the opponent's throat. Blood spurted out, and yet another planetary-level martial artist died. Soon, other planetary-level martial artists arrived. Wang Teng unleashed the full power of the 5 elements, unleashing the 5 elements sword intent, earth sword intent, fire sword intent, water sword intent, endlessly. The 5 elements force. 5 elements sword intent. What the hell is this monster cry? In the distance, Crut's expression grew increasingly grim. He could hardly believe his eyes. This guy in front of me actually possesses the 5 elements force and has even comprehended the 5 elements sword intent to such a profound level. This is something that no ordinary genius can do. PFF'd, PFF'd, PFF'd. Screams rose and fell in waves. In just a short while, one planetary-level martial artist after another was killed by Wang Teng, and in the blink of an eye, less than half remained. Damn it! Crut's expression changed drastically. He stopped watching, took a step, and disappeared from his original spot. He pierced through the void, his body radiating a scorching light, like a star, and crashed into Wang Teng. Wang Teng immediately felt a powerful aura rushing towards him. His eyes narrowed, and he dodged the attacks from the planetary-level martial artists around him. At the same time, a dazzling blue sword light erupted from the sword, and as the primal force surged, giant waves appeared out of thin air, instantly rising hundreds of feet high. Countless sword lights weaved through the giant waves, reflecting a chilling gleam. The ultimate technique of water-based swordsmanship, 1,000 waves. Boom! A towering wave, hundreds of feet high, met the blazing ball of light coming from the opposite direction, and the two collided with a deafening roar. The battle between water and fire erupts in the void of the universe. One blue and one red, like the collision of 2 stars, bursting forth with intense light. The other planetary-level warriors' expressions changed drastically, and they all retreated, fearing that they would be affected by the aftershocks of the explosion. This guy is really something. He's only at the 2nd level of the planetary level, yet he can already contend with a stellar level, the round guy exclaimed in admiration. Rumble. A moment later, the 2 beams of light suddenly vanished. A figure flew backward from the middle. It was Wang Teng. Kid, you're just a planetary-level being. So what if you're strong? Cry, I can still kill you. Crut's face was icy cold, and he held a crimson sword in his hand, as if he had transformed into a streak of light, chasing after Wang Teng. Not good. Danger. The round thing was in a panic. It didn't want its hard-won master to die here without even leaving the Milky Way. Wouldn't that be a huge joke? Cry. It immediately activated the runic weapons on the spaceship and aimed them at Crut. Crut felt a chill run down his spine, sensing an imminent threat of death. He had no choice but to abandon his pursuit of Wang Teng and retreat hastily. For the strong, life and death are separated by a single thought. Pshaw. A beam of white light shot out from the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship, pierced through the void, and landed at the location where Crut was. Boom! A distant asteroid was struck and instantly exploded. A weapon capable of killing a star is terrifying. At this moment, Wang Teng landed on a meteorite in the void. His eyes flashed, and he punched the meteorite, which shattered instantly. That wasn't enough. He charged toward the other meteorites beside him, his fist flashing with energy, and unleashed punch after punch, shattering all the surrounding meteorite fragments. Within a few breaths, the surroundings were filled with rubble, floating in the void and circling around Wang Teng. What is he going to do? Everyone was puzzled when they saw this. The heart of primal magnetics. Wang Teng roared inwardly and activated the primal magnetic heart. In the universe, the true power of the primal magnetic heart was fully unleashed. The fragments of the meteorite spun rapidly around Wang Teng, then rushed towards him one by one. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the deafening roar, the rubble quickly coalesced around Wang Teng into a massive sphere, hovering in the void like a small asteroid. Boom! To everyone's astonishment, the sphere began to change shape, with a pair of giant rock legs extending from below, followed by a sharply defined rock head. Boom! With another loud bang, a pair of giant rock arms stretched out. A colossal rock giant suddenly appeared before everyone. This rock giant was several times larger than when it was used on Earth, standing horizontally in the void, exuding a terrifying aura. What is this? A planetary-level warrior couldn't help but swallow hard, staring in horror at the giant. Krut's face was grim. He had just dodged the fatal blow and was still shaken. When he saw the rock giant, his pupils shrank even further. Snort. In the face of absolute power, any means are futile. He snorted coldly, and his whole body suddenly shone brightly, like a star burning at its brightest. He took the initiative and unleashed a 100-foot-long sword light, slashing towards the rock giant. Good timing. Let me see just how strong a stellar-level martial artist really is. Wang Teng's slightly excited voice boomed from inside the rock giant. He controlled the rock giant to move. Although its body was huge, its speed was not slow at all. Its two giant rock arms shot out like lightning and actually slammed directly at the sword light. A terrifying fist aura erupted from the rocky fist, and the earth elemental fist intent condensed into a fist imprint. Boom! The sword light shattered the fist imprint and landed heavily on the rocky arms, severing the two enormous rocky arms. Thinking you can contend with me by summoning a giant? How laughable. Krut looked disdainful and transformed into a blazing ball of light, charging towards the rock giant, intending to shatter it completely. Boom! However, at that moment, 6 enormous rock arms burst forth from behind the rock giant whose arm had been severed, crashing into the ball of light that Krut had transformed into. The ball of light suddenly froze, and Krut looked somewhat bewildered inside. Why are there so many hands? But there was no time to think further. Boom! 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 Huge fist imprints slammed out, unleashing the profound meaning of power, and terrifying force poured forth, landing on the sphere of light. The imposing, star-like sphere of light was forced to retreat, its surface trembling violently as if it could not withstand the immense force. Boom! Suddenly, the ball of light shattered completely, and Krut staggered out of it. Secret technique. His face was extremely gloomy. The sword light of the past was a profound technique, and the fist imprint of the present is another profound technique. This kid has actually mastered 2 profound techniques. And he is also an extremely rare divine sense master. This isn't just a genius, this is a monster. Krut's murderous intent had reached its peak. Since such a genius had become his enemy, there was absolutely no possibility of letting him live. Could this person be the teacher's target? Krut's eyes flashed rapidly as he recalled the words the gray-robed old man had spoken to him earlier. Kill! In the blink of an eye, he suddenly roared, and the sword in his hand burst forth with terrifying sword light, with towering flames filling the void. Within the flames, a gigantic fire python materialized, coiling around his head, its eyes shooting out 2 cold, fierce beams of light as it stared at Wang Teng. Ultimate technique. This is clearly a profound technique of swordsmanship. Die! As the sword light flashed, the fiery python coiled and charged toward the rock giant. Rumble! As the sword light slashed down, the fire python roared, and the terrifying flames instantly engulfed the rock giant, burning in the void like a star exploding. Countless fiery sword lights crisscrossed within, forming a terrifying death zone. HMPH, ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Krut sneered, flicked his sword, and looked contemptuously at the sea of fire in front of him, as if victory was already in his grasp. Since he comprehended the profound meaning, he has hardly encountered any opponents. He has killed more than 1 or 2 martial artists who are 1 or 2 levels stronger than him. How could a mere planetary-level martial artist possibly survive? However, as the flames gradually subsided, Krut's expression changed. A figure bathed in blue flames emerged from within and appeared before him. How is that possible? Krut's expression turned grim, and when he saw the flames on Wang Tang's surface, he was even more incredulous. What kind of flames are these? How can they block my ultimate technique? Answer me one question. Who sent you to arrest me? Wang Tang had returned to his original appearance. The flames dissipated, revealing his true face, which was expressionless. He asked the other party. You really aren't Augustus? Krut's eyes flashed as he said, I advise you to surrender obediently. The order came from the high command of the Orient Federation. Even if you, a mere planetary-level warrior, escape from here, you can't possibly escape the Federation's pursuit order. Before Wang Tang could speak, he heard him say again. You must be from a newly discovered planet. If I'm not mistaken, the planet that Augustus and the other trial participants went to is your home planet. For some reason, you managed to escape. Don't make a futile struggle. Even if you escape, the Federation will not let your planet go. Your parents and your friends will all become slaves, sold to various parts of the universe, and become the lowest of the low. As Krut spoke, the contempt on his face grew even stronger, as if he had already seen through Wang Tang's origins, and he was high and mighty, freely commenting on his fate and that of the people of Earth. Say it again. Wang Tang's expression gradually turned cold as he stared at him expressionlessly. What, are you angry? Furious? Krut chuckled. You are indeed a genius, but in front of the Orient Federation, you are like an ant. No matter how much you struggle, you will only be crushed in the end. Has anyone ever told you that you talk too much nonsense? Wang Tang said indifferently. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light pierced through the space and suddenly appeared behind Krut. When Krut was shocked, his scalp tingled, and a chill instantly ran from his spine to the top of his head. Without thinking twice, he immediately moved to the left. Pshaw! In the chaos, he couldn't avoid it. Half of his body was slashed open by the golden light, blood splattering everywhere. Half of his body was instantly shredded, a gruesome sight. Stellar-level powerhouses have incredibly strong vitality. Krut did not die, he let out a deafening scream and fled frantically into the distance. He never expected that the situation would reverse so dramatically in just a moment. Just moments ago he was commenting on the fate of Wang Tang and his parents and friends with an air of superiority, but now he's fleeing like a stray dog. At this moment, Krut was filled with regret. He shouldn't have wasted his breath talking to the other party. He originally only wanted to provoke Wang Tang with words, so that Wang Tang would completely lose the will to fight and then obediently surrender. Only in this way can he be considered to have made a contribution and gain attention. After all, a living prisoner is always more valuable than a dead one. Unexpectedly, Wang Tang remained unmoved, having already concealed his killing move in the void, ready to deliver a fatal blow when he was off guard. Krut underestimated Wang Tang. Although he had long been wary of Wang Tang's mentalist techniques, he hadn't expected that this prodigy would also have spatial talent. That's why Wang Tang tricked him once again. Moreover, Wang Tang was using a powerful mental weapon like the Moon Golden Wheel, so killing a stellar-level martial artist was naturally no problem for him. Now, Krut didn't care about anything else. Merit or promotion were not as important as survival. He desperately fled, trying to seize a chance to live. You can't escape. Wang Tang's voice came like a shadow, scaring him half to death. Damn it, damn it, damn it, how so? Krut roared inwardly, terrified beyond measure. You guessed everything, but you didn't guess your own end. How pathetic. A faint voice came from behind him. Then, Krut felt a sharp pain in his body, and his consciousness completely fell into darkness. His body was instantly shattered by a golden light. Well done. Seeing this, Roundy clapped his hands excitedly and waved his two little arms vigorously in the air. It was truly unexpected that Wang Tang was able to kill a martial artist at the 5th level of the stellar realm. After all, Wang Tang is only at the 2nd level of the planetary realm. Even if one's spiritual realm reaches the peak of the planetary level, killing a 5th level stellar level martial artist is not so easy. This kid is a prodigy. The round-faced boy muttered, his eyes then lighting up. The stronger Wang Tang becomes, the further he can go in the future, and naturally he can grow accordingly, so he is increasingly happy. At this moment, after killing Krut, the golden light transformed into the shape of a moon golden wheel, circling around Wang Tang. There was not a trace of blood on it, and it was impossible to tell that this was a powerful weapon that had killed a star-level martial artist. The other planetary warriors of the Orient Federation were shocked to see Krut killed and fled in terror towards the distant spaceships without hesitation. They knew that if they were in space, they would have no chance of escaping. The warship was their only hope for survival. It contains weapons capable of contending with stellar-level martial artists. Even if it can't kill Wang Tang, it can at least save one's life. A cold glint flashed across Wang Tang's face as he stood with his hands behind his back in the void. The moon golden wheel transforming into a streak of light as it rushed toward the planetary-level martial artist in front of him. "Ah! Ah!" A scream followed. The golden moon circled once, reaping the lives of all the remaining planetary-level warriors, leaving none alive. The mental power of a planetary-level peak cultivator immediately revealed its strength, annihilating a group of planetary-level warriors as easily as an eagle slaying chicks. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to ambush Krut at the last minute, he would have already used the moon golden wheel to finish off these planetary warriors. At this moment, all the warriors of the Orient Federation were dead. Wang Tang let out a long breath, his face turning slightly pale. He had actually expended a great deal of energy in his fight with Krut, but he had been holding on so as not to let his opponent see his true strength. After all, in terms of cultivation, the two sides were separated by a full 12 minor realms and one major realm. It's already quite remarkable that Wang Tang was able to hold his own against him for half a day using only his martial arts skills and was not killed. Since planetary-level martial artists possess at least the Emperor-level spiritual power, they can temporarily survive outside their bodies. Even if their physical bodies die, their spiritual bodies can still exist temporarily. Not to mention stellar-level powerhouses. Therefore, out of caution, Wang Tang used his mental power to scan the surroundings and sense the presence of other mental entities. Sure enough, he sensed the presence of 3 soul entities, which were hiding on a nearby floating meteorite. If he didn't investigate, he wouldn't have discovered anything. The 3 soul entities, one of which was quite powerful and had reached the planetary level, was none other than Krut. The other 2 were slightly weaker, but they still looked like they were at the peak of the Emperor realm. A cold smile appeared on Wang Tang's lips. He flicked his finger, and 3 balls of azure flame shot out, landing precisely on the 3 meteorites containing the soul entities. Boom! The blue flames roared to life, and the 3 souls screamed in agony. 2 of the souls immediately vanished into nothingness in the flames. Only the planetary-level soul entity flew out from the meteorite, its surface burning with blue flames, struggling in the void. The Orient Federation will not let you get away with this. Finally, with a venomous curse, the planetary-level soul was burned to ashes by the flames. Wang Tang extinguished the flames, his expression calm, showing no sign of having just killed 3 people. His gaze flashed, and attribute bubbles floated in the void. "Pick it up." With a surge of mental energy, Wang Tang collected all the attribute bubbles. Royal Spirit 330. Royal Realm Comprehension *360. Earth-type Celestial Force *3600. Cry Star Earth Technique *650 Cry. Royal Spirit 450. Royal Realm Comprehension 400. Gold-type Star Force *5000. Cry Star Gold Technique *1000 Cry. Royal Spirit 420. Royal Realm Comprehension 380. Wood-type Star Force *5200. Cry Starwood Technique *1200 Cry. Planetary Spirit 260. Planetary Level Comprehension *240. Fire-type Star Force *8500. Cry Spark Technique *800. Stellar Level, Cry. Cry Flaming Serpent Sword Technique *600. Ultimate Skill, Cry. The dozen or so planetary-level martial artists and 1 stellar-level martial artist dropped a large number of attribute bubbles, which made Wang Tang make a huge profit. First and foremost is the mental attribute. The dozen or so planetary-level martial artists provided a total of 4,200 points of royal-level mental energy, which is 420 points of planetary-level mental energy. Krut, being a stellar-level being, provides 260 points of planetary-level spirit. That adds up to 680 planetary spirit points. These spiritual attributes instantly transformed into pure spiritual energy, flowing into Wang Tang's sea of consciousness and surging into that star formed from spiritual energy. Boom! The spiritual star already contained a large amount of spiritual energy, which was suddenly activated at this moment, causing an extremely terrifying spiritual fluctuation. Those 680 points of spirit attribute seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back, pushing the original planetary level spirit to its limit, leaving only a fundamental leap. Within that spiritual star, countless spiritual energies involuntarily collapsed inward, undergoing an incredible transformation. As the spiritual energy collapsed, its density seemed to reach an extremely terrifying level. This process lasted for an unknown period of time, and eventually countless spiritual energies gradually condensed into a pitch-black primordial core. When Wang Teng sensed the pitch-black primordial core, he was somewhat bewildered. How did it turn into such an ugly and small thing? Cry. Before he could finish complaining. Boom! Suddenly, a blinding light burst forth from within the pitch-black primordial core. In an instant, the pitch-black primordial core turned crimson red, and countless rays of light shone out, dazzling and intense. It almost blinded Wang Teng. At this moment, the spiritual body is like a real star. An incomparably powerful spiritual fluctuation emanated from it, and a faint spiritual mist evaporated from the spiritual core, lingering on its surface. This is the strongest reliance of a mind master spiritual power. And its stellar-level mental power. At this moment, Wang Teng's spiritual realm had suddenly advanced to the stellar level, reaching an unprecedented height. With his stellar-level spiritual power alone, he could easily sweep aside any stellar-level martial artist. If Wang Teng were to face Crud again now, he wouldn't need to go to great lengths or resort to underhanded tricks, he could easily kill him. That's how powerful a stellar-level spirit is. Wang Teng breathed a sigh of relief, overjoyed that his spiritual realm had broken through at this moment. Although the spiritual realm is the same as the martial arts realm, each level is divided into 9 layers. However, 10,000 points of spiritual attribute represent all realms from level 1 to level 9. Therefore, after Wang Teng maxed out all 10,000 points of attribute, he would naturally advance to the stellar level. Don't be fooled by the mere 10,000 attribute points. In reality, spiritual cultivation is actually more difficult to improve than martial arts cultivation. However, Wang Teng was incredibly lucky. First, the mental labyrinth left behind by the cosmic level Nangong Yu provided him with a large amount of mental attribute income, all of which were genuine planetary level attributes. Then, with the help of external forces, he killed 2 stellar-level martial artists from the Holy Star Tower, gaining even more planetary-level mental attributes. Then there are the huge numbers of dark creatures. Don't underestimate them just because they are low-level, their sheer numbers are overwhelming. Wang Teng wiped out an entire army of dark races, the number of which was unknown, allowing him to reap a huge harvest of mental attributes. After several waves of income, he managed to push his mental attributes to the peak of the planetary level. That's why the miracle of him killing Crud, a star-level powerhouse, through his own power happened today. Think about it, are these waves of large income something you can easily encounter every day? Cry. Obviously not. Under normal circumstances, he would never have been able to acquire so many planetary-level spiritual attributes. He could only rely on gradually increasing his strength by exploiting the weaknesses of martial artists at the same level. In short, it was all luck. He earned his good character through his incredibly handsome looks. Therefore, this promotion was both unexpected and reasonable. Spirit, 1/2000th, stellar level. However, when Wang Teng saw the stellar-level mental progress bar appear on the attribute panel, he was completely taken aback. A full 20,000 points of stellar-level mental attribute. Although he had anticipated this, he still felt that the future was bleak. How long would it take to collect all these attributes? Cry. This is a stellar-level mental attribute, it's definitely not something you can find easily. Stellar-level martial artists rarely possess stellar-level spirit. Generally, only cosmic-level powerhouses typically possess stellar-level spirit. In other words, Wang Teng had to fleece cosmic-level powerhouses to obtain a large amount of stellar-level spiritual energy. To be honest, he felt he hadn't lived enough. Going to find a cosmic-level exploiter is something he wouldn't dare to do even with 9 lives. Even if he had 99 lives, well, maybe he could give it a shot. Wang Teng shook his head and continued looking at the next attribute. Next comes Comprehension. The dozen or so planetary-level martial artists also provided Wang Teng with 3,800 points of Royal Realm Comprehension attribute, which can be exchanged for 380 points of planetary-level comprehension. With the 240 planetary-level comprehension points provided by Crud, that's a total of 620 planetary-level comprehension points. Comprehension, 9,395 1,000ths planetary level. Although his comprehension attribute had not yet advanced, Wang Teng could feel the changes in his comprehension, a wonderful feeling of, I've become smarter. Others simply cannot understand this kind of joy. Overall, it was awesome. Next were the elemental forces of various celestial bodies. These martial artists were the most common 5 elemental force martial artists, and no mutated elemental force attributes appeared. This disappointed Wang Teng somewhat. He began to tally up the points of several force attributes. Among them, the Fire Star Force is the most, with 15,600 points. After all, one of them, Krut, is a star-level being, so it is understandable that he would get more attribute points. The integration of 15,600 points of fire elemental star power directly elevated Wang Teng's fire elemental realm to a new level. Fire-type Star Force, 10,103 thousandths, planetary level 3. The next strongest is the Metal Elemental Force, because there are 3 Metal Elemental Warriors among them, so the Metal Elemental Force is slightly higher, at 11,200 points. Wang Teng's Metal-type Force attribute also increased to a higher level. Golden Star Force, 2,802 thousandths, planetary level 2. The next point is the Wood-type Star Force, totaling 8,600 points, which also allowed Wang Teng's Wood-type Star Force to advance from the first level to the second level. Wood-type Star Force, 302 thousandths, planetary level 2. Wood-type Star Force had always been Wang Teng's weakest elemental attribute, but unexpectedly, it also successfully advanced to another minor level. Finally, there are 6,800 points of Earth Star Force and 6,600 points of Water Star Force remaining. The Earth-type Star Force had already reached the second level, but now it has been upgraded again, directly entering the third level. Only the water-based Stellar Force remained at the first level, almost reaching the next level. Earth-type Star Force, 403 thousandths, planetary level 3. Water-based Star Force, 9,151 thousandths, planetary level 1. Wang Teng couldn't help but shake his head, seemingly feeling somewhat regretful that he hadn't made a breakthrough in the water-based Star Force. Although he was only a little short, he didn't use the blank attribute points to break through, waiting for the next time he picked up the water-type Star Force. In addition, to Wang Teng's surprise, he also obtained several attribute bubbles related to cultivation techniques. Star Earth Technique 2,300 points. Star Wood Technique 2,100 points. Star Water Technique 3,000 points. Star Gold Technique 2,600 points. These are all planetary level techniques he already possessed. He had heard from the beginning that these 5 element techniques were very common and basic, but he didn't expect them to be this common and basic. He had only just left Earth and killed a few planetary level martial artists when he gained attribute points for these techniques. If this isn't common, then what is Cry? It's just a run-of-the-mill product. Wang Teng muttered to himself, then glanced at the cultivation technique section of the attribute panel. He had already improved these techniques to perfection, and now he continued to improve them, but the level of mastery remained unchanged. Perfection remained perfection. However, many insights flashed through Wang Teng's mind, and his understanding of these 4 techniques reached a new level, faintly exceeding the limits of the techniques themselves. Wang Teng's eyes gleamed, as if he had grasped something containing the principles of mutual generation and restraint of the 5 elements. And seemingly some kind of law and connection in the operation of the 5 elements. However, once the attribute points in the attribute bubble are used up, the insights also disappear. I never imagined that extra attribute points could be used in this way. Could this be considered a case of drawing inferences from one instance? Cry, Wang Teng pondered. He then looked at the last skill attribute bubble Starfire Technique 800 points, stellar level. This is none other than the Starfire Technique, corresponding to the stellar level. Wang Teng originally thought that these 5-star level techniques only had planetary level content, but he didn't expect that a stellar level Starfire technique would appear now. Will there be cosmic level and domain lord level systems in the future? Cry. Wang Teng's expression turned somewhat strange. If it really existed, then this star-level cultivation technique was no simple matter. It could even be described as an extremely powerful technique. Otherwise, how could it have been cultivated to such a high level through continuous lineage? Cry. Ordinary cultivation methods would never have such a seamless transition between parts. After Wang Teng incorporated 800 points of stellar-level Starfire technique into his understanding, the Starfire technique on the attribute panel changed. Spark Technique, Stellar Level, 500/500ths Proficient. Although this is a stellar-level cultivation technique, it also contains planetary-level cultivation methods and retains a complete level of comprehension. so it will not affect Wang Tang's own cultivation. The next attribute bubble is an ultimate skill attribute. Flaming Python Sword Technique 600 points. This Flaming Serpent Sword Technique was none other than the powerful Flaming Sword Technique that Krut had previously used. And it was even a sword technique whose profound secrets had been comprehended, making its power quite astonishing. For Wang Tang, this was his third ultimate technique, and it was a fire-based technique known for its offensive power, so he was naturally very happy. The difficulty of comprehending the ultimate technique is too great, only true geniuses can comprehend it, and that Krut can be considered a genius. However, the profound truth he painstakingly comprehended has now been taken by Wang Tang for nothing. I wonder if he would be so angry that even the coffin lid couldn't hold his ominous fate if he knew. Cry Flaming Python Sword Technique, Ultimate Skill, Cry, 500 20%. Looking at the newly added ultimate skill on the attribute panel, Wang Tang nodded in satisfaction. The 600 attribute points were just enough to upgrade the Flaming Python Sword Technique's ultimate skill to the 20th level. At this point, all the attribute bubbles had been collected, but it had only been a short while since the skill was activated. The round creature didn't appear, but its voice rang in Wang Tang's mind, filled with shock. I didn't expect you to actually kill a stellar-level martial artist. Basic stuff, don't be silly. Wang Tang said calmly. Quote. Roundy was speechless for a moment. Can't you not be so shameless? Cry. It's nothing special, I'm very shy, Wang Tang chuckled. Get lost. Roundy couldn't help but roll her eyes. She was completely speechless at Wang Tang's shamelessness. She was utterly defeated. We should go, Wang Tang said suddenly, his smile fading. Roundy was stunned. He didn't expect Wang Tang to change so quickly. He was all smiles just now, but suddenly he became so serious, catching everyone off guard. Do we still need that Orient Federation warship? Cry, Wang Tang asked. Let's go up and take a look. It's just a planetary-level warship, not very valuable. Besides, it's a military warship of the Orient Federation, so it won't be easy to sell. We can only see if we can salvage some parts, said Roundy. So the two men approached the warship with ill intentions. Watch me. The round creature chuckled, easily infiltrating the warship's main control room system as an intelligent life form. Can you handle it? Cry, Wang Tang asked. Don't worry, this warship's AI system is just a small fry, much lower level than mine. Taking it out is a piece of cake, Roundy said proudly. Sure enough, in just a moment, the ship's hatch opened automatically, and Wang Tang stepped inside, following the round, chubby guide to the main control room. The main control room of this planetary-level warship was not large, much smaller than his Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship. Wang Tang looked around and then lost interest in looking any further. Wait a minute, I'll order the robots to disassemble all the useful parts and see if there's anything good on this warship. Roundy said as he started working. Immediately, engineering robots emerged from the bottom of the warship, quickly dispersing to various parts of the spaceship and beginning to operate under the control of the round, chubby robot. These engineering robots were originally on this planetary warship. They are not high level and have average intelligence, so they are not expensive. However, they can faithfully complete the tasks assigned by the intelligent program, making them the most useful and cheap labor force on the spaceship. Hey, I actually found something good. Roundy suddenly exclaimed in surprise. What did you find? Cry, Wang Tang was also taken aback and couldn't help but ask. It's lapis lazuli, Roundy said, sounding slightly excited. Azure stone. Wang Tang felt that the name was somewhat familiar. This is a rare wind-type ore. In the Great Qian Empire, this ore can sell for 10 Great Qian coins per ton. Roundy said. Only 10 Dachin coins for a ton. Wang Tang looked at the round thing speechlessly, thinking it was making a fuss over nothing. What? Cry? Roundy stared at Wang Tang and said, you really dare to say that? Do you know what 10 Great Qian coins mean? Cry. The Great Qian Empire is a high-level cosmic civilization. 1 Great Qian currency is equivalent to the currency of 1,000 medium-level cosmic civilizations. And 1 medium-level cosmic civilization currency is equivalent to the currency of 1,000 low-level cosmic civilizations. Wang Tang's eyes widened, interrupting it. So, 1 Dachin coin is equivalent to 1 million Orient federal currency. Cry. You just realized that. He chuckled, his round, eco-friendly arms clasped together. Holy shit, Wang Tang cursed. Although he had long known that the gap between the 3 levels of cosmic civilizations was huge, he really didn't expect it to be this big. 1 unit of currency from an advanced cosmic civilization is equivalent to 1 million units of currency from an inexperienced cosmic civilization. What an incredible concept! At this moment, Wang Tang's mind worked exceptionally well. He suddenly remembered that when he first carried out a military mission, he obtained a lot of azurite in a military garrison of the Dark Seeds. Unfortunately, he later sold most of it, keeping only a little for his own use. After all, the ore wasn't of much use to him at the time, so it was more practical to exchange it for money. He only sold those lapis lazuli stones for a few billion, and that was Earth's currency, which wasn't even enough to buy the Orient Federation's currency. Thinking about it now, I'm so angry I could die. What's wrong with you, Cry? Seeing his frighteningly dark face, Roundy couldn't help but take a few steps back and ask cautiously. I've lost countless billions. Wang Tang turned and left. No way, I'm going back to Earth. Round and Chubby was a little confused, and quickly grabbed him. What are you doing, Cry? We finally got out, and you want to go back, Cry? Are you crazy, Cry? You don't understand at all. Wang Tang felt so frustrated he wanted to vomit blood. Tell me what happened, and I'll give you some advice. Roundy was helpless. Sometimes Wang Tang seemed incredibly mature, not like someone under 20, but other times he was so childish it was unbelievable, like a big kid. So Wang Tang spoke. Roundy was speechless after hearing this, muttering repeatedly, what a waste. What a waste. Right, you think so too, Cry? I'll definitely go back and get those azurite stones back. At worst, it'll cost me a few 100 million Earth currency. It's not a loss. Wang Tang's calculations were going on and on. He knew that if he went to the Great Qian Empire, he would need money everywhere, and he was currently penniless. Wang Tang was like a country bumpkin coming to the city, carrying 1,000 yuan. Although it was a huge sum of money in the remote mountain village, it wasn't even enough for a decent meal in the big city. Having grown accustomed to the life of a wealthy landowner on Earth, how could he possibly bear to become a pauper, Cry? Although Yuan Gungun was also disappointed, he grabbed him again and said quickly, we don't have time to waste now. The people from the Orient Federation will be here soon. But it seems that there are probably quite a few treasures on Earth. But the most important thing now is to keep control of Earth firmly in our hands so that we can better develop Earth in the future. Going back to get those azurite stones would be like losing more than you gain. Wang Tang wasn't stupid, he immediately understood and nodded, you're right. I almost misunderstood. We still need to gain control of Earth first. That's right, Roundy breathed a sigh of relief, and I have some good news to tell you. What good news, Cry? Wang Tang was taken aback again. I found the origin of these lapis lazuli stones in the database of this warship, the round-faced man said mysteriously. What, Cry? Wang Tang exclaimed in surprise, and quickly asked, where, Cry? On a planet devoid of life, the data system has coordinates, Roundy chuckled. According to the probes, there are at least 30,000 tons of celestite on it. 30,000 tons of celestial ore, that's 300,000 Dachin coins. Wang Tang's eyes lit up. Born into a wealthy family, he hadn't felt this excited about money in a long time. It's really not easy. It's all because of this damn life. Thanks to the captain of this warship, such a huge lapis lazuli mine, equivalent to 300 billion Orient federal credits, he must have wanted to embezzle it, so he didn't report it. Which is why we got a bargain, Roundy said with a gloating laugh. 300 billion Orient federal credits. If it were me, I probably would have kept it a secret too, Wang Tang sighed, shaking his head. That's human nature. Roundy seemed to remark on this. Should we start mining those celestite ore deposits first, Cry? Wang Tang then asked. No rush. That planet hasn't been discovered yet. Let's get to the Great Qian Empire first and then figure out how to mine it later. After all, it's a full 30,000 tons of unmined ore. We definitely can't mine it all in a short time. We'll have to rely on a large number of mining robots, Roundy said, shaking his head. Alright, let's retreat first, Wang Tang said helplessly. Well, the warship is almost completely dismantled. We've taken everything of value. Roundy grinned smugly. Let's go. Wang Tang nodded and was about to walk out of the warship. Wait a minute, Roundy suddenly called out. What's wrong, Cry? Wang Tang stopped in his tracks. There was a communication request coming in, and it was forced. If I hadn't intercepted it, it probably would have popped up directly, the round-faced man said, his expression slightly changing. Wang Tang's eyes flashed. Connected, Cry? The chubby boy asked in astonishment. Are you sure, Cry? Okay, connected. Wang Tang nodded calmly. Okay, I'll do as you say. Although Roundy didn't know what Wang Tang was going to do, it believed that Wang Tang wouldn't speak without a reason. Beep! A beam of light flashed across the main control screen, and then the figure of an old man in a gray robe appeared. This person was none other than the one who had given Krut the orders earlier. As soon as he appeared, he seemed to have already sensed something, his face as cold as frost as he looked at Wang Tang without any expression. "Who are you, Cry?" he asked casually in the universal language. "Let me introduce myself. I am Wang Tang from Earthstar," Wang Tang said with a calm expression and a light laugh. "Earth?" A glint flashed in the gray-robed elder's eyes. "You are the one who came from that trial planet." "Trial planet? So that's what you call my home planet?" A cold glint flashed in Wang Tang's eyes as he chuckled. The gray-robed elder, oblivious to the fleeting glint of cold light in Wang Tang's eyes, asked in a superior tone, "Where is Krut Cry?" "He's dead," Wang Tang said. "You killed him." A cold glint flashed in the gray-robed old man's eyes, and a terrifying aura emanated from him. Even though it was just an image, that aura pressed down on Wang Tang with a thunderous force. Snort. Wang Tang's expression remained unchanged. He snorted coldly, and the spiritual sphere in his sea of consciousness, which resembled a star, became even more intense. A powerful spiritual wave also emanated from his body, colliding with the gray-robed old man's aura. Boom! The two forces clashed in midair, and in just a moment, they both vanished without a trace. Wang Tang remained firmly in place, but a sense of unease settled in his heart. A cosmic-level powerhouse. Judging from his aura, this old man was definitely not a stellar-level martial artist, he was clearly a cosmic-level powerhouse. However, because he was not his true form, and Wang Tang's spirit had just broken through to the stellar level, he was able to barely hold his own against him in the previous exchange. Even so, Wang Tang remained outwardly calm, refusing to lose face despite the defeat. After all, even if the opponent was a cosmic-level powerhouse, it was impossible for him to climb over the cosmic network to kill him, so what was there to be afraid of? Cry. It's no wonder that Ma Daywan and Ning Honglang of the Holy Star Tower died on the trial planet. Since such an anomaly as you actually appeared there. The gray-robed elder's eyes narrowed as he stared coldly at Wang Tang. Wang Tang neither confirmed nor denied it. You can't escape the Orient Federation. Seeing Wang Tang's expression, the gray-robed elder knew that the deaths of Ma Daywan and the other man were definitely related to Wang Tang. So he said coldly, "Bring it on," Wang Tang said casually, but a chilling killing intent suddenly erupted from him as he shouted, "As many as come, I'll kill them all." Arrogant. The old man in the gray robe immediately turned extremely ugly. Since becoming a cosmic-level powerhouse, no one has ever dared to speak to him like that. How dare a martial artist on this trial planet confront him? Cry. They're practically asking for trouble. Go on being arrogant, bye-bye. Wang Tang told Yuan Gungun to end the communication. The gray-robed old man wanted to say something more, but his figure suddenly disappeared in front of Wang Tang. Old bastard, Wang Tang cursed. Wang Tang, is it really a good idea for you to offend a cosmic-level powerhouse like this? Cry, the round-faced man said with a strange expression. It never expected that Wang Tang had asked it to answer the message just so he could give the other party a good scolding. We've already offended them, so why worry about it? Cry, Wang Tang said nonchalantly. If you keep arguing with him like that, we're definitely going to face an even fiercer chase next, Roundy said helplessly. That's good. My goal is to get him to focus all his attention on us, Wang Tang said, a meaningful glint in his eyes. I see, the round-faced boy exclaimed in realization. Let's go. Wang Tang didn't hesitate any longer and turned to walk out of the warship. Roundy immediately followed, muttering, but you know what, watching them take on a universe-level powerhouse was pretty satisfying. You're still too inexperienced. You're supposed to be an intelligent life form, yet you haven't even experienced something this simple, Wang Tang said, shaking his head. Roundy's mood immediately soured. It's lived to be a very old age, yet it was taught a lesson by this kid. Wang Tang cried. The two left the warship and returned to the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship, where they set sail again. The spaceship transformed into a streak of light and plunged into the wormhole ahead. Boom! At the same time, the Orient Federation warship behind them made a loud noise, instantly turning into a huge fireball that exploded in the void, turning countless metal fragments into cosmic debris that drifted into the depths of space. The place gradually returned to calm, except for the wormhole, which remained quietly in the void. Orient Federation. The Orient Federation has 9 star systems, each guarded by a cosmic-level powerhouse. At this moment, on the main star of the Milky Way, an angry roar came from within a huge fortress. A powerful aura swirled above the fortress, like a terrifying, enraged beast. Men, dispatch 10 fleets, each led by a 9th-level stellar-class warrior, to hunt down this man. A cold voice echoed within the fortress. The Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship took off again, traversing the wormhole and flying straight towards the Great Qian Empire. A wormhole is an extremely peculiar cosmic phenomenon. It could be a narrow tunnel connecting two different times or spaces, or it could be a spacetime tunnel connecting a black hole and a white hole, so it is also called a gray tunnel. In any case, wormholes allow for instantaneous spatial teleportation, or time travel. Inside the spacecraft's main control room, the round, chubby creature was enthusiastically showing off its knowledge. Time travel. A strange glint appeared in Wang Teng's eyes. This was a mysterious insight he had never encountered before. Time is elusive, infinitely more mysterious than space. Seeing Wang Teng's interest, Yuan Gungun smiled and continued, in the beginning, the universe was in chaos. Later, it evolved into the operation of heaven and earth. Time and space came first, and the 9 basic elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness constituted the material world. All things are contained within it. Chaos. A thought struck Wang Teng as if he had grasped something. He possesses all 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness. He has even occupied one of time and space. Your spatial talent is already exceptionally gifted, a truly monstrous talent, but to possess a temporal talent is simply difficult. Difficult as 1,000 difficulties. Almost impossible. As Yuan Gungun finished speaking, his expression turned serious, and he shook his head. Time is a level that only gods can touch. Mortals simply cannot touch it. Once upon a time, there were also geniuses in the universe who were born with the talent of time. But guess what happened to them? Cry. How is it cry? Wang Teng asked cooperatively. He had to admit that he was intrigued by the round shape. Born with the talent of time, how extraordinary they are. But judging from Yuan Gungun's tone, their ending doesn't seem too good. They were eroded by time. Those who manipulate time will ultimately be devoured by it, Roundy said after a moment of silence. Eroded by time cry. Wang Teng frowned, pondering the meaning of those words. Some people use their time-related talents too early, resulting in insufficient lifespan, physical aging, and a tragic end. Others learn from the mistakes of their predecessors. Proceeding cautiously in the early stages and waiting until their cultivation level improves to grant them a long lifespan before using their time-related talents. In the process of cultivation, they do indeed gain many benefits and are almost invincible in battle. However, even powerful beings at the immortal level are ultimately no match for time. Some have been swallowed up by the flow of time and completely disappeared from the material world, as if they had never existed. Round and Chubby explained to Wang Teng word by word, his words carrying a hint of warning. So it is with time, and so it is with space. Space is also mysterious and unpredictable. We can only grasp a part of it. There are too many unknown areas. Throughout history, there have been many powerful people who have been swallowed up by space. Those geniuses with time-related talents that I just mentioned were once renowned figures, but they all ultimately met their demise. Therefore, don't rely too much on your talent. Cultivation is the foundation. Wang Teng nodded in agreement, feeling a pang of sadness in his heart. His journey has been smooth sailing. He can improve his strength by collecting attributes, and compared to those prodigies, he has almost none of these worries. Looking back now, it was so awesome. Ahem, bringing his thoughts back, Wang Teng asked a question. Does anyone possess the Chaos Force cry? Cry winking face. What did you say? Cry? Roundy turned to look at him in surprise, indicating that she didn't understand. Does anyone possess the Chaos Force cry? Wang Teng repeated helplessly. He felt that Yuan Gungun wasn't misunderstanding, but rather that he thought he had misheard. How could you have such a question? Cry? Roundy asked in surprise. Nothing, I was just a little curious, Wang Teng said casually, his expression unchanged. Curiosity killed the cat, Roundy said meaningfully. The Chaos Force, anyway, I've never heard of anyone possessing the Chaos Force. Even if someone does, it's probably at a level we can't touch. But believe me, the Chaos Force is almost impossible to appear, even more impossible than the time talent, so don't overthink it. Why is it impossible? Cry? Wang Teng asked unwillingly. Hey, you're really going to argue with me about this, aren't you? Cry. Fine, I'll tell you. Roundy laughed in exasperation, then sat cross-legged in midair in front of Wang Tang, meeting his gaze. He rested his chin on his hand and said, let's not talk about innate ones. Anyway, I've never heard of anyone who was born with chaos origin force. As for the day after tomorrow, that's even more of a pipe dream. You know that chaos includes the elements I just mentioned, right? Cry. The 9 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness, as well as space and time. Wang Tang nodded, but then frowned. But why aren't there ice and poison elements? Cry. Don't they count? Cry. Ice and poison are at most mutated attributes, not the most basic elements, Roundy said, shaking his head. You continue, Wang Tang said. To condense the chaos force, one must first possess these 9 elements of the force, as well as the talents of time and space, Yuan Gungun said. And the probability of possessing so many elements and talents at the same time is 1 in a billion. Take the dark force, for example. Apart from the dark species, ordinary beings basically cannot control it. Once one falls into darkness, it is a state of no return. Not to mention, the various elemental forces must be perfectly balanced, without the slightest deviation, otherwise you can expect to explode and die. Only in this way can fusion be achieved. The difficulty is no less than possessing these elemental forces and talents simultaneously, and even more difficult. As it spoke, it couldn't help but shake its head, not believing that anyone could do it. I think you're overthinking things. I'm really impressed that you dare to think about such unrealistic things. Roundy rolled its eyes at Wang Tang, then turned and floated away. Alright, I'm not wasting any more time with you. I'm going to forge my armor. You should go and cultivate too. Take advantage of the fact that the pursuers haven't caught up yet and improve your strength as much as possible. As soon as the words were spoken, it completely disappeared, having merged into the main body of the spaceship, able to go wherever it wanted, incredibly convenient. Impossible. Cry, Wang Tang muttered to himself, his gaze suddenly catching sight of several attribute bubbles flitting across the void ahead. His gaze sharpened, and his mental energy instantly surged out, precisely capturing those attribute bubbles and pulling them back. Time *1, time *1, time *1. There are only 3, which add up to a mere 3 attribute points. But Wang Tang opened his eyes wide, stretching them to their limit, his heart trembling violently. This is a time attribute. It's time, which is even more mysterious than space itself, contained within that round mouth. Time, this realm, which is almost inaccessible to ordinary people, has now been touched by Wang Tang. And it happened under such an unexpected circumstances. They came without warning, leaving no room for discussion. Although the 3-point time attribute is few, it has a special meaning. These 3 time attributes gave him a slight talent for time manipulation. As the attribute values were integrated, Wang Tang's body was undergoing unpredictable changes, as if a mysterious and powerful force had descended upon him and transformed him. At the same time, a glimmer of understanding appeared in his mind, giving him a vague and inexplicable understanding of the power of time. Wang Tang couldn't help but reach out his hand, close his eyes, and feel the passage of time. At this moment, he felt as if he were in time itself, sensing a long river of time shrouded in endless mist, rolling forward irreversibly, with countless radiant lights shimmering within it. Vaguely visible, like a dream, bizarre and fantastical. But this scene only lasted for a brief moment, and soon everything disappeared. Phew! Wang Tang opened his eyes, a mysterious glint flashing within them before disappearing in an instant, and he let out a long breath. What did Roundy say just now? Cry. Wang Tang asked himself this question, and a wild smile crept across his lips. He originally thought that fusing with the chaos force would be a very difficult thing. After all, the difficulty involved was indeed not something that ordinary people could overcome. But just moments after Roundy said it was impossible, he suddenly acquired the time attribute, which was supposedly impossible for mortals. Isn't this the will of heaven? Cry. Even God is on his side, so what is impossible? Cry. Even if it wasn't God, it was the system daddy helping him. Wang Tang had reason to believe that, with the help of his system daddy, he would eventually be able to fuse with the chaos force. What's impossible for others might be a tiny possibility for someone like him who seems to have cheat codes. Wang Tang shook his head, sat down in the pilot's seat in the main control room, and kept his mental energy distributed around the spaceship to prevent any more time attribute bubbles from appearing and being missed. He even released the void mayflies, sending them to fly further away in search of time attribute bubbles. Hard work pays off. The attribute bubble finally reappeared. Time *1, time *2. He picked up 2 attribute bubbles, one of which was 2 points, adding up to 3 points of time attribute. He also discovered a pattern. These time attribute bubbles seem to appear in places of spacetime distortion, and the more violent the distortion, the more attribute bubbles appeared. A glint flashed in Wang Tang's eyes as he carefully observed the spacetime distortion. As expected, just as he had guessed, he picked up 4 attribute bubbles again in the next spacetime distortion area. Time *2, time *3, time *1, time *2. This spacetime distortion almost formed a small vortex, and Wang Tang picked up a full 8 points of the time attribute. A look of joy appeared on his face. With 8 points in the time attribute, his understanding of time became increasingly profound, and his own talent for time was gradually enhanced. This enhancement is clearly perceptible and quite peculiar. Just like when he first entered the world of martial arts, he would collect attribute bubbles every day. Although the number was not much compared to later years, it allowed him to truly feel his improvement, which was incredibly satisfying. Now he is experiencing that feeling again. However, Wang Tang quickly recovered from this feeling and was somewhat amused and exasperated. He actually rediscovered that feeling of being happy with just a few attribute values. I don't know whether I should be happy or blame myself for not having enough self-control. Let's go check on Roundy. It's about to start forging its armor. Wang Tang stood up and walked towards the spaceship's forging room. There is no doubt that his mental energy is still tirelessly searching for time attribute bubbles outside. Inside the spacecraft forging room, the round thing had already begun forging, with constant clanging sounds coming from it. However, the forging room was very soundproof, and the sound only came out when the door was opened. Wang Tang was already used to this kind of environment. You have to understand, he's a master blacksmith, he's seen it all. However, when he entered the forging room, he had never seen the scene inside before. Oh, cry, 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 oh. The round creature floated in midair, its arms crossed, its round face extremely serious, while 2 huge purple iron hammers on the forging platform were diligently hammering a piece of dark metal. The 2 large iron hammers, one after the other, worked together like 2 inseparable friends. Their coordination was incredibly smooth. The round and chubby thing is like a wicked parent urging their child to complete heavy homework. Upon seeing this scene, Wang Tang couldn't help but touch his chin. Using mental power to control forging tools for forging this method seems promising. To do that, you'll at least need to improve your control over your mental power to the level of mastery. Roundy glanced at him and said, "Is it difficult to master cry?" Wang Tang asked. Having spent time together, he already knew that Yuan Gungun possessed psychic powers, so it wasn't surprising. As he walked into the forging room, he felt a wave of heat hit him. It was an artificial flame emerging from under the forging table. High-temperature flames were condensed through flame-type runes, which was very convenient. At the same time, he picked up the attribute bubbles scattered around him. As he expected, these attribute bubbles were all dropped by the round thing during the forging process, which was exactly what he came here for. Mental power control *30. Forging skill 100. Forging skill 120. Psychic power control *35. Forging skill 105. Stellar level spirit 10. The round thing had been forging for a while, and a lot of attribute bubbles had accumulated in the forging room. Luckily, Wang Tang arrived early, before the attribute bubbles dissipated, otherwise they would have suffered a huge loss. Wang Tang calculated that he had received a total of control 360 points with mental power, blacksmithing skill 460 points, stellar level spirit 40 points. Overall, it was a very fruitful experience. In particular, the control of mental power is exactly what Yuan Gungun just mentioned. This kind of control method is in the inheritance left by Nangong Yu, but he hasn't started learning it yet. His 360-point mental control allowed him to directly reach the beginner level. Mental power control, 361,000th beginner. Wang Tang was somewhat surprised that it required 1,000 attribute points to break through to the beginner level. Usually, only 100 attribute points are needed to enter the beginner level, but the requirement for mental power control is so high. It seems that the difficulty is indeed quite great. The 460 points in forging skill were added to Wang Tang's forging attribute, but his forging level remained unchanged at the master level. However, Wang Teng instantly gained many insights into forging techniques at the master level. This improvement was even greater than the enhancement he received from master-level forging insights, significantly boosting his forging skills. Blacksmith, 2853,000ths, Master. Wang Teng glanced at the secondary profession section of the attribute panel and discovered that his blacksmith attribute was almost at the breakthrough threshold. A surge of joy welled up inside me. After the master level comes the grandmaster level, just like the round and chubby one. There are no master-level blacksmiths on Earth, and they are considered to be of a relatively high status in the universe. In a sense, although they are not as powerful as cosmic-level beings, their status is much higher than that of stellar-level beings. Because master-level blacksmiths are already honored guests of many cosmic-level powerhouses, and cosmic-level powerhouses also need custom-made armor and weapons from master-level blacksmiths. These were things Yuan Gungun told him when he was bragging to Wang Teng. Therefore, Wang Teng also yearns to become a master-level blacksmith. In any case, status and position are very important in the universe. His current strength is not yet at the cosmic level, but if his secondary profession reaches the grandmaster level, his status will naturally rise accordingly. The round thing doesn't know his blacksmith level yet, so it'll be quite a surprise when the time comes. Let's see what it thinks. Wang Teng thought maliciously to himself, then looked at the final stellar level mental attribute. His spirit had just reached the stellar level, and the 40-point increase was a slight improvement. Is it that difficult? Cry. Roundy rolled his eyes when he heard Wang Teng's words, "You always talk so big. Do you know how difficult it is to master the method of controlling mental power?" Cry. It took me 3 years to master it. After saying that, Roundy added in his mind, that was close. I almost revealed the real time. Roundy, I'm a genius. I can't let this kid look down on me. 3 years. That's a long time, Wang Teng exclaimed in surprise. Roundy felt annoyed and said irritably, get lost. You don't know anything at all. You'll know how difficult it is once you've mastered the control method. I've only used 3 years, which is a very short time. For you, it will take at least 30 years, and you might not even succeed. Wang Teng chuckled, not bothering to refute, and walked closer to observe the round, forged object. With his talent, vision, and expertise, he can learn a lot even without picking up attribute bubbles. Furthermore, the on-site teaching and guidance from a master blacksmith is very valuable, and not everyone has the opportunity to encounter such a good thing. Wang Teng didn't take it seriously, and Yuan Gungun didn't seem to care at all. Other master blacksmiths, unless they are their direct disciples, would never have such an opportunity to observe in person. By the way, don't you have the Azure Jade Glazed Flame? Cry. Let me use it. It can speed up the forging process, said Roundy. Even it couldn't help but feel a little envious when this was mentioned. That was a rare and extraordinary fire, yet it was subdued by this simple-minded kid, Wang Teng. What a waste. Wang Teng had no idea what Yuan Gungun was thinking about him, but upon hearing this, he didn't hesitate and summoned the Azure Jade Glazed Flame. A blue flame drifted out. However, this is not the time to switch the flames. Roundy didn't say anything, and continued to forge the black metal with the original artificial flame, the clanging sound never ceasing. About 3 minutes later, Wang Teng suddenly flicked his finger, and the Azure Jade Glazed Flame landed on the forging table. Pshaw! The black metal instantly turned red, revealing forging lines on its surface. The round thing had just opened its mouth, wanting Wang Teng to switch the flames, but unexpectedly he had already made his move, and the timing and control of the heat were just right. Even it couldn't find the slightest fault, and it was truly surprised. However, being a master-level blacksmith, it quickly regained its senses and continued to control the 2 large iron hammers to forge the metal. With the addition of the Azure Jade Glazed Flame, the forging speed is indeed much faster. Round and Chubby immediately sensed the benefits of the strange fire from heaven and earth, and felt even more envious. At the same time, it voiced its earlier question, do you have any knowledge of forging? Cry. I've learned a little, Wang Teng said modestly. More than a little. Roundy glanced at him sideways. Just that precise and flawless transition, with no hesitation between steps, was no different from when it did it itself. Could an ordinary blacksmith do that? Cry. Wang Teng smiled, sat down to the side, and quietly observed, while continuing to pick up the round, falling attribute bubbles. Psychic Power Control *80. Stellar Level Spirit 15. Forging Skill 105. Forging Skill 120. As this wave of attribute bubbles merged in, Wang Tang's mind suddenly jolted. Countless insights were incorporated into his memory, instantly elevating his blacksmithing skills and allowing him to cross a new threshold. Grandmaster level. At this moment, his blacksmithing skills had surpassed the master level and reached the Grandmaster level. Blacksmith, 61,000th Grandmaster. Round and Chubby probably never imagined that Wang Tang would complete the leap from Master to Grandmaster level just by watching him for a short while. What an astonishing speed that was. Time flies and 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 3 days, Yuan Gungun has completely finished forging the battle armor customized for Wang Tang, including the pair of wind and thunder wings. Wang Tang also collected a lot of attribute bubbles, which further enhanced his blacksmithing skills. Blacksmith, 621,000th Grandmaster. Similarly, his control over his mental power has also improved significantly, and he has successfully progressed from the beginner stage to the proficient stage. Psychic power control, 355,000th proficient. However, to reach the proficiency level, you need 5,000 attribute points, which is 5 times the amount required to become a beginner. No wonder it took Yuan 3 years to reach the master level. If one truly follows the proper training methods, 3 years is indeed not a long time. Some people with less talent may need even longer. In addition, Wang Tang also gained 280 points of stellar level spirit, which is quite a considerable gain. Wang Tang is very content. At this moment, he and Yuan Gungun were standing in the forging room, examining a suit of armor in front of them. The armor stood upright on the ground, its overall color a deep reddish black, with some cloud-like flame patterns on the surface. The helmet was a full coverage type, capable of completely protecting the wearer's head. However, the helmet looked somewhat ferocious, resembling the head of a ferocious beast. The armor itself was originally very exquisite, like a work of art, but with this menacing helmet. Wang Tang didn't know how to describe it for a moment. An elegant yet ferocious beast cry. What kind of elegant beast is this cry? Even Wang Tang himself was speechless. He suspected that this was either a quirky, round-faced quirk or a problem with his taste. Did you design this cry? Wang Tang rubbed his temples and asked helplessly. Not bad, it was designed by me, Roundy, myself. How about it, isn't it beautiful? Cry. Roundy was very proud. I even went to the best academy in the Great Qian Empire to study design. Wang Tang. Wang Tang ignored the round, boastful man's words and looked at the crimson-black armor, then fixed his gaze on the pair of metal wings on its back. Because the wings were neatly concealed on the back of the armor, not showing at all, they were only visible when he turned to the back of the armor. These wings are made up of extremely thin metallic feathers, layered together, and do not take up much space when fully folded. The metallic feathers are bluish-purple in color, with purple streaks on the bluish-purple surface, making them quite beautiful. This is the wings of wind and thunder. Round eyes gleamed, seemingly very satisfied with this forged item. Wang Tang's gaze was also filled with surprise. He gently ran his hand over the pair of bluish-purple wings, feeling the sharpness between the feathers and the faint wind and lightning runes emanating from them. He was extremely satisfied. This panda really gave him a big surprise. This armor and those wind and thunder wings have both reached the cosmic level. If you wear them, your speed can reach the cosmic level, and you can even cope with stellar level attacks. Among stellar level attacks, you will be almost invincible, Roundy explained. However, if you encounter those monstrous figures among the stellar level, that's a different story. After all, some stellar level beings can go toe-to-toe with cosmic level beings. Such beings cannot be predicted by common sense. Cosmic speed. Wang Tang's eyes lit up. Speed is king. He is currently only at the planetary level of cultivation. If we don't consider his stellar level mental power, he absolutely cannot reach the cosmic level speed. But with these wings of wind and thunder, things are different. Moreover, he also possesses stellar level mental power. With the combination of these two, his speed is absolutely comparable to that of a powerhouse below the 3rd level of the cosmic level. Try them on, Yuan Gungun said with a smile, seeing his eager expression. Okay, Wang Tang didn't refuse. This armor was designed for him, so why not wear it now? Cry. Let's establish a bond first. Just drip a drop of blood into the core of the armor, and it will, remember, your genetic core. From now on, only you can use it, the round, chubby figure said, tapping the chest of the armor. The armor's chest cracked open, revealing a dense array of runes inside. Wang Tang dripped his blood onto it as instructed, and the runes immediately lit up, as if they had come to life. The light instantly spread along the rune trails throughout the entire armor. "Now you can put on the armor with just a thought," said Roundy. Upon hearing this, Wang Tang's heart stirred, and his armor instantly transformed into a streak of crimson-black light that rushed towards him, rapidly covering his entire body like a fluid. And then transforming back into the armor. The time interval between armor application is less than 3 seconds. The entire suit of armor was worn on his body, fitting perfectly. The crimson-black metallic luster shimmered with a chilling light under the blacksmith's lamp, making him look like a ferocious god. "What is this cry?" Wang Tang exclaimed in surprise. He had seen armor before and even worn it, but those armors weren't worn like this. The armor he obtained from the alien trial participants was initially scattered, and then he put it on his limbs one by one before finally merging them into one. But the armor covered his body like flowing water, which was truly amazing. This is a unique feature of cosmic-level armor. The metal used can freely change its state, making it faster and more convenient to put on than those lower-level armors, Roundy laughed. "Good thing." Wang Tang stroked the armor on his body, feeling the coolness of the armor against his skin. He clenched his fist and felt that it didn't feel like he was wearing any metal at all. When not in use, the wind and thunder wings on your back can be retracted into the interlayer on your back, so others won't know that you have such a life-saving trick, said Roundy. "Oh, this design is good." Wang Tang's heart skipped a beat, and immediately the wings on his back retracted into the metal interlayer on his back. In this way, it becomes no different from ordinary battle armor. "Does this armor have a name?" Cry, Wang Tang asked. "I named it Wild Gentleman. What do you think?" Cry. Roundy got excited again when he mentioned this, looking at Wang Tang with excitement, wanting to get his approval. Wang Tang felt his vision go black and a throbbing pain in his forehead. "Wild Gentleman." Cry. What kind of weird name is that? Cry. He knew he couldn't count on Yuan Gungun. This guy was terrible at both design and naming, but he didn't have any self-awareness and was very proud of himself. "What did you say?" Cry. "I didn't hear you." "Never mind, names aren't important. We'll talk about it later," Wang Tang said, picking his ear and pretending to be serious. "Damn it, what do you mean?" Cry. "Are you questioning my naming ability?" Cry. "Let me tell you, this armor will be called Wild Gentleman. I'm the forger, I have the right to name it." Roundy immediately objected, glaring angrily at Wang Tang and shouting, "I'm going to the training room to test the power of the armor." Wang Tang quickly turned around and strode towards the training room. He couldn't wait to test the speed of wind and thunder wings. Round and Chubby was very dissatisfied and muttered to himself as he followed behind him. Boom! Just then, a loud bang was heard, and the spaceship shook violently. "What's going on?" Cry. Wang Tang's gaze sharpened. "Damn it, our spaceship was attacked, but luckily the shield blocked it." Roundy's face was grim. He pointed, and a beam of light appeared in front of the two of them. The scene inside the light and shadow was the outside of the spaceship. 10 spaceships were rapidly approaching from behind them. Although they were still far away, they had already launched their attack. Beams of light lit up, and terrifying beams of light pierced through the void, striking the Qian Yuan E-63 star spaceship directly. A spaceship from the Orient Federation. Wang Tang and Yuan Gungun both saw the Orient Federation logo on the spaceship. Both of them had a slight change in expression. They hadn't expected the pursuers to arrive so quickly, and even to have caught up with them inside the wormhole. Perfect timing. Let me test the power of this armor. A murderous intent flashed in Wang Tang's eyes as he strode forward. "You want to go outside?" Cry. "This is inside a wormhole. Even cosmic-level powerhouses wouldn't dare to go out casually. Do you want to die?" Cry. Roundy immediately stopped him. "You forgot I have a spatial talent." Wang Tang continued walking. "Besides the power of space, there is also the power of time inside the wormhole. If you encounter a time turbulence, you're doomed," Roundy said solemnly as he caught up. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Wang Tang didn't tell Yuan Gungun that he had just gained the time talent, which allowed him to avoid the time turbulence, so he was very safe. Before Yuan Gungun could say anything more, the hatch opened, and Wang Tang, clad in crimson-black armor, transformed into a streak of light and rushed out. "This guy." Roundy stomped his feet in anger, but there was nothing he could do. After Wang Tang rushed out of the spaceship, he immediately activated the shadow concealment technique, causing his body to merge into the darkness. As if he had completely disappeared into the void of the wormhole. While the level of this shadow concealment technique is somewhat outdated compared to his strength, it is still barely enough to conceal his presence in this environment. Moreover, the martial artists on those spaceships couldn't get out of the spaceships, and because of the spaceship's heavy defenses, they couldn't find Wang Teng at all. Its round eyes were fixed on Wang Teng, but it soon lost track of him, and a sense of surprise rose in its heart. This kid really has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. It muttered something to itself, and seeing the attacks from the Orient Federation spaceships coming one after another, it gritted its teeth, turned around, and went back to the main control room. Under its control, the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship traversed the wormhole, precisely dodging attacks from behind. At this moment, Wang Teng unfolded the wind and thunder wings on his back, pouring all of his wind and thunder elemental forces into them. The runes on the surface of the wind and thunder wings lit up instantly, wisps of cyan wind wrapped around each feather, and lightning foxes danced on them, faintly emitting thunderous sounds. Boom! With a gentle flap of his wind and thunder wings, Wang Teng gained cosmic level speed, disappearing from his spot almost instantly and rapidly approaching the 10 spaceships. Wang Teng simultaneously activated Eye of Origin and Eye of Spiritual Vision, looking into the 10 spaceships. The spaceship's metal hull could not withstand his Source Eye, which pierced through it, and then he used Spiritual Vision to judge the opponent's strength. One by one, orbs of light appeared in his field of vision. Wang Teng immediately discerned the strength distribution of the 10 spaceships. 9 of the spaceships each had 3 stellar-level martial artists and 10 planetary-level martial artists. The 3 stellar-level martial artists were roughly at the 6th or 7th level of the stellar level. The middle spaceship carries 5 stellar-level and 15 planetary-level personnel. Of the 5 stellar-level individuals, 3 are around the 5th level of the stellar level, 1 is at the 7th level, and the last one is at the 9th level, shining the brightest. So many star-level ships, it seems they think highly of me. A cold smile appeared on Wang Teng's lips. He immediately decided to save the 9 star-level ships for last and start with the first 9 ships. With the ability to conceal himself using the shadow concealment technique, no one discovered his presence, and he silently arrived at the bottom of one of the spaceships. However, when he saw the seamless bottom of the spaceship, all he could think of was MMP. Damn, does it have to be this high-end cry? They didn't even leave a hole for people. Wang Teng cursed and immediately contacted Yuan Gungun, as it was the only thing he could do at this point. Upon receiving Wang Teng's message, Yuan Gungun couldn't help but smile. I thought you were so awesome that you wouldn't need my help. Wang Teng. Wait and see how I hack into their AI system and open the hatch for you. Roundy didn't waste any time, smiled smugly, and started operating. It is an intelligent life form, at a very high level, while the opponent's intelligent systems are relatively rigid, mainly used for controlling spaceships with very limited other functions. Therefore, it is not too difficult for the round thing to break through the opponent's defenses and infiltrate its intelligent system. Soon, the spaceship's hatch opened, and the warriors of the Orient Federation were completely unaware. Just then, Yuan Gungun transmitted a layout diagram into Wang Teng's mind. A round, booming voice came over. This is the internal layout of the spaceship beneath your feet. There are many places marked with conspicuous red dots, which are the spaceship's monitoring systems. Thanks. Wang Teng paused for a moment, then said in his mind. With this layout, his life will be much easier, and he will be able to accurately avoid surveillance and not be discovered in advance by the stellar-level warriors in the control room. HMPH, I didn't expect you to be so fearless, daring to wander into wormholes so casually. Be careful not to die, Roundy said with a light snort. Don't worry, I won't die, Wang Teng said confidently. Actually, you don't need to confront it head-on. You can directly destroy the spaceship's energy core, and the entire spaceship will be scrapped. The martial artists on board will naturally perish in the wormhole, said Roundy. Great idea. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He originally planned to go to the location of the light orb and kill the warriors of the Orient Federation directly, but after Yuan Gungun's suggestion, he realized that this was a simpler and less strenuous method. Wang Teng then located the energy core directly on the internal layout diagram of the spaceship in his mind and quickly found the best route. He chose a direction, retracted the wind and thunder wings on his back, and began to run quickly through the passage in front of him. Wang Teng suddenly discovered that with the help of the intelligent life form Yuan Gungun, things that were originally extremely difficult, such as infiltrating the other party's spaceship, had become incredibly simple. As a result, he reached the spaceship's energy core almost without encountering any obstacles. However, the spaceship had one last line of defense. What was blocking Wang Teng's way was a sealed door made of an unknown black metal that looked very heavy. It's a stellar-grade alloy. Just cut it open with your moongold wheel. A round, chubby voice casually rang out. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng knew that the sealed door was no match for the moon golden wheel. He immediately took out the moon golden wheel and used his mental power to control it to cut forward. The heavy door, which was strong enough to withstand the powerful bombardment of a stellar-level martial artist, was easily cut open and collapsed to the ground. Immediately, a huge device resembling an oven appeared before Wang Teng. It was spherical, covered with dense runes, and radiating a crimson light. Around the sphere were pipes connecting to the spaceship, and the runes spread outwards. Do you have any timed explosives or anything like that on you? Roundy suddenly asked. No, what's wrong? Wang Teng asked. If you damage this energy core, it will explode. You're so close, you'll probably get hurt, said Roundy. Why didn't you say so earlier? Wang Teng said speechlessly. I just forgot, the round-faced boy said guiltily. Now I finally know how Senior Nangong Yu died. He must have been killed by an unreliable AI like you, Wang Teng said quietly. Round and plump, Wang Teng didn't say anything more. He walked up to the energy core, and a source stone appeared in his hand. He then casually inscribed a few runes on it. And just like that, a makeshift explosive device was completed. Wang Teng smiled slightly and placed the source stone on the energy core. He then used his lunar golden force to blast open the bottom deck of the spaceship and instantly rushed out of the spaceship. Beep beep beep. A loud alarm suddenly sounded on the spaceship. A piercing alarm sounded, and a red light flashed on the Orient Federation's spaceship. What happened? The three stellar-level martial artists in the control room changed their expressions slightly and asked loudly. Warning! Warning! Anomaly detected in the energy core. The spaceship's intelligent core repeatedly issued warnings. What? How could there be a problem with the core energy source? Quickly, send someone to investigate immediately. The three stellar-level warriors immediately sensed something was wrong and spoke up, but before they could finish speaking, the entire spaceship exploded. An Orient Federation spaceship was reduced to cosmic dust. What happened? The anomaly immediately attracted the attention of the other 9 Orient Federation spaceships, and the stellar-level warriors on board all looked toward the site of the explosion. On the main spaceship at the center, a man with a cold expression, who looked to be only in his 30s, had his face covered with fine black scales. He was very similar to the prodigy of the Euro star system, Lokans, and was obviously of the same race. He stared coldly at the display screen. The main control rooms of the other 9 spaceships were all connected to this main spaceship, and they maintained constant communication with each other. But at this moment, the screen of one of the spaceships had gone completely dark. Spaceship number 6 has exploded. The Black Scale Clan's 9th-level stellar-level expert spoke, his voice filled with coldness. What exactly happened just now? A human-looking stellar-level martial artist behind him asked. Could it be that he was hit by the opponent? Some people speculated. No, it's the energy core of spaceship number 6 that's malfunctioning, said the 9th-level stellar-level martial artist. The energy core is under tight protection, and it was thoroughly inspected before departure. How could there be a problem? The human stellar-level warrior frowned and asked in confusion. Notify the other 8 spaceships to send people to protect their energy cores to prevent intrusion, the 9th-level stellar-level expert ordered, his eyes flashing. Yes. The other martial artists clearly understood his meaning. Since it wasn't a problem with the spaceship itself, then someone must have infiltrated the spaceship. Although everyone found it unbelievable and couldn't understand how their opponent had managed to enter the spaceship, they hadn't noticed anything beforehand. Externally, Wang Teng's gaze swept over the exploded spaceship, and his mental power swept back all the attribute bubbles that had burst out from inside. This contains the attribute bubbles of 10 planetary-level martial artists and 3 stellar-level martial artists. It can't be wasted. Earth-type Celestial Force *3200. King-level Earth-type Talent *380. Planetary Spirit 300. Cry Star Earth Technique, Stellar Level, *900 Gold-type Star Force *3600. King-level Gold-type Talent *410. Planetary Spirit *360. Lightning Star Force *1800. King-level Lightning Talent *200. Royal Spirit 300. Cry Star Thunder Technique *100 Dozens of attribute bubbles rushed into Wang Teng's body. He originally intended to just glance at these attribute bubbles and take stock of them after dealing with all the Orient Federation ships, but a few attribute bubbles caught his attention. A lightning-type martial artist has actually appeared. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He clearly felt that his lightning-type primal force had reached its limit, and now all that was left was a conversion process. Once all his lightning-type primal force was converted into stellar primal force, he could advance to the planetary level. Now that even planetary-level lightning-based techniques have appeared, everything is ready except for the final push. When Wang Teng saw the name of the technique, Star Thunder Technique, he was speechless. This is probably actually a series of martial arts techniques. Regardless, at least I obtained a lightning-based cultivation technique, which is truly remarkable. God knows how many brain cells he spent on these mutated attribute cultivation techniques. Aside from this unexpected surprise of being a lightning-type martial artist, the rest are all martial artists of the 5 elements, with nothing particularly outstanding. However, after adding these force attribute values, his strength increased significantly. Wang Teng smiled, his gaze falling on the next spaceship, deciding to do the same thing, causing this spaceship to explode and ascend into the sky. Wang Teng, be careful, they're sending people to guard the energy core. At that moment, a round voice appeared in his mind. They're pretty quick. Wang Teng's eyes narrowed, but this didn't disrupt his plan. Anyway, he was originally going to deal with these martial artists, but now that they've asked for their own deaths, he'll just have to put in the effort to take care of them himself. Then, Yuan Gungun sent the internal layout diagram of the spaceship to Wang Teng. After Wang Teng found the location of the energy core, he first used the Source Essence Eye and Spiritual Vision Eye to take a look and confirm the opponent's strength. At the heart of the energy source, 1 stellar level and 3 planetary level warriors stood guard outside, their sharp gazes sweeping across the surroundings. Sir, the outside is a wormhole space. Surely no one can break into our spaceship through a wormhole space, cry, one of the planetary level warriors said. Everyone, be alert, humans can't do this. What if it's a robot, cry, the stellar level martial artist glared at him and said coldly. The planetary level martial artist immediately dared not speak again, and obediently guarded his surroundings. If there was a problem with the energy core, they would all be finished. At this moment, Wang Teng appeared behind the passage where they were, separated only by a wall. His gaze pierced through the walls of the steel passageway, directly fixed on several warriors from the Orient Federation. He was now somewhat grateful for the spaceship's design. It was filled with interconnected passageways, so even if there was a wall between them, the warriors of the Orient Federation wouldn't be able to spot him. However, with his Eye of Origin, he could precisely pinpoint their location. Wang Teng raised his hand, and the moon golden wheel silently appeared in front of him. Then it suddenly shot out, instantly cutting through the steel wall of the passage and rushing directly towards the stellar-level martial artist. Not good. The stellar-level martial artist was shocked and hurriedly dodged to the side. However, the moon wheel was incredibly fast, and it grazed right across his neck. Thus, an extremely bizarre scene unfolded. The body of a stellar-level martial artist had already shot out, but his head remained suspended in mid-air before being flung away. The stellar-level warrior's head saw his own corpse, and his face was filled with horror. How is this possible, cry? With just one thought, he was completely plunged into darkness. The other 3 planetary-level warriors were stunned, their expressions changed drastically, and they were about to flee when the moon golden wheel caught up and directly shredded their bodies, killing them beyond any hope of survival. Done. Wang Teng passed through the wall through the opening created by the moon golden wheel, glanced indifferently at the corpses, picked up a dozen or so attribute bubbles, and also took the spatial equipment of the martial artists. Not long after, he left the spaceship. Boom! Behind him, the spaceship exploded and flew away. Wang Teng did not turn around. A real man never looks back at an explosion. He continued to reach the next spaceship. But at that moment, chaos erupted aboard the main spaceship. It exploded. Another spaceship has exploded. Everyone looked grim, and the 9th-level stellar-level martial artist's face was so dark it looked like it was about to drip water. 2 spaceships crashed in succession, but they were completely unaware of anything amiss, not even knowing how the explosions occurred. An extremely oppressive atmosphere filled the remaining 8 spaceships. Everyone was worried that they would be the next spaceship to explode. Boom! Just then, another spaceship exploded and turned into dust in the void. The third one. Gather all the warriors on each spaceship at the energy core, leaving only 1 warrior to guard the control room, quick. The 9th-level stellar warrior, his face ashen, hurriedly gave the order. The warriors on the remaining 7 spaceships sprang into action, all heading towards the energy core. However, explosions still occurred. Boom! The 4th one. Boom! The 5th one. Boom! The 6th one. As the ships exploded mysteriously in the void, and soon only the last main ship remained, everyone in the Orient Federation fell silent. Everyone was under tremendous pressure, especially the planetary-level warriors, who all looked pale as they gazed at the leading stellar-level 9th-level warrior. They wanted to retreat. If this continues, it's just a pointless death. They don't even know where the enemy is, or who they are. How can they fight? Cry. When Yuan Gungun saw Wang Tang cleanly and efficiently eliminate 9 Orland Federation spaceships, leaving the main ship alone, he was already dumbfounded. It took him a long time to utter a single sentence. Damn, he's cheating. However, Wang Tang completely surprised it. 9 spaceships. None escaped, they were all destroyed. If this were told to others, they probably wouldn't believe it. Even a cosmic-level powerhouse couldn't easily accomplish this, but Wang Tang did it, and it seemed like he didn't exert much effort at all. Roundy took a deep breath, realizing that he really needed to re-evaluate Wang Tang's strength. This guy would be an extremely monstrous existence even in the universe. In the void of the wormhole, a thrilling chase has just begun, but it seems to be nearing its end. The Orient Federation originally dispatched 10 spaceships, arriving with great momentum, intending to keep Wang Tang there. As a result, Wang Tang completely overwhelmed them, leaving only 1 spaceship stubbornly chasing the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship controlled by Yuan Gungun. Inside the Orient Federation spaceship, the atmosphere was oppressive. The Black Scale Clan's 9th-level stellar-level warrior, his face cold, loudly ordered. Attack! Attack! Destroy the spaceships ahead. Yes! Boom boom boom. Beams of primal force shot toward the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship in front of it. The warriors aboard the Orient Federation spaceship could no longer withstand the pressure and, upon receiving orders, began a frenzied attack. In their view, the explosion of those 9 spaceships must be related to the escapees on the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship, so as long as they destroyed them, all the crises would be resolved. Open the protective shield to its maximum to prevent anyone from infiltrating the spaceship. Activate full-scale scanning for living organisms. Commands were issued from the mouths of the 9th-level stellar warriors. Faced with a life-or-death crisis, even he dared not be negligent in the slightest. His mind raced as he quickly considered how to deal with the situation. Under his command, the planetary-level warriors below also began to work in an orderly manner. Although they were panicked, they knew that only by obeying orders could they have a chance of survival. Wang Tang, be careful. The captain of this spaceship is very smart. He has already started life scanning. Can your stealth technique block it? Cry. At this moment, Yuan Gungun was infiltrating the main brain of the Orient Federation spaceship while communicating with Wang Tang. Life scan. Wang Tang's eyes flashed, and he nodded to indicate that he understood. He couldn't be sure if the shadow concealment technique could fool the life scan, but even if it was discovered, he would have no choice but to fight it head-on. Is it ready? Cry. Wang Tang asked in his mind. Wait a minute, 2 seconds, 1, 2. Okay, done. The round voice fell, and the spaceship hatch opened a crack big enough for one person to pass through. Wang Tengfei quickly rushed into the spaceship, and the hatch closed tightly behind him. Everything happened in a matter of seconds, incredibly fast. Even if the spaceship's main computer hadn't been hacked by the round thing, it would have been difficult to detect the anomaly. After entering the spaceship, Wang Tang went straight to the spaceship's energy core without stopping. After destroying 9 spaceships, he discovered a common feature. These spaceships were all standardized, and their energy cores were all in the same location, making them incredibly easy to find. Wang Tang swiftly traversed the steel passageways of the spaceship, dodging surveillance cameras one by one, and even used the shadow step technique, becoming like a ghost in the darkness. Wang Tang, something bad has happened. That 9th-level stellar-level martial artist has personally gone to the energy core. A round, solemn voice suddenly rang out. Wang Tang's gaze narrowed slightly, but his steps did not falter at all, and he continued to rush forward. Unless the other side is stupid, they will definitely send the strongest person in the spaceship to guard the energy core. The same happened to the few ships he destroyed earlier, except that the stellar-level warriors on those ships couldn't stop him and were all killed by his underhanded tactics. Now it remains to be seen whether this 9th-level stellar-level martial artist can withstand Wang Teng. The life scan on the spaceship was being performed repeatedly when suddenly a planetary-level warrior noticed something and shouted. "Sir, we've detected a faint life force entering through the hatch, but it's disappeared." His voice transmitted through the communicator to the 9th-level stellar-level martial artist, causing his gaze to grow even colder, and a sinister smile to appear on his lips. "Scan again, find his trail, report immediately." Yes, the warriors of the Orient Federation in the control room were also excited. Now that the intruder has been discovered, and with Lord Candace protecting it, the energy core can definitely be defended. And if that intruder encounters Lord Candace, it will surely be killed. It should be noted that Lord Candace is a 9th-level stellar-level powerhouse. He has been on the battlefield for a long time, killed countless enemies, and has extremely strong combat power. He has even withstood 3 attacks from Lord Harold Town Star Guardian, a cosmic-level powerhouse. Such a record is not something that an ordinary 9th-level stellar warrior could achieve. The difference between stellar level and cosmic level is enormous. Although it may seem that there is only one level difference between the 9th level of stellar level and cosmic level, the gap between the two is like an insurmountable chasm. Candace's record is already very impressive. Just as the warriors of the Orient Federation were relaying the message to Candace, Roundy also informed Wang Teng. "You've been discovered, they detected a tiny fluctuation you leaked. It's been discovered. It seems the shadow concealment technique is no longer effective." Wang Teng shook his head inwardly. "What do we do next?" the round-faced boy asked. "Don't panic. Let them search for a while. I'll be more careful from now on. If they find my trail again, I'll change my surname to theirs," Wang Teng said calmly. Seeing his confidence, the round-faced boy was speechless. Soon, Wang Teng arrived at the energy core, where the 9th-level stellar warrior, Candace, had already arrived and was warily scanning his surroundings. A wisp of stellar-level spiritual energy emanated from it, scanning through the steel wall. That's right, when he entered the 9th level of the stellar level, his mental realm had also reached the stellar level. Otherwise, how could he have survived 3 moves against a cosmic-level expert? It was his stellar-level mental acuity that made him so sharp. However, Wang Teng's mental cultivation was stronger than his. While avoiding the mental scan, he couldn't help but let out a soft in his heart. Interesting, this sheep is quite fat. A slight smile played on Wang Teng's lips as he enveloped his body with his mental energy, using the shadow concealment technique to ensure success. He then silently approached his opponent's location, like a large cat poised to pounce on its prey. Wang Teng and Candace are separated by only one wall. If the wall were removed, they would be standing face to face, probably less than a meter apart. Wang Teng was waiting for an opportunity to strike a fatal blow. Opposite him was a 9th-level stellar-level martial artist. Unlike the stellar-level martial artists he had killed before, the 9th level of the stellar level was already the peak of this realm. Wang Teng never underestimates any peak expert in any realm. Candace frowned and projected his mental energy to scan his body, but such a scan was extremely taxing on him. After all, he was not a mentalist and his control over his mind was very rough, so the energy expenditure was also enormous. "Haven't found the intruders yet?" he asked the warrior in the control room via communicator. "Sir, that fluctuation appeared once and then completely disappeared. We can't find him." A frantic voice came from the other end. An unknown intruder has broken into a sealed spaceship, and the intruder has a terrifying record of destroying 9 spaceships. No one can feel at ease. Amidst the general anxiety, Wang Teng continued to lie in wait, his body moving in sync with Candace on the opposite side of the wall. At one point, Candace seemed to become agitated, and while pacing back and forth, he turned around, leaving his back to Wang Teng. Now, a sharp light flashed in Wang Teng's eyes and the moon golden wheel transformed into a dazzling golden light as it sped out. Pshaw! The steel wall was sliced open like tofu, and the moon gold wheel passed right through it, like a beautiful golden venomous python opening its huge mouth to reveal its fangs, fiercely pouncing on Candace's back. Not good. Candace, a veteran of countless battles, sensed the danger approaching from behind. His expression changed drastically, and he reacted instantly. "Ah!" He let out a roar, his entire body surging with the force. He stomped his foot on the ground, causing the hard metal at the bottom of the spaceship to collapse. Using the immense force, he slid sideways. PFF'd. The moon wheel was incredibly fast, yet it still managed to slice through Candace's body, severing one of his arms and spraying out a large amount of blood. Wang Teng was surprised that his long-planned attack only managed to sever one of his opponent's arms, a far from ideal result, and he frowned. However, he did not hesitate at all and once again took control of the moon wheel to press his advantage. Take advantage of his injury and kill him. The moon wheel sliced through the air, surging forward across the narrow passage, which was only 1.5 meters wide, almost completely blocking the passageway. Candace endured the excruciating pain in his arm and retreated rapidly. At the same time, a battle axe appeared in his hand, and the force surged, condensing into a sharp golden axe blade. Slay him! Candace roared, his face contorted with rage. As the axe slashed out, the golden axe beam, carrying the force to cleave mountains and shatter peaks, collided with the moon gold wheel. Clang! A long, clear, metallic hum echoed through the passage, making people's ears ring and almost causing them to lose their hearing. The moon wheel was smashed away and landed on the wall. Due to its high-speed rotation, it left a crisscrossing pattern on the steel wall, which was shocking to behold. Die! Candace's eyes were bloodshot, and the excruciating pain in his arm fueled his ferocity. He charged at Wang Teng with a battle axe in one hand. Boom! 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 The battle axe slashed wildly, unleashing bursts of axe light with unparalleled power. But Candace also had his concerns. He was worried about damaging the spaceship, so he often avoided certain important places. Wang Teng was dressed in crimson-black armor, obscuring his face. With a gentle flap of his wind and thunder wings, the power of wind and thunder surged, greatly increasing his speed as he gracefully retreated. His martial arts cultivation was only at the planetary level, and even if he unleashed multiple elemental forces at the same time, it would be difficult for him to contend with a 9th-level stellar-level martial artist. To confront the other party head-on is simply insane. As they retreated, under Wang Teng's mental control, the moon golden wheel rushed towards Candace from the opposite direction. The moon wheel spun at high speed, incredibly sharp, and under the control of mental power, it resembled a terrifying meat grinder, forcing Candace to turn around and block. Wang Teng wasn't idle either. His battle sword appeared in his hand, unleashing streaks of sword light to harass Candace. Candace looked grim. He was already struggling to defend himself against the moon wheel's attacks, and the added harassment from Wang Teng only made him more irritable. You bastard! Coward! Have the guts to fight me to the death! Unable to bear it any longer, Candace roared in anger. Wang Teng remained silent, keeping a safe distance, and manipulated the moon golden wheel to launch a frenzied attack, giving him no chance to escape. He would rather die than fight this guy head-on. Isn't it better to play dirty tricks from a far cry? Candace was very strong, but every time he knocked the moon wheel away, Wang Teng would immediately use his mental power to make it fly back and continue attacking. As a result, he had no chance to attack Wang Teng at all. He had a lot of strength but could not use it, which made him feel so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. It has to be said that Wang Teng's playing style is really sneaky. That's incredibly sleazy. Wang Teng, several other stellar-level martial artists are on their way. The round voice rang out again. I'm not playing with you anymore. Wang Teng's expression shifted, he waved to the exhausted Candace, and turned to rush towards the energy core. After Candace was forced back by the moon golden wheel, the sealed door of the energy core was completely exposed in front of Wang Teng. He directly broke it open violently and put the explosive source stone inside. You dare! When Candace saw this, his pupils contracted. He finally understood how those spaceships had exploded. It's such a simple method. 9 powerful military ships were easily destroyed, and now even this last ship is in grave danger. Candace was furious, his eyes fixed on Wang Teng. He became completely ruthless, and a blinding golden light burst from the axe blade, cleaving the moon gold wheel in two. Then, taking advantage of the opening, he rushed towards Wang Teng. Because Wang Teng was distracted and his control over the moon wheel was not as strong, he gave Candace an opportunity. Bye-bye. However, when Wang Teng saw him rushing towards him, he actually turned around and ran away. The moon gold wheel flew back at an even faster speed, breaking through the bottom metal layer of the spaceship, and Wang Teng rushed out of the spaceship. Boom! The moment Wang Teng rushed out of the spaceship, the energy core exploded violently, and terrifying energy instantly engulfed the entire spaceship, turning it into a ball of flames. Candace was too late to escape and was engulfed by the violent energy explosion. Finally, it's over. A 9th level stellar level martial artist is indeed not so easy to kill. Wang Teng looked at the spaceship that had turned into a fireball in front of him, let out a long breath, and couldn't help but sigh. There's something weird about what you're saying, the round-faced boy said speechlessly. I'm very serious, Wang Teng said solemnly. Alright, I get it now, you're seriously bragging, said Roundy. Wang Teng felt that this round guy seemed to have some misunderstanding about him. Was he the kind of person who liked to brag? Cry. Boom! The last spaceship of the Orient Federation was completely reduced to fragments and disappeared into the deep wormhole void. All the warriors on the entire spaceship perished, with no survivors, including the 9th level stellar level warrior, Candace. After these martial artists died, attribute bubbles appeared one by one. The martial artist's body had been completely reduced to ashes by the explosion of the spaceship, leaving nothing but those attribute bubbles. Gold type Star Force *36000. King level gold type talent *1200. 800 stellar level spirit points. Planetary level comprehension *2400. Cry star gold technique, stellar level, *3300 cry. Cry collapse star battle axe *1400 cry. Cry collapse star technique *300 cry. Earth type star force *12000. King level earth type talent *650. Planetary spirit *2200. Planetary level comprehension *2000. Cry star earth technique, stellar level, *2100 cry. Water type star force *6800. King level water type talent *600. Planetary spirit 1800. Planetary level comprehension *1600. Cry star water technique, stellar level, *1900 cry. Water system secrets *400. After collecting the attribute bubbles, Wang Teng couldn't help but show a look of joy. There are so many, there are just too many attribute values. There were many martial artists on this spaceship, so Wang Teng obtained a huge amount of attribute points. In addition to the previous 9 ships, whose attribute values have not yet been inventoried. He made a killing from this. Wang Teng couldn't wait to return to the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship. Ignoring Yuan Gungun's nagging, he locked himself in the training room. What's going on? Cry. Why are you in such a hurry? Cry. Roundy was turned away and scratched his round head, looking completely bewildered. However, it had no intention of prying into Wang Teng's privacy. Since Wang Teng had locked himself in the cultivation room, he naturally didn't want to be disturbed, so it wouldn't go in casually. Inside the cultivation room, Wang Teng sat down cross-legged and focused his mind on the attribute panel. Since he hadn't taken stock of the attribute bubbles he had absorbed before, and they had all been transformed into his cultivation and insights, he could only determine how much he had improved by looking at the changes in the attribute panel. First and foremost are the 2 attributes of spirit and comprehension. Comprehension, 555 thousandths, stellar level. Spirit, 3,755 thousandths, stellar level. In terms of attribute values, the improvement in mental attribute is undoubtedly enormous, by more than 3,000 points, which is several times higher than before. Keep in mind that this is a stellar level spirit, which is not so easy to improve. The one who made the greatest contribution was undoubtedly the 9th level stellar level martial artist. Only his spirit reached the stellar level. Furthermore, Wang Teng remembered that among the attributes he had just picked up was 800 points of stellar level mental attribute, which was undoubtedly the biggest prize. As expected, that martial artist was a fat sheep. However, what surprised Wang Teng the most was his comprehension attribute, because at this moment his comprehension attribute had also reached the stellar level. Stellar level comprehension is already a very high level of comprehension. Generally speaking, reaching the stellar level of comprehension means that no stellar level cultivation technique or combat skill can stump him. Of course, it's not that planetary level comprehension means one cannot comprehend stellar level techniques or combat skills, it just takes a longer time. After all, even a very slow learner can succeed through persistent effort. However, for martial artists, the path of cultivation is about seizing every second, so naturally the faster the better. Ideally, it should be resolved in 3 seconds. Next, we'll look at the changes in talent-related attribute values. You wouldn't believe it until you look. It turns out that all of his force talents have been upgraded to the king level. King level gold type talent, 3,251 thousandths. King level wood type talent, 2,801 thousandths. King level water type talent, 3,401 thousandths. King level fire talent, 4,101 thousandths. King level earth element talent, 3,851 thousandths. King level wind type talent, 801 thousandths. King level lightning talent, 651 thousandths. King level ice talent, 151 thousandths. King level dark talent, 1941 thousand. They all possessed king level talents, especially the 5 elements origin force talents, which saw the greatest improvement this time, with almost every talent increasing by more than 3,000 points. Furthermore, among the warriors of the Orient Federation, there were actually wind and lightning type warriors, thus their king level talents were also enhanced. Now all that's missing are the king level poison talent and the king level light talent. As he continued looking down, Wang Tang's gaze suddenly stopped on the attribute values in the special talents section. King level swordsmanship talent, 801 thousandths. King level swordsmanship talent, 1,501 thousand. King tier battle axe talent, 3,201 thousandths. Wang Tang. Oh, cry. Oh. Wang Tang. Cry, cry. Wang Tang was initially bewildered, then his expression turned to surprise. When did their talent in mastering these 3 weapons also reach the king level cry? That's so abrupt. Surprise. This is absolutely a surprise. With these 3 talents improved, he will find it easier to comprehend sword and knife techniques in the future, and they will have a synergistic effect with his comprehension attribute. This is why some sword and saber prodigies can achieve such high levels of skill in their respective fields. It's because of this talent. To Wang Tang's dismay, the talent that saw the biggest improvement was actually the battle axe talent. He doesn't want to be a brute. He shook his head, then helplessly continued reading, his gaze landing on the origin force realm. Golden Star Force, 41,507 thousandths, planetary level 7. Wood-type Star Force, 38,005 thousandths, planetary level 5. Water-based Star Force, 35,605 thousandths, planetary level 5. Fire-type Star Force, 12,006 thousandths, planetary level 6. Earth-type Star Force, 8,006 thousandths, planetary level 6. Dark Star Force, 6,003 thousandths, planetary level 3. When Wang Tang saw his 5 elements origin force level, he was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. Wow, such a huge improvement. All 5 elements of primal force have reached the 5th level or above in cultivation, especially the metal element of stellar primal force, which has reached the 7th level of the planetary level. Unbelievable. However, when he thought of the attribute values provided by that 9th level stellar level martial artist, he felt relieved. The gold elemental star power he provided alone reached 36,000 points. Combined with the attribute values released by other martial artists, it wouldn't be unreasonable to raise it to the 7th level of the planetary level. After all, they are all stellar level martial artists, and the amount of primal force they unleash is much greater than that of planetary level martial artists. In addition to the 5 elements force, Wang Tang's wind force and lightning force have also improved significantly, both reaching the peak of the 13-star war general level. All that's missing is converting it into stellar energy, and then it can truly reach the planetary level. Wang Tang took a deep breath to calm himself down from the joy of his huge improvement in cultivation level, and then looked at the cultivation techniques section. Cry Star Gold Technique, stellar level, Cry, 401 thousandths mastery. Cry Starwood Technique, stellar level, Cry, 761 thousandths mastery. Cry Star Water Technique, stellar level, Cry, 681 thousandths mastery. Spark Technique, stellar level, 353 thousandths, minor success. Cry Star Earth Technique, stellar level, Cry, 721 thousandths mastery. Star Thunder Technique, 100/300ths beginner. As you can see, all 5 elemental cultivation techniques have been transformed from planetary level techniques to stellar level techniques, and a new technique, the Star Thunder Technique, has also been added. This means he can also convert lightning-based primal force into stellar primal force. The stellar level cultivation method allows his primal force to operate in accordance with the requirements of the stellar level realm. In terms of the purity of his primal force, it can meet the requirements for performing stellar level combat techniques. Stellar level combat techniques must be executed with stellar level force purity, otherwise their power will be greatly reduced. Wang Teng now knows that the purity of the force at the stellar level is actually different from that at the planetary level. The force at the stellar level is more refined and abundant. So don't be fooled by the fact that Wang Teng's cultivation level is only at the planetary level. In reality, the purity of his primal force is much higher than that of an average planetary level cultivator. Since he has absorbed a considerable amount of primal force attribute values from stellar level martial artists. However, what puzzled Wang Teng was why all the martial artists of the Orient Federation were practicing the same set of techniques. Don't they have any other cultivation methods? Wang Teng was somewhat suspicious. However, the 2-star level mentors from the Holy Star Tower provided him with 2 other types of cultivation techniques, not this one. However, Wang Teng did not learn it. He decided to master the entire set of techniques first, as he felt there was something fishy about it. Maybe there will be other techniques like Star Wind Technique, Star Light Technique, and Star Darkness Technique later on, which will make up a complete set and then combine to become some awesome technique. Wang Teng felt that this was not impossible. That sounds so exciting. Wouldn't it be incredibly fun if he actually guessed right? Of course, he also has the resources to dare to try, since he can gain skill proficiency by picking up attributes, and it's not too difficult to switch to a more advanced skill. Having determined the future path of his cultivation technique, Wang Teng then turned his attention to combat skills. He didn't acquire any combat skills this time. But there was nothing he could do. After all, he killed those warriors from the Orient Federation by destroying their spaceships. They didn't even have a chance to use their combat skills, so the chances of them unleashing their skills were extremely low. Of course, it wasn't like we gained nothing at all. That 9th level stellar level martial artist at least provided him with a stellar level combat skill attribute bubble. Collapsing Star Battle Axe. This Crushing Star Battle Axe is actually an upgraded version of the planetary level combat skill, Crushing Mountain Battle Axe, that he had previously obtained. Wang Teng realized that all the inheritances in this universe follow the same pattern, one link after another. Unfortunately, it's still a battle axe type combat technique in the end. Wang Teng has always aspired to become a peerless genius skilled in both swordsmanship and saber techniques. This Collapse Star Battle Axe is clearly completely out of character for him. What left him speechless was that the Collapse Star Battle Axe actually unleashed its ultimate technique. Collapsing Star Technique, a profound secret technique of axe fighting based on the earth element. As Wang Teng focused his attention on the Collapse Star Battle Axe and the Collapse Star Profound Technique, a loud bang suddenly resounded in his mind. A latent surge of inherited memories erupted. It was a scene where a towering figure held a massive battle axe, seemingly practicing a profound battle axe technique. Suddenly, the figure raised the battle axe high, and an intense yellow light shone on the axe blade. The next moment, the battle axe cleaved down, and a terrifying yellow axe beam slashed fiercely at a planet located in the void. Boom! A terrifying sound rang out, and the planet shattered instantly under the terrifying power of the battle axe, turning into countless meteorites that drifted into the depths of space. The imposing figure left behind a silhouette and disappeared into the depths of Wang Teng's consciousness. Phew! As the video ended, Wang Teng let out a long sigh of relief. I never expected that the mountain-crushing battle axe would be so powerful when used in conjunction with the ultimate technique. He muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming. Wang Teng carefully examined what he had gained and discovered that the 300 points of profound attribute value allowed him to directly leapfrog 10% in his mastery of the Collapse Star Profound Technique, reaching 20%. Judging from the power of the ultimate technique, with his current Earth-type realm at the 6th level of the planetary level, he could easily kill opponents within the planetary level. And even pose a threat to stellar-level martial artists, or even kill those of higher levels. It should be noted that this is judged solely on martial arts cultivation, without considering factors such as mental strength. In other words, he can completely rely on the Collapse Star Technique to kill enemies of higher levels. That's awesome. Anyone who can defeat enemies of a higher level is incredibly powerful. Wang Teng was not boasting, he was simply stating a fact. How about we get a tomahawk toy and play around with Cry? As he pondered this, Wang Teng's expression turned pale, and he couldn't help but feel uneasy. In addition to the Collapse Star Profound Meaning, Wang Teng also obtained another water-based Profound Meaning, which was also transformed into insights and integrated into Wang Teng's memory. Then Wang Teng discovered that his 1,000 Waves Profound Meaning had actually improved. 1000 Waves Secret Technique, 10/1000ths 30%. The percentage of the 1000 Waves Profound Technique had increased dramatically from 20% to 30%, and Wang Teng was overjoyed. The first ultimate technique that reaches 30% has finally appeared. It is important to know that comprehending the ultimate technique is extremely difficult, and the power will increase exponentially with each improvement. If 20% of the Collapse Star Profound Technique can kill a first-level stellar-level martial artist, then 30% of the 1000 Waves Profound Technique can kill a second-level or even third-level stellar-level martial artist. You can imagine how terrifying it is. After reviewing the ultimate techniques and combat skills, Wang Teng glanced at the attribute values below. That's about it. At most, he gained some attribute bubbles for the Universal Common Language, and upgraded his Universal Common Language to the highest level. Universal Language, 503,000ths Great Achievement. What's the use of a splendid language? Cry. He doesn't aspire to be a language master. Wang Teng shook his head, withdrew his mind from the attribute panel, opened the door of the cultivation room, and walked out. You finally decided to come out. The round little thing appeared in front of him almost instantly, its small round nose almost touching his nose. What are you doing? Wang Teng was taken aback. Nothing much, just letting you know we're leaving the Milky Way soon, Roundy said with a dry cough. Leave the Milky Way, Wang Teng thought to himself. Next, he and Yuan Gungun went to the main control room. Yuan Gungun turned on the panoramic simulation, and a spacetime distortion appeared in front of them, like a deep vortex. Numerous attribute bubbles floated around the vortex. Pick it up. Wang Teng was secretly delighted and quickly used his mental power to collect all the attribute bubbles. Time *4, Time *2, Space *10, Space *5, Time *3. It really is time and space attributes. Wang Teng chuckled and glanced at the attribute panel. Spatial body, 26,551,000ths Tier 1. Time, 85/1000ths. The spatial body goes without saying, it has already reached the so-called first rank. Although Wang Teng doesn't know what this rank actually means, it seems very powerful. Aside from a few useless attributes, everything else is fine. Time is a talent, the same as the spatial talent before evolving into a spatial body. Through Wang Teng's tireless efforts in collecting attribute bubbles, he has accumulated 85 points of time attribute, which is a huge sum. Wang Teng had only recently acquired his time-related talent, and as with anything new, the beginning was difficult. In addition, time attributes are extremely rare, which is why his progress was so slow. At that moment, the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship was rushing into the vortex. A moment later, they finally returned to the void of space through the wormhole. However, the surroundings were extremely unfamiliar. Whether it was the distant constellations or the nearby planets, everything was foreign. This is now a completely different star system. They left their hometown completely and came to a completely unfamiliar world. Looking out, the vastness of the universe stretches to the horizon. Yet it was also cold and lonely. Roundball, turn off the panoramic simulation and continue traveling at the speed of light, Wang Teng said, his mind racing. Good. Roundy was somewhat surprised. He had thought that Wang Teng would be shocked and attracted by the vast star field outside the Milky Way since it was his first time leaving the Milky Way. He didn't expect that Wang Teng would recover after just one glance and not linger at all. I'm going back to cultivate. Wang Teng didn't linger and turned to walk towards the cultivation room. Roundy took a deep look at his back. The universe is vast, yet filled with coldness and loneliness. Compared to it, a mere individual life is far too small and insignificant. I must become stronger, strong enough to transcend it, Wang Teng said to himself with a firm gaze. Wang Teng was somewhat complacent about his newly increased strength. Look, I've even killed a 9th-level stellar-level martial artist, how awesome is that? That's probably the silly idea he had in mind. But after witnessing the vastness and cold desolation of the outer universe, his heart sank completely to the bottom. How dare someone so weak be proud? So let's just go back and quietly continue our cultivation. Back in his cultivation room, Wang Teng closed the door tightly and hung up a sign saying, "Seclusion, do not disturb." Roundy was quite helpless. Actually, it was very curious about Wang Teng's cultivation process because it always felt that Wang Teng was too monstrous and different from normal people. However, it also knew that it was best not to disturb cultivation, as that was a major taboo. Even intelligent life forms like it are no exception. Back when Nangong Yu was cultivating, Yuan Gungun would not have appeared in his cultivation room without his permission. In the training room, Wang Teng sat cross-legged, thought for a moment, and then activated the One Mind, 18 Uses skill, simultaneously cultivating the elemental attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness, poison, and ice. This skill is known as One Mind, 18 Functions, and it's more than enough to cultivate these 11 primal forces. Of course, Wang Teng's main focus was still on lightning-based primal force. His lightning-based primal force is about to transform into stellar primal force and advance to the planetary level, so of course it must be his top priority. At this moment, 11 kinds of primal forces were operating simultaneously within Wang Teng's body. Some flowed gently like streams, while others surged forward like a raging flood. Within the human body, the number of meridians and acupoints is limited, and some exercises inevitably overlap, requiring the sharing of meridians and acupoints. If only one force is in operation, there will naturally be no possibility of conflict. However, when 11 forces are in operation at the same time, the possibility of conflict increases dramatically. If an ordinary martial artist did this, it would inevitably cause conflict, ultimately leading to going into chi deviation. Some geniuses are already extremely monstrous if they possess 2 or 3 forces, but they dare not cultivate 3 forces at the same time. That's practically suicide. However, Wang Teng did not play by the rules. Under his skill of One Mind, 18 Functions, each type of primal force precisely avoided the point of conflict and then operated in an orderly manner. If Yuan knew how he cultivated, he would probably be so shocked he wouldn't be able to close his mouth. This is something no human being would do. Time flies and several days have passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a rumbling sound of thunder suddenly echoed in the cultivation room. A powerful purple lightning-based primal force surrounded the figure sitting cross-legged in the center of the training room, with lightning flashing within the force, making it appear quite peculiar. The rumbling thunder was faintly emanating from within his body. This situation lasted for 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. At the same time, above the sea of nothingness within Wang Teng's body, a purple star slowly rose from below the sea surface. Then it merges with the dozens of stars above the sea, chasing and playing like children, seemingly spinning tirelessly. Lightning force, planetary level 1. Wang Teng could not hide his joy. It's really not easy. After countless hardships, a special type of force has finally been promoted to the planetary level. This is a landmark achievement. At this moment, Wang Teng gazed at the sea of nothingness within his body, which was now bustling and magnificent. There are 5 or 6 of each of the 5 elements of primal power, plus the dark stars and the lightning stars, which makes dozens of stars in total. Wang Teng's achievements, not to mention the distant past, are already unprecedented and unparalleled. So many primal force stars, if they were all thrown out, they could kill a stellar-level martial artist. Inside the cultivation room, Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes. A flash of purple lightning streaked across the room and disappeared in an instant. Round and round, how much longer until we reach the star system where the Great Qian Empire is located? Wang Teng asked in his mind. We're still almost halfway there. We've passed through 2 wormholes and left the Orient Federation. Roundy was boredly gazing at the scenery in the void outside the control room when he suddenly heard Wang Teng's voice. His face lit up with joy, and he quickly replied. Oh, then you continue piloting the spaceship, I'll continue cultivating, Wang Teng said, and then fell silent. The round face stiffened. Hey, come out and talk to me, it's so boring. Don't just keep cultivating, a balance between work and rest is good for your physical and mental health. Round and chubby was probably bored out of its mind. Seeing that Wang Teng wasn't responding, it kept babbling on and on. However, Wang Teng completely ignored it and continued his cultivation. While controlling his cultivation of the force, he also began to explore the wondrous uses of the void mayfly. These days on the spaceship, he wasn't just cultivating, he would occasionally take out the void mayfly to study it, just to relieve boredom and relax. It did have some effect. As he played around, he unexpectedly integrated the mental shield and mental illusion into the void mayfly's body. In other words, the method Yuan Gungun described actually worked, although the chances were a little low. Then, a new skill appeared on the attribute panel. Cry the wrath of the void mayfly. 10/100ths beginner. Cry to cry plus. What the hell is the wrath of the void mayfly? No one can understand how speechless Wang Tang felt when he saw the skill name. He had a feeling that the system was silently mocking him. But Wang Tang had no choice but to accept it. What else can we do? Do we want to go head to head with the system? At this moment, Wang Tang took a deep breath, cleared his mind of distractions, and began cultivating the wrath of the void mayfly. He could have easily used the blank attribute to add points, but in order not to waste the blank attribute, he felt that he should rely on himself if he could. Besides, his comprehension was also very high, and it would be a pity not to use it. Time flowed by once more during his spiritual practice. 8 or 9 days later, a round, urgent, and solemn voice suddenly echoed in Wang Tang's mind. Wang Tang, the pursuers from the Orient Federation are catching up again. Damn it, we've already left the Orient Federation, and they're still chasing us relentlessly. Wang Tang frowned, forced to interrupt his cultivation, and went to the control room. Look, Roundy didn't waste any words and pointed to a bright spot on the screen, saying, they hid very well. The spaceship must have a very powerful concealment device, but it still couldn't escape my Roundy eyes. I finally noticed it. I'll go take a look. After thinking for a moment, Wang Tang decided to personally take charge once again. Alright, be careful. Having witnessed Wang Tang's feat of destroying 10 warships last time, Yuan Gungun knew he could handle it, so he didn't stop him. Wang Tang was simply highly skilled and daring. He flew out of the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship wearing his battle armor and then used the shadow concealment technique to hide his figure. The round object sent the exact location of the pursuers behind them to Wang Tang's smartwatch. Wang Tang glanced at the wristwatch on his wrist, and after confirming the location, the wind and thunder wings on his back unfurled and gently flapped. Accompanied by a faint rumble of thunder, the power of wind and thunder surged, and his figure disappeared from the spot. Planetary-level beings can already traverse the void using their physical bodies, and with the assistance of the wind and thunder wings, Wang Tang's speed is even greater, making short-distance void flight absolutely no problem. About 10 minutes later, Wang Tang finally saw a huge, dark yellow, saucer-shaped spaceship. It bears the mark of the Orient Federation. This spaceship was much larger than the 10 spaceships that had previously pursued them, and it moved through the void like a war fortress. A strange light flashed in his eyes and his expression turned serious. He didn't act rashly. He first found a meteorite nearby and then, as usual, activated his Eye of Origin and Eye of Spiritual Vision to look at the spaceship and assess the enemy's strength. He channeled the power of his twin pupils into his eyes, and instantly the interior of the spaceship became completely visible to him. One by one, orbs of light representing martial artists appeared in Wang Tang's eyes. Hiss! He couldn't help but gasp. Damn, that's giving him way too much credit. There are at least 200 planetary-level martial artists and more than 50 stellar-level martial artists inside this spaceship. The number is terrifying. With so many people, even he wouldn't have an easy time fighting them. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that an extremely intense ball of primal force light appeared inside the spaceship. Cosmic level. The opponent was actually a true cosmic level powerhouse. It's not a spiritual imprint like Nangong Yu's, nor a remnant soul like a ghoul's. He's a genuine universe-level powerhouse. What the hell is the point of fighting? They've run away. They've run away. They've run away. Almost instantly, Wang Tang made a decision. To go and fight a cosmic-level martial artist head-on would be pure suicide. In the universe, planetary and stellar-level martial artists are nothing special. Only cosmic-level martial artists can be considered major figures. Why is that? Obviously, the most obvious difference is the gap in strength. The power of a cosmic level is far, far greater than that of a stellar level. So when Wang Tang saw the orb of light from the cosmic level powerhouse, he knew that his trip had been in vain. Let alone sneaking into the spaceship to detonate the energy core. If he were discovered, a cosmic level being could arrive instantly and kill him. Even if it were to detonate, it probably wouldn't kill a cosmic-level powerhouse, as their physical body is already capable of withstanding the explosion of a spaceship. Of course, it depends on the size of the spaceship. This one in front of us obviously can't be destroyed by a cosmic-class ship. Roundy, prepare to retreat. Speed up, I'll be right back. Wang Tang immediately contacted Yuan Gungun, and his solemn voice reached its ears. What happened? Roundy was startled. It was the first time it had seen Wang Tang's tone so serious. It wondered what had happened to him. There's a cosmic-level expert. Wang Teng replied simply, then fell silent, focusing intently on the crisis before him. He was hiding behind the meteorite, concealing his aura to the extreme. He was not afraid of being detected by the spaceship, but he could not guarantee that he could escape the perception of a cosmic level. Cosmic level. On the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship, the round, chubby man's expression changed drastically, and disbelief appeared in his eyes. They actually summoned a cosmic level powerhouse. Has the Orient Federation gone mad? Cry. Meanwhile, aboard a spaceship belonging to the Orient Federation. Inside the control room, a dignified-looking old man in a gray robe suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Cry. Lord Clot, a 9th-level stellar-level martial artist nearby called out softly. Attack that meteorite. A cosmic-level powerhouse named Clot reached out and tapped a meteorite on the screen in front of him. Yes. Although the others were unaware of what was going on, they immediately followed his orders and aimed the runic weapons on the spaceship at the marked meteorite. Boom! A beam of light shot out instantly. On the other side, Wang Teng was preparing to retreat when his expression suddenly changed. Damn it, we've been discovered. Without any hesitation, he instantly activated his spatial body. A surge of spatial power erupted from him, and with a twitch of his feet, his figure vanished from the space before him amidst the ripples of the void. Boom! The next moment, the beam of light landed on the meteorite. In an instant, the massive meteorite turned to dust, becoming nothing more than cosmic dust and vanishing without a trace. Hundreds of meters away from the meteorite, space fluctuated and Wang Teng appeared. He glanced at the vanished meteorite, still shaken, and immediately unleashed the speed of his wind and thunder wings to the limit, rushing towards the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship without looking back. Continue the attack. On the Orient Federation spaceship, Clot saw that Wang Teng was still alive, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. He pointed to Wang Teng's spot again and said calmly. Boom! The runic weapon changed direction, and one of its cannons was aimed at Wang Teng, firing a beam of light. Wang Teng felt like he was being pricked by thorns, his scalp tingling. He had no choice but to use his spatial talent again to disappear from his spot and instantly teleport to another location. The beam missed its target, and he narrowly avoided another fatal crisis. After 2 unsuccessful attacks, Clot's expression darkened slightly. This little mouse is really good at escaping. A 9th-level stellar-level martial artist next to him was very observant and, seeing the impatience on Clot's face, quickly said with a smile. This 9th-level stellar-level martial artist had long hair, a pair of fox ears, and a fluffy foxtail peeking out from behind, making him look quite peculiar. There are many races in the universe, including the orc race, a subhuman race. This 9th-level stellar-level martial artist was actually a member of the Fox clan. Then let's play along with him slowly. Clot's expression softened slightly, a hint of disdain on his face, as he spoke calmly. Don't worry, he won't escape. The Fox clan warrior at the 9th level of the stellar realm said respectfully. Clot didn't speak again, leaving the pursuit to the Fox clan's 9th level stellar level warrior. Several other stellar-level martial artists nearby couldn't help but feel a hint of jealousy when they saw this Fox clan martial artist stealing the spotlight. The difference between the 9th level of the stellar class and the cosmic class is like heaven and earth. They are both vying for a sliver of opportunity, attempting to escape their current fate. Now that they are under the command of Clot, who is at the cosmic level, they can only earn more attention and training by performing their best, thereby acquiring more resources. So that one day they can accumulate strength and achieve cosmic level and become influential figures. Hurry up, faster. On the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship, Roundy locked onto Wang Teng's location, his face extremely tense, muttering to himself. Behind Wang Teng, a giant spaceship from the Orient Federation was hot on his heels, beams of light shooting out intermittently and bombarding him relentlessly. This scene resembled a cat playing with a mouse. In reality, this was just a false impression created by Wang Teng for the other party. With his spatial talent, he can easily evade his opponent's attacks once he is prepared. But he didn't do that. Instead, he dodged each time with great difficulty, as if he had only narrowly escaped. The warriors on the Orient Federation spaceship had no idea that Wang Teng could escape, so they were not in a hurry and just hung behind him. Roundy, get ready to open the hatch. A dozen minutes later, Wang Teng finally approached the Qian Yuan E-63 spacecraft. Okay, Roundy perked up and immediately opened the spaceship's hatch. Whoosh! Wang Teng suddenly accelerated and rushed into the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship. However, the spaceship's stealth mode was also broken at this moment, revealing its true form, and the Orient Federation and others immediately discovered its location. We've locked onto their spaceship. A glint flashed in the eyes of the Fox Clan's 9th-level stellar warrior as he laughed. Attack! Shoot down their ship, Klot said calmly. Yes. The Fox Clan warrior responded in a deep voice. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the attack from the spaceship was launched, directly blasting towards the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship. The beam of light traversed the void and was about to land on the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship in just 2 or 3 seconds. However, the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship disappeared from its original spot, rushing into the distance at an unbelievable speed. It turns out that right after making contact with Wang Teng, Yuan Gungun had the spaceship complete the acceleration and energy storage process. And it could accelerate immediately once Wang Teng returned. This is also a major advantage of spacecraft. Only a spaceship of cosmic scale could withstand that instantaneous acceleration without disintegrating on the spot. A cosmic-class spaceship. Inside the Orient Federation spaceship, Klot, a cosmic-class being, suddenly stood up, his face beaming with ecstasy. The other stellar-level warriors also noticed this, and all of them showed expressions of disbelief. The other side actually possesses a spaceship of cosmic scale. Weren't they supposed to be natives who escaped from a backward planet? Cry. How could they have a spaceship that only cosmic-level powerhouses possess? Cry. This is not scientific. You know, every single spaceship costs a fortune. They would be rich if they could get their hands on this spaceship. However, it has absolutely nothing to do with them. Judging from Lord Klot's expression, he is determined to get his hands on this cosmic-class spaceship. No wonder even the 10 ships I sent couldn't do anything to them, and Candace even died at their hands. Klot said thoughtfully. He thought the destruction of those 10 spaceships was thanks to this cosmic-class spaceship, but he never expected that it would be solved by Wang Teng, a rookie at the planetary level. All by himself. Chase after them. Stop attacking. I want this cosmic spaceship intact. Their energy must be very limited, we'll chase them until they run out of energy. A glint of light flashed in Klot's eyes, and a hint of greed appeared on his face. He immediately gave a loud order. That's a spaceship of cosmic scale. Even he only owns one, and it cost him most of his fortune to buy it. Now that a spaceship, practically within his grasp, was right in front of him, how could he not be excited? Cry. The other stellar-level warriors sighed with regret, but could only agree repeatedly. Wang Teng returned to the spaceship, his expression grave as he looked back, but then he was taken aback. They've stopped attacking. Cry. Roundy seemed to have thought of something, and sneered, looks like the other party is very greedy. Wang Teng frowned, not immediately understanding what round and chubby meant. They definitely want to wait until our ship runs out of energy, then they can capture us effortlessly and get a perfectly good spaceship, Roundy explained. I see, Wang Teng exclaimed, somewhat amused and exasperated, so this arrest turned into a robbery. Why do you think they're working so hard? Cry. It's all for their own benefit. It's so difficult to improve one's strength in the universe, so they can't afford to miss out on any resources, Roundball remarked with feeling. Wang Teng has only just stepped into the universe, and it seems someone is already going to give him a cruel lesson. Since they want to chase, then let them chase. Wang Teng sneered and asked, how much longer until we reach the territory of the Great Qian Empire? Cry. Almost there, about 2 more days' journey to reach the Great Qian Empire. Roundy chuckled, the meaning of his words was clear even before he finished speaking. 2 more days? Cry. Wang Teng's eyes flashed. Hopefully they can endure these 2 days. Don't worry, they don't know we're heading to the Great Qian Empire, and they certainly won't act easily if they want our spaceship, the round-faced boy said confidently. They're not attacking, but we can't just let them follow us, Wang Teng said, his eyes darting around. What do you want to do? Cry, the round-faced boy asked. Attack them, Wang Teng said. Without needing to say more, Roundy immediately understood Wang Teng's meaning, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. He, mess with their mentality. For the next 2 days, the Orient Federation's ships did not attack again. Instead, Wang Teng and his companion would occasionally activate the rune weapons on their ships to block the Orient Federation's ships. The weapons on their spaceship can cause some damage to cosmic-class spaceships, so being hit would be a problem for the Orient Federation and others. So they were frustrated. They were the ones chasing, but now it seems like the roles are reversed, and they have to carefully dodge the enemy's attacks. Roundy, get out of the way. Your aim is so bad, you can't hit them at all. Let me handle this. On the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship, Wang Teng pushed Roundy aside without any politeness and took control of the spaceship's weapons, aiming them at the Orient Federation spaceships behind him. TCH, your aim isn't much better. You haven't hit a single target in the last 2 days, Roundy said with a disgruntled sneer. HMPH, that was because I was letting them have their way. Now watch me, we're almost there, I'll give them a little surprise. Wang Teng rubbed his hands together, eager to try. Roundy looked at the map and nodded, saying, we are indeed almost at the territory of the Great Qian Empire, but they will probably find us soon. That's why we absolutely must hit them this time and cause them trouble, Wang Teng said. Roundy realized Wang Teng's intention and couldn't help but sigh that this guy seemed to be an even more cunning duck than itself. Wang Teng stopped arguing with Yuan Gungun and focused all his attention on aiming. At the bottom of the spaceship, a runic cannon muzzle was slowly rotating, searching for the enemy ship's weak point. Wang Teng even released void mayflies, allowing these tiny creatures to form a straight line, connecting the cannon muzzle to the enemy's spaceship. In this way, his mind can accurately lock onto the target. Of course, it takes time for an attack to cross the void, and the opponent is always on guard, so there is plenty of time to calmly dodge. This is why Wang Teng and his team couldn't hit them even once before. Wang Teng understood this, and at that moment he came up with a solution. The power of space. Only by using spatial power to reverse the direction of the attack midway can one strike the opponent unexpectedly. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Wang Teng had already pressed the launch button. A beam of light was fired. HMPH, they think they can hit us with such an attack cry. On the Orient Federation spaceship, the Fox Clan's stellar-level warrior sneered. Before he could even speak, the spaceship's AI had already planned an evasive route and immediately moved to the side. However, at that moment, the beam of light shifted at an angle in the void and struck the Orient Federation's spaceship directly. Boom! Amidst a deafening roar and bursts of fire, the Orient Federation's spaceship was struck with tremendous force. Beep beep beep. The spaceship's left wing is damaged. The spaceship's left wing is damaged. A piercing alarm sounded inside the Orient Federation's spaceship, and the Fox Clan stellar-level warrior turned ashen-faced. Cry, 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 winking face cry. Behind him, Claude's face was dark, so somber it was almost dripping with gloom. 1,603,382,581. On board the Orient Federation spaceship, the atmosphere was extremely tense. The piercing alarm sounded throughout the entire ship, plunging everyone into panic. Everyone watched Claude cautiously, sensing his suppressed anger. What are you waiting for? Cry sent people to repair the spaceship immediately. If anything goes wrong with the spaceship, I'll hold you all responsible. Suddenly, a roar came from the mouth of the Claude cosmic class, completely drowning out the ship's alarm. Everyone snapped out of their daze and hurriedly arranged for engineering robots to go to the damaged part of the spaceship for repairs. The Fox Clan's stellar-level warrior couldn't care less about causing trouble for Wang Teng at this moment. Under Claude's cold gaze, he felt extremely miserable, his spine was chilled, and he had no choice but to bite the bullet and personally go to repair the damaged parts. He knew that if he didn't repair the spaceship, Lord Claude would definitely not let him off the hook. Once the Fox Clan's stellar-level warriors had left, Claude withdrew his cold gaze and looked at the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship that had taken the opportunity to quickly disappear into the distance. My lord, the Great Qian Empire is not far ahead, a martial artist who was checking the star map suddenly reported loudly. The universe is vast, and when spaceships travel through it, they often lose their bearings when they enter unfamiliar star systems. Therefore, each spaceship has a navigator who checks the star map. Of course, some spaceships directly use intelligent systems to determine their orientation, which is the same. The Great Qian Empire. Upon hearing this, Claude was startled. How did you end up here? Cry. Lord Claude, their target seems to be the Great Qian Empire, the patrolman said. Damn it, how could they have gone to the Great Qian Empire? Cry. Claude was both shocked and furious. How could martial artists from a mere backward planet know about the existence of the Great Qian Empire? Cry. Is it a coincidence? Cry. Or is this their true purpose? Cry. No, this person possesses a spaceship of cosmic scale. There's no guarantee he doesn't know about the existence of the Great Qian Empire. Claude's mind raced, countless thoughts flashing through his mind, until finally his gaze turned sinister. No, we absolutely cannot let them enter the Great Qian Empire, otherwise, there will be no place for me in this spaceship. The Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship, round and wide open, its mouth almost big enough to fit an egg, stared at Wang Teng in disbelief. How did you do that? Cry. Guess, Wang Teng glanced at it and said casually. Guess your sister. Roundy said irritably, hurry up and get to the point. How did you do that? Cry. The Orient Federation's ship clearly dodged it. How could you have deflected the beam attack as well? Cry. Wang Teng shook his head, stopped teasing it, and uttered 4 words, spatial teleportation. What? Roundy exclaimed in surprise, you can already teleport. Cry. Is there a problem? Cry. Wang Teng glanced at the round thing and thought it was making a fuss over nothing. That's spatial teleportation. Only someone who has been immersed in the field of space for a long time can do something like that. Roundy took a deep breath and looked at Wang Teng as if he were a monster. Wang Teng is not even 20 years old. How long has he been cultivating? Cry. Yet he has already reached this level. This talent, I don't even know how to describe how round and chubby it is. Calm down, calm down. Wang Teng waved his hand, acting as if this was a piece of cake. Quote. Roundy suddenly felt like his expression was being shown to thin air and felt extremely frustrated. This guy is completely on a different wavelength. At the same time, it also felt a sense of defeat. It was clearly a round and chubby person who was knowledgeable and experienced, so why did it seem like a country bumpkin in front of Wang Teng? Cry. Moreover, it had seen so many geniuses and thought it would be enough to educate Wang Teng, but it found that those geniuses were simply no match for Wang Teng and were not worth mentioning at all. Sigh. Round and chubby sighed inwardly, hanging his head dejectedly, drifting around in front of Wang Teng like a ghost, almost becoming withdrawn. Cough. Are you feeling a bit guilty? Cry. Wang Teng felt a little guilty seeing its appearance. Did he overdo his bragging? Cry. Look at this perfectly healthy, intelligent life form, he's managed to turn him into autistic. Sigh. Roundy looked up at him and sighed again. No, I was just kidding. I actually work really hard. You have no idea how hard I work, Wang Teng quickly reassured him. Alright, I know you're a prodigy, don't try to fool me with those words. Seeing that he could still comfort him, Yuan Gun was slightly touched and cheered up again. He waved his hand as if he didn't care, and then couldn't help but lecture him. Let me tell you, there are still many geniuses in the universe. There are quite a few who have reached the universe level at your age. Although you are a prodigy, don't be complacent. You have to reach the universe level as soon as possible to have the qualifications to compete with them. Yes, I know, I'll try to reach the cosmic level as soon as possible. Wang Teng replied with a smile, not caring at all about Yuan Gungan's nagging. He discovered that although this round, chubby creature was always lecturing, long-winded, and boastful, it was genuinely doing it for his own good. And it always provided him with important assistance on his spiritual path. Such an intelligent life form is simply an excellent assistant. Wang Teng was still hoping to get along well with it. You know that much. Roundy glanced at Wang Teng, snorted, and said seriously, alright, enough chit-chat. We'll be entering the territory of the Great Qian Empire soon. They've probably discovered our purpose by now, so we must be careful. Boom! No sooner had he finished speaking than a loud bang was heard, and the spaceship suddenly began to shake violently. The protective shield is damaged, with an integrity level of 95%. An electronic alarm sounded. At the same time, the projection of the spacecraft's three-dimensional virtual image automatically appeared, and a slight damage was seen on the protective shield at the tail of the spacecraft. What happened? Cry. Caught off guard, Wang Teng was greatly alarmed. The spaceship is under attack. Roundy's expression changed, and he immediately activated the panoramic simulation. With a flash of light, the surroundings transformed into the void of the outside world, where a crimson ball of light was rapidly approaching from behind. Oh no, it's that universe-level powerhouse! Roundy exclaimed in horror. The crimson orb of light that was chasing closely behind was none other than the Clot universe level. In order to prevent Wang Teng and his group from entering the territory of the Great Qian Empire, he actually took matters into his own hands and tried to intercept them. Speed up, Wang Teng said hurriedly, his expression grave. The speed of a cosmic-level powerhouse is too fast. It seems we have no choice but to resort to the last resort. Seeing the cosmic-level powerhouse behind him getting closer and closer, Roundy was extremely anxious and said in a deep voice. Boom! At this moment, the spaceship began to shake violently again. The protective shield is damaged, with an integrity level of 87%. The electronic alarm sounded immediately afterward. As Claude drew closer, he relentlessly attacked the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship, but each attack was perfectly timed, ensuring damage to the protective shield on the spaceship's surface without harming the hull. Even if the hull is accidentally damaged, it won't cause too much damage and can be completely repaired. Clearly, he was still not giving up and wanted to obtain the complete Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship. The allure of a cosmic-class spaceship was too great for him. Even a cosmic-class powerhouse like him was unwilling to give it up easily. At this moment, on the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship, Wang Teng steadied himself, his expression slightly grim, and shouted at the round, chubby creature, "Stop hesitating. Act according to the final plan immediately." Good. Roundy made a quick decision. He knew that if they didn't act now, once the outer protective shield was breached, they would be trapped and unable to escape. I would never use this plan unless absolutely necessary. Forcibly increasing the speed of the spaceship to a level that the hull cannot withstand will cause permanent damage to the spaceship, and the spaceship could be ruined if we are not careful. As he explained, Yuan Gungun began to demonstrate. It is an intelligent life form that can be operated by directly connecting to the spaceship's systems and at a much faster speed. On the screen in front of him, lines of crimson code flashed, almost forming a continuous line, making it difficult even for a planetary-level martial artist like Wang Teng to see clearly. Boom! The protective shield is damaged, with a 74% integrity level. Boom! The protective shield is damaged, with a 69% integrity level. Boom! The protective shield is damaged, with an integrity level of 57%. Outside, Klot's attacks occasionally struck the spaceship's protective shield, causing it to vibrate violently and develop spiderweb-like cracks. The alarm would sound at just the right time, reporting the damage to the protective shield, making the atmosphere increasingly tense and strained. "Is it ready?" The protective shield is about to give way. Wang Teng asked, his face expressionless but his voice tinged with urgency. "It'll be here soon. It'll be here soon." Roundy wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead and kept responding. The spaceship's ultimate acceleration program is not so easy to activate, since doing so would be tantamount to putting the spaceship to death. So it takes a certain amount of time to confirm the program before it can be activated. Boom! The protective shield is damaged, with a 36% integrity level. The alarm had turned completely red, conveying a sense of urgency. "I know you can hear me." Just then, a majestic voice suddenly rang out. Wang Teng suddenly turned his head to look at the cosmic-level powerhouse, as if he were staring at him across the void. "I'm giving you a chance. Surrender. Hand over the spaceship, and I'll forgive your past transgressions and make you loyal to me. You only get one chance, the choice is yours. Submit, or die." The voice was not only majestic, but also filled with a murderous intent as it rolled out towards the end. "Damn it, this old bastard is really dreaming." Roundy was furious and couldn't help but swear. Wang Teng was also furious, his eyes flashing as he prepared to retaliate. Letting others bully him is not his style. A gentleman takes revenge even when it's too late. Even if you can't beat them, anyone can talk back. "Let's fight back first, old man." Wang Teng's voice rang out, piercing through the void and reaching Klot's ears directly. This is a method that only martial artists at the planetary level or above can use. By entrusting their voice to the Force, they can penetrate the void. "Listen up, I'm giving you one chance too. Either you kneel down and call me Grandpa 300 times right now, or I'll make my way back to the top and beat you until you're begging for it." Wang Teng's voice carried a hint of sneer, yet it was incredibly powerful, piercing Klot's ears and igniting his fury. "Insolence. You bastard." Klot was furious. He was a powerful being of the universe level, and this person dared to ask him to kneel down and call him Grandpa. And they even shouted it 300 times. Who gave him the guts? Claude's angry voice was deafening, making Wang Teng involuntarily pick his ears. "Old man, you only get one chance. If you don't seize it, don't blame me for being impolite later. Not only will I beat you until you call me Grandpa, but I'll also sell your son, daughter, grandson, granddaughter, great-grandson, great-granddaughter. In short, all the men and women in your family into slavery. The men will be forced to mine, and the women will be forced to sell themselves, so they will pay for your offense against me today. Let me tell you, don't think you're so great just because you're at the cosmic level. My teacher is at the immortal level, and do you know how strong the immortal level is? You probably don't know, after all, you're just a universe-level expert, while my teacher has countless domain lord and world lord level experts under his command. You, a universe-level expert, aren't even qualified to serve tea and water. Any one of them could crush you like an ant. Wang Tang started rambling nonsense, constantly using words to provoke the other party. Roundy listened from the side, and his expression suddenly turned strange. That guy is really nasty. That mouth of hers could literally make someone angry to death. Claude's chest heaved violently. She was truly furious, her long hair standing on end in a rage. Ah, you brat, I will surely kill you. A furious roar erupted from his mouth, echoing and reverberating in the void. He was so enraged by Wang Tang that he almost lost his mind. He didn't even consider the immortal level anymore. All he wanted now was to kill Wang Tang. Damn, is this old guy going to get a stroke from anger? Cry, Wang Tang exclaimed. Boom! Claude, carrying boundless rage, hurtled towards him like a giant fireball hurtling from afar. Roundball, are you done yet? Cry, he's catching up. Wang Tang shouted. Weren't you just yelling so enthusiastically? Cry, why are you in such a hurry now? Cry. Roundy looked up and teased. Wang Tang's face darkened. What kind of time is this? Cry, this chubby guy still has time to tease him. Don't worry, it's already good enough. Roundy chuckled and stopped teasing him. Wang Tang looked closely and realized that the code on the screen had frozen at some point. Sit tight, let's start accelerating, said Roundy. Wang Tang was startled and quickly grabbed the armrest of the seat next to him. The spaceship was extremely stable, and even during acceleration, one could hardly feel anything inside. But now that the round thing was actually making him sit still, Wang Tang suddenly felt a bit of anticipation for the upcoming acceleration. How fast will it be? Cry. Boom. Suddenly, the spaceship jolted violently, and Wang Tang's entire body was almost thrown out. Outside, the crimson sphere of light that Claude had transformed into was almost catching up with the spaceship. A ferocious look appeared on his face as he began to think about how he would torture Wang Tang and the others after capturing them. However, at that moment, the spaceship in front of him suddenly disappeared from its original spot and was disappearing into the distance at a terrifying speed. Claude stood there, stunned, as if he had been humiliated. His face was flushed with embarrassment and shame. A wave of anger and humiliation from being mocked surged through him, making his face turn red. Claude's face was frosty, his eyes filled with a chilling, killing intent. His body transformed into a beam of light, pushing his cosmic level speed to its limit. Cosmic level speed is comparable to that of a cosmic level spaceship, but the force is limited, so it cannot travel for long periods of time like a spaceship. Moreover, cosmic-level powerhouses themselves will also get tired, and once they encounter an accident, they can easily fall into a dangerous situation. Therefore, powerful beings at the cosmic level rarely traverse the void of space with their own physical bodies, they usually travel by spaceship. But right now, Claude wasn't thinking about any of that. He just wanted to catch up with the spaceship ahead as quickly as possible and make that native who dared to insult him kneel down in front of him and beg for mercy. On board the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship, Yuan Gungun and Wang Tang looked back at the void where Claude could no longer be seen, and breathed a slight sigh of relief. We've temporarily shaken them off. Don't relax too much. There's no guarantee that the cosmic level expert doesn't have some secret method to increase speed. If he's determined to keep us here, we'll be in trouble, Roundy analyzed. Moreover, our energy is very limited. We don't know if it can sustain us until we reach the territory of the Great Qian Empire. Wang Tang nodded, but his mind remained sharp. He said, let's go full speed ahead. The rest is up to luck. Silence quickly fell over the spaceship. The two men fell silent, their eyes fixed on the star map, observing the distance to the cosmic level figure behind them, as well as the distance to the Great Qian Empire's territory. Half an hour later, the spaceship suddenly began to shake, and an alarm sounded. Warning! The spacecraft's load has reached 150%. Warning! The spacecraft's load has reached 150%. Warning! The spacecraft's load has reached 150%. The important thing was said 3 times, and the spaceship's alarm sounded 3 times, causing Wang Tang and Yuan Gungun's expressions to change drastically and their hearts to jump. We have to bring this up. The spaceship's load has exceeded 100%, even reaching 150%, which is already overloaded. The spaceship's hull simply cannot withstand such speed. As expected, just as the overload alarm sounded, another alarm followed. Warning! Spaceship hull damaged by 3.5%. Warning! Spaceship hull damaged by 4.5%. Warning. Spaceship hull damage 6.5%. On the virtual 3D model of the spaceship, a small red area appeared on the left wing of the hull, and this red area was spreading, making it extremely conspicuous and glaring. That's where it was damaged. Wang Teng and Yuan Gungan looked grim. Boom! Just then, a powerful energy fluctuation was detected on the star map. Rapidly approaching it was none other than the cosmic-level powerhouse, Clot. When it rains, it pours. Wang Teng and Yuan Gungan were in a very bad mood and couldn't help but want to curse. Is it really necessary to be so ruthless? Just when it seemed the spaceship was about to break down, a cosmic-level powerhouse caught up with it. Did they have no chance of survival? Cry. Wang Teng's face darkened. He took a deep breath, glanced at the star map, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He said in a deep voice, "Don't panic, we'll be in the Great Qian Empire soon. Keep accelerating." "Ah, you're accelerating again." Cry. The spaceship can't hold on much longer. Roundy eyes widened, somewhat reluctantly. This spaceship was Nangong Yu's keepsake, and it couldn't bear to destroy it. "Stop talking nonsense and listen to me," Wang Teng shouted. "This round guy is so unreliable. At a time like this, he still cares about these material things. No wonder Nangong Yu got tricked to death." Wang Teng didn't know that not everyone has the courage to just give up a spaceship like that. Even a cosmic-level powerhouse like Clot, when faced with a cosmic-level spaceship, was driven by greed and wanted to possess it. But Wang Teng didn't take it seriously. Roundy was also swayed, and with gritted teeth, it did not deny Wang Teng's order, keeping the spaceship in an accelerated state. The spaceship's vibrations became increasingly violent, and Wang Teng even heard a series of creaking sounds as it struggled to keep up, which were enough to make one's teeth ache. Warning. Spaceship hull is 10% damaged. Warning. The spaceship's hull is 15% damaged. Warning. The spaceship's hull is 18% damaged. Keep accelerating. Wang Teng's heart pounded. Wow, will the ship sink and everyone be gone? Cry. It would be hilarious if he killed himself. That was so close. That was so exciting. Warning. The spaceship's hull is 23% damaged. Warning. The spaceship's hull is 35% damaged. Warning. The spaceship's hull is 38% damaged. Every time the alarm sounded, Wang Teng's eyes twitched involuntarily, feeling as if his heart was being tested every moment. If someone with a slightly weaker will, their mentality would probably shatter completely. Meanwhile, Clot received a message from the cruiser on the spaceship. "Sir, they will enter the territory of the Great Qian Empire in 3 minutes. Damn it. Clot's expression changed drastically, becoming extremely ugly, his eyes flashing rapidly as if he was hesitating. However, after a dozen or so breaths, his face hardened, and he finally made a decision. Having chased him all this way, there's absolutely no way he'd give up. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from his body, and terrifying fire-type primal force surged forth, as if the primal force itself had ignited, forming a powerful thrust. Claude's figure was almost invisible, disappearing from the spot in an instant. His speed suddenly increased dramatically. The two sides are getting closer and closer. Wang Teng, that old bastard is catching up again. Roundy was horrified when he saw that Clot's speed had increased so much. Wang Teng's expression was solemn, his mind racing as he quickly searched for a solution. Suddenly, a glint of inspiration flashed in his eyes, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. "Old man, let me show you what an angry little mayfly is like." In an instant, Wang Teng's brow flashed with light, and tiny specks of light flew out from it, piercing through the steel walls of the spaceship and rushing towards Claude behind him. These tiny specks of light are scattered throughout the void of the universe and are very inconspicuous. Moreover, these void mayflies do not emit any malice and do not attract attention. Claude noticed nothing unusual and continued charging straight toward the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship. Just then, a void mayfly landed on Claude's head, and the mental technique imprinted within the void mayfly's body erupted. The void mayfly was branded with the spirit thorn, a sharp thorn formed from concentrated spirit that pierced straight into Clot's mind. Clot finally realized the danger was approaching, and his expression changed drastically. However, at such close range, he had no time to prepare. Boom! The spiritual thorn pierced into Clot's mind, causing him to suffer a severe blow. He clutched his head and let out a frantic roar of pain. Ah! Clot is a cosmic-level powerhouse whose spirit has reached the stellar level, and Wang Teng's spirit is also at the stellar level. Therefore, even a powerful figure like Claude would suffer a significant blow from the power of that spiritual thorn. Of course, its power is still somewhat inferior to that of Wang Teng himself. Hit! Wang Teng was overjoyed to see this. What hit? Cry. What happened? Cry. Why did that cosmic level powerhouse suddenly scream? Cry, Roundy asked in surprise. Hee, I imprinted the spiritual secret technique into the void mayfly's body as you said before, and gave this cosmic level thing a shot. Wang Teng chuckled. Round and chubby. Cry, eh. You succeeded. Cry. Roundy couldn't believe his ears. Or should I hold it in and wait a bit longer? Cry, Wang Teng said. Quote. Round and plump. Forget it, hold it in and wait a bit longer. It felt that Wang Teng was just teasing it. This guy is awful, but it must be admitted that this move came at just the right time. They really screwed over that cosmic level guy. Although Wang Teng is sometimes unreliable, he never lets you down when it matters, which is great. Keep going. We must stop that cosmic level being. Roundy urged excitedly, forgetting his anger towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng couldn't help but smile. Without needing to say anything more, he took advantage of the moment when Claude was suffering from mental pain and commanded the subsequent void mayflies to rush forward. Claude had no idea what had attacked him. He could only endure the excruciating pain in his head and look around. At that moment, a mayfly landed on his head again. The body of this void mayfly is imprinted with mental illusion magic. As the mental illusion erupted, Claude was immediately trapped in the illusion. A massive mental labyrinth appeared, trapping Claude within it. This is a projection of the mental labyrinth left behind by Nangong Yu. Wang Teng directly transformed it into an illusion and even added some embellishments. Within the maze, one after another, incredibly imposing figures emerged, all completely naked, surrounding Claude. The problems are all with the males. This image is so offensive it needs to be censored. Claude's face turned green. He knew it was an illusion, but even knowing that, if he couldn't break free, he would still feel so disgusted that he would vomit up his dinner from the night before. Who the hell did this? Cry, it's so mean. They actually used such a weird trick to ambush him. That's inhuman. Grandpa, come here. Tilda. At this moment, those burly figures surrounded them all, each of them making delicate gestures with their fingers, their figures alluring and extremely charming. Ugh. Claude's expression changed drastically, and she couldn't help but gag, feeling extremely disgusted. Get out of here. His eyes widened in fury, and he immediately mobilized his spiritual energy, unleashing it in all directions. Break. The stellar-level spiritual impact shook the illusion, forming invisible ripples that swept across the surroundings, instantly turning those majestic figures into points of light and disappearing without a trace. But these majestic figures are like chives. Once you cut one crop, another sprouts up. Claude looked at the white bodies around him, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Outside, seeing Claude frozen in place, Roundball asked in surprise, what kind of mental magic did you cast on him this time? Cry, why isn't he moving? Cry. Mental illusion. Wang Teng laughed. You've got quite a few tricks up your sleeve, the round-faced girl said, even more surprised. Taking advantage of this opening, they left Claude behind again. Time passed little by little. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared ahead, stretching across the void of space, like a terrifying beast crouching there, making one's heart tremble. As the spaceship moved forward, it became clear that it was a terrifying space fleet, so numerous that it was impossible to count them all. These warships, based on a planet, established a space station in the void, resembling a war fortress. We're here. Roundy's eyes lit up as he grabbed Wang Teng and shouted excitedly. I saw it. Wang Teng couldn't help but smile. The journey has been incredibly difficult, but we've finally arrived at our destination, the Great Qian Empire. Don't even think about getting past me without my permission. Suddenly, an extremely cold voice rolled in from behind, rumbling and echoing in the void. Boom! Claude had somehow caught up with them, wielding a battle sword that gleamed with a dazzling crimson light, ready to slash forward. At this point, he knew it was impossible to leave the spaceship intact, so he simply abandoned his original plan and now only wanted to keep Wang Teng, dead or alive. Boom! Claude finally made his move, his blade slashing down and landing directly on the protective shield of the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship. Amidst the violent tremors, the already severely damaged protective shield shattered, and the blade struck the spaceship's hull, leaving a dark gash. Fortunately, the Cosmic-class spaceship was made of Cosmic-class metal, so it was able to withstand attacks from Cosmic-class powerhouses. The knife mark was only on the surface and did not damage the interior of the spaceship. However, the spaceship was still violently shaken by this powerful attack. Wang Teng and Yuan Gungan's expressions changed. "That old bastard's desperate," Roundy said angrily. "Roundball, open the hatch." Wang Teng's face was icy as he rushed straight outside. "Where are you going, Cry?" Roundy asked hurriedly. "Open the door." Wang Teng didn't answer, leaving behind only these words before disappearing. The round thing stomped its feet in midair and had no choice but to open the hatch. Wang Teng rushed out of the spaceship and into the void. "You little beast, you've finally come out," Klot said coldly. Wang Teng glanced at him with a cold glint in his eyes, and the moon golden wheel suddenly appeared, transforming into a golden light and rushing over. Klot was extremely confident, the kind of confidence one would expect from a cosmic-level powerhouse. Seeing that the other party, a mere planetary-level being, dared to attack him, a cold smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. However, when the moon wheel came within 30 meters of him, Klot's expression changed, and a look of seriousness appeared in his eyes. He suddenly slashed his sword forward. Clang! Boom! The two collided, the force roared, and the metallic clang echoed outwards. The moon wheel was struck hard and sent flying backward. However, under Wang Teng's control, it spun back at high speed and attacked Klot. A mind master. Klot's face turned ugly. He hadn't expected Wang Teng to be a mind master, and his mental realm was probably at the same level as his own, the stellar level. The natives of a mere backward planet actually possess such potential. This child cannot be allowed to live. Klot exuded killing intent, his inner force erupted, and he slashed at the moon gold wheel with his sword, deflecting it. Then he immediately rushed towards Wang Teng. Die! Wings of wind and thunder unfurled behind Wang Teng, dodging the blade's edge, and charged towards the Great Qian Empire's fleet. At the same time, something appeared in his hand, which he raised high above his head, and he shouted, "I am Wang Teng, and I have come here bearing the token of an imperial baron." The sound boomed out, and a soft exclamation suddenly came from within the Great Qian Empire's fleet. Huh! When Klot, who was chasing behind, heard Wang Teng's words, his expression changed drastically and became extremely ugly. A baron's token of the Great Qian Empire. He never imagined that this little beast who had escaped from a backward planet would possess a baron's token from the Great Qian Empire. How is that possible? Cry. The titles of nobility in the Great Qian Empire are very difficult to obtain. Only those with outstanding achievements can obtain them, and even the lowest title of baron requires strength at the cosmic level or above. Even though they are both at the cosmic level, the status of a baron from the Great Qian Empire is far higher than that of a star system garrison commander from a lower-level cosmic civilization like his. The other party only needs to say one sentence to suppress him so much that he can't even lift his head. The two are completely incomparable. How could that little beast possibly have any connection with someone like that? Klot was incredulous and caught in a dilemma, but then he realized that Wang Teng only possessed the token. If he killed him here, would the Baron of the Great Qian Empire still be able to cause trouble for him, a cosmic level being? Cry. Dead people have no value. But a cosmic level being is still a cosmic level being. They possess a certain status and position, and are not so easy to control. Klot's expression hardened, and his force surged throughout his body, converging on his battle blade to condense a terrifying crimson blade aura. An extremely terrifying aura emanated from the void. Blades flashed, flames roared, and a colossal beast roared from within the inferno. This is a profound technique of fire-based swordsmanship. The ultimate sword technique belonging to a cosmic-level powerhouse. Boom! The blade flashed out, and along with the towering flames, it swept towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng's gaze sharpened. He hadn't expected the other party to be so ruthless. Even at this point, they still dared to make a move. It was clear that none of those who became universe-level powerhouses were kind-hearted. However, he wasn't afraid. He still has many ways to protect himself. For the other party to want to kill him is simply wishful thinking. But he didn't move and remained standing in the same spot, because someone had already made a move. Hee. A soft laugh. From the opposing Great Qian Empire fleet, a sword light swept across the void, glancing past Wang Teng's head before colliding with the blade of light unleashed by Klot. Boom! A violent force explosion resounded, the sound shaking the void, and the aftershock swept through the surrounding meteorites, shattering them completely. Hey, watch out, you almost knocked my head off. Wang Teng calmly rubbed his head and shouted irritably towards the direction of the Great Qian Empire's fleet. A figure stepped out of the void, a sword slung at his waist, and strolled in with a nonchalant air. In just a few steps, he was not far from Wang Teng. He looked at Wang Teng with great interest. Wang Teng was also looking at him. This was a young man with silver hair, who looked about the same age as him, but Wang Teng knew that the other man was definitely older than him. When one's strength reaches the planetary level or above, lifespan increases, aging is slowed down, and one can even maintain the appearance of the age at which they advance. Just like Wang Teng, who became a planetary-level martial artist at such a young age, his vitality is vigorous, and he will basically maintain this appearance until the end of his lifespan. When his appearance may begin to age. Of course, if he advances to the stellar level, or even the cosmic level, his lifespan will increase, and his appearance will naturally remain unchanged. Aside from being young, the silver-haired youth was quite handsome, only slightly less so than him. However, he appeared somewhat frivolous and carefree, standing loosely in front of him, much like a spoiled brat. "What's your name again, Cry?" the silver-haired youth asked after sizing up Wang Teng. Wang Teng felt that this guy was completely asking a question he already knew the answer to. He had shouted so loudly just now, how could the other party not hear him cry? Wang Teng didn't believe it. "I am Wang Nicholas Vosnadai Teng," he said, his eyes darting around. "What you just said didn't seem that long, did it, Cry?" the silver-haired youth said, glancing sideways. "The situation was urgent just now, so I'll skip the details," Wang Teng said casually. "Diki." The silver-haired youth didn't dwell on Wang Teng's name, nor did he detect Wang Teng's slight malice, and casually uttered his own name. Then he looked at the object in Wang Teng's hand, which was a square seal. This is the symbol of a noble title in the Great Qian Empire. Otherwise, silver-haired youths wouldn't appear so easily. What does it matter to him whether Wang Teng and Claude are fighting to the death? Cry they fight their battles, he just watches the show, that's all. But the appearance of the Baron's seal changes everything. No matter what, it was a token of the Imperial Baron, and he couldn't ignore it. Moreover, he was very curious about the young man who came here with this token, not only because Wang Teng came with the token, but also because of Wang Teng's strength. He could tell that Wang Teng was very young and his strength was probably at the planetary level, but he was a stellar-level divine sense master. Inside the spaceship, seeing this scene, Roundy finally felt relieved. Wang Teng is really audacious, he still dares to rush out in this situation. However, it was fortunate that he was bold, otherwise their losses might have been even greater. In contrast to Wang Teng's relief, Claude was in a very bad mood. He was in a terrible state, like a volcano about to erupt, with anger about to burst forth. However, he dared not. Or rather, he was very wary of the silver-haired youth, Diki. Therefore, Claude could only take a deep breath to calm himself down and slowly say, "Sir, I am the Galaxy Guardian of the Orient Federation. The man in front of you is a wanted criminal of the Orient Federation. May I hand him over to you?" Cry. He wisely avoided mentioning the incident of Diki's sudden intervention, instead asking in a very polite manner, showing great humility and giving Diki face. As a fellow cosmic-level powerhouse, he was able to adopt such a humble attitude, which should have been very appreciated by Diki. However, Diki simply smiled slightly and said, "I'm sorry, this person possesses a Baron's token of my Great Qian Empire, I cannot hand it over to you." His tone was polite but his words were anything but. Claude was furious. "This is outrageous. This is absolutely outrageous. Take a deep breath, take a deep breath." He forced a smile and said, "You can take the token and hand this person over to me." "That won't do either. He possesses the token, and I must take him back to the Empire," Diki said calmly, maintaining his smile. "You." Claude looked at his smiling face and wanted to punch him, but he knew he couldn't and he might not even be able to beat him. "If you want to fight me, I don't mind stretching my muscles," Claude said. "Oh, don't worry, I won't use the Great Qian Empire to pressure you." These words extinguished the anger in Claude's heart. Won't they use the Great Qian Empire to pressure him? Cry. Nobody would believe that. This silver-haired youth in front of me is really wicked. Wang Teng stared at Diki with a strange expression. "I didn't expect this guy to be so mean. To present a threat in such a fresh and unconventional way is truly unique. Don't look at me like that. I mean what I say. I will never use the Great Qian Empire to pressure you." Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Diki couldn't help but explain. "Claude, what is the area of Claude's psychological trauma?" Cry. At this point, he had no more illusions left, he couldn't afford to offend the Great Qian Empire. The silver-haired youth said he wouldn't use the Great Qian Empire to pressure him, but he didn't believe it, not at all. He had heard a rumor that a domain lord level expert had once chased after an enemy, who then fled into the Great Qian Empire. The enemy then offered a treasure to a domain lord level expert in the Great Qian Empire in exchange for protection. The powerful figures of the Great Qian Empire agreed, but that domain lord level expert was definitely not convinced. So he stubbornly confronted a domain lord level expert from the Great Qian Empire, and as expected, the domain lord level expert was directly suppressed. It wasn't that the two sides were vastly different in strength, but rather that the domain lord level expert of the Great Qian Empire was a nobleman. He mobilized the Empire's army and 2 other domain lord level experts to help him, overwhelming the enemy with numbers and forcing them to submit. They even had to pay a considerable amount of money as an apology in order to save their lives. This kind of thing is not uncommon in the universe. Therefore, in the universe, strength, identity, status are all indispensable. Otherwise, one can only obediently bow one's head and live a life of humility, never daring to stand out. Clot never expected that he would encounter such an embarrassing situation while merely chasing a warrior from a backward planet. What can we do now? We can only swallow our anger and back down for the time being. He glared at Wang Teng, as if trying to imprint Wang Teng's image in his heart. What deep-seated hatred could this be? Wang Teng, however, was not afraid at all. He glared back, his eyes revealing an undisguised killing intent. Old man, we're not done yet. Remember what I said, Wang Teng said. He is not strong enough now, he only managed to force the other party to submit by relying on the overwhelming power of the Great Qian Empire. It has nothing to do with his own strength. But it won't be long before Wang Teng is confident that he can kill his opponent with his own strength. HMPH. Clot's anger surged, and his eyes held a crazy killing intent, but he didn't say anything more. He snorted coldly and turned to leave. His spaceship had arrived, the hatch opened, and he stepped directly into the spaceship, which then transformed into a streak of light and disappeared into the vast void of space. Tisk tisk, you've got some nerve, daring to confront a universe-level powerhouse. Diki looked at Wang Teng with a strange expression. Since we're already mortal enemies, what do I have to fear? Wang Teng said calmly. Aren't you afraid he'll become desperate and kill you? I won't help you then, Diki said coldly. I still have ways to save my life. Even if you don't make a move, I have a way to escape. At worst, I can hide and lie low for a while. Wang Teng said, acting as if he had nothing to lose. Oh, Diki immediately looked curious. It wasn't that he didn't trust Wang Teng, he was just curious about where Wang Teng's confidence came from. However, he didn't delve into it further. Everyone has secrets. But he was becoming increasingly interested in Wang Teng, so he chuckled and said, come with me. Where is my spaceship? Wang Teng asked. Have your AI drive over here and dock at the harbor, Tich said. Wang Teng nodded and contacted Yuan Gungun, instructing it to pilot the spaceship and follow. Qian Yuan E63, an ancient relic, Diki said in surprise as he glanced at the spaceship. Wang Teng was somewhat surprised that Diki could actually name the model of this spaceship. Keep in mind that this was a spaceship model from 1,000,000 years ago. Who would bother to remember such things if they had nothing better to do? I'm a spaceship enthusiast. How about it? Are you interested in selling it to me? I can give you a fair price, Diki suddenly said. Wang Teng. This guy was up to no good. Wang Teng, you can't agree to him. Roundy was anxious and shouted in Wang Teng's mind. Don't worry, am I the kind of person who's greedy for money? Wang Teng rolled his eyes. You are, the round, chubby man said with certainty. Wang Teng, cry. He ignored Yuan Gungun and, to prove his innocence, turned to Di Chi and said righteously, this spaceship was left to me by an elder of mine, and I'm not selling it. I can add more money. Diki said directly, 30 billion Great Qian coins, how about it? How much? Wang Teng almost doubted whether he had misheard. 30 billion, or is it Dachin currency? How much was it again? If it weren't for Diki being there, he would have been tempted to count them on his fingers. The quantity is too large, my brain can't keep up. He remembered that the material, star sandiron, used to build this Qian Yuan E63 spaceship alone was worth 7.6 billion Dalton's Qian coins. So it wouldn't be unreasonable for the entire spaceship to be worth 30 billion, right? However, he was completely wrong. Because the round thing was no longer calm, it shouted, what? He's willing to offer 30 billion Great Qian coins. 30 billion, is that a lot? Cry, Wang Teng asked suspiciously. You don't know anything. This spaceship is worth at most 20 billion, but I didn't expect this Diki to be willing to offer 30 billion Daqin coins. My god, we've met a sucker. Roundy said with shining eyes. No, you mean, we should sell it? Cry, Wang Teng asked uncertainly. Who is it that just now so confidently said they wouldn't sell, and now they've changed their mind? Cry, don't they have any backbone at all? Cry. Round and chubby. Cry, backquote, cry. Then I'll sell it, okay? Cry, Wang Teng deliberately provoked it. Cough, cough. The round, chubby boy coughed dryly, sounding somewhat guilty, or else. Seeing how hesitant you are, then forget it. I never take what others want. Diki shook his head regretfully, thinking that Wang Teng still had no intention of betraying him, since he was hesitant to agree. Round and chubby. Wang Teng. It's quite impressive that you were able to resist the temptation of 30 billion Daqin coins, Diki said, glancing at Wang Teng again. After all, it was left to me by an elder. How could I sell it for a little money? Cry, Wang Teng said seriously. I like your principles. If you were to sell for 30 billion, I would look down on you. Diki patted Wang Teng on the shoulder, then asked. It must have been this elder of yours who sent you to the Great Qian Empire with the Imperial Baron's token, right? Cry. Not bad, Wang Teng nodded. What is the name of your elder? Cry, Diki asked. Can I say it? Cry, Wang Teng asked himself. Tell him, said Roundy. Nangong Yu. Wang Teng then told Diki the name. It was him. I remember he was sent to hunt down a fugitive 1,000,000 years ago, and he never came back. The wisp of his soul that was stored in the Imperial Lord's tower has also been extinguished. Now it seems that he has indeed fallen. Diki exclaimed in surprise. You know that? Wang Teng was somewhat surprised that Diki immediately revealed Nangong Yu's identity. After all, Nangong Yu has been dead for over 1,000,000 years. In such a long time, probably not many people really remember him. So, could it be that Tich is a history enthusiast? Cry. It's nothing. There aren't actually that many Imperial Lords who have gone missing over the years. You can count them on one hand. Of course I remember them, Diki said. The two chatted as they entered the planet surrounded by the Great Qian Empire's fleet. During casual conversation, Wang Teng learned that this planet had no name, only a code name. Defense Planet Number 4. Guided by Diki, the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship landed in a planetary docking port. This planet is a military fortress, and spaceships cannot fly around recklessly. In fact, without the guidance of Diki, any unfamiliar spaceship that enters the planet's atmosphere will be subjected to a fierce attack by heavy ground weapons. Even cosmic-class spaceships can be shot down directly. Even if it's not a military fortress, some important life-bearing planets have relevant regulations, and spaceships cannot fly around randomly. Wang Teng kept this in mind. This is common sense. What if we were attacked on some planet because of this kind of blunder? Cry, wouldn't that be incredibly unfair? Cry. The docking port of the fourth defense planet is enormous, densely packed with a large number of spaceships and warships of various sizes and styles. Some spaceships are only tens of meters long, and these are generally privately owned, while others are thousands or even tens of thousands of meters long, existing as large transport ships. Wang Teng stood in the harbor, looking up at the gray sky. This planet is considered to be habitable, but its environment is extremely harsh. When viewed from above, the entire planet appears dark brown with very few green or blue areas, indicating that water and plants are extremely scarce on this planet. The gravity of the number 4 defensive planet is more than 3 times that of Earth. After a while, Wang Teng was able to move freely. As a planetary-level martial artist, the impact is minimal unless the gravity is extremely terrifying. Seeing Wang Teng's curiosity, Diki casually explained, this planet's resources have been exhausted. In addition, it is located in a border area and served as a war fortress. It has suffered extensive weapon attacks, its ecosystem has been destroyed, and most life has perished, which is why it has become what it is today. As he spoke, he walked ahead towards the harbor entrance and Wang Teng quickly followed. You still have a war cry? Wang Teng caught something in his words and asked in surprise. How strange. Various empires have to fight each other for resources, not to mention the dark race. You know the dark race, right? Cry, Diki said as he walked. I know, our planet was once invaded by the dark race, Wang Teng nodded. You guys are really pitiful, Diki said with some surprise and sympathy. It's been temporarily resolved, Wang Teng said. Cry. Diki was even more surprised. Your planet can deal with the dark race on its own, Cry, so your planet's combat strength is not weak. I am currently the strongest fighter, Wang Tang said casually. Diki stopped and looked back at Wang Tang, asking, so you've dealt with the dark seeds, Cry? Wang Tang neither confirmed nor denied it. Without asking any further questions, Diki led Wang Tang out of the harbor and into a war fortress made of steel on the ground. All around were figures of people hurrying by. They were dressed in the standard battle uniforms of the Great Qian Empire. When they encountered Diki, they would stop and salute, watching Wang Tang and the other man leave. You have a high status here, Cry, Wang Tang asked curiously. This war fortress needs to be guarded by a cosmic-level expert at all times, and the rotation is basically every 3 years. I'm the head here now, Diki said with a smile. As they were talking, a group of young people walked towards them, seemingly about to leave the war fortress. These young people were dressed in armor, their attire different from the soldiers of the Great Qian Empire around them, and even their demeanor was slightly different. They didn't look like soldiers, but rather like students. That's right, they're students. Wang Tang saw a sense of familiarity in them. Lord Diki. The group of young people stopped in their tracks as they approached and bowed respectfully to Diki. At the same time, his gaze was subtly fixed on Wang Tang, filled with curiosity. Who is this young man, Cry? How could he have Lord Diki personally accompanying him, Cry? Diki nodded at them, his gaze landing on one of the girls, and said helplessly, Aurea, I saw you, and you're still hiding. Cousin. The girl stepped out from the crowd, playfully sticking out her tongue at Diki and calling out, Cousin, Cry. Wang Tang looked back and forth between the girl and Diki with surprise. These two don't look like cousins at all, do they, Cry? And they look to be quite far apart in age. What are you going to do, Cry? Diki asked. We heard that a stellar-level dark vampire has appeared nearby, so we want to hunt 1 or 2 to complete the Academy's mission, hee. Aurelia chuckled before the others could finish. A stellar-level dark vampire. Diki frowned and scolded, this is utter nonsense. You planetary-level little guys dare to hunt stellar-level dark vampires, Cry, are you out of your minds? Oh my, there are so many of us, and with Clive leading the team, taking down a level 1 stellar dark race is definitely no problem. As long as we hunt down a stellar dark race, our evaluation for this semester will definitely be the best, and our families will be happy too. Olya ran up and grabbed Diki's arm, shaking it vigorously, completely like a little girl. Upon hearing Olya's words, a brown-haired young man standing at the front of the crowd puffed out his chest and a reserved smile appeared on his face. Seeing this, Wang Tang couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. He had experienced too much and carried the fate of Earth on his shoulders, which inevitably affected his state of mind. It had been a long time since he had seen such a display of prowess among young people. No, it's too dangerous. Diki completely ignored Olya's whining and shook his head, hardening his heart. If anything happens to you, Grandpa will skin me alive. HMPH. Olya snorted angrily upon hearing this, forcefully shaking off Diki's hand and glaring at him, saying, You're just afraid that Grandpa will cause you trouble. You're not really worried about my safety. I see through you, Diki. Don't give me that, it won't work. I said you can't go, and that means you can't go. Diki ignored her nagging and turned to Wang Tang, saying, Let's go, ignore them. You're just making a fool of yourselves with these kids. Who hasn't been young before? Wang Tang shook his head and laughed. Wang Tang was unaware that his casual remark had caused several young people around him to frown. Aurelia clearly didn't want to let Diki and Wang Tang off so easily. She blocked their way and asked, Cousin, who is this guy washing the pot, Cry? Aren't you going to introduce him, Cry? Olya, stop fooling around. Wang Tang is my guest, Diki said impatiently. A guest, Cry? Olya's curiosity deepened. Your guest looks quite young, but speaks with such an old-fashioned air. Having witnessed Wang Tang's battles against cosmic-level powerhouses, Diki subconsciously regarded him as a formidable expert rather than a young man, and therefore did not find anything wrong with what he had just said. However, Olya and her group of young people didn't think so. Wang Tang looked about the same age as them, but he spoke in the tone of an elder, which made them very disgusted. Hee. Wang Tang was not angry at all. On the contrary, he found it very interesting and couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at, Cry? Clive frowned when he saw Wang Tang laughing. These people are mostly scions of prominent families on the Great Qian Emperor star, and they don't even consider ordinary universe-level beings a threat. They were respectful to Diki for 2 reasons. First, because he was strong, and second, because he also came from a prominent family and had a higher status than them. But Wang Teng, judging from his clothes, is not a person of high status. There are many rules about clothing in the universe. One's status and position can be discerned from their attire. Wang Teng had already put away his armor and was still wearing the clothes from Earth, clearly indicating that he came from a backward place. Even though he was a guest of Tich, Clive and the others were not afraid of offending him at all. Just as Diki was about to speak, Wang Teng spoke calmly. I laugh at your childish behavior, but I'm afraid of what others will say. You! Clive roared in anger. The other young people also glared angrily at Wang Teng. Aurelia glanced at Wang Teng, then at Diki, and began to guess Wang Teng's identity. To be so fearless in the face of these scions of powerful families, one must be quite extraordinary in status. However, she was quite angry at Wang Teng's arrogant attitude. She hated being treated like a child. Isn't that right? Cry. Wang Teng glanced at the group. If someone were mature, they wouldn't get angry over a joke. It's just that you're taking it too seriously. The group of young people were speechless. Furthermore, you know there's danger, but just to show off in front of the girls, you still plan to hunt down a dark species that's a level stronger than yourselves. Isn't that childish? Cry. Wang Teng said again. Although I did this when I was young, it's really dangerous. The more they listened, the darker their faces became. You keep talking about when you were young. How old are you anyway? Cry. Clive retorted. Oh, let me think. I think I was under 20, but I can't quite remember, Wang Teng said, stroking his chin. Clive, Aurea, Diki, others. I can't remember it very well. You're not even 20 years old. How bad must your memory be to not remember? Cry. You're not even 20 years old yet. You're about the same age as them. Who gave you the nerve to act like an elder? Aurea said speechlessly. Diki was also speechless. He originally thought Wang Teng was at least 40 or 50 years old. In the universe, 40 or 50 years old is considered very young compared to the long lifespan. To my surprise, this guy was not even 20 years old. He was unbelievably young. Considering his abilities, Diki felt that Wang Teng's potential was even greater than he had anticipated. Don't worry about these details. Age doesn't mean anything, Wang Teng said, waving his hand dismissively. Get lost. Aurea was so angry at his shameless behavior that she couldn't help but swear. Ahem, alright, Wang Teng, let me take you to your lodgings first. Diki quickly interrupted their argument. He felt a headache coming on from listening to Wang Teng and Aurea's nonsense any longer. Okay, Wang Teng nodded in agreement, leaving Aurelia and the others behind, and followed Diki away. Aurea and the others stood there for a long time, falling into an awkward silence. Where did that weirdo come from? Cry. Someone broke the silence and asked. No one answered because no one knew Wang Teng. Aurea, are we still going to hunt down the stellar-level dark race? Cry. Clive asked. I'm not going. My cousin has spoken. Do you think we can still go out? Cry. Aurea gritted her teeth and said fiercely. Clive and the others were also helpless, but there was nothing they could do. The entire defense Planet 4 is now under D's control. His word is more effective than anything else. A group of young people shook their heads and sighed, then dispersed. Meanwhile, Diki took Wang Teng to the accommodation area behind the war fortress and found him an empty room. In 5 days, a directional teleportation array to the Great Qian Emperor Star will be activated. You will then return to the Great Qian Emperor Star with the others. For the next few days, just stay here, Diki said. Wang Teng nodded, indicating that he understood. The directional teleportation array cannot be activated casually. Each activation consumes a large amount of resources, so it will only be activated after a sufficient number of people have gathered. This point, naturally, requires no further explanation from Wang Teng, a master of formations. I live in the house next to yours. You can contact me if you need anything, or you can contact me directly through your smartwatch. Diki said, raising his wrist and operating the smartwatch. Let's add each other's contact information. Wang Teng naturally wouldn't refuse and immediately exchanged the smartwatch's contact number with Diki. He had stolen this watch from an alien trial participant, and it could be used in space, since these watches were manufactured by large corporations in the universe and were generally universal. Although it was Wang Teng's first time in space, with the help of the intelligent lifeform Yuan Gungun, many things were prepared in advance, saving him a lot of trouble. Otherwise, he would truly be a country bumpkin in the city, clueless about everything, making himself a laughingstock. You can wander around these next few days. I'll mark some restricted areas and send them to your watch. Just take a look and don't accidentally wander into them, Diki said, then turned and left. As the garrison commander of the 4th defensive planet, he had many responsibilities. The fact that he had personally accompanied Wang Teng for so long was already due to the token of the Imperial Baron, and of course, there was also the reason of Wang Teng's potential. Now that he had finished explaining his matters, he naturally left in a hurry. Wang Teng watched him leave before entering the temporary residence. He glanced at the luxurious furnishings and couldn't help but admire Diki's thoughtfulness. Inside the room, Wang Teng looked around and then sat down on the bed. This residence is extremely luxurious, and its interior is much larger than it appears from the outside. It is fully equipped with a bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, cultivation room, and more. Wang Teng never expected that there would be such a place inside this war fortress. Could it be that the Empire's nobles are lining their own pockets and indulging in pleasure cry? He speculated with no small amount of malice. However, this has nothing to do with him. Such a vast empire has existed for countless years, so even if these phenomena occur, it is normal and it is impossible for it to collapse immediately. Perhaps the empire is developing even more prosperously than he imagined. After all, he is just a country bumpkin who has just left Earth. What he didn't know was that such dwellings were actually quite rare in war fortresses. They were reserved for people of higher status. It's clear that Diki does take good care of Wang Teng. Wang Teng, that Diki should have a significant status in the empire. You can build a good relationship with him so that you can better deal with Master Nangong's disciple when you arrive at the Great Qian Emperor Star. Roundy floated out of the life source stone when no one was around, and said with a serious face, "I know what I'm doing," Wang Teng said, his eyes flashing as he nodded. "Also, don't get into a fight with those kids. Their families are probably not simple. You haven't even reached the Great Qian Emperor Star yet, so don't make enemies unnecessarily," Yuan Gun earnestly advised. Wang Teng, how come he didn't notice that this round guy was so hesitant and cowardly, bullying the weak and fearing the strong cry? It seemed to be extremely wary of everything within the Great Qian Empire. Roundy was still chattering away, reminding Wang Teng of the precautions to take after arriving at the Great Qian Emperor Star. Wang Teng simply closed his eyes and focused his mind on the attribute panel, reviewing the attribute bubbles that had dropped during his previous clash with that old guy, Clot. Fire-type sword technique ultimate skill, Flame Beast *500. Fire-type Star Force *6500. Wind-based sword technique ultimate skill, Wind /*600. Wind-type Star Force *3800. When Wang Teng saw these attribute bubbles, a hint of joy welled up in his heart. Good heavens! 2 ultimate skills with different attributes, one of which is a wind-type ultimate skill. Wind-type techniques are rare to begin with, and their ultimate techniques are even rarer. Wang Teng remembered that Diki once swung his sword at Clot, and the power of that sword was so great that it shattered even Clot's almost full-force attack. What he used at that time should have been this wind-killing secret technique. Wang Teng realized he needed to reassess Diki's strength. A cosmic-level powerhouse with wind elemental force, he was clearly a top-tier genius. Wind-based sword technique ultimate skill, Wind Kill, 300 500ths 20%. 600 points of Wind Slaughter ultimate skill attribute can be directly increased to 20%. The additional 3,800 points of Wind Elemental Star Force is also a considerable gain, and it is Star Force, not ordinary force. This will save Wang Teng a lot of cultivation time. As for Claude, you can tell from his appearance that he is not young. Although he is also a figure of some importance, he is far inferior to Titch. Wang Teng didn't mind, after all, he had gotten quite a bit out of Claude. Fire-type sword technique ultimate skill, Flame Beast, 200 500ths 20%. 500 points of ultimate skill attribute can also increase it to 20%. The sword technique called Flame Beast was indeed quite powerful, and Wang Teng gladly accepted it. In addition, the fire-type Star Force attribute that Clot revealed was very impressive, amounting to a full 6,500 points. This is all thanks to his previous vigorous attacks on Wang Teng, otherwise there certainly wouldn't be so many. Every bite and every sip has a cause and effect. Wang Teng has at least started collecting some interest. After taking stock of his gains, Wang Teng began his cultivation. This incident made him realize that his own strength was really nothing in the grand stage of the universe, and he could not relax at all. He had to seize the time to improve. Time passed slowly. Wang Teng had been cultivating and had not gone out. During this time, Diki did not reappear, but he did send delicious food on time. The food was made from fresh vegetables and fruits and star beast meat transported from other planets, which shows that Diki made very thoughtful arrangements. The daytime on Defense Planet 4 is much shorter than on Earth, only about 8 cosmic hours. At this moment, it is completely dark. The planet is already a gray and hazy sight during the day, and after nightfall, the darkness becomes even more intense. However, many parts of the entire war fortress were still brightly lit, as bright as day. A guest has arrived. Should we connect? Cry, a mechanical voice suddenly rang out in Wang Teng's residence. Who would come looking for me in this place? Cry, Wang Teng asked, frowning. Hee, it's actually that Olya we ran into before. The round, chubby guy had already seen the visitor through the video surveillance at the gate and couldn't help but chuckle strangely. What is she doing here? Cry, Wang Teng asked suspiciously. I guess you'll be cold at night and need a warmer bed, the round, chubby guy said with a lewd grin. This train is a bit dangerous, I need to get off, Wang Teng said quietly. Sorry, the car door has been welded shut, the round-faced boy said. Wang Teng couldn't help but lament that the round, chubby thing had been corrupted. Now that he knew who was visiting, he instructed the room's smart system to open the door. Olya strode in, looked around, and said in surprise, my cousin is really good to you. I don't even deserve to stay in this room. You two must be truly in love. Wang Teng, cry. That brat, her personality is absolutely awful. What are you doing here? Cry. Wang Teng took a deep breath and kept telling himself not to argue with her. My cousin asked me to show you around, Olya said. Now Cry, Wang Teng asked in surprise. What's wrong with you now? Cry, the nightlife on Defense Planet 4 is just beginning. Olya rolled her eyes. Look at you, so young, yet you act like an old man. Do I look like a little old man? Cry. Wang Teng pointed to his nose. Little girl, are you looking down on me? Olya didn't say anything, but her eyes and expression clearly showed her contempt for Wang Teng. Damn it, I want to see what kind of nightlife this crappy planet of yours can offer. Lead the way. Wang Teng was furious. He jumped off the bed and headed for the door. Olya smiled secretly, a sly glint in her eyes, and quickly followed behind, then ran ahead to lead the way. Let me tell you, the nights on Defense Planet 4 are very lively. Many warriors who come here to do missions gather here. Most of them go out to do missions during the day and come back to rest and relax in the war fortress at night. This is also what the higher-ups encourage, Olya said as she led the way. The higher-ups are advocating for it. Why is that? Cry, Wang Teng asked in surprise. What's so strange about that? Cry, there are quite a few dark species lurking on this planet. When we openly engage in nighttime entertainment and illuminate the surroundings, the dark species have nowhere to hide, Olya said. You can do that? Cry, Wang Teng was speechless. This method was truly simple and direct. At this moment, he followed Olya out of the accommodation area and saw bright lights in the distance, and the noise came from afar, which seemed to be very lively. Fortunately, the accommodation area is equipped with soundproofing, so those resting inside will not be affected. Aurelia led Wang Teng through the war fortress, winding and turning, and along the way they saw many martial artists, each doing their own thing, creating quite a lively scene. A moment later, Wang Teng arrived at an open space that resembled a training ground. Of all the places we've been to, this is undoubtedly the most bustling. A large crowd had gathered around, and the noise filled the night sky. Looking around, Wang Teng saw more than a dozen high platforms standing in the center of the open space, where martial artists were fighting and competing. That's it. Cry, Wang Teng immediately lost interest. He thought Olya would take him to play some interesting games, such as elegant games like whips and candles, since it was more suitable to play these games at night. He didn't expect that she would just take him to watch a martial arts competition. What's so interesting about this? Cry. You're so ignorant. Defense Planet 4 is home to most of the Empire's top martial artists from its various schools. They spar and exchange ideas here every night, it's quite a spectacle, Olya said irritably. Wang Teng ignored her little mood and quietly scanned the surroundings with his mental power, picking up the attribute bubbles scattered everywhere. Even if you don't like them, you still have to pick up the attribute bubbles. Fire-type Star Force *600. Water-based Star Force *800. King-level Water-type Talent *150. Earth-type Star Force *500. King-level Earth-type Talent *100. Planetary Spirit 120. Wind-type Star Force *700. King level wind type talent *150. Gold type star force *1100. One attribute bubble after another flowed into Wang Teng's body, imperceptibly increasing his strength. Wang Teng suddenly felt that he should be grateful to Olya. If she hadn't brought him here, he wouldn't have been able to collect so many attribute bubbles for free. She has a slightly awful personality, but she's a good girl, Tilda. A slight, maternal smile crept onto his lips. Olya suddenly felt that Wang Teng's smile was a bit strange, and it was directed at her, so she wondered what kind of wicked idea he was up to. Wang Teng was oblivious to Olya's unusual behavior, still absorbed in his gains. His 5 elemental powers have all improved significantly this time, but they haven't reached the level of breaking through to a higher realm, so I won't list them all. The appearance of wind-type primal force gave Wang Teng a small surprise. I just received the wind elemental star force from Diki, and now it's appeared again. His wind elemental force is currently at the 13-star warrior level and has not yet been promoted to the planetary level. If given the opportunity, Wang Teng naturally hopes that it can be upgraded as soon as possible. It's a pity that no wind-type cultivation technique was revealed, otherwise he could have tried to advance. Besides the force attribute bubble, Wang Teng also obtained many talent attributes, all of which were king level. Olya was right, there were indeed many genius martial artists here. The attribute bubbles proved it, and Wang Teng believed it. There are also many bubbles for comprehension and spirit attributes, but most of them are planetary level, and no stellar level spirit and comprehension have appeared. Wang Teng shook his head, feeling that he was being too greedy. These were all planetary level and stellar level martial artists. How could they possibly possess stellar level spirit and comprehension cry? Not everyone is as talented as him. However, he was no longer in a hurry to leave. The attribute bubbles dropped from these martial artists sparring far exceeded his own cultivation level. What was the point of cultivating then? Picking up attributes is really the best thing ever, okay, cry. Then Olya saw Wang Teng, who had just seemed uninterested, suddenly move forward very enthusiastically. Cry. Olya was confused, but she immediately followed. Wang Teng walked towards the platform where he had just picked up the wind attribute bubble. The platform was surrounded by layers of people, and he had to squeeze through the crowd as he walked in. Hey, why are you pushing? Cry. If anyone pushes me, I'll be squeezed out of Madgo Valley. The one who shouted, "Squeeze out of the ditch," was an incredibly strong alien warrior who looked a lot like a chimpanzee. This is the ape-man race, which is a very common race in the universe. It tried to squeeze back, but after pushing Wang Teng, it found that his body did not move at all. It felt a surge of power coming out of his body, which pushed it back a step. The chimpanzee warrior's expression immediately changed, and he awkwardly withdrew his dark, large hand, looking at Wang Teng with some helplessness. Wang Teng glanced at it, but didn't even look up. He silently walked through the crowd and arrived at the foot of the platform. Olya followed behind him, her eyes thoughtful. At this moment, 2 martial artists were engaged in fierce combat on the high platform. A green-skinned, thin, and tall man, resembling an ugly, unappetizing scallion, was not a good match for food and made people lose their appetite. The other was human-looking, wielding a sword, handsome and dashing, his body wreathed in cyan primal force. Clearly, he was the wind elemental warrior. It's Senior Yin Hai, Olya exclaimed, her eyes shining. What, is your senior classmate very famous? Cry, Wang Teng asked. Of course, Senior Yin Hai is one of the top 1,000 geniuses in our academy. He's not even 50 years old yet, but he's already reached the stellar level. Moreover, he's a wind-type martial artist, and his Gale sword technique has defeated countless opponents, Olya said with some admiration. 1,000. Since when are the top 1,000 considered geniuses? Cry, Wang Teng's eyes flashed, a hint of puzzlement in his mind. He couldn't help but ask, which school are you from? Cry. Of course, it's the highest institution of learning on our Great Qian Imperial Star, the Great Qian Academy. Olya said with great pride. Wang Teng nodded. He had heard Yuan Gungun mention this academy before. It was said to be the best university in the Great Qian Empire, many times better than the Holy Star Tower of the Orient Federation. The mentors among them are at least cosmic-level powerhouses, even stellar-level individuals are not qualified. If it's the Great Qian Academy, being in the top 1,000 is acceptable. After all, most of the geniuses in the entire Great Qian Empire would probably choose to study at this academy, where the competition is fierce and geniuses gather in great numbers. So you can imagine how competitive it is. Wang Teng carefully observed the martial arts competition above and quietly collected attribute bubbles. Just then, several figures squeezed through from the side. It was Clive and his group whom they had met during the day. "Olia, why didn't you tell me you were coming? Cry, I've been looking for you for ages," Clive greeted her. "I've only been here a short time either," Olia replied casually, her eyes still glued to the martial arts competition on the stage. Clive didn't mind, or rather, he was used to it, but when he saw Wang Teng next to Olia, he couldn't help but frown. Clive's first impression of Wang Teng was not very good. In his opinion, Wang Teng was too pretentious. What's most infuriating is that she's even better at pretending than him, which is what he can't tolerate the most. Born into a prominent imperial family of the Great Qian Empire, when has he ever lost to anyone when it comes to showing off? Cry. But he had been humiliated when he encountered Wang Teng before. Although it wasn't a big deal, he was upset about it all day. Unexpectedly, when I went out to play with Olia that night, I ran into Wang Teng again, and he was with Olia this time. This is even more intolerable. Olia was exceptionally beautiful and just as talented as him. Clive and she were childhood friends, so their relationship was naturally special. Moreover, both families were keen to bring them together. Seeing Olia and Wang Teng walking together now, any man would feel a little uncomfortable. Clive's big eyes lit up, and an idea came to him. "Olia, what's he doing here?" Cry, he asked Olia first. "My cousin asked me to take him out for a walk," Olia said without turning her head. Although Wang Teng heard their conversation, his gaze remained fixed on the martial arts competition on the stage, and he ignored them. Clive's strength is quite good, reaching the 6th level of the planetary realm, and he's only about 21 or 22 years old, making him quite a genius. However, for Wang Teng, there are too few geniuses of this caliber to take advantage of. It's not enough to fleece them. So even though he could tell that Clive's tone was off, he still couldn't be bothered to pay them any attention. However, his ignoring the other party does not mean that the other party is willing to let him off so easily. Wang Teng was Diki's guest, and Clive wouldn't dare do anything too outrageous, but making him lose face wouldn't be enough to completely offend Diki. Clive was a little angry that Wang Teng never turned around to look at him, but he suppressed his anger and walked to Wang Teng's side to test his strength. "We met during the day. My name is Clive. What's yours?" Cry, he asked first. Wang Teng. Wang Teng stood with his hands behind his back, watching the martial arts competition without looking to the side, and responded calmly. The way the wind elemental martial artist on the stage used wind elemental force was quite inspiring to him. After all, he was a genius who had reached the stellar level, and his strength should not be underestimated. Seeing his demeanor, Clive couldn't help but curl his lip and continue to ask, "May I ask where you are from?" "Brother Wang." Cry, you seem to have a close relationship with Lord Diki. Cry. Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat, thinking to himself that this guy wanted to find out his background. After this thought crossed his mind, he looked at Clive with a half smile and said, "From a remote planet, no background, not worth mentioning." Clive didn't believe it at all. Someone from a remote planet shouldn't be treated like this by Diki. Did he think he was a 3-year-old? Cry. "Brother, you jest." Wang Teng shrugged. "If I tell the truth, people won't believe me. Is that my fault?" Cry. "Brother Wang, are you also interested in this martial arts competition?" Cry. "Why don't you go up and try your hand at it?" Cry. "I can help you find a talented martial artist of equal strength as your opponent," Clive said with a smile. Cry. Wang Teng's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He had suspected from the beginning that Clive was up to something, and now he finally knew his purpose. Far from being intimidated, I was actually quite interested. The best way to enjoy getting freebies is to actually participate. He had been struggling with how to find someone to fight with, since he was unfamiliar with the area and people might not listen to him if he just asked. And it would be awkward if he caused an awkward silence. Now things are much better. Someone's just offering a pillow when you're sleepy. "Okay, then I'll leave the arrangements to you." "Clive, you're such a good person." Wang Teng patted Clive on the shoulder and said with a smile. Clive was a little confused after suddenly being given the friend zone card. What's wrong with this guy? Cry. Why did he give him a friend zone card? Cry. What's wrong with his head? Cry. In any case, he had achieved his goal, so he smiled and said, "Then Brother Wang, please tell me your strength first, so I can arrange for a martial artist with similar strength to you. Anything below the 3rd level of the stellar class is fine, you can arrange it as you see fit," Wang Teng said casually. Below the 3rd level of the stellar level. Clive was slightly surprised. Wang Teng is not even 20 years old. If he can really fight against martial artists below the third level of the stellar realm, then he is already among the top geniuses, even stronger than Yin Hai on the stage. Upon hearing this, Olya couldn't help but turn around and glance at Wang Teng, her expression showing a mixture of surprise and curiosity. She didn't know if Wang Teng was bragging or if he really had the ability. It cannot be ruled out that he is lying. But that suits me perfectly. Clive smiled. Since the goal is to embarrass Wang Teng, the stronger the opponent, the better. Anyway, he was the one who said anything below the third level of the stellar class was acceptable. If he gets too badly beaten later, that's none of Clive's business. Don't do anything reckless. If you get beaten up, my cousin will scold me again, Olya said, frowning. Wang Teng was a little annoyed and said, don't worry, even if I get beaten up, I won't let you take the blame. I'll explain to your cousin. That's fine then. Olya nodded with relief, her expression saying, I tried to persuade you, but you wouldn't listen. That's too perfunctory. There was absolutely no sincerity involved. Wang Teng felt speechless and turned his head away, indicating that he didn't want to talk to her. Upon seeing this, Clive began to look for an opponent for Wang Teng. He knew quite a few people, including several stellar-level martial artists, who could meet Wang Teng's requirements. Not long after, he came over with a young man with brown skin who looked like a brown bear. The bear man race is one of the billions of races in the universe. This is Senior Dale, a first-level stellar-level expert. How about it, can you fight him? Clive said to Wang Teng. Level 1 stellar level, barely acceptable. Wang Teng glanced at the bear man youth and nodded. Barely acceptable. Dale's eyes narrowed upon hearing this. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that Wang Teng's aura was not particularly strong, at most at the planetary level. The reason he agreed to fight Clive and Wang Teng, this stranger, was naturally because he received something in return. Otherwise, he might not have bothered with a planetary-level opponent. But now the other party is actually looking down on him. My friend, you have quite the nerve, Dale sneered. Senior Dale, you may not know, but my friend here is a guest of Lord Diki. He is very knowledgeable, so Clive didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was already clear. Wang Teng is just all talk. You disagree? If you're not happy about it, then go for it. We'll find out how strong you are after the competition, Dale said without wasting any words. Wang Teng ignored their back-and-forth banter and kept his eyes on the martial arts competition on the stage. At this moment, the competition on the high platform was nearing its end. Finally, after a series of clashes, Yin Hai unexpectedly pressed his longsword against his opponent's neck, defeating him. Yin Hai's opponent slunk off the stage, while Yin Hai remained on the stage, his gaze sweeping around before suddenly landing on Wang Teng. You want to have a duel? Yin Hai looked calmly at Wang Teng and slowly asked. Everyone was taken aback, and all eyes fell on Wang Teng. Yes. Wang Teng nodded. Then I will be your opponent, Yin Hai said. Everyone was taken aback by these words. Clive and Olya stared at Yin Hai in shock, never expecting him to take the initiative to challenge them. And the person he challenged was Wang Teng. What is Yin Hai really thinking? Dale also looked surprised, glancing at Yin Hai and then at Wang Teng. Yin Hai's reputation far surpasses his. Although both are at the first level of the stellar realm, his strength is significantly inferior to Yin Hai's. Yin Hai could rank within the top 1,000 of the Great Qian Academy, but he couldn't. That's the difference. The reason Yin Hai noticed Wang Teng was because he had just overheard Wang Teng's conversation with Clive and others. He was somewhat curious about Wang Teng's abilities. A planetary-level martial artist boasted that he could defeat martial artists below the third level of the stellar level. That's quite a boast. Anyone who dares to say that is either bragging or a genius among geniuses. If it were an ordinary martial artist, he wouldn't care. At most, he would just consider it boasting. Wang Teng was somewhat unfathomable to him. On the surface, he appeared to be only at the planetary level, but for some reason, he felt that Wang Teng's strength was not as simple as it seemed. Moreover, he was very confident, and that confidence wasn't feigned, it emanated naturally from his eyes. Yin Hai had seen that kind of confidence in many people. Those people were all outstanding figures in the Great Qian Academy. That's why he decided to fight Wang Teng. If Wang Teng was just bragging, then he wouldn't waste much of his time. One move is enough to solve it. If Wang Teng truly possesses that kind of strength, then he might encounter a formidable opponent tonight. For martial arts geniuses like them, a good opponent is extremely rare. He thirsts for a fight. Who is this guy? Senior Yin Hai actually challenged him to a fight. I don't know, I've never seen him before, he probably isn't from our college. Could he be from another college? Do you know him? Come out and introduce him. They were brought by Clive and Olya, they should know each other, right? A murmur of discussion immediately arose from all around, as everyone was curious about Wang Teng's identity. Excuse me, I just promised someone I'd fight him first. Wang Teng paused for a moment, then pointed to Dale beside him and said. Yin Hai immediately looked at Dale. Dale's face darkened slightly. This guy must have done it on purpose. Yin Hai challenged you to a fight, why the hell are you dragging me into this? Do you think I, Dale, have to fight you? If he had known beforehand that Yin Hai would challenge Wang Teng, he would never have come. Now he's stuck between the two of them, which is very awkward. Especially Yin Hai's death stare. Dale felt that if he had to compete with him for this opponent, Yin Hai would definitely fight him first. But it would be a loss of face for Dale to back out voluntarily. With so many people watching, he just couldn't bring himself to say it. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Clive laughed. Wang Teng, didn't you want to find a good opponent? Since Senior Yin Hai has challenged you. Why don't you have a match with Senior Yin Hai first? You can't miss this opportunity. Clive, as expected of someone from a prominent family, immediately eased Daller's awkward situation with his words. Wang Teng glanced at him but didn't pay any attention. He nodded to Yin Hai and replied, in that case, I'll have a match with you first. Hey, are you really going? Senior Yin Hai is really strong. Olya quickly grabbed him and whispered. It's alright. Wang Teng flashed and broke free from Olya's grasp, appearing on the arena. Olya couldn't help but stomp her foot. Bring it on. Wang Teng stood opposite Yin Hai, one hand behind his back, the other outstretched, beckoning to Yin Hai. Olya, does this guy want to die even faster? Clive was also speechless. He had to admit that Wang Teng was far more shameless than him when it came to showing off. Yin Hai held his sword, his brows furrowing slightly. Although he disliked Wang Teng's arrogant behavior, he didn't waste any words. His inner force erupted, forming gusts of azure wind around him. Phew! A slight gust of wind blew, and Yin Hai's figure disappeared from the spot, appearing in front of Wang Teng the next moment. The wind elemental force condensed on the sword blade, transforming into a streak of azure sword light that slashed out. A fierce wind howled, and sword intent erupted. Wang Teng narrowed his eyes, clenched his right fist, condensed a fist imprint, and unleashed it directly. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the sword intent clashed with the incoming sword strike. The ultimate meaning of power. Yin Hai's expression changed as he felt an incredibly powerful force emanating from the opposite side. The sword light shattered, and even he had to retreat and temporarily avoid the attack. Secret technique, you're really something. He stared at Wang Teng and said. Again. Wang Teng gave a soft shout, stomped his right foot, and the primal force exploded beneath his feet, shaking the entire arena and causing spiderweb-like cracks to appear on the ground. His figure transformed into an arrow, rushing towards Yin Hai at an extreme speed. Wang Teng didn't use any weapons, but instead used his fists to strike, creating terrifying fist imprints. Yin Hai's expression was solemn as he frantically swung his battle sword, meeting the dense array of fist imprints like a whirlwind. Boom boom boom. The explosions echoed continuously above the arena, creating a terrifying spectacle. Even so, Yin Hai was still in a tough fight, retreating step by step, seemingly unable to withstand the terrifying fist imprint. Don't back down. What are you retreating for? Show me your strongest power and fight me. Wang Teng shouted. Yin Hai's brow twitched, feeling extremely frustrated. He had never encountered such a formidable opponent, who had overwhelmed him and left him only able to defend passively. The people below were stunned. Yin Hai was beaten so badly that he was completely powerless to fight back. Is Wang Teng really that strong? Clive and Olya looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief. They never imagined that Wang Teng would have such strength. Moreover, Wang Teng's displayed realm was indeed at the planetary level, meaning that he used his planetary level realm to forcefully suppress Yin Hai, a first-level stellar-level martial artist. This is a bit scary. Not everyone can fight enemies of a higher level, only true geniuses can do it. Wang Teng's opponent at this time was Yin Hai, who was also a genius martial artist. Considering all this, Wang Teng's talent was truly terrifying. At this moment, Yin Hai retreated step by step until he was almost at the edge of the arena. He gritted his teeth and the primal force within his body erupted completely. He finally stopped holding back. I can also use the ultimate technique. Yin Hai roared in anger. He had never felt so humiliated to be suppressed and beaten by someone whose cultivation level was much lower than his own. This was something that he, who was extremely proud, simply could not accept. Secret technique, Gale. The surging primal force formed gusts of fierce wind, within which the sword's light condensed, crushing the fist imprint and blasting towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng's gaze sharpened, and he stepped back. At the same time a light blue battle sword appeared in his hand. Splash! The primal force of the water elemental stars surged, suddenly transforming into wave after wave of giant waves rising from behind him, like a raging sea. Ultimate technique, 1,000 waves. With 30% of his ultimate skill unleashed, Wang Teng unleashed a sword strike. Boom boom boom. A giant wave surged forth, meeting Yin Hai's terrifying attack head-on. As the two clashed, their sword beams collided at the center, causing the primal force to explode and create aftershocks that swept outwards. The terrifying collision of the forces left the people below dumbfounded and horrified. PFF'd. Suddenly, the ultimate techniques of the two sides finally determined the winner, and a figure was sent flying backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair. It's actually Senior Yin Hai. Senior Yin Hai actually lost. When everyone saw the figure clearly, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Yin Hai abruptly stopped midair, staring at Wang Teng in disbelief, and exclaimed in surprise. You've actually mastered 2 profound techniques. Only 2 kinds. Wang Teng took a step forward and disappeared from the spot. Yin Hai was shocked. He had already experienced how troublesome and powerful Wang Teng was, and felt that he was in a very difficult situation. When he saw Wang Teng disappear from the spot, he quickly and vigilantly scanned his surroundings. Bang! Just then, a muffled thud rang out, and Yin Hai was struck as if by lightning. His whole body stiffened on the spot, his head throbbed with pain, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Hey, that's a really hard head. Wang Teng's voice came from behind him. Upon hearing this voice, Yin Hai's heart was filled with shock. Yin Hai couldn't understand why Wang Teng's speed had suddenly become so fast, and when he had gotten behind him without him noticing. As a wind-type martial artist, he is very fast and has a very sensitive sense of the movement of the surrounding air. But Wang Teng appeared behind him so silently that he didn't even have time to react before being hit on the back of the head. So he found it extremely incredible. Yin Hai was unaware that Wang Teng was using spatial abilities. As his spatial body grew stronger, his control over space naturally became stronger as well. For example, just now, he used spatial teleportation, but the resulting spatial fluctuations were very weak, which is why Yin Hai couldn't detect them. The effect of sneaking up on people is absolutely amazing. Cry cry cry. Senior Yin Hai got hit cry. The crowd below gasped in disbelief, hardly able to believe their eyes. Yin Hai was a genius ranked among the top 1,000 in Dachin Academy, yet he was hit on the back of the head and didn't even react. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have suspected they were hallucinating. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw the murder weapon in Wang Teng's hand. A golden brick, commonly known as a brick. What the hell is this bizarre weapon? Cry. Everyone stared at the unremarkable brick, which was otherwise just a bright gold color, and 3 question marks appeared on their foreheads. Yin Hai didn't notice the strange expressions on everyone's faces. He endured the excruciating pain in his head, used his movement technique, and channeled his wind elemental power into his body, making him seem like a man of the wind. His speed increased by nearly double, and he instantly disappeared from the spot. Men with wind elemental force are just that smooth. Wang Teng smiled slightly, and his figure disappeared from the spot. Yin Hai stopped in another corner of the arena, looking solemnly back at the spot where he had just stood. A fleeting afterimage was slowly dissipating. Shocking. A sense of dread arose in Yin Hai's heart, and a feeling of horror suddenly arose, making his scalp tingle. Then, bang! Before he could react, a dull sound echoed once again. Ancient and profound, melodious. My foot. Yin Hai's head was buzzing, his vision went black, and his body swayed involuntarily. He was hit twice on the back of the head, and he felt completely unwell. Fighting off the dizziness, he wanted to get away again. He realized that the competition was gradually slipping out of his control. As for admitting defeat, those 2 words don't easily appear in his dictionary. Then an extremely bizarre scene unfolded on the arena. Yin Hai seemed to transform into a gust of wind, slithering around like a snake, while Wang Teng was like a ghost clinging to him, following him like a shadow, impossible to shake off. Thump thump thump. The dull thuds continued. Triple strike. 4 consecutive heavy blows. 5 consecutive heavy hits. Yin Hai was completely dumbfounded. Why is this happening? Cry. He had never experienced being utterly humiliated by someone weaker than himself before. I feel inexplicably sad. In the end, Yin Hai finally succumbed to his indomitable spirit and fell. Ultimately, it's just a physical body. No matter how strong it is, it can't withstand so many heavy blows. At this moment, several large bumps had swelled up on Yin Hai's head, making him quite conspicuous at first glance. An eerie silence fell over the surroundings. Senior Yin Hai, lost? Cry. It seems so. It seems like they lost rather undignifiedly. Be more confident. Please remove the word seemingly, as it is very undignified. Can anyone tell me, where did that ruthless guy on stage come from? Cry. He's so vicious. Official confirmation, it's a wolf-like monster. Then a tremendous uproar erupted all around. At the same time, in the crowd, Olya looked at Yin Hai, the senior she once admired, her face unsure of what expression to make, and her lips twitched involuntarily. Clive felt a throbbing pain in his forehead. He realized that he seemed to have seriously underestimated Wang Teng's strength. This guy really did possess strength comparable to the 3rd level of a stellar level. Even Yin Hai was no match for him. If he sent someone else to fight Wang Teng, they would only lose. As for Dale, Clive glanced at him and knew the answer in his heart. Dale subconsciously touched his big head, his face showing a look of lingering fear. How cowardly is this? Cry. Ignoring Clive's gaze, Dale said directly to him, I suddenly have a stomachache, so I'll take my leave. Without waiting for his response, she hurriedly left. Clive, cry cry cry. He just left like that? Cry, Olya said speechlessly. What else can we do? Cry, Clive said dejectedly. If you ask me, you'd better not cause him any trouble. This guy isn't someone you can mess with. Olya glanced at him sideways. She had long seen through Clive's scheme, but despite her attempts to persuade him, Wang Teng wouldn't listen, and she was at a loss. Now it turns out that Wang Teng is not a fool, he is genuinely capable and ruthless. Look what they've done to Senior Yin Hai. Olya's words made Clive even more frustrated. He shook his head and said, I don't have any other suitable people. Those below the 3rd level of the stellar realm are meaningless. Calling them here would probably just be sending them to their deaths. As for those above the 3rd level of the stellar realm, he might not even bother to help. This guy is very cautious. He actually limited me to a certain range from the very beginning. You've run into a tough one, huh? Cry, Olya chuckled to herself at his dejected look. These scions of powerful families actually put everything out in the open. Olya knew what Clive thought of her and why he was targeting Wang Teng. Clive had done this kind of thing many times before. Olya won't stop it because it's a form of competition. How can we know who is truly outstanding if we don't compare? Cry. HMPH. Clive snorted coldly, then fell silent and went off to sulk. On the stage, under the gaze of the crowd, Wang Teng calmly put away the brick and exclaimed in admiration. Truly worthy of being the pride of the great Qian Empire, so outstanding. The words were spoken. Everyone, a promising talent. Cry. They didn't know if the Empire's prodigies were outstanding, but they were certain that Senior Yin Hai certainly didn't want to be so outstanding. This guy seems a bit cunning. You beat someone up like this and still call him a promising talent? Cry. Where's your shame? Cry. After Wang Teng finished his reflections, he glanced at the attribute bubbles scattered around the arena and quickly picked them up. These were the fruits of his hard work, and he couldn't let them go to waste. Planetary level comprehension *800. Planetary spirit 650. Wind type star force *3000. Whirlwind technique *300. Whirlwind technique *150. Wang Teng felt the attribute bubbles merging into him, and his eyes lit up immediately. Planetary level spirit and comprehension can be converted into stellar level spirit and comprehension, respectively, at 65 and 80 points. With 3,000 points of wind type star force, following the 3,800 points he obtained from Diki, Wang Teng's wind-type star force has increased again, saving him a lot of hard work once more. The remaining 2 attribute bubbles are the main ones. One is the ultimate attribute, and the other is the technique attribute. 2 attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's mind, generating insights. The ultimate technique of Gale. In Wang Teng's mind, an image appeared. In a vast, boundless wilderness, a figure was traveling alone, with endless winds gathering around him. the gale raging across the sky and washing over that figure. The figure walked for a long time in the wilderness. The wind around him grew stronger and stronger until one day, he drew his sword and slashed at the sky. The endless gale then transformed into terrifying swordlight, as if it would tear the heavens and the wilderness apart. This sword technique is called gale. A strange cyan sword light seemed to flash in Wang Teng's eyes, like a gust of wind that swept by and disappeared in an instant. The gale profound technique is different from the wind kill profound technique he obtained before. Gale is a pure wind-based ultimate technique, while wind kill is a wind-based ultimate technique that incorporates killing intent, making it extremely powerful. If we're talking about which ultimate technique is stronger, it has to be the wind-killing ultimate technique. But this doesn't mean that the gale profound technique is weak. A profound technique is still a profound technique, otherwise Yin Hai wouldn't have been able to squeeze into the top 1000 of the Great Qian Academy by relying on the gale profound technique. Wang Teng felt he had no right to complain. After all, it was something he'd picked up for free, so what could he possibly complain about? Cry. Finally, there's the attribute bubble for wind-type techniques. Gale technique. As the attribute bubble was digested, a humanoid figure appeared in Wang Teng's mind, sitting cross-legged, with the path of the cultivation technique evolving within his body. Wang Teng gradually comprehended the planetary-level cultivation technique, whirlwind technique. Finally, he obtained a wind-type cultivation technique. Wang Teng was almost moved to tears. That was so difficult. It was no wonder that he endured the excruciating pain of conscience to commit such a heinous act against Yin Hai, an innocent person with whom he had no grudge. I can't bear to do it. Wang Teng silently repented in his heart, thinking that he must make it up to the other party when he has the chance in the future. Really, please believe me, I will definitely make it up to you. Wang Teng looked at the unconscious Yin Hai and thought to himself. Then, without further hesitation, he stepped off the stage. Hey, where's that big brown bear? Cry. Wang Teng was originally planning to find someone else to fleece, but suddenly realized that the sheep seemed to be gone. He had a stomachache and left first. Clive gave an awkward but still reserved smile. Oh tilde, Wang Teng gave him a meaningful look, feeling that it wasn't that simple. Clive's awkward smile deepened and his former reserve vanished completely. He was furious. Damn it, it's not like I'm the one who ran away to avoid getting pooped, why am I embarrassed? Cry. Wang Teng didn't dwell on it and decided to go to other arenas to collect some attribute bubbles. He had already collected almost all of these here, so it was time to move on to another one. Olya caught up with him, looked him up and down curiously, and asked, just how strong are you? Cry. Would you mind telling me? Cry. Clive, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but perk up his ears. What, trying to get someone to sabotage me? Cry. Wang Teng laughed. Olya was taken aback by his directness and scoffed, TCH, I have no grudge against you, why would I scheme against you? Cry. Then why are you asking so clearly? Cry. Wang Teng gave her a half smile. Curiousness is no excuse. Olya rolled her eyes. Wang Teng smiled and said nothing more. After a while, Olya couldn't help but ask again, by the way, why did you use a brick as a weapon? Cry. Is it because you're mentally twisted? Cry. Are you trying to take revenge on society this way? Cry. Fuck you. Wang Teng almost cursed. You're the one with a twisted mind. Your whole family is psychologically twisted. Wang Teng took a deep breath to calm himself down and glared fiercely at Olya. If you don't say it, I'll take that as an admission, Olya said with a grin, completely unafraid. Wang Teng felt that this woman was a bit annoying. Hey, how can you be so boring? Cry. Can you say something? Cry. What's your relationship with my cousin? Cry. How did you meet? Cry. Even after Wang Teng finished watching the martial arts competition, Olya's mouth never stopped, buzzing around him like 500 ducks quacking. Wang Teng spent the whole night collecting attribute bubbles and reaped a rich harvest. Otherwise, he simply couldn't have tolerated Olya's nagging. Back at my lodgings, I took stock of my gains, which mainly consisted of an increase in various force attributes. He felt that if he picked up the attribute bubbles again tomorrow night, he could improve his force attributes by a small level. With a smile, Wang Teng sat cross-legged and decided to begin cultivating the whirlwind technique. Having just obtained this wind-based cultivation technique, he couldn't wait to start practicing it and advance his wind-based primal force to the planetary level as soon as possible. Wang Teng, wait a minute. At this moment, a round voice suddenly rang out. What's wrong? Cry. Wang Teng stopped and asked. Remember virtual reality? Cry. The round, chubby figure appeared before him and said. Virtual reality. Wang Tang's mind jolted. Of course I remember. He had gained a lot of benefits from the virtual reality experience back then, where he could collect attribute bubbles, and Wang Tang certainly hadn't forgotten that. However, the virtual reality obtained on Earth was just an empty shell, without a network connecting to the universe. Therefore, apart from some infrastructure and some existing star beasts, there was nothing else. Even so, Wang Tang still gained a lot from it, and the benefits of virtual reality are self-evident. What would it be like if we could connect to the cosmic network right now? Cry. Wang Tang suddenly felt hopeful. Actually, virtual reality is also known as the virtual universe in the universe, which is almost equivalent to a real universe, said Roundy. A virtual universe? Wang Tang exclaimed in surprise, such a boastful tone. Hee hee, you'll see when you go in. Round and Chubby chuckled. Then what are we waiting for? Cry. Wang Tang was very curious about this virtual universe, so he urged them on. Don't rush. As I just said, the virtual universe is almost the same as a real universe. Therefore, everything inside is no different from the outside world. Everyone who enters it naturally needs an identity. And to open an account in the virtual universe, you need to have an identity in the real world first, so, Roundy explained. So what? Cry. Wang Tang's face darkened. After all that talk, he still couldn't get in. What he needed right now was a real cosmic identity and household registration. Once we arrive at the Great Qian Emperor Star in a few days, you will be able to obtain an identity. However, I am currently trying to see if I can get you smuggled in, the round-faced man said with a smile. Smuggling them in? Wang Tang exclaimed in surprise. It's basically being an unregistered resident, that way there won't be so many restrictions, said Roundy. But we'll have to wait, I'm still trying. Alright, I'll wait a bit longer. Wang Tang sighed and had no choice but to patiently wait. The next day, Wang Tang was cultivating at his residence when Yin Hai came to visit. He was not convinced. His head was smashed open, a huge humiliation, so he wanted to regain his dignity from Wang Tang. Therefore, he will continue to challenge Wang Tang. He carefully analyzed last night's battle and felt that he had only lost to Wang Tang's ghostly movements. Now that he was prepared, he would not be as helpless as he was last night. Wang Tang's level was ultimately lower than his, and he didn't believe that he was that much worse than Wang Tang. This is the last stubbornness of a genius martial artist. Wang Tang, of course, wouldn't refuse and politely agreed. They've come knocking on our door, how can we refuse? Cry. Absolutely not, otherwise he'll definitely get angry. Besides, it's just taking advantage of loopholes, no problem, I'll just go easy on them tonight. Then Yin Hai suffered another glorious defeat, and his reputation for outstanding talent spread even further. On the third day, Yin Hai came knocking again, once more displaying his prowess. Wang Tang had a very fulfilling few days. He cultivated at his residence during the day and went out to collect attribute bubbles at night, while also sparring with Yin Hai and getting to know this genius martial artist better. After 3 days of relentless effort, he managed to raise the level of his 5 elements origin force attribute by one small level. Among them, the metal elemental force has reached the 8th level, the fire and earth elemental forces have reached the 7th level. And the remaining wood and water elemental forces have reached the 6th level. The simultaneous improvement of the 5 elements origin force realm significantly boosted Wang Tang's strength. So Yin Hai had even less of a chance, but unfortunately he didn't know that and continued to relentlessly challenge Wang Tang. Wang Tang couldn't help but admire his perseverance, but he felt that Wang Tang was a bit slow-witted and stubborn. Knowing they can't win, they still come to challenge. Are they addicted to masochism? Cry. Whether Yin Hai was addicted to being tortured, Wang Tang didn't know, but he certainly was. It's great to have a genius willingly torment you without charging a penny. However, on the 4th night, Wang Tang refused Yin Hai's excessive demands and decided not to go out that night. Because he's going to do something really exciting tonight. Roundy found a way to enter the virtual universe. If it were a conventional method of entry, Wang Tang wouldn't be so curious. What they're doing now is smuggling. This is the name that Roundy gave to this operation, and it sounds quite fitting. Are you ready? Cry. At this moment, inside the room, the round-faced boy, with a serious yet slightly excited expression, spoke to Wang Tang. Wang Tang had already prepared, but seeing the round and chubby thing, he suddenly had a feeling that things weren't going well, and he became uneasy for no reason. He asked again to confirm, are you sure it's okay? Cry. You don't believe me? Cry. Roundy, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, bristled and glared at Wang Tang. No, just checking. Wang Tang's eyes darted around as he touched his nose. I said there's no problem, and that's final. I'm an intelligent life form. I've been planning this since I started following Master Nangong. After so many years of research, I've finally found a loophole in the virtual universe. It's fortunate that you don't have a registered address, which is why I was able to carry out my smuggling plan. If you had already registered and your soul had been marked, it would have been impossible to carry out this plan. Roundy said patiently. So that's why you were in such a hurry. You were afraid that once I settled down on the Great Qian Emperor star, I wouldn't be able to carry out your plans, Wang Tang said irritably. Round and Chubby glanced at him guiltily and said, I'm doing this for your own good. You have no idea how important the virtual universe is. If you can successfully smuggle yourself in, it's like having a secret identity. Then, combined with your official identity, you'll have a clear identity and a secret one, making everything much easier. Think about it, isn't that right? Cry. Wang Tang stroked his chin. Sounds pretty good. Round and Chubby, a surge of joy welled up in his heart. However, Wang Tang suddenly glanced at it sideways. But what? Cry? Roundy's heart immediately tightened, and he became somewhat anxious. What's the success rate? Cry? You should at least tell me, Wang Tang probed. There's probably a 60 to 70% chance. The round-faced boy's eyes darted upwards. How much? Cry? Wang Tang's voice suddenly rose a notch. 60%. The round, chubby boy exclaimed. How much? Cry? Wang Tang put his hand to his ear, pretending not to have heard clearly. 55%. Roundy felt guilty and dared not look Wang Tang in the eye. What? Cry? How much? Cry? I didn't hear you. Wang Tang's voice was almost 3 times louder than before. 50%, no less, absolutely 50%. Roundy, enraged, jumped up and stared at Wang Tang without backing down. Wang Tang sighed. You really are unreliable. You probably don't even reach 40% accuracy. How dare you ask me to try? Cry. How am I unreliable? Cry. I'm an intelligent life form. What makes you think I'm unreliable? Cry, Roundy said angrily. Just because you're round and chubby. Wang Tang chuckled coldly. Roundy glared at Wang Tang for a long while before hanging its head in dejection and saying in a softened tone, I've prepared for so long, please give it a try, please, have pity on me, okay? Cry. In the end, it clasped its hands together, its eyes brimming with tears, and actually tried to look cute. Acting cute is shameful, and you've lived for millions of years. Wang Tang glanced at him sideways, his face full of disdain and contempt. I'm just a child who's a few million years old, the round, chubby boy said coyly. Can you go away? Cry, Wang Tang gagged, then asked seriously, tell me the truth, how confident are you really? Cry. Ahem, 30%, Roundy coughed dryly and said awkwardly. You're something else, Wang Tang rolled his eyes at it. Although I knew it would be low, I didn't expect it to be only 30%. However, now is not the time to dwell on this. He and Yuan Gungun are ultimately bound together. Although Yuan Gungun's smuggling plan is not very good, it is genuinely beneficial to Wang Tang, so taking a little risk is not out of the question. What will happen if we're discovered? Cry, Wang Tang asked. Both body and soul are destroyed, the round-faced man said solemnly. Wang Tang gritted his teeth and said, I really want to kill you right now. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Actually, I wanted you to split a part of your mind into it, so that even if it's discovered, it won't endanger your life. At most, you'll just get a little injured, Roundy said quickly. Splitting the spirit? Cry, Wang Tang asked suspiciously, is that really possible? Cry. Of course, some powerful individuals do this. This way, when their spiritual bodies enter the virtual universe, their physical bodies are still dominated by their spiritual bodies, preventing any accidents, Roundy explained. Is that so? Cry, Wang Tang nodded thoughtfully. Now you can rest assured, right? Cry, the round-faced boy said. But if my spiritual body is discovered sneaking into the virtual universe, will it be marked and prevented from entering again? Cry, Wang Tang still had some concerns. It's best to ask before going in, so you don't get tricked by this round guy without even realizing it. Don't worry, if I'm discovered, I'll destroy your split spiritual body immediately and won't give the virtual universe a chance to mark it, Roundball said. Wang Tang nodded, then pondered for a while, feeling that this matter was like walking on a tightrope, and one wrong step would result in being smashed to pieces. However, it was somewhat tempting, and he eventually agreed. Can I use the clone technique? Cry, Wang Tang asked. I forgot you also have the ability to create clones. Your clone technique is very mysterious, it might actually be able to deceive people. This method is better than directly splitting your spiritual body, at least it provides some concealment. Roundy's eyes lit up. Without saying anything more, Wang Teng directly used his clone technique, and a clone formed from his spiritual body and primal force appeared in front of the round thing. Fortunately, his mental strength was so great that it reached the stellar level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have met the minimum standard for splitting his mind to enter the virtual universe. Therefore, many people can only enter the virtual universe using their main spirit, and the method of entering by splitting the spirit body is not available to everyone. Ha ha ha, it's about to begin. Roundy was extremely excited and pointed his finger at the center of his clone's forehead. Through the mental connection, Wang Teng immediately sensed that the clone's spirit had fallen into darkness, unable to see anything, as if it had lost all perception. If one hadn't been prepared, this extreme darkness would have surely caused panic and unease. Wang Teng didn't know how long it lasted, and he didn't even feel anything. Suddenly, a light appeared in front of him. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, Wang Teng found himself in a futuristic city. Metal skyscrapers, hundreds or even thousands of meters tall, have sprung up from the ground. Buildings come in all shapes and sizes. Some are the most common shapes, square and without any surprises, but some buildings are extremely bizarre, even violating the most basic architectural principles, and are almost impossible to exist in reality. The ground was clean and tidy, without a speck of dust, so smooth that it reflected the figures of passers-by. The streets were crowded with pedestrians of various races. They had peculiar appearances and varied heights. Some were as tall as normal humans, while others were as tall as 5 or 6 meters, which was quite striking. Some were only half the height of an adult, and you probably wouldn't notice them unless you looked down. At the center of the street confluence, there is a wide square. In this environment, Wang Teng's figure appeared abruptly on the square. The surrounding crowd seemed unfazed, glancing at Wang Teng but finding nothing unusual, they paid him no further attention. This is the virtual universe. Wang Teng looked around curiously, his eyes filled with astonishment. This place was indeed very different from the virtual reality he had entered before. The city in the virtual reality he had entered before was empty and there were hardly any people in sight, but here it was bustling with people, lively and full of life. It's just like a real world. See, I didn't lie to you. Did I cry? Isn't it amazing? A round, chubby voice rang out in Wang Teng's mind, sounding very smug. I didn't expect you to actually succeed. Wang Teng observed his surroundings while communicating with Yuan Gungun in his mind. He noticed that each of the people around him was accompanied by a small figure, each with a different appearance. Some were small animals, some were winged little people, and some were plants with human faces. These plants with human faces could even speak, which was very magical. Of course, I am an intelligent life form. Its round nose was almost pointing to the sky. Seeing Wang Teng's gaze, it introduced, those are intelligent little sprites that can assist their masters in the virtual universe. However, they are all divided into levels. You probably can't find many intelligent life forms like me. When Wang Teng saw it start boasting again, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. This round guy was really too narcissistic. Where are we now? He asked. We connect to the star network, from the territory of the Great Qian Empire to enter the virtual universe, so we are on the Great Qian continent, Roundball said. The Great Qian continent? Wang Teng blinked. Yes, the Great Qian continent is an extremely vast landmass. The Great Qian Empire is a high-level cosmic civilization with a boundless territory spanning thousands of star systems and countless planets. Every moment, countless races enter the virtual universe, so the Great Qian Empire's territory in the virtual universe is very vast. Although it is called a continent, it is actually larger than the combined area of several planets, Roundy explained. Incredible! Wang Teng exclaimed in amazement. Now let me introduce you to the function of the virtual universe. Here, as long as you have money, you can enjoy everything: martial arts competitions, learning, trading, finance. Roundy explained, the universe is too vast. And the distance between people is very far. It is very difficult for friends to meet. But in the virtual universe, this distance is shortened a lot. You can communicate with your friends, or you can teleport directly to meet them. It's very convenient. Furthermore, you can meet like-minded martial artists, exchange martial arts ideas, and expand your network. In addition, you can also conduct financial transactions in the virtual universe. Here, your identity is linked to your bank card, so you can directly manage money transactions and buy whatever you want across countless star systems. Besides these, there are all sorts of entertainment options, such as beautiful women, delicious food, and games. Wait, beautiful women count as entertainment? Wang Teng asked in surprise. You know how men are, there are so many races in the universe, and the beauties of each race have their own unique charm. Don't you want to experience it? The round-faced man winked at Wang Teng with a lewd expression. Wang Teng declared that he was a gentleman, and women were nothing more than pretty skeletons. Round and chubby chuckled meaningfully, then continued, in short, there is everything here, food, drinks, and entertainment. Many people are so immersed in it that 100 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and they have come here as if it were the real world. No way, this is a virtual world after all, and someone has been addicted to it for 100 years. Wang Teng found it hard to believe. This isn't just a few months or years, it's a century. Is there really someone so desperate? You'll see once you try it, the round-faced man laughed. I've said it before, the virtual universe is no different from the real world. It's not impossible for some people to live in it as if it were the real world. Being too realistic isn't necessarily a good thing. Wang Teng couldn't help but sigh. He couldn't help but think of some reclusive men and women on Earth who stayed at home for years, some even for 10 or 20 years, immersed in the world of games. Now that he thought about it, how similar they were to this virtual universe. Moreover, virtual universes are far more realistic than games on Earth. If those shut-ins were to experience it, they probably wouldn't want to leave, and might even stay home forever. For them, this is simply an unparalleled paradise for homebodies. Wang Teng thought to himself with a strange feeling. However, true strong individuals with unwavering will naturally won't become addicted to the virtual universe. They treat it as a platform for communication, providing convenience for themselves. Moreover, if they are too poor, they wouldn't have the opportunity to become addicted for 100 years, since everything in the virtual world costs money. Roundy made a finger-rubbing motion. This is really realistic, Wang Teng said, both amused and exasperated. Of course, otherwise do you think the virtual universe is so easy to enter? Roundy's tone changed, and he added, of course, the virtual universe still has many advantages. At least it allows people to compete in martial arts, fight against star beasts, and so on. Although it cannot improve one's cultivation level here, it can be used to improve combat experience, and you won't die. I've tried this, and it does work to some extent, Wang Teng nodded. The one you used before was just an incomplete version, it can't compare to this one at all. Go experience it for yourself and you'll see, Roundy said dismissively. Then let's give it a try. Wang Teng walked out of the square, looking somewhat excited. Let's go straight outside the city. Wait a minute, I think you should get some money for yourself first. Roundy quickly stopped him, saying, look at yourself. What's this? Wang Teng looked down and was slightly taken aback. He asked, why have my clothes changed? He discovered that he was no longer wearing the clothes he wore in reality, but only a very simple and plain grey cultivation robe, without even a weapon, looking exactly like a penniless pauper. Everyone who enters the virtual universe starts with this configuration. If you want something better, you have to pay for it, Roundy chuckled to himself. Damn, this is outrageous. Wang Teng couldn't help but swear. The virtual universe is all about money, making money from anything, just as shameless as those unscrupulous game companies. Can making money be called shameless? Roundball said. Wang Teng found himself speechless and immediately recognized the harsh reality. He took a deep breath and humbly asked, where should I get the money? See the shops on the street. If you want to sell something, just go to the shop and trade, said Roundy. Wang Teng's gaze swept across the area, and sure enough, he saw shops scattered around the square in a well-organized manner. If one listened carefully, one could even faintly hear shouts and calls coming from the crowd. Just a quick plug. I've been using an app lately called Source Switching App, which supports both Android and Apple phones. Buying purple lightning rat pelts, fair prices, honest business practices. Take a look. Our shop sells all kinds of runic weapons. Don't miss out. We are buying all kinds of ores, star cores, star bones, and all kinds of rare treasures. Prices are negotiable. Interested parties please come to Wanbaoj. Why does this feel like a wet market? Wang Teng muttered to himself with a strange expression as he walked toward the shop. Hee, the competition is fierce after all, the round-faced boy chuckled. Wang Teng's target was the Wanbao Pavilion. He still had quite a few star bones and star cores on him, which should be able to be sold for some money. Sigh tilde. Life in poverty is so hard. Wanbaoj is a chain company with branches all over the universe, with branches in many cosmic countries, and has an amazing history. Large companies like these operate with integrity, so there's no need to worry about them abusing their power. As Wang Teng walked toward Wanbaoj, Yuan Gungan began to introduce it to him. A moment later, Wang Teng found the location of Wanbaogi's shop. This is a very large, silver-white metal building that is highly recognizable. Wang Teng stepped inside and found that this treasure pavilion was very similar to a shopping mall on Earth. It was divided into sections, displaying all kinds of items, including battlesuits, weapons, spiritual medicines, ores, and even things like spirit pets and robots. However, the number of these images was small, and most of them were only for display. The actual list of items was projected into the air as images, which were lifelike and very clear. Wang Teng looked around curiously, feeling somewhat dazzled. There are so many things, I can't even look at them all. So, what do you think? Cry, this place is pretty good, isn't it? Cry, the chubby boy asked with a grin. Not bad. Wang Teng nodded calmly. At that moment, a waiter noticed Wang Teng and immediately greeted him warmly. Dear guest, is there anything I can help you with? Cry. I need to sell something, Wang Teng stated his purpose. What would you like to buy? Cry. The waiter didn't seem too surprised. Wang Teng's clothes are the initial attire of the virtual universe. Most people dressed like this come to the store to sell things in exchange for virtual currency. Some ores, star cores, star bones. Wang Teng said, please follow me. The waiter's eyes lit up, and he gestured for her to follow, leading the way. Soon the two arrived at a reception room. Our manager will personally greet you. Please come in, sir. After leading the person inside, the waiter left. A short, middle-aged man who looked somewhat like a goblin came forward to greet them. I am a manager of Wanbaoj. I heard that you wished to sell ores, star cores, and star bones. Cry. Yes, Wang Teng nodded. As they were talking, the middle-aged man invited Wang Teng to sit down at the table and chairs in the reception room and served him tea. Wang Teng picked up the teacup and took a small sip while secretly observing the other person. He discovered that the man was actually a stellar-level martial artist, with a strength of around level 6 or 7, and was not to be underestimated. The virtual universe is very realistic, and everything is no different from reality, which is why Wang Teng was able to perceive it. Guests, please take out your items, and I will determine their quality and price, the middle-aged man said with a smile. The wonder of the virtual universe is now on full display. These items are all real-world objects and would never appear in the virtual universe. But with a thought from Wang Teng, pieces of ore and star cores and star bones appeared on the table in front of him, indistinguishable from the real thing. The advantage of trading in the virtual universe is that both people and goods are virtual, so there is no risk of being cheated or robbed. Moreover, with the virtual universe acting as a notary, all transactions can be guaranteed to be conducted in accordance with the spirit of the contract. Wang Teng had collected a lot of things on Earth, and now, with a single move, ores, star cores, and star bones were piled up on the table like small mountains. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. However, he was a man of great experience and quickly regained his composure. He carefully examined the ores, star cores, and other items in front of him and then quoted their prices one by one. At this moment, Yuan Gungun was also listening nearby. It knew the prices of these items very well, so Wang Teng was not afraid that the other party would try to fool him. These items can be offered to you for a total price of 8,000 Great Qian coins. Finally, the middle-aged man put down the last piece of star bone in his hand. Looked up and said to Wang Teng. Only 8,000. Cry. Wang Teng frowned slightly, muttering to himself. 8,000 still feels like a small amount. Come on, these star cores and star bones you brought out aren't even at the king level, and the ores aren't anything precious or rare. It's already pretty good that they can sell for 8,000. And don't forget that these are Great Qian coins, which are very valuable, Roundy said irritably. I'm right. Wang Teng smiled sheepishly and asked, is this price acceptable? Cry. You're bidding 8,500 Dachin coins, the round-faced boy said directly. Wang Teng shook his head and said to the middle-aged man, 8,500 Dachin coins. If that doesn't work, I'll go to other shops. I'm not in a hurry. It seems you know your stuff, sir. You've squeezed your profits pretty hard. The middle-aged man gave a wry smile. In that case, I won't say any more. 8,500 it is. We'll take a little less profit and consider it as building a friendly relationship with you. Actually, if it weren't for the wide variety of items you have here, I would never have agreed to this price. There will be opportunities to cooperate in the future. Wang Teng smiled. The two then signed a contract, and the middle-aged man transferred the cryptocurrency to Wang Teng's account. Wang Teng, being an unregistered resident, originally had no bank account, but he inherited Nangong Yu's estate. As an imperial baron, Nangong Yu had an anonymous bank card in the Cosmic Bank before his death. Although Nangong Yu died, he made a will before his death, leaving behind that bank card, which is why it was not cancelled. Later, that card was kept by Yuan Gungun, and now it's perfect for Wang Teng to use. During the transfer, the middle-aged man learned that Wang Teng had an anonymous bank card from the Universal Bank, and immediately became even more enthusiastic towards him, even offering some subtle compliments. The Cosmic Bank is a colossal entity in the universe with a mysterious and powerful background. It has stood firm in the universe for countless years and is the largest bank in the entire universe. Just a heads up, this source switching tool is really great and worth installing, since it allows you to cache books and read them offline. Their branches are located in all the kingdoms and cosmic powers of the universe, making them a bank that everyone trusts. Obtaining a bearer bank card from the Universal Bank is no easy feat, only those with a certain status and position are eligible to have one. Wang Teng was ultimately able to enjoy such conveniences because he had benefited from Nangong Yu's influence. Otherwise, the title of Baron in the Great Qian Empire wouldn't be so coveted. You can send the item to the nearest Wanbaoj branch in real life. After the transaction was completed, the middle-aged man escorted Wang Teng to the door. Manager Buck, let's leave it here. Wang Teng stopped him with a hint of helplessness. During their conversation, Wang Teng had already learned that the man's name was Buck and that he was from the goblin race. There are goblin races in the universe. They are good at business and are also excellent inventors and engineers. They can be seen in many large companies or construction sites. Although the middle-aged man had been quite enthusiastic before, he had never been so obsequious. The sudden change was really hard for Wang Teng to bear. We look forward to your next visit. Buck smiled and waved to Wang Teng, watching him leave. Even after leaving Wanbaoj, Wang Teng was still marveling at the transformation of the former manager, Buck. Round and chuckled. In the universe, bank cards are all bound to the mind, but anonymous bank cards don't need to be. They can be transferred. As long as the cardholder has permission, others can also use this anonymous bank card. Therefore, anonymous bank cards are considered an extremely high-end bank card, and ordinary people cannot possess them. That's why that manager Buck's attitude was inconsistent. He clearly thinks of you as some kind of powerful or wealthy person. Although a stellar-level person is considered a figure, able to hold a minor management position in some powerful companies, compared to you. A powerful figure, who owns an anonymous bank card from the Cosmic Bank, it's nothing. At this point, it couldn't help but burst into laughter. Now you know how important the legacy of Master Nangong is. It really is pragmatic everywhere. Wang Teng shook his head, his gaze firm, and said, but you're right, Nangong Yu's legacy is indeed useful to me. And I'm determined to get this baronial title. You know that much, said Roundy. Where do we go now? Wang Teng asked. Go buy battlesuits and weapons, said Roundy. Wanbaoj also has battlesuits and weapons, why don't we just buy them there? Wang Teng asked, puzzled. Are you crazy? Everything in Wanbaoj is ridiculously expensive. Of course we should buy from their specialty stores, said Yuan Gungun. It's cheaper at the specialty store. Wang Teng didn't know there was such a trick. Luckily, Yuan Gungun was there, otherwise he would have spent a lot of money for nothing. Making money isn't easy these days. He accumulated so many good things on Earth, but only sold them for 8,500 Dachin coins. Just thinking about it makes him feel a little sad about his poverty, so it's better to be more frugal. It's not too late for him to resume his extravagant lifestyle as young Master Wang after he makes money in the future. The items in specialty stores are mostly standard products, so the prices are more favorable. Of course, if you want better quality items, you'll naturally have to pay a higher price, Yuan Gungun explained. Not long after, the two went to a combat uniform store and a weapons store respectively, and each bought a combat uniform and a sword. It cost a total of 5,500 Dachin coins. Don't be fooled by the fact that it's only a few thousand yuan. The value of this Dachin coin is indeed extremely high, so the items you buy are quite good. The battlesuit is at planetary level 3, and the battle sword is at planetary level 5. both are items used by planetary-level warriors. In the universe, items such as battlesuits and weapons are all categorized according to the martial artist's level, which is convenient and easy to remember. Clothes make the man. After Wang Teng changed into a black battlesuit and carried a battlesword on his back, he immediately looked brand new and was no longer a blank slate. The way pedestrians looked at him changed. He seemed to have a rich man aura about him. It's like the difference between a handsome guy walking down the street wearing cheap clothes and a handsome guy walking down the street wearing Armani and a Vacheron Constantine watch. People will definitely look at them very differently. After setting up his equipment, Wang Teng arrived at the city's teleportation point. As for why we came here, cry. Of course, it's because he wants to use this teleportation point to go to the wilderness and experience the fun of virtual jungle hunting. The wilderness and human settlements in the virtual universe are two completely different areas. The wilderness is not located within the Great Qian continent and can only be reached through teleportation points. Teleportation via teleportation points costs a small amount of money. This is actually why Yuan Gungun told him to get money first. Buying battlesuits and swords is secondary. Even without these things, Wang Teng can still hunt wild star beasts. But without money, he can't teleport, which would be a real disaster. The teleportation point is a huge plaza with many teleportation rune arrays that can teleport martial artists to various locations. The square was crowded with people, and the crowds of people coming and going were all armed martial artists, making it quite a lively scene. Form a team to hunt down a king-level firefox beast. Requirements: Level 3 to 5 planetary realm. Form a team to hunt down the king-level armored rhinoceros beast. Fire-type warriors are preferred, with strength at the 6th to 8th level of the planetary realm. As Wang Teng walked along, he noticed a very interesting phenomenon. Around the square were temporary sunshades, and groups of martial artists gathered together, shouting requests to form teams. They're inviting people to form teams to hunt star beasts. Yuan Gungun explained when he saw Wang Teng's gaze. Most star beasts in the wild come in groups. And some are extremely difficult to deal with alone, so many people choose to team up with others to hunt them together. Aren't they afraid of being double-crossed, cry? Wang Teng asked. This is a virtual universe. Even if you die, your physical body won't die. Besides, isn't this a kind of training, cry? Getting scammed in the virtual universe is better than getting scammed in reality, Roundball said. That makes sense. Wang Teng stroked his chin, then walked in one direction. Form a team to hunt the king-level star beast Black Wind Eagle. Earth-type warriors are preferred, as are warriors at the 6th to 7th level of the planetary realm. As they drew closer, the shouts became clearer. The martial arts team in front of them was inviting martial artists to hunt a king-level star beast called the Black Wind Eagle. They were Wang Teng's targets. Friend, would you like to team up with us to hunt the Black Wind Eagle, cry? A Bear Clan warrior who looked a bit simple-minded saw Wang Teng approaching and his eyes lit up as he went to greet him. Is the Black Wind Eagle a wind-type star beast, cry? Wang Teng asked. This was his real purpose. Although he had taken a lot of wind-type primal force from Yin Hai, he was still far from breaking through to the planetary level. Therefore, Wang Teng wanted to hunt wind-type star beasts to obtain more wind-type primal force and accelerate the advancement of wind-type primal force. Besides, he didn't know where to find wind-type star beasts, so he might as well find a team to get familiar with them. Yes, the Bear Clan warrior nodded hurriedly. I am an Earth-type martial artist, with a strength at the 7th level of the planetary stage. Wang Teng released his Earth-type stellar primordial force and said calmly. Good, you perfectly meet our requirements. The bear warrior said with great joy, come with me to sign the contract, and I'll introduce you to your 2 other companions while we're at it. Wang Teng followed him forward, his gaze sweeping over the other members of the team. Including this Bear Clan warrior, there are 3 people in total. The other 2 were a wolf warrior and a dog warrior. All 3 were tall, strong, and imposing. They were very intimidating just by standing there. This lineup is excellent and very strong. Suddenly, Wang Teng's expression became somewhat strange. His gaze swept back and forth between the wolf clan warriors and the dog clan warriors, as if he couldn't tell them apart. It's true that the wolf clan and the dog clan are quite similar. They both have furry ears, but their overall appearance is human. If he weren't told, he probably wouldn't be able to tell who was a wolf and who was a dog. My name is Shang Dali. At this moment, the Shang clan warrior introduced himself, and then was about to introduce the other 2. Before he could even speak, the wolf warrior coldly said, "My name is Brokai, and I am a gold-type wolf warrior. Just a heads up, this source switching tool is really great and worth installing. It even supports both Android and Apple phones. My name is Haston, and I am a water-type martial artist. Please take care of me." The dog-type martial artist gave Wang Teng a silly and cheeky smile and extended his hand in a very friendly manner. Hello." Wang Teng paused for a moment, then reached out and shook hands with him. Something feels off. Both of them are quite handsome, but Blake has a cool, aloof handsomeness, while Haston has a goofy, handsome charm. He had a feeling that teaming up with this silly bear, dog, and wolf duo to hunt star beasts would lead to some exciting adventures. "My name is Wang Teng, a human warrior." Wang Teng introduced himself as well. The group became acquainted. "Wang Teng, come and sign the contract quickly, then we can set off." Shang Dali shouted impatiently. Wang Teng walked over, picked up the contract that Shang Dali had prepared, and looked at it. He didn't find any loopholes. It was a very simple contract, which mainly explained how to jointly hunt star beasts and distribute the spoils according to the number of beasts hunted. This contract is binding, and it will be notarized by the virtual universe after it is signed, so there's no need to worry about Shang Dali and the others playing tricks. "Looks like I've found a fairly reliable team," Wang Teng muttered to himself. After signing the contract, Shang Dali and the others hurriedly packed up the sunshade, shouldered their bags, and called Wang Teng to head to the teleportation point. Black Wind Plains. This is a vast grassland named for the strong winds that sweep across the Black Wind Mountains year-round. Countless mythical beasts live on the grasslands, and the Black Wind Eagle is one of them. Wang Teng and his 3 temporary teammates arrived at a human settlement in Black Wind Plains via a teleportation array. The teleportation cost them 10 Great Qian coins, which were split among the 4 of them, so each person only needed 2.5 Great Qian coins. Wang Teng couldn't help but marvel at how cheap the teleportation array was. This is such a convenient service. At this moment, on the Black Wind Plain, 4 people left the gathering point on a heavy motorcycle and headed towards a certain place on the Black Wind Plain. They rented the motorcycle. The gathering point has related businesses. After all, not everyone can carry such a motorcycle around. Firstly, the motorcycle itself is not cheap, and secondly, to carry it around, you need a large space for equipment, both of which require a lot of money. Shang Dali and his group didn't look like wealthy people. Wang Teng doesn't have any spare money right now, so he naturally can't afford these things and can only follow the crowd. It's worth mentioning here that the virtual currency used in the virtual universe is actually the same as real currency. The virtual Dachin coin and the real Dachin coin are interchangeable and can be exchanged between each other. The motorcycle sped across the boundless plains, surrounded by lush grass that was almost as tall as an adult. Ordinary vehicles would probably struggle to move quickly in such an environment, and only a heavy motorcycle could meet the requirements. Its wheels alone were half the height of a person, and the entire motorcycle was much taller than a normal human. In such an environment, the surrounding grass was no match for the motorcycle's large wheels, and the grass was crushed and crushed. Wang Teng and the others were resting inside the motorcycle. Haston was holding a map and carefully identifying the direction, while Brokai was driving the motorcycle in front. Wang Teng raised an eyebrow at Haston's somewhat dazed look, seriously doubting whether the guy could even find his destination. He glanced at Shang Dali and found that the other man was already fast asleep, snoring loudly. Perhaps noticing Wang Teng's gaze, Brokai glanced at him in the rearview mirror and said, "He's always like this. We take turns keeping watch for dangers around us." Wang Teng nodded and asked, "How strong is the Black Wind Eagle cry?" "Among the Black Wind Eagles we discovered, the strongest Black Wind Eagle king is a 7th level king, while the rest are between the 1st and 5th levels of king. Totaling about 27 or 28, Brokai said with a grim expression. "Wang Teng, is this your first time hunting star beasts in the wild cry?" Haston, who was looking at the map, suddenly looked up and asked with a mocking face. He wasn't really mocking Wang Teng, it was just his natural expression. His face was quite handsome, but the slight upturn of his eyes and lips created a smug look, as if he was always mocking others. Wang Teng had already seen through his true nature. This guy was a dog, and most likely a husky. He nodded, somewhat surprised. This guy, who looks a bit silly, is obviously a first-timer in the wild, but he doesn't seem to be showing it. First-timers usually team up with others, and they tend to observe more and talk less, following the group's lead. Haston seemed to notice his confusion and chuckled smugly. I see, Wang Teng said, suddenly understanding. It's normal to be unfamiliar with things the first time, but don't worry, I'll protect you, Haston said, patting his chest. You should take care of yourself first. You're always the one holding us back, Brockeye said coldly. How did I hold you back? My contributions to the team are no less than yours, Haston retorted, glaring at him defiantly. Hee, if you were more reliable, our gains could at least double, Brockeye said. Quote. Haston's mouth moved, but he was speechless. Wang Teng gave him a strange look, and sure enough, he wasn't wrong, this guy was indeed a bit dim-witted. Ahem, don't worry, I'll definitely have more than enough to protect you, Haston coughed and said confidently. Cry. Wang Teng gave him a look that could only be understood, not explained. After traveling for more than an hour across the Black Wind Plains, the group finally arrived at the place where Shang Dali and the others had previously discovered the Black Wind Eagle. This place is the outer area of the Black Wind Mountains, where several barren mountains stand tall. As they approached, they could already see the silhouettes of several Black Wind Eagles in the distant sky. Upon spotting the Black Wind Eagle, they stopped their motorcycles, sought cover, and hid them. Then Wang Teng and his group prepared to take action. They crouched in the tall grass, concealing themselves well, and each used their own concealment techniques to hide their presence. Those Black Wind Eagles are no ordinary star beasts, they are all powerful beings that have reached the king level. If ordinary martial artists approach their territory, they would probably be snatched away and torn to pieces. Star beasts have always had a strong sense of territory. Everyone be careful. Once we get close to the Black Wind Eagle's lair, we need to take care of the Black Wind Eagle King first, Shang Dali said in a low voice. Wang Teng, you are an Earth-type martial artist. You will cover us. Earth-type is effective against Wind-type. Stabilize our position first and don't let us be blown away by the Black Wind Eagle's gale. Shang Dali, Blake, and the other two worked together very well. At this moment, the three of them were leading the way, while Wang Teng was behind them. Shang Dali glanced back at him as he spoke, only to suddenly realize that Wang Teng had disappeared without him noticing. They were greatly alarmed. Okay. At this moment, Wang Teng's voice came faintly from the bushes on their left, responding to Shang Dali's previous instructions. The three of them turned around in astonishment, but still couldn't find Wang Teng. They couldn't help but exchange a glance, and each saw a hint of disbelief in the other's eyes. That guy. They couldn't help but take Wang Teng's strength seriously. This temporary team member seems a bit unusual. Perhaps he simply possesses a high-level concealment technique, Shang Dali transmitted uncertainly. Maybe. Brockeye and Haston hesitated a bit, but they really couldn't believe that Wang Teng was a master. After all, he only displayed the strength of the 7th level of the planetary realm, which was a bit weaker than theirs. The three of them were all 8th level planetary realm warriors with rich experience, while Wang Teng looked like a novice. However, after learning that Wang Teng's concealment techniques were profound, the three felt much more at ease, at least this temporary teammate wouldn't easily hold them back. Soon the four of them reached the foot of the mountain. Looking up, they saw huge nests built on some protruding rock faces on the bare mountainside. At the foot of the mountain, Shang Dali and his companions concealed themselves in the bushes, peering through the gaps in the grass at the Black Wind Eagle's nest on the mountainside. They are counting the number of Black Wind Eagles. 28, all in their nests. Looks like we'll be waiting a while, Shang Dali said helplessly after counting them. With only 4 people, it was clearly unrealistic for them to deal with 28 king-level star beasts at the same time. If we recklessly charge in, we'll probably all get our hands on a lunchbox. Let's wait and see. The Black Wind Eagle goes out to forage for food at a certain time every day, and only the Black Wind Eagle King stays at the nest, Brockeye said. So the group had no choice but to wait patiently. Around afternoon, the cries of Black Wind Eagles echoed in the sky, followed by a strong wind that sent enormous figures flying out of their nests and soaring into the distance. They're gone. Shang Dali and the others perked up, chuckling, damn it, they're finally gone. Wait 10 minutes, then we'll make our move. Brockeye and Haston were also eager to try, excitedly staring at a huge nest at the highest point of the mountain wall. They could vaguely see an extremely large black shadow coiled up in the nest, seemingly taking a nap. Wang Teng's gaze fell on the dark figure, and he couldn't help but activate his spiritual vision eye, which unleashed an extremely dazzling blue light. Holy crap, this is clearly a Black Wind Eagle of the 1st rank of the Emperor level, but these 3 guys are claiming it's a 7th rank of the King level. Wang Teng almost swore. But in the end, he didn't say it out loud. He looked suspicious and hid in the shadows, carefully observing the expressions of the three people. A royal-level warrior is equivalent to a human stellar-level warrior. If he were only a planetary-level warrior, he would definitely be killed when facing a royal-level star beast. Could these three guys be up to no good and trying to sabotage him? Cry. However, judging from their expressions, they seemed genuinely unaware of the Black Wind Eagle King's true strength. Are these three guys reliable or not? Cry, Wang Teng wondered to himself. Fortunately, he could still handle the royal-level star beasts, otherwise this first wilderness raid in the virtual universe would have been a failure. Let's do it. Just then, Shang Dali let out a low shout. Swish, swish, swish. The three of them rushed out almost simultaneously, transforming into streaks of light as they soared into the sky, directly attacking the Black Wind Eagle King. Wang Teng was just considering whether to warn them, but they had already rushed off to their deaths. I mean, they had already started making their moves, so he stopped talking and followed a little slower. He remembered his duty and used earth elemental power to help the three of them stabilize themselves. Kill! With a loud shout, Shang Dali produced a huge warhammer in his hand. Fire elemental force condensed on it, and flames soared into the sky, transforming into a huge phantom of a flaming warhammer, which bombarded the Black Wind Eagle King's lair. Brokai and Haston also made their move at the same time. Brokai held a battle sword in his hand, and golden sword light condensed, transforming into a 100-meter-long sword light that slashed out. Haston surprised Wang Teng somewhat. Holding a longbow, he condensed water-based primal force into sharp arrows on the bow and shot out 7 or 8 arrows in an instant, all aimed at the Black Wind Eagle King. The sudden attack came like a tidal wave. The Black Wind Eagle King suddenly spread its wings and let out an angry cry, which was as powerful as if it could pierce through gold and split rocks. Boom boom boom. The 3 attacks landed on the Black Wind Eagle King instantly, producing a violent roar. The Black Wind Eagle King's lair was ignited by the flames and instantly burst into flames. Hit! Shang Dali and his 2 companions were overjoyed at how smoothly things went. Cry! However, at that moment, another scream came from within the flames. Boom! A fierce wind rose from the ground, and the flames in front seemed to form a tornado that rose into the sky. Within those flames, the figure of the Black Wind Eagle King could be seen faintly. Oh no, retreat quickly. Shang Dali and the other 2 immediately realized something was wrong, their expressions changed drastically, and they angrily retreated. The Black Wind Eagle King suddenly flapped its wings, unleashing an even stronger gust of wind. Under this force, the flames transformed into pillars of fire that hurtled towards Shang Dali and his companions. Damn it, how did this Black Wind Eagle King become so strong? Cry. Shang Dali exclaimed in disbelief. However, they did not panic too much. As the 3 retreated, Haston drew his bow and shot an arrow, and a powerful water-based force met the flames ahead. Boom! When the 2 collided, the flames were merely the aftershocks of Shang Dali's attack and were immediately overwhelmed by Haston's water-based attack. Cry! However, the Black Wind Eagle King had already rushed out of its lair. Its black wings, which seemed to be made of metal, reflected a cold light. Its red eyes were fixed on Shang Dali and the other 2, filled with hatred, as if it wanted to tear them to pieces. Azure light swirled around the Black Wind Eagle King's body, forming sharp azure windblades that sliced through the air and hurtled towards Shang Dali and the other 2. In an instant, the sky was completely filled with countless windblades, leaving almost no place to hide. The 3 were horrified and used various methods to defend against the terrifying windblade attack. Boom boom boom. The forces collided, producing a deafening roar that sent ripples across the sky. The sky was the domain of the Black Wind Eagle King. The 3 of them were like sitting ducks in the sky, powerless against its windblade attacks, and could only struggle to cope. This Black Wind Eagle King is a royal-level creature. Shang Dali finally noticed something amiss and exclaimed in disbelief. He never expected that the Black Wind Eagle King would advance to the Emperor level in such a short time. This is not scientific. One has to admire the realism of the virtual universe here. The star beasts within don't appear out of thin air. They reproduce, grow, and become stronger, just like real star beasts. What should we do? Cry, we can't beat them at all, Brokai said with a grave expression. Withdraw. Shang Dali made a quick decision and decided to abandon the hunting operation. The Emperor-level Black Wind Eagle King is far beyond their capabilities to handle. Retreat was a last resort, but survival was the priority. If they die in the virtual universe, their physical bodies will not die, but their spirits will be affected to some extent. They will need to recuperate for a period of time before they can re-enter the virtual universe, which is an unbearable loss for them. The three tried to escape, but the Black Wind Eagle King was not appeased and would not let them go. It suddenly opened its mouth, and a beam of azure light condensed in its mouth. Shang Dali and the other two sensed the terrifying fluctuations of primal force within, their faces filled with utter horror. Split up and escape. Every person who can get away is a winner. Shang Dali shouted. Without any hesitation, the three prepared to scatter and escape. Pisha. However, at that moment, a terrifying fist imprint suddenly struck from the side, landing directly on the head of the unsuspecting Black Wind Eagle King. And so, the Black Wind Eagle King, who was preparing to attack, was instantly blown to the head. Cry, 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 Shang Dali and the other two. What happened? Cry. Shang Dali, Brakai, and Haston were all filled with questions, staring blankly at Wang Teng, who was slowly appearing beside them. He remained in the punching stance, then calmly withdrew his fist amidst the three men's astonished stares. Sorry, I was planning to beat it half to death before letting you guys finish it off, but it seems this Black Wind Eagle King isn't tough enough. It was blown to bits with one punch. Wang Teng glanced at them and said somewhat apologetically. The three of them. Is there a misunderstanding on their part? Cry. They could understand every single word Wang Teng said, but when put together, they felt they didn't quite grasp the meaning. Is this saying that the Black Wind Eagle King is too weak? Cry. Or is it implying that they are too bad? Cry. Or both? Cry. Shang Dali and his two companions inexplicably felt a heavy blow to their souls. Their fragile little hearts seemed to have been hit by an arrow. What's wrong with you guys? Cry. Wang Teng suddenly sensed the heavy, gloomy aura emanating from the three of them and asked in surprise. Ah, it's nothing, it's just that the wind is so noisy today. Shang Dali scratched his head and looked at the sky with a sigh. It's a bit noisy, Brakai and Haston nodded in agreement. Wang Teng wondered if these three guys had just been scared silly by the Black Wind Eagle King. He ignored the three of them and focused his gaze on the attribute bubbles that had fallen after the Black Wind Eagle King died. Wind type Star Force *5600. King level Wind type Talent *800. Cry Whirlwind Technique *120. Cry. Blank attribute *13000. As several attribute bubbles merged into his body, Wang Teng's eyes immediately lit up. Feels so good tilde. Sure enough, it's possible to collect attribute bubbles in the virtual universe. These virtual universe creatures are basically fat sheep, and it's really fun to pet them. A full 5,600 points of Wind Elemental Star Force were integrated into Wang Teng's body, and the whirlwind technique he had just obtained started to operate automatically, accelerating the circulation of the ordinary wind elemental force within his body. This is the benefit of picking up attributes. The force obtained by picking up attributes is very pure. Under its influence, ordinary wind force will be diluted, so the conversion speed will be much faster. Then there are 800 points of king-level wind talent. Wang Teng's wind talent has already reached the king level, but he doesn't mind making his talent even higher. These 800 points of king-level wind talent attribute value can further enhance his talent. Next, the Gale Ultimate Skill will grant 120 attribute points. The ultimate technique of Gale. It is the same as the profound meaning I obtained from Yin Hai before. Even though Yin Hai used it in swordsmanship, the two are still interconnected. In an instant, Wang Teng's mind was filled with many insights into the profound meaning of the Gale. After quickly digesting these profound insights, he found that his Gale profound technique had immediately improved significantly. The ultimate skill is an extremely important attribute value for Wang Teng. At his level of strength, he basically uses his ultimate techniques in battle, so the stronger his ultimate techniques, the stronger his combat power. The last blank attribute has 13,000 points. Wang Teng was very satisfied with his harvest. The Black Wind Eagle King alone had produced so many attribute bubbles. There were still 27 Black Wind Eagles to go. Although they were not as strong as the Black Wind Eagle King, they were all king-level star beasts and would definitely produce a lot of attribute bubbles. However, he also discovered a problem. The attribute bubbles generated by the star beasts in this virtual universe seemed to be less than those in reality. Wang Teng didn't dwell on it. It was good enough to have any attribute bubbles to pick up. As for how many, that was beyond his control. The other Black Wind Eagles should be back soon, right? Cry. Should we set up another ambush? Cry. Wang Teng turned around and said to Shang Dali and the other two. Only then did they come to their senses and nod, saying, "Oh, right, let's quickly lie in ambush." So the group dragged the Black Wind Eagle King's corpse into the bushes below and hid it, and dispersed the surrounding stench of blood. The virtual universe is so realistic that everything is indistinguishable from the real world, forcing them to adopt the same cautious approach as in reality to conceal it. Shang Dali and his two companions were all experienced, and they quickly finished the task before disappearing again. But after they hid, the three of them were stunned again. "That's not right. With your strength, you could easily take care of the remaining Black Wind Eagles." "Why are you hiding?" Shang Dali asked Wang Teng, puzzled. "Don't you think this is less strenuous?" Like that Black Wind Eagle King just now, you can just punch him from the shadows when he's angry. If you were to fight him head-on, you would have to use a lot of tricks, which would be very troublesome," Wang Teng said. "What you said makes so much sense," Shang Dali said, stunned. "Of course, I'm a very reasonable person when I do things," Wang Teng said. "I think I've learned something." Haston's eyes lit up, and he seemed quite excited. "Speaking of which, that Black Wind Eagle Wang Teng's strength is probably at the first level of the stellar level, but you smashed its head with one punch. Your strength is more than the 7th level of the planetary level, right?" Brakai looked at Wang Teng meaningfully and suddenly said. Shang Dali and Haston immediately realized what was happening, and a hint of wariness appeared on their faces. Why did Wang Teng conceal his abilities and infiltrate their team? Could it be that they have ulterior motives? But that doesn't make sense. He's stronger than them, and they've become the ones holding them back. What's the point of this double-crossing? Guess. Wang Teng glanced at the three of them and smiled. Shang Dali and the other two immediately sensed Wang Teng's wicked sense of humor. "Screw you. Can you please give a more serious answer to such a serious question?" The three were speechless, but their concerns had subtly dissipated. Cry. At this moment, a series of howls came from afar, and amidst the howling wind, more than 20 Black Wind Eagles rapidly approached from the sky. "I'm back." Shang Dali and the other two were immediately jolted and gripped their weapons tightly. Having been badly beaten by the Black Wind Eagle King before, the three of them didn't say anything on the surface, but they were all quite aggrieved inside. And naturally wanted to regain some face at this moment. Wang Teng narrowed his eyes slightly and looked up at the sky. More than 20 black eagles returned to their nest, each carrying its prey. Some of the eagles were injured, indicating that the hunt had not been so successful. "Great, 7 or 8 Black Wind Eagles are injured," Haston exclaimed. Shang Dali glanced at Wang Teng subconsciously, and seeing him nod, he hissed. "Let's do it." The group rushed out instantly, unleashing a terrifying force attack on the Black Wind Eagles. Shang Dali and his two companions fought with extraordinary effort, as if they were on steroids, battling against more than 20 Black Wind Eagles. In the past, they certainly wouldn't have dared to be so reckless when facing more than 20 king-level Black Wind Eagles, but now that they have Wang Teng as a strong ally, their confidence has greatly increased. Wang Teng didn't get involved much, just stood by and watched, but even so, it made things much easier for Shang Dali and the others. A dozen minutes later, all 27 Black Wind Eagles were killed, their corpses falling to the ground. Shang Dali and his two companions are excellent as tools. Wang Teng was very satisfied with their performance and leisurely picked up the attribute bubbles on the side. There were a total of 27 king-level Black Wind Eagles. The attribute bubbles they released almost filled the surrounding area, floating in midair, creating a very impactful scene. Wind-type Star Force *2500. King-level Wind-type Talent *200. Cry Whirlwind Technique *100. Cry. Blank Attribute *7000. Wind-type Star Force *2200. King-level Wind-type Talent *180. Blank Attribute *6000. Wind-type Star Force *2800. After collecting all the attribute bubbles, Wang Teng couldn't help but let a wild smile spread across his face. That was awesome. Make a fortune. This wave of attribute bubbles is truly a huge profit. Wang Teng tallied up his stats: 54,000 points of Wind-type Star Force, 4,800 points of King-level Wind Talent, 1,800 points of Gale Profound Technique, and 125,000 points of blank attributes. At the same time, Wang Teng's body suddenly trembled in reality. 54,000 points of Wind Elemental Stellar Force is truly terrifying, far exceeding the requirements for advancing to the planetary level. Boom! A large amount of Wind Elemental Stellar energy surged into his body, flowing through his limbs and bones like a torrent, endless and ceaseless. Wang Teng's expression changed, and he quickly activated the whirlwind technique. However, he immediately discovered that the level of the whirlwind technique was far from sufficient to meet the current operating speed of the wind elemental stellar force. Wang Teng knew this was because the wind elemental star force was too large, so he didn't hesitate and added the blank attribute he had just obtained to the whirlwind technique. Whirlwind technique, 1000, perfect. With nearly 30,000 blank attribute points spent, Wang Teng upgraded the whirlwind technique to the perfect level, and the operation speed of the whirlwind technique immediately soared. The wind elemental celestial force flowed turbulently within Wang Teng's body. Splash! Azure starlight converged above the pitch-black void sea, forming a river of azure starlight that resembled a bridge connecting the void sea. The promotion has begun. This is a qualitative leap. Boom boom boom. The sea of nothingness suddenly trembled, its surface churning, and towering waves crashing against the bridge above, blocking the arrival of wind elemental forces. This is an inevitable process. It's not easy for the force to reach the sea of nothingness. However, Wang Teng was an anomaly. With 54,000 points of star force, plus his previous accumulation, he had far exceeded the requirements for promotion. This is a terrifying accumulation. The waves of the void sea could not deter the arrival of the wind elemental stellar force. Boom! Countless wind elemental stellar energies surged into the void sea, stirring up towering waves with terrifying force. The continuous flow of wind elemental stellar energy eventually sank to the bottom of the sea, undergoing baptism and tempering to complete its final transformation. Wang Teng was already very familiar with this kind of situation, so he remained calm. He has done all he can now. All he needs to do is wait for the force to condense into stars and advance to the planetary level. After an unknown period of time, a powerful fluctuation of primal force emanated from beneath the sea of nothingness, and a beam of azure light rose up. 3 blue lotus flowers bloomed on the sea surface, and then 3 blue stars slowly rose from the lotus flowers. 3 blue stars. It's unbelievable that 3 wind element stars appeared right after the breakthrough. The 3 cyan stars were formed from cyan crystals, beautiful and exquisite, with tiny whirlwinds faintly swirling around their surfaces, making them appear exceptionally strange. Suddenly, the core of the azure star began to spin, forming a black hole, and a powerful suction force arose out of nowhere. Boom! Wang Teng's sea of consciousness trembled. As the suction force tried to pull out a wisp of spiritual power from the spiritual sphere that had already transformed into a star within his sea of consciousness. However, Wang Teng's spirit had already reached the stellar level, a whole level higher than the origin force level. How could a wind-type star at the planetary level possibly shake a stellar-level spirit cry? Without the presence of spiritual power, Wang Teng sensed that the azure star was missing something, so he immediately controlled the spiritual star and separated 3 strands of spiritual power. The suction force immediately drew the 3 strands of spiritual energy into the 3 wind element stars respectively. The spiritual power was trapped in the black hole at the core of the wind element star, and it spun and gathered wildly, merging into the star's core. Buzzing. The 3 wind element stars trembled simultaneously. The 3 strands of spiritual power merged into the 3 wind elemental stars, becoming one with them. Although each star has only a wisp of energy, it is a wisp of stellar spirit, no less powerful than the spirit that was originally incorporated into the stars of the 5 elements origin force. With the birth of the wind elemental stars, the sea of nothingness returned to calm. The wind elemental stars emitted a faint cyan halo, floating above the void sea, and gathered together with other primal force stars, rotating and chasing each other. Like 3 newborn babies playing wildly under the guidance of a group of mischievous children. At the same time, a strange fluctuation emanated from the wind element star and merged into Wang Teng's body. The power of life. As the strange fluctuations containing the power of life spread throughout his body, Wang Teng's body underwent a transformation. His blood, muscles, bones, internal organs were all baptized by the power of life and underwent a leap. Even his cells were transforming, making his physical body more perfect. Wang Teng has experienced this transformation not just once or twice, but 5, 6, or 7 times. The perfection of his body even surpasses that of a stellar-level martial artist. A person undergoes 7 transformations at the planetary level, something that ordinary martial artists wouldn't even dare to dream of. From this perspective, Wang Teng cannot be called a normal person, he is simply a super prodigy. At this moment, as the promotion was completed, Wang Tang slowly opened his eyes. A ray of cyan light flashed in his eyes, and at the same time, a powerful fluctuation swept across his body. You. Roundy was right next to him and immediately sensed Wang Tang's change. He was so shocked that his eyes almost widened. What cry? Wang Tang was in a great mood. He had gained so much on his first time entering the virtual universe. He was incredibly lucky. Was that wind elemental force just now? Cry you broke through? Cry, Roundy asked incredulously. When Wang Tang saw its appearance, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. What kind of monster is this? What kind of monster is this? Cry, the round-faced boy muttered to himself. Wang Tang's reaction confirmed to him that Wang Tang's wind elemental force had indeed broken through to the planetary level. He broke through to the next level after just one visit to the virtual universe. Is this guy cheating? Cry. Ignoring Yuan Gungan's shock, Wang Tang continued to review his gains from the trip. In addition to his force attribute, his king-level wind talent increased by 4,800 points, which is a very significant improvement. King-level wind-type talent, 6,401 thousandths. Wang Tang felt that his perception of wind elemental force had become more sensitive and more intimate, as if his whole body was an aggregate of wind elemental force, like a child of the wind. Able to control the wind elemental force between heaven and earth at will. This feeling is incredibly exhilarating. Then there's the 1800-point Gale ultimate skill attribute. Gale technique, 303 thousandths 40%. With 1800 points plus the 300 points of Gale profound meaning he obtained from Yinhai, Wang Tang's Gale profound meaning reached the 4th level. Becoming the highest level of profound meaning he has comprehended so far. Wang Tang's eyes flashed, and he felt that his Gale profound technique had become extremely powerful. With a single sword strike, he could probably kill a 3rd-level stellar-level martial artist. In addition, he also gained a lot of blank attributes this time, more than 130,000. However, he spent nearly 30,000 points to improve the whirlwind technique, realm, so he now has about 110,000 left. Adding the ones he had accumulated before, Wang Tang's blank attribute reserves have reached more than 200,000 points. Wang Tang's consciousness re-entered the virtual universe and took control of his clone's consciousness. Shang Dali and his 2 companions were cleaning up the corpse of the Black Wind Eagle. The 3 of them had rented a spatial ring together, which could store some materials from the Black Wind Eagle's body for sale. The 3 of them were very excited, because this group of Black Wind Eagles was enough to earn them a considerable reward. Wang Tang, come quick. A starbone has been born inside this Black Wind Eagle King. It can fetch a huge price. We're rich, Shang Dali shouted excitedly as he was cleaning up the Black Wind Eagle King's corpse. Starbones obtained in the virtual universe can be sold for money. Cry, Wang Tang asked in surprise. Of course, these things can be used in the virtual universe, otherwise where would our weapons come from? Cry, Shang Dali explained. However, virtual items are much cheaper than real items. Only about 1/10 the price of real items. Wang Tang nodded, gaining a new understanding of prices within the virtual universe. In general, the existence of a virtual universe can provide a way for martial artists to survive, but it will not make them dependent on it. Because the prices inside are relatively low, not enough for them to get rich through the virtual universe. They can only work hard and earn money in reality in order to truly consume and survive in the virtual universe. Clang clang. Just then, a loud and clear cry suddenly rang out from the mountains behind them. What was that sound? Cry, everyone's expression changed. Phew! The sound traveled extremely far, and before it had completely dissipated, a fierce gust of wind swept through the sky, causing Shang Dali and the other 2 to be blown backward. Wang Tang fared no better. If he hadn't used his mental power to cling to the mountainside in time, he probably would have been swept away as well. He turned around and saw the 3 of them struggling to stay afloat. He frowned and sent out 3 strands of mental energy to pull them back. What's going on? Cry, where did such a strong wind come from? Cry, the 3 were still in shock, their faces filled with horror. Stop talking nonsense, there's a cave ahead, let's hide inside first. Wang Tang shouted softly. He saw a huge cave behind the Black Wind Eagle King's lair, and his expression changed. He then pulled Shang Dali and the other 2, braving the fierce wind, and rushed into the cave. The sudden gust of wind caught Wang Tang and his companions off guard. Fortunately, Wang Tang was reliable. He used his mental power almost without thinking and pulled everyone back. They landed in a cave behind the Black Wind Eagle King's lair, and looking at the raging winds outside, they couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. In just a dozen breaths, the wind outside grew stronger and stronger, turning into a fierce gale. Pshaw! The strong winds naturally formed blades that fiercely scraped against the mountainside, leaving deep marks. Shang Dali and his two companions were startled and involuntarily took a few steps back. That was close. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Shang Dali's forehead, and he felt completely shaken. Just now, several wind blades swept past them, almost slicing off Shang Dali's nose. This gale was extremely terrifying. Even as planetary-level martial artists, they dared not be negligent in the slightest when facing it. Such a strong gale. Brakai took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "I've never heard of such a fierce wind existing in the Black Wind Mountains. Even the black wind that blows through the mountains all year round isn't this terrifying." Shang Dali wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his expression solemn, and nodded. "What do we do now?" Haston asked. The three of them turned to look at Wang Teng. He was the strongest among them, and if he hadn't saved them, the three of them would probably have been cut into pieces by the fierce wind outside and would have had to leave the virtual universe. "Let's wait," Wang Teng said calmly, then sat cross-legged inside the cave, his brows furrowed as he looked up at the sky through the cave entrance. What kind of star beast made that cry just now? Could it have caused this gale cry? A question arose in Wang Teng's mind. Seeing Wang Teng's calm demeanor, Shang Dali and the other two also calmed down considerably. They exchanged glances, then sat down cross-legged around him, quietly waiting for the gale to subside. However, things often turn out unexpectedly. The fierce wind outside did not subside. Instead, it grew even stronger. If you listened closely, all you could hear was the piercing howl of the wind. Clang clang. The same chirping sound rang out again, and this time the sound was closer, as if it were echoing right next to your ear. The sound was extremely penetrating, piercing into the ears of the three men. Shang Dali and the others immediately covered their ears, and a look of pain appeared on their faces. Wang Teng's expression changed, and he immediately used his primal force to seal his ears to prevent his eardrums from being injured. The cries of star beasts are terrifying, especially those of some powerful star beasts. Their cries can even be a form of sonic attack, and if you're not careful, you'll be hit, making it impossible to defend against them. Wang Teng got up and walked to the edge of the cave entrance, looking up. The surrounding gales immediately rushed towards him. Wang Teng frowned and used his own wind elemental force, but instead of clashing with the gales, he gently pushed them away. As a result, the gale force winds seemed to change course and disperse in all directions, completely avoiding Wang Teng. This is his understanding of the wind elemental force. The wind is fluid and does not have a fixed direction. Sometimes it is not necessary to confront it head-on. You can achieve the desired effect by simply following the natural flow. However, this is also related to his talent. His king-level wind-type talent has just been improved so much, and he has a strong affinity for wind-type primal force. The three people behind Shang Dali only saw a faint blue light emanating from Wang Teng's body, and the gale seemed to automatically avoid it. They all widened their eyes and showed shock on their faces. Why is Wang Teng so amazing when they're both human? They didn't even dare to approach the cave entrance, but Wang Teng stood there as if nothing had happened, which was unbelievable. Clang clang. A loud chirping sound rang out. This time, Wang Teng sensed that the sound was right above them. He narrowed his eyes and stared intently. Amidst the howling winds, a huge blue bird flew overhead, a terrifying whirlwind swirling around it. It flapped its wings, which seemed to hang from the sky, and a fierce wind arose between heaven and earth, forming a hurricane that howled and swept across the land. "What a huge bird!" Wang Teng exclaimed. At this moment, Shang Dali and the other two also noticed the blue bird and were in awe. Suddenly, they heard Wang Teng's exclamation and were momentarily stunned. "Wow, what a big bird! Something just doesn't feel right." Suddenly, Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. He felt that after the giant blue bird appeared, the wind elemental force around him seemed to be disobeying his command and was all automatically surging towards the giant blue bird. Wang Teng stared solemnly at the blue bird in the sky, his heart filled with shock. He couldn't help but circulate the 5 elements of his primal power to resist the fierce gale around him. Because his wind elemental power had been taken away by the blue bird, he could no longer use it to influence the surrounding gales. But he was somewhat unwilling to give up and attempted to mobilize the wind elemental force between heaven and earth to steal food from the blue bird's mouth. Although this is just a virtual universe and there's no need to take it so seriously, what if it happened in reality? Cry. Would he just sit idly by and wait to die? Cry. Rather than getting stuck in such a predicament later, it's better to make a trial now while it's only within a virtual universe. When Wang Teng brought his wind elemental talent to its limit, he finally regained access to the wind elemental force of heaven and earth and was able to harness it for his own use. However, he did not know that such a move was seen as a provocation by the blue bird that was about to fly away in the sky. It looked down and its gaze fell directly on Wang Teng. For it, sensing the fluctuations of wind elemental forces in the surrounding space is an easy task. Wang Teng immediately felt a wave of malice wash over him, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. When his gaze met the sharp eyes of the azure bird, a blinding azure light pierced directly into his eyes. Damn it! Wang Teng's expression changed drastically, and his mental energy surged forth instantly to resist the invasion of the cyan light. Even so, he still took a step back, blood seeping from the corner of his eye. Clang! The blue bird let out a sharp cry, and the wind elemental force in the world seemed to be mobilized, forming a fierce gale that rushed towards the cave where Wang Teng and the others were. Boom! Everyone was horrified. In just an instant, Shang Dali and the others were cut into pieces by the gale, died and disappeared on the spot, and were passively withdrawn from the virtual universe. Wang Teng had already released all his primal force when the azure bird attacked, without even holding back his mental power, forming a solid defense that blocked the surrounding gale. Unfortunately, the disparity between them was too great, and Wang Teng only lasted for 3 seconds before being engulfed by the surrounding gale. What followed was a wave of excruciating pain that swept through his entire body, followed by an endless darkness that engulfed him as well. Grass. In reality, Wang Teng suddenly opened his eyes, panting heavily, and couldn't help but swear. Whoosh! Wang Teng took a few deep breaths before recovering from the excruciating pain that felt like being slowly sliced to pieces. This was the first time he had experienced such a real feeling of death, and in such an inhuman way at that. He didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse. Hee, isn't that great? At this moment, the round and chubby one appeared in front of him and chuckled. This is fucking awesome. Wang Teng couldn't help but roll his eyes at it. This guy is so unscrupulous, he's just gloating. Ha ha ha. Seeing Wang Teng's frustrated expression, Yuan Gungun couldn't help but burst into laughter. Wang Teng was exasperated and felt a bit annoyed, so he changed the subject and asked, "What kind of star beast is that? Cry, it's so powerful." He had never seen that blue bird before, nor did he know what kind of being it was, or even how strong it was. "That's the wind god bird," Roundy said, his smile fading. "It's an extremely powerful wind-type cosmic beast that can roam freely in the void of the universe. Its adult form possesses saint-level strength." Wind god bird. Saint level. Wang Teng gasped. Among the star beast levels, the king level is equivalent to a planetary level martial artist, while the emperor level is further divided into 3 levels: lower emperor level, middle emperor level, and upper emperor level, which correspond to stellar level, domain lord level, and world lord level martial artists, respectively. The previous Black Wind Eagle King was a lower level emperor level star beast, equivalent to a stellar level first level martial artist. Saint level star beasts are beings above the realm lord level, at least equivalent to immortal beings. He really didn't expect that the blue bird just now was actually an immortal level being. It's simply unbelievable. No wonder it's so powerful. You're lucky you haven't encountered such a being in real life, the round-faced boy joked. If I encountered this in real life, I would be too busy hiding to seek my own death. Wang Teng knew what round and chuckled meant, shook his head, and then chuckled. But Shang Dali and the other 2 were in a terrible state. They died directly and were forced to exit the virtual universe. They were unlucky to run into a teammate like you who's courting disaster, the round-faced man laughed. Hey, I helped them hunt down so many Black Wind Eagles, and if it weren't for me, they would have died when they faced that Black Wind Eagle King, Wang Teng said defiantly. Was he courting death? Cry. He was trying to determine if he had any hope of survival when facing such a powerful being. Although the answer was no, at least he tried. If you die without ever trying, what's the difference between you and a salted fish? Cry. And if he hadn't been so reckless? I mean, if he hadn't had such a fearless spirit, if he hadn't made that final, desperate attempt, how could he have achieved anything? Cry. When Wang Teng thought of the attribute bubbles that fell when the wind god bird attacked him for the last time, a smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. He's a pro at picking up attributes. So even at the moment of his death, he seized the opportunity to pick up those attribute bubbles. Wind type Star Force *28000. Saint level wind type talent *10. Cry wind domain *50 cry. Excitement gleamed in Wang Tang's eyes. Although there were only 3 attribute bubbles, a feeling of joy welled up in him when he saw their contents. First, the 28,000 points of wind elemental star force allowed his strength, which had just broken through to the 3rd level of the planetary level, to break through again. And he is now at the 4th level of the planetary level. Wind type star force, 604,000, planetary level 4. To be honest, the wind elemental force increased a bit too quickly, even catching Wang Tang off guard. But that wasn't what made him happiest. What truly delighted him were the next 2 attribute bubbles. Same level wind type talent. As the attribute bubble merged into Wang Tang's body, he immediately felt that his talent had undergone an incredible change. His wind type talent was growing rapidly, directly crossing a huge gap and reaching an extremely high level. After the king level, the next level of talent is the emperor level, and only after the emperor level can one reach the saint level. Wang Tang's wind type talent has now jumped directly from the king level to the saint level, a leap so great that even he himself feels it somewhat unreal. Saint level wind element talent, 10,500. Wang Tang immediately felt that his perception of the wind-based primal force in the world had become incredibly sensitive, with an affinity that was unbelievably high. He was like a saint in the wind. As long as he stood there, countless wind elemental forces would continuously flow towards him. Wang Tang finally understood the talent of the wind god bird. Although there may still be a gap between him and the wind god bird, this gap is no longer an insurmountable chasm. He and the wind god bird should both be at the saint level talent level, meaning they are on the same level. If Wang Tang were to face the wind god bird again now, he certainly wouldn't be unable to control the wind elemental force as he was before. If he and the wind god bird were in the same world, and there were no other wind-type creatures besides them, then the wind-type primal force in this world would be at least 30/70ths. Feng Shenyao accounts for 70%, while Wang Tang can account for 30%. Wang Tang was immersed in the thrill of his saint-level wind-type talent for a second before quickly suppressing it. He was in a crowded and noisy place which was not suitable for displaying such a talent. However, the round, chubby boy beside Wang Tang had already noticed this terrifying change and was immediately dumbfounded. You. It said, you, 3 times, but couldn't say anything else. Why are you so excited? Wang Tang asked. Roundy took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and asked, what just happened? All the wind elemental forces rushed towards you, as if they were worshipping their king. Really? I didn't feel anything. Wang Tang feigned ignorance. Don't try to fool me. I've only ever seen that kind of thing happen to immortal level experts. That's something that only saint level talents can produce. Roundy was almost hysterical as he moved closer to Wang Tang and stared straight into his eyes. It was so shocked that it could hardly believe what it had just seen. If it hadn't been so close, it would have thought it was hallucinating. Saint level talent. Everyone with saint level talent has the potential to advance to immortal level, or even higher. Wang Tang actually has this kind of talent. But why wasn't it shown before? He's been hiding it all along. Or perhaps he just obtained some kind of opportunity that he didn't know about, which allowed his talent to reach the saint level. The second scenario is almost impossible. No one has ever had such an opportunity in the virtual universe, but it all seems too coincidental. The wind god bird, which possessed saint level talent, had just appeared when Wang Tang also possessed saint level talent. How could the wind god bird not make connections with this? So I have saint level talent. No wonder I always thought I was a genius. My talent is indeed very high. Wang Tang started rambling, as if he had this talent from the beginning, but he just didn't know how high it was. Round and plump. Roundy didn't believe Wang Tang's words at all. Having spent so much time with Wang Tang, it knew his character very well. This guy doesn't tell the truth at all. He's as slippery as a catfish. It even deceives its closest companion. Round and Chubby naturally wanted to help Wang Tang, which is why it wanted to learn more about him so that it could devise strategies for him. However, Wang Tang didn't appreciate it at all and always kept it a secret. However, considering they had only known each other for a short time, it was understandable that Wang Tang was wary. Round and Chubby felt a bit helpless. On the one hand, it didn't want Wang Tang to hide it, but on the other hand, it hoped that Wang Tang could continue to be as smooth as he was now. So that at least he wouldn't follow Nangong Yu's old path and get tricked to death. Seeing Wang Teng's innocent expression, Roundy rolled his eyes in annoyance and said, Fine, since you don't want to talk about it, I won't ask anymore. Just don't waste your talent. Ha ha ha, don't make that face. Isn't it a good thing that I'm talented? Cry, you just need to know that I'm extremely talented. Wang Teng laughed and said to it with a shameless wink. Super tall, Cry, who gave you that audacity? The round-faced boy said speechlessly. However, it had to admit in its heart that Wang Teng's talent was indeed somewhat heaven-defying. Multi-elemental primal force, spatial talent, saint-level talent. Any one of these would be a genius among geniuses if given to any other person, but now they were all concentrated in Wang Teng. What else could it be but heaven-defying? Cry. Wang Teng didn't say anything more, his gaze falling on the last attribute bubble. Wind realm, 50 points. The realm of wind, this is a domain attribute. Of the 3 attribute bubbles, the wind domain is probably just as valuable as a saint-level wind-type talent. Because the domain is a profound realm that only domain lord-level powerhouses can possibly comprehend. Domain lord level, as the name suggests, means being able to control a domain for one's own use. The minimum standard to become a domain lord is to comprehend at least one domain. Otherwise, they would be at the pseudo-domain lord level, only slightly stronger than the universe level. Some geniuses with terrifying talent could even directly surpass this halfway point and kill a pseudo-domain lord with the strength of a universe level. But if you truly understand the domain, then everything is completely different. A domain lord level powerhouse with a domain is extremely powerful, capable of completely crushing a universe level powerhouse. Within their domain, they are the rulers, able to reap the lives of others at will. Battles among domain lord level powerhouses almost always rely on the clash of their domains. Whoever has the stronger domain will gain an absolute advantage. Wang Teng is currently only at the planetary level, yet he has already comprehended a domain, the domain of wind. This is incredible. Now that he has comprehended the domain, it means that when he advances to the domain lord level, his domain will definitely be many times stronger than that of other domain lords at the same level. Even if he doesn't advance to the domain lord level, he might still be able to fight against domain lord level experts by relying on the strength of his domain. That's why Wang Teng was so agitated. Wang Teng suddenly felt very grateful to that wind god bird. Without encountering the wind god bird, how could he have obtained such an awesome attribute? Bubble Cry. For a saint-level wind god bird, a domain is just a small trick that it can use at will. In its eyes, the fact that Wang Teng, this little ant who dared to provoke it, could make it use a trace of its wind domain is already a great honor for Wang Teng. But for Wang Teng, this wind domain was far too important. At the planetary, stellar, and even cosmic levels, this wind domain can serve as one of his trump cards. In that case, encountering the wind god bird can be considered a kind of luck. After all, according to Yuan Gungun, beings like the wind god bird are not so common, whether in the virtual universe or in reality. Of course, this is also related to Wang Teng's reckless behavior. If he hadn't been so unconvinced and insisted on competing with the wind god bird, which the wind god bird took as a provocation, the wind god bird probably wouldn't have even glanced at him and would have flown away directly. In that case, he wouldn't have been able to obtain these attribute bubbles. In conclusion, life is about courting death. At this moment, the attribute bubbles of the wind domain merged into Wang Teng's mind, transforming into images. In those images, a giant azure bird flew in the sky, surrounded by endless wind. There are gentle breezes, light breezes, and strong winds. There are also soft winds and chilling winds. Even though they take different forms, they are all winds. These winds converge in one area, forming a domain where only wind exists. This is the realm of wind. Within this realm, the azure bird can freely manipulate the winds of heaven and earth, transforming them into its own blades and swords. The wind itself is its weapon, used to annihilate any enemy. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Wang Teng's eyes, and he mastered the wind domain with lightning speed. However, the scope of this wind domain is still very limited, which is related to the strength of his comprehension. Cry wind domain cry. 5 meters. Wang Teng glanced at his attribute panel. His 50 points in wind domain only allowed his wind domain to reach a radius of 5 meters centered on himself. Although it may seem like a small amount, within this 5-meter range, it is virtually impossible for an enemy to get close to him. The joy in Wang Teng's eyes gradually faded. After taking stock of his gains, he got up and looked at the sky, only to find that it was still night. The nights on Defense Planet 4 are much longer than the days, so it's normal that it's still nighttime. Just as Wang Teng was about to return to bed to continue his cultivation, a loud roar suddenly rang out. Boom! The house shook violently. However, the house was very sturdy, and the sudden tremor did not cause any cracks or damage. What's going on? Wang Teng's expression hardened slightly. At the same time, he was also a little speechless. It felt like everything was rushing to find him. He had just had a close encounter with a powerful star beast like the wind god bird in the virtual universe, and now he was probably going to run into something else in reality. I'll go take a look, Roundy said and disappeared from the spot. He was an intelligent life form that could infiltrate various monitoring devices to obtain intelligence as soon as possible. In just a few breaths, Roundy reappeared in front of Wang Teng, his expression slightly grave, and said, "It's a dark race. A dark race has infiltrated this war fortress. Dark species." Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. How could they have infiltrated this place without any reason? Could it be? He and the round-faced boy exchanged a glance, as if they had both realized something, and exclaimed in surprise. They're going to attack this war fortress. Just then, a piercing alarm sounded, instantly spreading throughout the entire war fortress and echoing endlessly in the silent night sky. Beep, beep, beep. Dark species invasion. Dark species invasion. Dark species invasion. All martial artists, please immediately enter a state of high alert and prepare to engage the enemy. To reiterate, the dark race has invaded. All warriors, please immediately enter level 1 alert and prepare to engage the enemy. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as the alarm sounded, powerful figures shot into the sky from various buildings, and terrifying fluctuations of primal force spread outwards. The battle erupted instantly. Wang Teng stepped out of the room and looked up at the sky. He activated his spiritual vision, and immediately saw several exceptionally dense black primal force lights, each hanging in the sky like a small black sun, emanating waves of evil and chaos. Human warriors transformed into dazzling light and collided with it, producing a series of booming sounds. It really is a dark race. There are more than a dozen demon lords and 5 or 6 demon kings. Wang Teng's expression hardened slightly. He had already discerned the strength of the Dark Ones. Demon Lord level is equivalent to a human planetary level martial artist, while Demon King level is equivalent to a stellar level martial artist. Boom! At that moment, another tremendous roar resounded in the sky, shaking the void, and terrifying aftershocks of primal force swept outwards in all directions. Wang Teng immediately turned his head to look, and saw 2 even more intense and dazzling orbs of light colliding in the sky, one blue and the other as black as ink. This is a Demon Emperor level. When Wang Teng saw the huge, pitch-black ball of light, his pupils involuntarily contracted. Clearly, within that dark ball of light was a powerful being of the dark race, far surpassing the level of a Demon King. Above the Demon King level is the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor is equivalent to a cosmic-level powerhouse. The other cyan light cluster must be Diki, the guardian of this number 4 defensive planet. He is a cosmic-level powerhouse with wind-type primal force. Boom boom boom. The ball of light that Diki had transformed into clashed violently with the Demon Emperor-level dark being, unleashing a terrifying attack with its force power. The 2 sides fought fiercely and were evenly matched. Wang Teng had no intention of standing idly by. He stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming. Since the goal is to enter the Great Qian Empire to pursue a baronial title, isn't this the perfect opportunity to boost reputation and gain favor? Wang Tengfei took to the sky and scanned his surroundings. The war fortress was enveloped by a defensive array, but cracks had appeared in 3 places, and countless dark creatures were rushing out of the darkness, attacking the cracks in the defensive array, trying to break into the war fortress. Just as Wang Teng had guessed, these dark creatures wanted to conquer this war fortress. Wang Teng immediately chose the worst-case scenario at the crack, where there were a great number of dark creatures. The warriors of the Great Qian Empire were almost unable to resist and were forced to retreat in defeat. The powerful dark creatures roared as they charged into the crack. So Wang Teng took action. He wielded his sword, and a blazing sword beam swept out, beheading more than a dozen dark creatures at the level of Demon General, killing them instantly. Dark creatures below the Demon General level were slaughtered like free leaks, one after another. For the warriors inside this fortress, the dark races below the Demon Lord level are actually cannon fodder, but their sheer numbers are overwhelming, and their swarming in is quite a problem. Especially when facing dark creatures of the same level, many martial artists simply don't have time to pay attention to lower-level dark creatures. If they are not careful, they will be tackled and injured by the dark creatures. As the dark primal force invades their bodies, they will be put in an extremely bad situation. The dark forces have always been something that humanity greatly fears. Wang Tang. As Wang Tang joined the battle, a surprised voice came from the side. Wang Tang glanced over and discovered that it was Olya and her friends, who were banding together to fight the enemy. You guys are here too. Wang Tang casually wiped out a few more demon general level dark creatures and said indifferently. What's so strange about us being here? Cry, it's you who surprises me. Not that you're hiding, Clive said with a sneer. Wang Tang ignored him and asked Olya, what's going on with these dark creatures? Cry, are you frequently attacked by them here? Cry. It's not common. Dark creatures rarely attack war fortresses. This time, they probably have much more to do, Olya said with a grave expression. As they were speaking, a roar came from the sky, and suddenly a ball of light fell not far from them. A human stellar-level martial artist has fallen. Olya and the others saw it clearly, and their expressions all changed. So many stellar-level warriors have fallen so quickly. The strength of the dark race is unexpectedly strong. By the way, how did the Dark Ones manage to infiltrate your area? Cry, is the patrol so lax? Cry. Wang Tang glanced over there and spoke again. Seeing that he was so calm and even had the mind to make sarcastic remarks, Olya and the others were speechless. This guy is absolutely heartless. Our patrols and checks are very strict, but I don't know why they still managed to slip up this time, Olya said, frowning. In the end, it's still because you guys didn't do a good job. Wang Tang continued to complain. Aurelia and the others were about to retort, but suddenly their expressions changed, and they exclaimed in surprise. Careful. Heh, you dare to let your guard down in front of us? Cry, you're asking for trouble. At the same time, a cold and malicious laugh rang out behind Wang Tang. Pshaw. A deep, jet-black claw sliced through Wang Tang's body. Olya and the others' expressions changed drastically, and a sense of unease appeared in their eyes. They had just watched the person who had been talking to them die, and the shock they felt was unimaginable. That's not right, but they soon discovered the problem. Instead of spurting blood, Wang Tang's severed figure began to twist and then slowly dissipated. A Demon King-level dark creature appeared behind Wang Tang at some point. It was the one that had attacked Wang Tang earlier, but it was taken aback when it saw Wang Tang's figure disappear. Where are you looking? Cry. Wang Tang's calm voice rang out behind the Demon King-level dark species. When Cry, the Demon King-level dark being's expression changed drastically, and he lunged forward. Boom! A terrifying fist force erupted, striking the back of the Demon King-level dark species directly, causing it to scream in agony before flying away like a broken sack. Wang Tang twisted his wrist and said, the dark race of the trolls, Cry, they're really tough and thick-skinned. My hand hurts a bit from hitting them. Olya and the others stared at him blankly, not knowing what to say for a moment. Pshaw. Wang Tang glanced at them, then swept his other sword out, wiping out all the dark creatures that had surrounded him. What are you spacing out for? Cry, are you out of your mind? Cry. Aurelia and the others immediately reacted, suppressing their shock, and charged towards the surrounding dark creatures. Roar. The troll, a Demon King-level dark species, was not dead. It roared angrily, its body suddenly swelled, instantly reaching a height of 5 or 6 meters, like a small giant, its body covered with jet-black patterns. And it charged towards Wang Tang with a thunderous roar. Compare sizes with me? Cry. A disdainful smile appeared on Wang Tang's lips. The heart of primal magnetics. Wang Tang's spatial fragments contained a lot of metal. At this moment, the metal gathered on his body surface, causing his body to suddenly expand and instantly transform into a metal giant nearly 10 meters tall. The magnetic heart is formed by fusing the heart of heavy rock, the body of magnetic sand, and the sand control talent. Among them, the body of magnetic sand is a physical talent that can fuse metal, so the magnetic heart, which is formed by fusing the 3 talents, also has the function of condensing a metal body. The 5 or 6 meter tall dark troll race member had just rushed up to Wang Tang when he suddenly became frustrated. A 10-meter tall metal giant swung its massive fist down, terrifying force concentrated on its fist, making it seem like a meteorite was falling. Roar! The dark troll roared in anger, showing that it was not afraid, and then it swung its fist to meet the metal giant's fist. The profound meaning of power. The dark troll race also possessed the profound meaning of power. At this moment, it sensed the same profound power from Wang Teng's fist, so it did not hesitate to use the profound meaning of power to confront Wang Teng's fist head-on. Boom! The two fists, one above the other, collided in one spot. The profound meaning of power is 30% complete. Wang Teng's gaze sharpened slightly as he felt the immense force emanating from the fist, causing him to involuntarily take a few steps back. The dark troll sneered, stomped his foot on the ground, followed closely, and continued to bombard the enemy with his fists. You forced me to do this. Wang Teng narrowed his eyes and added the blank attribute to the profound meaning of power. Wang Teng's original 20% of the power essence suddenly surged, consuming 17,000 blank attribute points, bringing his power essence to 40%. The profound meaning of power, 1,003,000ths 40%. Boom! Without hesitation, Wang Teng met the fist of the Dark Troll clan. Boom! As their fists collided, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ground beneath the Dark Troll, causing it to collapse and shrink in size. How is this possible? The dark race of the troll's expressions changed drastically. They never expected that Wang Teng's power would suddenly become so terrifying. It raised its head and suddenly saw a cold, steely smile appear on Wang Teng's face, which was made of metal. Boom boom boom. Wang Teng threw another punch, the blow as fast as lightning, crashing down like a cannonball. Every punch contains the profound meaning of power. The dark race of trolls also unleashed the ultimate power, desperately resisting. But its expression gradually turned ugly, and it quickly fell into a passive position, unable to withstand Wang Teng's attack at all. Wang Teng's fist broke through its defense and slammed directly into its huge body. Roar! The dark troll race's body was extremely tough, with bulging muscles all over its body, as if it were cast from steel. However, now, after being hit by Wang Teng's heavy punch, terrifying cracks appeared on its body, and blood seeped out from the cracks, soon soaking its entire body. It roared angrily, filled with resentment, and even a hint of panic appeared in its heart. The human warrior's strength exceeded its expectations. Die! Wang Teng spoke calmly, his voice filled with coldness. The dark race of trolls trembled inwardly, already harboring thoughts of retreat. Now, they had no will to fight and retreated almost as if fleeing. Boom! Wang Teng flashed by, his speed so fast that it terrified the dark race of the trolls. Wang Teng caught up with it instantly, then threw a punch, unleashing the full power of 40% of his strength, condensing a fist imprint that blasted out. The troll screamed in agony as its body exploded on the spot. Olya, Clive, and the others, who were not far away, were dumbfounded. So violent. Olya, Clive, and the others couldn't help but swallow hard, a chill running down their spines. The dark troll race, known for their physical strength, was actually blasted apart by Wang Teng. This guy is terrifying. He's an absolute violent maniac. Moreover, if they remembered correctly, Wang Teng was a planetary-level martial artist, yet he was able to kill a Demon King-level dark creature. His talent was simply too monstrous. Clive suddenly felt somewhat fortunate that he hadn't continued to entangle with Wang Teng, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. The profound meaning of 40% of the power is indeed strong. Wang Teng looked at his fist and suddenly grinned. Clive was horrified when he saw his gleaming white teeth. It was terrifying. It's best not to provoke him in the future. Wang Teng picked up the attribute bubbles that dropped after the dark troll race died. Dark Star Force *11500. King Level Dark Talent *350. Planetary Spirit 300. Mastery of Power *500. Cry Magic Transformation 100 Cry. The Dark Star Force surged into the Dark Star that had condensed within Wang Teng's body, slightly raising Wang Teng's Dark Force level. Dark Star Force, 17,503,000ths, Planetary Level 3. The King Level Dark Talent became part of Wang Teng's Dark Talent, slightly enhancing his Dark Talent. King Level Dark Talent, 2,291,000ths. 300 points of planetary level spirit can be converted into 30 points of stellar level spirit, which is negligible compared to the 50,000 point cap of stellar level spirit. Next came the 500 points of the profound meaning of power. It was quite surprising that this dark troll race had also mastered the profound meaning of power, but running into him was a bit of bad luck. Wang Teng raised the profound meaning of power to 40%, directly overwhelming the dark race of the troll clan's third level profound meaning of power. The 500 points of power essence left behind by the dark race of the trolls became a stepping stone for Wang Teng to further enhance his power essence. The ultimate power technique, 1,503 thousandths 40%. Many insights into the mysteries of power surfaced in Wang Teng's mind, which he quickly digested and absorbed, making them his own understanding. Finally, there was the 100-point magic transformation attribute, which reappeared after leaving Earth. Wang Teng didn't know how to react. But we should still accept what we need, because we never know when we might need it. Magic transformation, 153/100ths proficient. Boom! Just as Wang Teng's killing of a Demon King level dark species was greatly encouraging to the surrounding human warriors. A violent rumbling sound suddenly came from a corner of the defensive formation in the distance. Roar! Roar! The howls of the dark race rose and fell in waves. Everyone turned their heads sharply to look, and they were all horrified. The defensive formation has actually been breached. A huge hole appeared in one corner of the defensive formation, and countless dark creatures rushed in like ants, an innumerable sight that made one's scalp tingle. Quick! Stop them! Don't let them enter the formation. The stellar-level warriors from the Great Qian Empire glared angrily and roared like thunder. One by one, warriors rushed towards the cave entrance to intercept the dark creatures. Kill! The warriors were all bloodthirsty, and their battle cries shook the heavens. Everyone was well aware of the consequences if the dark race were to completely infiltrate the war fortress. They had no other choice but to defend it to the death. Back off! Back off! Finally, the heavy weapons inside the fortress launched their attack. Orbs of light condensed from the force focused their beams on the location of the hole, aiming to cover a large area with firepower and wipe out the dark ones. Boom! Boom! The force attack exploded among the dark races. The lower-level dark races were no match for the attack and were all blown to pieces. Black blood splattered everywhere, and limbs and broken pieces piled up on the ground. Hold on! Hold on! The warriors roared and charged forward again to kill the heavily injured Dark One. Those low-level dark creatures had no intelligence whatsoever. Having just been wiped out in one wave, they showed no fear and charged forward again as if their lives depended on it. Let's go help. Olya's face was grim as she beckoned Clive and the others to rush over there. Wang Teng was even faster, instantly overtaking Olya and the others, arriving above the cave entrance. His sword pointed diagonally at the sky, and the sound of waves suddenly rang out. Get out of the way! Wang Teng shouted coldly. The warriors below, seeing the towering waves rising behind Wang Teng, retreated in horror. Wang Teng raised his sword and swung it. Ultimate technique, 1,000 waves. Boom! The force manifested as wave after wave of ocean currents, engulfing and annihilating countless dark beings below. When Olya and the others arrived, they saw this scene and were all speechless. This fierce attack is strangely in line with Wang Teng's style. Several people rushed towards the other dark species, joined the battle, and fought with them. Their strength was actually not weak, reaching the planetary level. Among the low-level dark species, they were undoubtedly killing machines, frantically reaping large numbers of dark species. But the dark races naturally couldn't stand by and watch this situation unfold. Several Demon Lord-level dark races immediately charged forward and engaged in battle with Olya and her companions. Boom! 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 A great battle broke out, and the two sides fought back and forth, making for a very exciting fight. Wang Teng was also busy, harvesting the lives of dark creatures everywhere, and the dark star power within his body continued to rise. This feels amazing. Outside the defensive formation, some powerful dark beings are bombarding it, attempting to destroy it completely and invade the war fortress. Under their bombardment, the formation trembled continuously, and the situation worsened. Rune Master! Where is the Rune Master? Cry quickly repair the formation. Warriors, protect our Rune Master! The roar echoed throughout the entire war fortress. Rune Masters had already been dispatched. They arrived at the site where the formation had been damaged and began working diligently to repair the defensive array. Many martial artists surrounded the area, protecting the Rune Masters' safety. Looking around, Wang Teng saw that the Rune Masters were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, but they were unable to repair the formation for a long time. While the destruction speed of the dark species was increasing sharply. If this continues, the formation will be broken sooner or later. Wang Teng frowned. Wang Teng, go and help them stabilize the formation. A round voice rang in its mind. This was also Wang Teng's idea. He immediately stopped hesitating and landed directly on the part of the formation that was most severely damaged. The surrounding martial artists tensed up and were on high alert when they saw someone suddenly land, almost launching an attack on Wang Teng. "We're on the same side," Wang Teng said. "Who are you?" The warriors around him were all guards from the war fortress. They did not recognize Wang Teng and continued to watch him warily. It is common for dark races to disguise themselves as humans in wars. The fact that the dark races were able to breach the war fortress so easily this time is probably because some dark races skilled in disguise disguised themselves as humans and infiltrated the war fortress without being discovered. Therefore, these guards were very cautious. "Please show your identification." A guard who seemed to be the team leader stared coldly at Wang Teng and said in a deep voice, I don't have an identity." Wang Teng shrugged. With a clatter, all the guards raised their weapons and aimed them at Wang Teng, ready to fire at the slightest provocation. Most of them were carrying rune-infused firearms, the runes on which were beginning to gather energy, ready to strike at any moment. "Wait!" At that moment, an urgent voice rang out from the side. Everyone immediately turned to look. "Yin Hai!" Wang Teng recognized the person who spoke, which surprised him somewhat. After all, he had been tormented by him for so many days, it would be disrespectful not to remember him. He was also a warrior assisting in protecting the rune masters. He was originally defending against the dark creatures on the outer perimeter when he saw the guards about to attack Wang Teng, so he quickly spoke up to stop them. He knew that Wang Teng was brought by Diki personally, and there was no way he could have any connection with the dark race. "Do you know him?" the guard leader asked. Yin Hai stepped forward and whispered a few words to him. The guard leader's wary expression immediately subsided. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding guards dispersed and their firepower covered the area, continuing to assist the warriors on the perimeter in resisting the dark species. "You're actually Lord Diki's guest," he exclaimed in surprise. "But what brings you here?" "I am a rune master," Wang Teng said directly. "You're a rune master?" Not only was the leader of the guards very surprised, but Yin Hai was also extremely shocked. "Is there a problem?" Wang Teng asked as he walked toward the group of rune masters who were repairing the formation. No problem. If you really are a rune master, please help repair the array immediately, please." The guard leader was overjoyed and his attitude changed completely as he pleaded with Wang Teng. Even within this war fortress, there are only 12 rune masters. Scattered throughout the formation, there are only 2 or 3 at each breach, so manpower is extremely scarce. This area was the most severely damaged, and 4 rune masters were assigned to it, but that still wasn't enough. If Wang Teng is truly a rune master, his joining the team would definitely alleviate the pressure on other rune masters. Without saying much, Wang Teng went straight to a group of busy rune masters. His gaze swept around and he found that attribute bubbles had been scattered all over the ground. Without thinking it over, he scanned the area with his mental energy and collected a batch of items. Rune Knowledge *100. Rune Knowledge *50. Planetary Spirit *60. Rune Knowledge *80. Planetary Spirit 120. Royal Spirit 150. Wang Teng was overjoyed. It was an unexpected joy, truly an unexpected joy. As expected, doing good deeds brings good rewards. This hasn't even started yet, and we've already reaped a small reward. In total, I have 1150 points of rune knowledge, 850 points of planetary spirit, and 1200 points of royal spirit. Spiritual attributes were secondary. The main factor was the extensive knowledge of runes. As these attribute bubbles merged into his mind, fragments of rune knowledge emerged, forming insights that he digested and absorbed. Wang Teng was originally a rune master, but now he has suddenly advanced to Grandmaster level. It was quite sudden. He broke through without any preparation, and then he became a true master. Grandmaster level, that's definitely someone a master needs to rely on, a true big shot. Rune Master, 310 1,000ths Grandmaster. When Wang Teng saw the changes in the attribute panel, a smile immediately appeared on his lips, which he couldn't suppress. Now we have a much better chance of repairing this defensive formation. So Wang Teng strode up to a formation master. Judging from the other person's skill, it was easy to tell that this person was a master. Wang Teng saw him frowning and deep in thought, seemingly trapped in a great predicament, constantly grabbing at his gray hair. The problem was that he had very little hair left, just a few pitiful weeds on both sides, yet he still wouldn't let them go, and was determined to do it. Wang Teng felt sorry for him after seeing this. Rune masters really wear out their hair. He couldn't help but touch his thick black hair and sighed inexplicably. Ahem, shouldn't you hurry up and make your move, Cry? The guard leader glanced at the formation master when he saw his expression, his lips twitching as if he knew what he was thinking. He coughed and asked in a low voice. Wang Teng glanced at him, knowing he was in a hurry, and immediately patted the rune master on the shoulder, saying, "Excuse me. Brother, could you please move aside, Cry?" The bald rune master was startled by the disturbance and turned to yell, "Don't bother me. Where did this brat come from? Cry, drag him away." After saying that, he didn't even look at Wang Teng and continued to bury himself in thought. His current situation is simply that the formation has been severely damaged, with many runes incomplete. He wants to take a shortcut to quickly repair it, but he is afraid that the formation will be unstable and destroyed again after a short period of use. However, if he repairs it step by step, it will take too long, and he simply cannot afford to wait. Little brat. Wang Teng raised an eyebrow. This was the first time in all these years that someone had dared to call him that. Spiritual energy surged from between his brows, seemingly coalescing into an invisible hand that grabbed the bald rune master by the collar and lifted him into the air. Who? Cry, what are you doing? Cry, which bastard dares to mess with me? Cry, put me down right now. The bald rune master was startled and kicked his feet in midair, even using the force, but he could not break free from the giant hand formed by his mental energy. Wang Teng is now a stellar-level divine sense master, while this bald rune master is at most a planetary level 1. If he manages to break free, wouldn't that be a joke? Cry. The guard leader was startled by what he saw, looking at Wang Teng with surprise, while also wanting to laugh. At this moment, the bald rune master looked like a little dog whose neck had been grabbed by fate, super fierce. However, being a rune master, it seemed a bit inappropriate for him to be suspended in midair like that. Just as he was about to say a few words of advice to Wang Teng, he discovered that Wang Teng had already squatted down in the spot where the bald rune master had been. And a ball of blue flame had appeared in his hand at some point, wiping it across the damaged part of the rune. The damaged area was uneven, but under the high temperature of the blue flame, the broken parts became smooth and even. However, those remaining runes were also erased. However, Wang Teng's other hand, radiating a soft glow, moved swiftly across the repaired area, forming runes rapidly. In just 5 breaths, the damaged rune was completely repaired, almost exactly as if it had never been damaged. The guard leader's eyes widened. The bald rune master also calmed down, staring blankly at the rune that had been restored to its original state, and at Wang Teng, who had already turned and walked towards the next damaged area. He didn't even realize that the invisible hand behind him had disappeared, and then he fell heavily to the ground. Ouch! The bald rune master cried out, rubbing his backside. Ignoring the pain in his buttocks, the bald rune master scrambled over to the spot where Wang Teng had just repaired it. He stared wide-eyed at the repaired formation and couldn't help but gasp. This. The bald rune master could hardly believe his eyes, repeatedly uttering the word, "this," without being able to say anything else. Perfectly fixed. This is absolutely a perfect repair. It is almost exactly the same as before the formation was broken, with no difference whatsoever. More importantly, how long did he spend repairing it? Cry, the speed was almost blinding. It was only 5 or 6 breaths. Even he couldn't have repaired the formation so quickly and accurately, while the other party was just a young man who looked quite young. Where on earth did this monster come from? Cry. Wait, there's also that blue flame. Master Fan, are you alright? Cry. At this moment, the leader of the guards came up and asked. I'm perfectly fine. Bald rune master Fan Taining snapped out of his daze, grabbed the guard leader by the collar, and asked urgently, who was that just now? Cry, where did you find a rune master? No. Maybe a grandmaster? Cry. Ah, grandmaster. The guard leader, unconcerned by Fan Taining's rudeness, was startled upon hearing his words. Wang Teng is a rune master? Cry. That can't be. Tell me, who is that? Cry, Fan Taining asked urgently. He is Lord Diki's guest, named Wang Teng, who claims to be a rune master. I don't know his exact identity, the guard leader said repeatedly. Fan Taining abandoned him and chased after Wang Teng. At this moment, Wang Teng was leaving behind another tall and thin rune master and taking over from him to begin repairing the formation. The tall, thin rune master was about to erupt in anger when Fan Taining, who had just arrived, pulled him back and gestured for him to be quiet. Shish. Watch first. Upon seeing Fan Taining's behavior, the tall, thin rune master looked suspicious, but he suppressed his anger and looked at Wang Teng. Upon seeing this, he was stunned, his face filled with shock. This lie. Fan Taining immediately interrupted him. This time, without him saying anything, the tall, thin rune master immediately covered his mouth and continued watching intently. However, Wang Teng had already quickly completed the repair of this formation and moved on to the next one. The two of them leaned closer to take a look and gasped in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. The repair is perfect. Old Fan, who is this cry? The tall, thin rune master asked. I don't know, but his rune skills are definitely above yours and mine. Fan Taining shook his head and chased after Wang Teng. Come on, let's go and see. The tall, thin rune master nodded repeatedly and hurriedly followed Fan Taining after Wang Teng. Before long, another rune master joined in, and Wang Teng's team grew larger and larger. Thus, a hilarious scene unfolded at this site of the damaged formation. A group of rune masters, all of considerable age, followed a young man around, yet they were all careful and stealthy. As if they were thieves, afraid of disturbing him. About 10 minutes later, Wang Teng had completely finished the repair. The large hole in the array was instantly repaired to its original state, and the dark creatures outside were immediately blocked. The warriors of the Great Qian Empire were extremely excited and rushed towards the remaining dark seeds within the formation, launching a massacre. Without external support, these dark races were quickly defeated. The crowd cheered. This master, Fan Taining, walked up to Wang Teng, followed by other rune masters and rune artists, all gazing at Wang Teng expectantly. We'll talk about everything after we defeat the dark ones. The other formations are still damaged and haven't been repaired yet, so don't just stand around, hurry over and help. After saying that, Wang Teng rushed towards another formation crack. They have only achieved a partial victory. Many parts of the war fortress are still under invasion by the dark race, and it is not time to relax yet. Fan Taining and the others immediately felt a chill and quickly followed Wang Teng to the next location of the array crack. These rune masters are at least planetary level in strength and can all fly. Although they are not as fast as Wang Teng, they won't fall too far behind given the short distance. You guys go help out at the other crack, I'll take care of this one, Wang Teng said. Good. Fan Taining and the others were somewhat disappointed. They really wanted to follow Wang Teng and observe his repair process. Wang Teng's skill was far superior to theirs, and observing him repair the formation would be of great help to them. However, they also knew that the situation was urgent and now was not the time to observe and learn from him. So the group could only nod and head towards another crack in the formation. If the others don't know Master Wang Teng, I'll go and introduce him to him to avoid any misunderstandings. Fan Taining suddenly drifted around a bend and turned around to chase after Wang Teng. Damn it, Fan Taining, you're despicable. The other rune masters were furious, cursing themselves for not thinking of this and letting Fan Taining get away with it. However, Fan Taining's arrival did save Wang Teng a lot of trouble. At least he no longer had to resort to extreme measures to deal with those ill-tempered rune masters, saving him a lot of time. As Wang Teng repaired one array crack after another, the array's protective shield of the war fortress became increasingly robust, leaving the dark race with no opening. The war fortress's protective array was already extremely powerful, capable of withstanding attacks from cosmic-level powerhouses. If it hadn't been breached from within by the dark race, such a tragic situation wouldn't have occurred because the dark race simply couldn't get in. In the sky, Diki, who was fighting against a demon emperor-level dark species, burst into laughter upon seeing the sudden reversal of the situation. Ha ha ha, you've got no chance. Snort. The demon emperor-level dark being opposite was shrouded in a cloud of black mist, with only a pair of scarlet, malevolent eyes visible. It snorted coldly, looked down, and its gaze quickly locked onto Wang Teng, who was weaving through the various array cracks. Its icy voice rang out, "Useless trash, kill that human and don't let him repair the array." 3 Demon King-level dark species, who were hunting human martial artists in the distance, immediately rushed towards Wang Teng's location. Diki's eyes flashed. He was initially a little worried, but when he thought of Wang Teng's strength, he felt much more at ease. The Dark Lord noticed Diki's expression, and his face beneath the black mist furrowed. "You seem to have a lot of confidence in him." Cry. "Enough with the nonsense, indolent mist demon emperor. Today I will slay you here and offer you my blood as a sacrifice to my fallen human race." Diki roared, his body surging with azure light, and the sword in his hand emanating a terrifying sword intent. Phew. A sudden whistling sound arose, and Diki was immediately enveloped in whirlwinds. The whirlwinds then expanded continuously, emitting bursts of sword cries. If one looked closely, one would find that the whirlwinds were filled with countless cyan sword lights. As the whirlwind continued to expand, it quickly covered an area of several hundred meters in radius, completely forming an area filled with cyan sword intent. Domain. You actually comprehended a domain. The demon emperor of Inertia's expression changed drastically for the first time, and he retreated frantically. Trying to leave cry too late. Diki's voice rang out, and then the cyan domain completely enveloped the indolent mist demon emperor. Even if you comprehend the domain, don't even think about keeping me here. The indolent mist demon emperor snorted coldly, and the black mist around his body expanded, instantly spreading to contend with Diki's azure domain. Black light flashed within the black mist, colliding with the sword light within the cyan domain, producing a series of booming sounds. Domain. Diki has actually comprehended a domain too. Wang Teng looked up and saw the battle in the sky, and was extremely surprised. This Diki is no ordinary person. Having comprehended a realm that only domain lords had the opportunity to comprehend at the cosmic level, it can be said that Diki's talent is extremely powerful. However, he obtained a domain at the planetary level, making him slightly more powerful than Diki. Wang Teng had already put down his work repairing the formation and slowly rose into the air. Wang Teng noticed the demon emperor's gaze upon him and also saw 3 demon king level dark beings charging towards him on the demon emperor's orders. But he was not afraid at all. Master Wang Teng, let the other stellar level martial artists hold them off for you, Fan Taining said worriedly, trying to stop Wang Teng. In his view, Wang Teng was a rune master with exceptional talent, even a grandmaster. How could he go to the front line to charge into battlecry? Moreover, rune masters' expertise lies in formations, and their combat strength is generally not strong. It would be impossible for them to confront the dark race head-on. It's alright, just 3 demon kings, I'll kill them without hesitation. Wang Teng's figure rose higher and higher, his voice coming calmly. Fan Taining and the other rune masters were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Why does it feel like Master Wang Teng is just showing off? Cry. How arrogant, arrogant. A planetary-level astronaut dares to spout such nonsense. The 3 demon king level dark beings naturally heard Wang Teng's words, and their anger surged. They unleashed their dark primal force attacks and pounced on Wang Teng. Wang Teng remained silent, a chilling killing intent flashing in his eyes, a cold smile playing on his lips. Planetary level. Whoosh! A barely perceptible whooshing sound suddenly rang out. A golden light shot out from Wang Teng's body at an incredible speed, heading straight for the 3 demon king level dark species. At this moment, the 3 demon king level dark beings had already arrived close, and they were greatly shocked when they saw the sudden appearance of the golden light. Not good. All 3 demon king level dark beings abandoned Wang Teng and immediately unleashed their attacks on the golden light. Boom, boom, boom. A deafening roar erupted, and a dense black light engulfed the golden streak. The 3 demon lord level dark beings breathed a sigh of relief. Whoosh! However, at that moment, the golden light reappeared, as if it had pierced through space and shot out from the void. The 3 demon lord level dark beings were horrified. Pshaw! As the golden light flashed, 2 demon king level dark beings were instantly killed, their black blood spraying into the air. The other demon king level dark being narrowly escaped the golden light, his eyes wide with terror, and fled into the distance without a second thought. Where are you going? Cry. A huge figure suddenly blocked its way, casting a shadow. The surviving demon king level dark being slowly raised its head and saw a metal giant, over 10 meters tall, standing in front of it, grinning maliciously at it. Odo. This demon-level dark vampire was a bit dazed, its mind momentarily blank. When did this metallic giant appear? Cry. How come it didn't notice anything? Cry. Boom! Just as he was stunned, the metal giant that Wang Teng had transformed into moved, and his 2 incomparable fists formed fist imprints and smashed down from above. Like 2 enormous meteorites, they slammed into the head of the Demon King-level Dark Blood Clan. Roar! This Demon King-level dark creature was naturally unwilling to wait for death. It roared and unleashed its dark primal force to the extreme. Its body suddenly swelled up, transforming into a giant bat, trying to withstand the unparalleled fist imprint. This is the vampire's transformation. They can transform into bat form, increasing both their strength and speed by several levels. More importantly, its body became extremely large, much larger than the metal giant that Wang Teng had transformed into, and its whole body was filled with black light. Like a black sun hanging in the sky, with a powerful aura emanating from it. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Teng's fist imprint struck the bat's body like a cannonball. Roar! The dark vampire roared, its body surging with black light as it resisted the terrifying fist imprint. But the black light was immediately dispersed by the fist imprint, revealing the bat's body beneath the black light. The dark vampire flapped its pair of fleshy wings, trying to escape Wang Teng's attack range. Even if it used its magic transformation, it was not confident in dealing with the human in front of it. That person is terrifying. It had killed 2 Demon King-level dark creatures of the same level as itself in just one encounter. It no longer saw the golden light, but it knew that the golden light must be hidden in the surrounding void. If it did not escape, it would be killed sooner or later. However, Wang Teng would not let it have its way. His body swelled up, and countless metals condensed on his surface, making his body as tall as the giant bat, reaching tens of meters in height in an instant. He then grabbed the bat by its hind leg. The giant bat turned around in horror, its wings flapping wildly. "You want to leave?" Wang Teng sneered, and suddenly exerted force with both arms, unleashing tremendous power that actually swung the massive body of the dark vampire. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Its massive body swung through the air, generating a fierce gust of wind. Wang Teng slammed it to the ground. The surrounding martial artists, who had already noticed Wang Teng's actions, all fled. Boom! The ground shook, creating cracks that spread outwards. Wang Teng did not let it go. With his arms like wheels, he slammed the massive body of the vampire dark creature onto the ground again and again. Boom boom boom. The dark vampire was severely injured, its backbones cracking and popping. Its entire body was almost bent over, its head held high, letting out a painful roar. The sound formed concentric sound waves that rolled outwards, shaking one's consciousness and causing them to lose consciousness instantly. The surrounding warriors immediately used their force to seal their ears, but they were still affected, feeling dizzy and unable to stand up. "You still dare to act so aggressively?" Wang Teng used his mental power to resist the sonic attack. As a mind master, he almost completely counters the sonic attacks of the dark vampire race. Seeing that the dark vampire dared to resist, his expression turned cold, and he swung his fist, smashing it down on the giant bat's head with a thunderous roar. Boom boom boom. The roar resumed. Wang Teng showed no mercy, unleashing 40% of his power and unleashing it all on the giant bat's head. Roar! The dark vampire roared in terror, struggling with its massive body, but was pinned to the ground by the metal giant that Wang Teng had transformed into. Boom! Not long after, the head of the dark vampire exploded on the spot, and black blood splattered all over the ground. Trash! Even planetary-level enemies can be crushed. A rumbling sound came from the mouth of the giant metal creature. Its body grew larger, and its voice became exceptionally loud, even having a metallic quality. Ha ha ha! From within that azure domain in the sky, Diki's hearty laughter immediately rang out, as if he were extremely pleased. Arrogant! The voice of the indolent mist demon emperor, filled with anger, also rang out. A beam of black light shot out from the black mist above, heading straight for Wang Teng. Indolent mist demon emperor, have you no shame? Cry, how dare you attack a junior at the planetary level? Diki sneered, and a cyan sword light slashed out, instantly shattering the black light. Wang Teng raised his head and gave a giant middle finger to the black mist above. Snort! The indolent mist demon king was furious, but had no time to pay attention to Wang Teng. Faced with Diki's offensive, it had already fallen into a disadvantageous position and had to focus all its attention on dealing with Diki. Seeing that the indolent mist demon emperor was blocked by Diki, Fan Taining, Yin Hai and the others below couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They had really been sweating bullets for Wang Teng just now. This guy actually dared to confront the indolent mist demon emperor, he's incredibly bold. But it really is strong. To single-handedly slay a three-headed demon lord-level dark creature is a feat that not everyone can achieve. Coupled with Wang Teng's planetary-level strength, it seems even more incredible. Fighting enemies of a higher level and still managing to kill 3 at once is simply outrageous. At this moment, Wang Teng looked down at the vampire dark species whose head had been blown off, sneered, and then picked up the scattered attribute bubbles around him. Dark Star Force *13000. Planetary Spirit 500. Ultrasound 800. Cry Magic Transformation 120. Cry. Blood Demon Codex 100. Dark Star Force * 12000. Planetary Spirit 450. Cry Magic Transformation 120 Cry. Dark Star Force * 14500. Planetary Spirit 600. Cry Magic Transformation 140 Cry. The attribute bubbles released by the three-headed Demon King level Dark Species were quite impressive, with the Dark Star Force alone amounting to 39,500 points. Wang Teng's Dark Star Force instantly advanced to a higher level. Dark Star Force, Planetary Level 4. Secondly, you will receive a total of 1550 Planetary Spirit Points, which can be exchanged for 155 Stellar Spirit Points. Wang Teng gained a total of 380 points in the Demon Transformation attribute, which advanced him from the Proficient stage to the Minor Mastery stage. Magic Transformation, Minor Success. Next, there are two special attribute bubbles, one with 800 points of the Ultrasonic attribute and the other with 100 points of the Blood Codex attribute. Ultrasonic waves are a special combat technique, while the Blood Demon Codex is a special cultivation method of the vampire clan. After absorbing the two attribute bubbles, Wang Teng gained relevant insights. The way ultrasound is used is somewhat special. It requires the vibration of the force in the mind to emit sound waves that are powerful enough to affect the brain, and it has considerable offensive capabilities. Most importantly, this combat technique has the effect of catching people off guard. Wang Teng was able to easily block the sonic attack of that Demon King level dark vampire because of his stellar level mental strength. If it were someone with an ordinary mental strength, they would have been caught off guard and killed by the dark vampire. But this doesn't mean that this combat technique is useless. On the contrary, it's very useful. Wang Teng realized he had underestimated the potential of ultrasonic wave. If he were to unleash it, given his formidable spirit, its power would certainly be extraordinary. As for the Blood Demon Codex, as the name suggests, it is a technique originating from the dark race of vampires. This technique relies on absorbing the primal force and life force from blood to cultivate, and the cultivation speed is very fast. It's just a bit weird. Wang Teng stroked his chin, feeling somewhat unable to accept it. Absorbing blood to cultivate is in line with the style of vampires, but Wang Teng felt that it didn't suit his handsome and imposing style at all. Bloodsucking is disgusting, even if this blood demon scripture is a stellar level cultivation technique. To Wang Teng's disappointment, only the dark vampire dropped cultivation techniques and combat skills, the other two Demon King level dark vampires did not. Was it because it was a one-hit kill and the blow wasn't severe enough? Wang Teng shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, you have to put in the effort to reap the rewards. At this moment, his body slowly shrank, the metal disappeared, and he put it into the spatial fragment, and he quickly returned to his normal size. It must be said that the elemental magnetic heart is very useful, especially for dealing with the demonic transformations of these dark species. It hits them every time. It's just a size contest, who's afraid of who? All he needs to do is pile up a lot of metal, stone, or sand in the space fragment, which is very convenient. In particular, if he uses some extremely hard metal or stone to solidify the giant's body, then the giant's body will be extremely hard, making it impossible for the opponent to break through. It is an excellent tool for fighting opponents of higher levels. As for that Demon King level dark species from earlier, it was at most at the 3rd or 4th level of the Demon King level, equivalent to a 3rd or 4th level stellar level martial artist. It didn't need to use overly sturdy metals at all, it was already invincible using just ordinary metals. Wang Teng landed on the ground, the formation still had many damaged areas that needed repair. Fan Taining and other rune masters gathered around, all with expressions of utter disbelief. Is this guy really a rune master? Why is it so fierce and powerful? It's completely different from how it was when it was repairing the Great Formation. They felt it was unreal, they had never seen a rune master like Wang Teng. Yes, that's right, that's Wang Teng. Why are you all looking at me like that? Wang Teng frowned, unable to bear their stares. Ahem, are you really a rune master? Fan Taining coughed and asked. Otherwise what could the formation I repaired be fake? Wang Teng said speechlessly. No, it's just that your martial arts skills are so strong that you don't seem like a rune master at all, Fan Taining said. Isn't it reasonable for a rune master to have stronger martial arts skills? Wang Teng countered. Very reasonable. Fan Taining looked bewildered, and the rune masters behind him were also full of questions. What's so reasonable about this? Yeah, that's how you protect yourself better, bro. You've gone down the wrong path. Wang Teng patted Fan Taining on the shoulder and said meaningfully. Is that so? Cry. Fan Taining felt there was some truth to it for some reason, and stood there dumbfounded, asking himself. Quote. The other rune masters around. By the way, what's your name? Cry. Wang Teng asked without turning his head as he began repairing the formation. Fan Taining, just call me Lao Fan, Fan Taining said quickly, snapping out of his daze. Hey Lao Fan, are you guys really that free? Cry. Hurry up and repair the formation. Once you've finished repairing it and driven back the dark species, we can go back to sleep for a bit. Wang Teng said. Sleep, take a nap. Cry. Fan Taining was stunned again, unsure of what expression to make, and felt both amused and exasperated. Wang Teng's repair speed was so fast, was it because he wanted to rush back to take a nap? Cry. That's absolutely inhuman. At such an important time, he actually had the mind to go back to sleep, really. But the fact that he repaired the formation so quickly played a crucial role in the battle, which seemed like a good thing. So there's nothing wrong with it? Cry. In a short while, Fan Taining completed his self-guided strategy, and then obediently repaired the formation not far from Wang Teng, while also getting some free on-site teaching and guidance from Wang Teng. Other rune masters saw this as a great idea. However, there were far more monks than Porridge. There were more than a dozen rune masters, but not many spots next to Wang Teng. If you were early, you could get one, but if you were late, you would have to go elsewhere to repair your runes. As a result, under Wang Teng's leadership, everyone's efficiency improved significantly, and the repair speed increased dramatically. What should have taken half an hour to complete was solved in just 10 minutes. Don't underestimate the difference of just a dozen minutes. That time is enough to save many martial artists. Once the formation was repaired, a flawless defensive shield descended, completely keeping the dark species out. The warriors inside the war fortress were greatly encouraged, as if they saw a glimmer of hope for victory. Kill, kill, slay all the dark race. The shouts of battle shook the heavens as all the warriors excitedly rushed towards the surrounding dark creatures, engaging in fierce combat. Since the dark race had completely lost support outside the formation, the situation was now basically one-sided. Under the fierce attack of the warriors of the Great Qian Empire, most of them were killed in a short time. In the sky, the indolent Mist Demon Emperor's face was extremely ugly. He never expected that the formation they had painstakingly destroyed would be repaired by that human boy so quickly that they didn't even have time to invade the war fortress. The indolent Mist Demon Emperor harbored deep resentment and longed to personally kill Wang Teng, the human who had ruined its plans. Unfortunately, it was tightly entangled by Diki and couldn't spare any hands to deal with Wang Teng. Good lad, you've really helped me a lot. Diki was overjoyed to see the formation restored to its original state. He laughed loudly at Wang Teng below. Wang Teng, I'll remember this favor. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng couldn't help but raise his head, his eyes flashing slightly. Ha ha ha, Wang Teng, we've really struck gold with this favor. Wang Teng thought to himself, his round, excited mind bursting into laughter. They originally just wanted to boost their reputation, but they didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. A favor from a cosmic-level powerhouse, that's an incredibly good thing. Moreover, this Diki is clearly a genius martial artist from a powerful family, whose status and position are much higher than those of ordinary universe-level martial artists. And his words carry significant weight. Wang Teng hadn't even gone to the Great Qian Emperor star yet, and he already had such a harvest. He was incredibly lucky. Stay calm, it's just a favor, Wang Teng replied calmly. Cry. Roundy was momentarily speechless, suddenly realizing she didn't even have as much self-control as Wang Teng. How infuriating. The balance of power began to shift. Although the dark creatures outside the protective shield were still attacking desperately, it was no longer possible for them to breach the war fortress. This time, the dark race only sent one Demon Emperor-level being. It was that indolent Mist Demon Emperor. It has been tied down by Diki and has no chance to attack the shield. The strongest of the remaining dark species is only at the Demon King level, and their attacks cannot break through the intact protective shield in a short time. The remaining dark creatures within the war fortress were quickly eliminated by the warriors' valiant efforts. At the same time, a large number of heavy runic weapons were activated and began to bombard the dark race outside the protective shield on a large scale. Boom, boom, boom. Multicolored bursts of force light surged into the dark mass of the dark race army outside, triggering an extremely terrifying explosion. Countless dark creatures were blasted into the sky like tattered sacks, and then torn to pieces like disassembled dolls. Large swaths of dark creatures were being harvested. Wang Teng stood atop a tall building, using his mental power to collect the scattered attribute bubbles through the protective shield. Dark Force *200. Dark Force *300. Royal Spirit 50. Dark Force *150. Spiritual Realm Spirit 120. Dark Star Force *600. Many low-level dark creatures act as cannon fodder in the front lines, so the attribute bubbles they drop are of varying quality. Wang Teng didn't look closely, he just picked it up first. With so many attribute bubbles, even if the level isn't high, it's still a decent source of income. Boom! In the sky, the battle between Diki and the indolent Mist Demon Emperor intensified, with deafening roars echoing across the heavens. Diki's cyan domain and the indolent Mist Demon Emperor's black mist collided continuously, dissolving and weakening each other. Diki truly mastered the wind elemental domain, but the indolent Mist Demon Emperor was not to be outdone. Although its black mist was not a true domain, it was equivalent to a pseudo-domain, and it actually withstood the collision with Diki's domain. The difficulty of dealing with the dark races is evident, especially the powerful ones, which are even more troublesome. Unless one is an exceptionally talented genius, few can contend with the dark race, unless their cultivation level is significantly higher than theirs. At this moment, after a fierce collision, Diki and the indolent Mist Demon Emperor separated. Indolent Mist Demon Emperor, you have been defeated, Diki said calmly, looking at the scene below. The Demon Emperor of Indolence snorted coldly, his scarlet eyes flashing with a fierce light. You think this is the end? Cry. Diki frowned, wondering why the indolent Mist Demon Emperor could still be so confident in such a situation. Boom! As soon as the indolent Mist Demon Emperor finished speaking, the black mist on its body suddenly began to churn and spread outwards into the surrounding sky at a visible speed. Not good. Diki's expression changed slightly. Although he didn't know what the indolent Mist Demon Emperor was going to do, that black mist was no ordinary mist, and he absolutely couldn't let it spread. His body shimmered with a blue light, and a fierce wind howled and swept out from within the blue domain, blowing towards the black mist. Ha ha ha, you're too naive. My inertia mist isn't so easily blown away, the inertia Mist Demon Emperor laughed. The black mist was exceptionally thick, and despite the strong winds, it showed no signs of dissipating. Instead, it slowly began to sink, enveloping the martial artists below. Diki's face was gloomy. He could use his cyan domain to wear down the black mist of the indolent Mist Demon Emperor, but he did not expect that he could not disperse it with the gale. As it sank, black mist enveloped the entire war fortress. What is this? Cry? Wang Teng's expression hardened, and his mental energy surged out instantly, forming an invisible defensive layer around him, blocking the black mist outside. However, when the black mist came into contact with the mental energy protective layer, Wang Teng's mental energy was actually eroded and showed signs of weakening. His expression changed slightly, and he could only continuously use his mental energy to replenish the weakened protective layer. Other martial artists were not so lucky. Although they also reacted and used their force to form a defensive layer to resist the black mist, they were not so lucky. However, their force defense layer seemed weaker than Wang Teng's mental defense layer, making them more susceptible to erosion by the black mist. Many martial artists didn't even have time to react before the black mist invaded their bodies. Once the black mist entered their bodies, these martial artists seemed to lose all their strength. Their energy and spirit were completely depleted, their faces were numb, and they looked like walking corpses. Wang Teng had been paying attention to the changes in everyone, and seeing this scene, his heart sank slightly. These people have all been affected. I know, that's inert mist. Roundy exclaimed in surprise. What is inert fog? Cry? Wang Teng asked. Look at my memory. I should have remembered when I saw that black mist. Among the dark species, there is a race called the sloth demons. They are born with the ability to gather the inertia of living beings and form a black mist-like existence, which becomes a unique means of attack. These people were affected by the sloth mist, which caused them to become lethargic and unable to muster any motivation. Roundy patted his head, as if he had just remembered, and quickly explained. Indolence demons. Indolence mist. Wang Teng muttered to himself, surprised that there was such a strange race among the dark races. At the same time, his expression was somewhat strange, So, after these people are infected with indolence mist, it's like their bones have been removed. They become lazy, but it doesn't seem to cause much harm. That depends on the situation. Under normal circumstances, it's really nothing. At most, it will wear down a person's will. Moreover, the duration of this inert fog is limited. If it can't have a long-lasting effect, the effect will soon pass. But it's different on the battlefield, said Roundy. On the battlefield, these people have lost the will to kill the enemy and can only become lambs to the slaughter, Wang Teng continued. Roundy nodded solemnly. Fortunately, the dark creatures outside can't break in for the time being, but this definitely won't do. Wang Teng's expression also became serious. He originally thought that after the formation was repaired, the war was already one-sided, but he didn't expect that the Sloth Mist Demon Emperor would turn the tide again with his move. As expected, every supreme expert has the ability to influence the entire battle. Just then, Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. He had been distracted and almost allowed the inert mist to erode his mental defenses and invade his body. Fortunately, he reacted very quickly and immediately replenished his mental energy. The spiritual power of a stellar level is vast and boundless. Although this inert mist is strange, it is not known for its offensive power. Since it cannot break through the defensive layer in one go, it cannot pose a threat to him in the short term. However, if it is allowed to affect the protective layer, it will eventually become a troublesome matter. That's it. A sudden inspiration struck Wang Teng. He quietly activated the Dark Star Force, using his mental power as cover, and mixed the Dark Star Force with his mental power. Just as Wang Teng had predicted, the inert fog had a very small effect on the Dark Primal Force, almost negligible. Moreover, after the inert mist came into contact with the Dark Primal Force, it seemed to automatically recognize it and then dispersed from the side, instantly turning the location where Wang Teng was into a vacuum zone of inert mist. The inert mist has dissipated. What's going on? Roundy also noticed this and was very surprised. Because Wang Teng used his mental power to conceal the dark force, Yuan Gungun did not discover its existence. Maybe it's just that I have good luck, Wang Teng said, relieved. I don't believe you. Roundy rolled his eyes. Wang Teng chuckled, offered no explanation, and with a flash rushed downwards. We must find a way to dispel the inert fog as soon as possible, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. In the sky, when Diki saw this scene, his expression turned ugly, and he looked at the indolent Mist Demon Emperor with murderous intent. He. The indolent Mist Demon Emperor let out a triumphant sneer and ordered, attack. Whoever breaks through the formation will be richly rewarded. As the sound spread, the dark creatures outside the formation were aroused and roared as they charged madly toward the defensive formation, launching an attack. Concentrate in one place and attack together. A Demon King level dark being shouted, directing from behind. They weren't stupid, their separate attacks had little effect, and they knew that only by attacking together could they possibly break through the formation. Boom, boom, boom. The formation trembled continuously under the attack of a large number of dark creatures. The warriors within the formation were affected by the inertia mist and remained completely oblivious to it, as if they were utterly unaware of the impending disaster. Some warriors who barely managed to block the inertia began to waver. Seeing their companions around them like walking corpses, as if they had lost their souls, they couldn't help but feel despair. Some people refused to give up, shaking their companions vigorously and shouting loudly in an attempt to wake them up. Wake up, everyone wake up. The dark race is attacking. You bastards, what are you all doing? Wake up. Damn it, this black mist is so strange. They've all been affected and can't wake up at all. Wang Teng stood in midair, activating his spiritual vision and origin essence vision. The two eye powers overlapped, and he scanned below, seeing through the bodies of the martial artists with a single glance. Each martial artist possesses their own primal force light, but at this moment, that primal force light is also mixed with wisps of black lines condensed from inert mist. These black threads were tightly bound to their force, affecting everyone's bodies. Some people even inhaled too much inert mist and their consciousness was invaded by it. Wang Teng frowned, his mind racing. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and a wisp of pure white flame rose from his hand, floating quietly above his palm. I wonder if the holy flame of light can suppress the inert mist. Never mind, let's give it a try. Without hesitation, Wang Teng scanned the area and finally locked onto one person. Clive, you're the one. Anyway, this guy isn't very friendly to him, so crippling or killing him. Probably won't be a big deal, right? Cry. Wang Teng immediately unleashed his mental power, controlling a wisp of holy fire to enter Clive's head. The process was very rough. Wang Teng directly controlled the holy flame of light to circulate within Clive's sea of consciousness, dispelling the inertia mist, and then circulated it again within his body, burning it along with the primal force to dispel the inertia mist. Although it was rough, it was also much faster. And the effect is excellent, completely eliminating the inert fog. What's wrong with me? Cry. Clive jolted awake, his face pale, and muttered to himself, why do I feel like my body has been hollowed out? Cry. Wang Teng smiled to himself and ignored him. Since the method had been proven to be effective, he would continue to eliminate the batches. With his ability to multitask and his proficiency in controlling mental power, expelling the inert mist from so many people at the same time would be a bit strenuous, but not impossible. However, before that, it is necessary to first disperse the inertia fog around them. Otherwise, if they are affected again after he has cleared the inertia fog from their bodies, wouldn't that be a waste of time and energy? Cry. Wang Teng employed a two-pronged approach, controlling the holy flame of light to sweep out and dispel the inert fog. His holy flame of light was not a complete flame, and would not normally be able to cover such a large area, but he possessed the force of light. The force of light can be used as fuel to make the holy flame of light burn even brighter. Tilde. Towering white flames filled the sky, and the surrounding inert mist melted instantly upon encountering them, as if meeting its nemesis. This scene immediately caught the attention of the inertia mist demon emperor, whose expression changed drastically, and it gasped in horror. The holy flame of light. Damn it, how does that kid have the holy flame of light? Cry. The indolent mist demon emperor was simply unbelievable. As a demon emperor, it rarely encountered a situation that caused it to lose its composure like this. But now it has encountered something. The holy flame of light is a flame that completely counters the dark race, and its appearance at this moment is undoubtedly a heavy blow to them. Diki also looked at Wang Teng with a strange gaze, suddenly feeling that he couldn't see through him. Where did this kid come from? Cry. How could they possess so many unexpected things? Cry. Wang Teng was unaware of the reactions of the human and the demon. After dispelling the inertia mist, he simultaneously sent wisps of holy fire into the bodies of each martial artist, quickly clearing the inertia mist from their bodies. Wang Teng was much gentler with these martial artists, at least not as rough as he was with Clive. Even if the holy flame of light were used to burn the force within everyone's bodies, it would only burn the portion that was tainted by the inertia mist. So their force consumption would be relatively low. One by one, the warriors regained their senses. Although they had become lethargic due to the inertia mist, they were not completely oblivious. Now that they had recovered, they were both shocked and furious. They were actually affected by the black mist, and they lost their fighting spirit. The thought of the bizarre situation they had just been in sent chills down everyone's spines. That's terrifying. If I can only live in that state from now on, I might as well be dead. Everyone gained a new understanding of the methods of the powerful members of the dark race, and fear. What are you waiting for? Cry. Counterattack. Wang Teng shouted, his voice echoing through the sky. Everyone snapped out of their daze and looked up. At this moment, Wang Teng's face was slightly pale due to excessive consumption of mental energy. But he still controlled his mental energy and the holy flame of light to dispel the inert fog and awaken more people. He saved us. In the crowd, Olya's expression shifted, a complex light flashing in her eyes. Clive also saw this scene and gritted his teeth. Why was it that everyone else woke up at the same time, but he was the only one who felt like his body had been hollowed out? Cry. Is this guy taking revenge for personal reasons? Cry. But he couldn't find any evidence, which frustrated and drove him crazy. After a moment's hesitation, everyone finally reacted. Like enraged beasts, they unleashed a barrage of powerful attacks, venting their fury on the dark creatures outside the formation. You'll all have to take the blame for the sloth mist demon emperor's actions. Boom. Seeing how fierce everyone was, and realizing there was nothing more for him to do, Wang Teng found a large residential complex and sat on the rooftop, collecting attribute bubbles while recovering his depleted spirit. The indolent mist demon emperor stared intently at Wang Teng, his gaze filled with resentment. That's him. That's the kid. He ruined his plans once or twice. The formation they had painstakingly destroyed was repaired by this kid in no time. Now, even its innate ability, the inert mist, has been easily cracked by him. The indolent Mist Demon Emperor was extremely frustrated, as his planned destruction operation had been ruined, making him hate Wang Teng to the core. Wang Teng felt the malicious gaze, raised his head and met the indolent Mist Demon Emperor's eyes, then grinned at it. Kill the indolent Mist Demon Emperor. A loud roar suddenly came from his mouth. The crowd below was slightly taken aback, but surprisingly, they shouted back in response. Kill the Sloth Mist Demon Emperor. Kill the Sloth Mist Demon Emperor. Kill the Sloth Mist Demon Emperor. For a moment, the shouts drowned out all other sounds, even suppressing the roar of the force explosion. The shouts boosted morale surprisingly, and even their fear of the indolent Mist Demon Emperor diminished considerably. Especially after being affected by the inert fog, the human warriors below seemed to be enraged, becoming even more ferocious than before. Their eyes bloodshot as they frantically attacked the Dark Race army with astonishing destructive power. PFF'd. The indolent Mist Demon Emperor was so angry he almost vomited blood. This is practically a provocation. How dare a mere planetary-level martial artist provoke the indolent Mist Demon Emperor? Damn it, you're asking for it. The indolent Mist Demon Emperor hated Wang Teng to the extreme. It was always indifferent and had never hated any human to such an extent. But now Wang Teng has this honor. He is the man that the Sloth Mist Demon Emperor hates the most. Diki had a strange expression on his face, as if he wanted to laugh but was trying hard to hold it in. He can't laugh in such a serious setting, unless he really can't hold it in. PFFT ha 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 ha. The Demon Emperor of Inertia was so enraged that his entire body was enveloped in swirling inertia mist, and his eyes shone with a bright crimson light. This is too much to bully demons. Indolent Mist Demon Emperor, come and die. Diki held his battle sword, unleashing an incomparably sharp azure sword intent. Roar! The indolent Mist Demon Emperor let out a roar, and the black mist around him began to rapidly recede, until only a black mist sphere about 1 meter in size remained. Diki's eyes narrowed slightly, and the condensed cyan sword intent suddenly slashed out. Pshaw! However, after the black mist sphere shrank, it became incredibly agile, dodging Diki's sword strike in a flash. Thud! 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 The next moment, a sound like a heartbeat suddenly came from inside the black mist sphere. Only this sound was much louder, booming throughout the world and making people feel palpitations. Diki's expression turned serious. Wang Teng's expression also changed, and he uttered 2 words, demonic transformation. Without a doubt, the indolent Mist Demon Emperor is about to carry out a terrible demonic transformation. The transformation of the dark race into demons is almost unstoppable. During this transformation, they seem to become extremely powerful, and ordinary attacks cannot harm them at all. As the enormous throbbing sound continued to emanate, the black mist sphere began to change. PFF'd. The black mist expanded, but it was no longer misty. Instead, it became a solid entity, a condensed form of black mist that bulged outward like a fleshy ball. Puff! 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 A chilling sound rang out, as if something was bursting out of the flesh. The indolent Mist Demon Emperor transformed very quickly, turning into an irregular, enormous ball of flesh in just a few breaths, almost covering most of the sky. The surface of the fleshy ball was still shrouded in black mist, but it had thinned considerably. Beyond the black mist, one could see numb faces faintly emerging on the surface of the giant fleshy ball, densely packed and almost covering the entire ball, making it exceptionally eerie. What is this cry? The crowd below stared wide-eyed at the sight, their faces filled with horror, and fear welled up in their hearts once again. Roar! A roar that was neither human nor beast suddenly rang out. The eyes of the faces on the surface of the fleshy ball suddenly opened, shooting out a scarlet light, filled with evil, chaos, and disorder. Ah! When the people below saw that look, they couldn't help but clutch their heads and scream in agony. Then, their minds went haywire, and they attacked their companions around them like madmen. Boom! 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 The crowd inside the war fortress was thrown into chaos, turning on each other and seemingly losing all their former humanity. Only a few powerful warriors were able to withstand the evil gaze of the indolent Mist Demon Emperor and avoid falling into chaos and rage. Damn it! Diki's expression was grim. He mobilized his own primal force to the extreme, and his wind domain emitted a dazzling blue light as he charged towards the Inertia Demon Emperor. Roar! The indolent Mist Demon Emperor looked at him with icy eyes, his gaze devoid of any emotion, filled only with endless chaos. Rumble! The two collided, producing a terrifying roar. Wang Teng gazed at the battle in the sky, then suddenly stood up. Void mayflies flew out from between his eyebrows, transforming into countless points of light like starlight as they rushed towards the indolent mist demon emperor. He knew that the only way to stop everyone from killing each other was to eliminate the source of the chaos. In terms of realm, the spirit of the indolent mist demon emperor is also at the stellar level, the same level as Wang Teng. Therefore, Wang Teng actually has no fear of the indolent mist demon emperor, a demon emperor level powerhouse. Besides, with Diki leading the charge, there's no danger for him to fire sneak attacks from behind. The Void Mayfly, carrying Wang Teng's spiritual secret technique, rushed towards the indolent mist demon emperor, silently approaching its numb faces while it was fighting with Diki. It's eye-popping. Boom! These Void Mayflies are all imprinted with two highly offensive mental techniques, mental spikes and mental burst bullets. Wang Teng spent a considerable amount of time developing these techniques, and now he's giving them all away to the indolent mist demon emperor. Some starlight transformed into spiritual thorns, piercing the eyes of the indolent mist demon emperor. Others simply exploded, displaying considerable power. Roar! The demon emperor of inertia, suddenly struck by such a heavy blow, couldn't help but roar in anger. In just a moment, most of its densely packed face was blown away, leaving the fleshy ball pitted and disgusting. Good. Diki was overjoyed and pressed his advantage. Sword light erupted within the Cyan domain, striking the massive body of the indolent mist demon emperor. Sizzle. The sword lights clashed and landed on the body of the indolent mist demon emperor, turning its body into wisps of black mist, and the fleshy ball instantly shrank by nearly a third. However, their attacks enraged the indolent mist demon king, whose mouths on each face suddenly opened, revealing flashes of black light. Boom! Immediately, beams of black light shot out from it, most of them heading towards Diki, while a small portion attacked Wang Teng below. Holy crap! Wang Teng was startled and quickly used his spatial talent to enter the space and disappear from the spot. Boom! The black light fell on the tall building where he had just stood, and the metal building instantly melted, turning into clumps of black liquid that emitted an unknown stench. Wang Teng revealed himself, his gaze falling on the destroyed building, his brows furrowing. What a terrifying attack. Are you out of your mind? Cry, you actually went and attacked a demon emperor level dark species. A round voice shouted in Wang Teng's mind. In its view, Wang Teng's behavior was extremely unwise. He should have hidden himself at this time. The indolent mist demon emperor was a demon emperor level powerhouse, and he was currently in a demonic transformation state, making his strength terrifyingly powerful. Rushing up would undoubtedly be too dangerous. Shut up! Wang Teng gave a light shout and then ignored it. His gaze was icy and the moon golden wheel appeared in front of him, spinning rapidly around him. Just a demon emperor level dark species, look how scared you are. Wang Teng sneered and pointed at the indolent mist demon emperor in the sky. Some grudges can't be left overnight, they must be settled on the spot. With a flick of Wang Teng's finger, the moon golden wheel transformed into a golden stream of light, rushing towards the massive body of the indolent mist demon emperor. Boom! The sharp edges of the moon wheel tore through space, leaving a clear white mark in the air. The several faces on the surface of the indolent mist demon emperor turned towards the direction of the moon golden wheel, their scarlet eyes shooting out cold light. And their mouths opening in exaggerated arcs, spewing out streams of black light to meet the golden light. Boom! However, the golden light suddenly vanished before its eyes and the black light missed its target. Pshaw! The next moment, the golden light seemed to pierce through space, leaping out from another direction and spinning at high speed as it struck the body of the inertia demon emperor. Bang! That piece of the body exploded and turned into black mist. Roar! The indolent mist demon emperor let out an angry roar. It's a disgrace that he was hit by a planetary-level martial artist. The indolent mist demon emperor wanted to abandon Diki and kill Wang Teng first, but Diki wouldn't let him have his way and kept him tightly entangled. The cyan sword light swept across the domain, landing entirely on the body of the indolent mist demon emperor. Wang Teng wasn't idle either. He controlled the moon golden wheel to ambush it from all sides, launching attacks every now and then. Its power was not much weaker than Diki's attacks. The round little thing was stunned, it never expected such a thing to happen. Wang Teng is bold, meticulous, and decisive, he seems to be far superior to it. Is there anything I can do to help him? Cry. Roundy couldn't help but feel disheartened, enveloped in an aura of dejection. In short, he was very depressed. Among the crowd below, Olya, Clive, and the others had recovered from the chaos and looked at the battle in the sky with disbelief on their faces. Wang Teng actually managed to join the battle between Diki and the indolent mist demon Emperor Cry. It's truly astonishing. Wang Teng was unaware of Yuan Gungun's bizarre idea. He focused intently, controlling the moon golden wheel to transform into a golden stream of light, hovering around the indolent mist demon Emperor's body, looking for an opportunity to strike. Stellar-level mental power is indeed extremely strong, and when combined with the moon gold wheel, a cosmic-level divine mind weapon, it is even more powerful. Capable of causing considerable damage to a demon emperor-level powerhouse. However, it also requires the use of methods to control mental power. Otherwise, it's like a martial artist who doesn't understand combat techniques, possessing a powerful force but unable to unleash its full potential. Previously, his control over mental power had reached a proficient stage, but now, in order to deal with the indolent mist demon emperor, Wang Teng added the blank attribute. The mastery of mental power immediately advanced from proficient to intermediate level. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue improving, but just this one level of improvement had consumed a full 50,000 points of Wang Teng's blank attribute. Mental power control, 45,000 5,000ths minor success. Wang Teng never expected that improving his control over mental power would be so difficult, especially since the proficiency stage only required 5,000 points. But now that he had reached the minor success stage, it had increased tenfold. Fortunately, the effect was immediate. A sudden realization flashed in Wang Teng's eyes, and his control over the moon golden wheel instantly reached an extremely high level. Buzz! Under the control of mental power, the moon gold wheel suddenly began to vibrate at high speed, with an amplitude 10 times greater than before. Even a stellar-level martial artist's body would be shattered if touched by it. At the same time, the trajectory of the moon gold wheel became increasingly unpredictable and erratic. Even without using spatial abilities, it was difficult for ordinary martial artists to pinpoint the moon gold wheel's true location. A blinding light shot from Wang Teng's eyes, a testament to the extreme application of his mental power. The moon golden wheel immediately charged towards the indolent mist demon emperor from an extremely tricky angle. In this location, the face on the surface of the indolent mist demon emperor's body has been destroyed, creating a blind spot that the indolent mist demon emperor did not notice for the time being. Boom! The moon wheel struck its body directly. The enormous ball of flesh was cleaved open, leaving an extremely deep wound. Beneath the wound, a dense black light flickered intermittently. Attack that black light, that's its core. Wang Teng suddenly shouted at Diki. For the first time, the indolent mist demon emperor's numb face showed other expressions, anger, resentment, and even a hint of panic. Black mist surged wildly across its body, and the wounds inflicted by Wang Teng healed rapidly. Diki's expression changed, and his sword burst forth with a dazzling light, almost instantly slashing out with the sword light, cutting into the black light before the wound could heal. No! The indolent mist demon emperor let out a terrifying roar, his voice filled with resentment and hatred. Pain appeared on its faces, and then tiny cracks appeared on the surface of the fleshy ball, from which blue light emanated. Diki's face was tense, his eyes fixed on the inertia demon emperor. The cracks on the surface of the indolent mist demon emperor's body grew larger and larger, almost covering the entire fleshy ball, and increasingly dense blue light burst out from them. No! Boom! The next moment, the enormous fleshy ball seemed unable to hold on any longer and exploded with a bang. With a final, unwilling roar, the indolent mist demon emperor's massive body vanished completely, turning into endless mist. The demon emperor of inertia has fallen. Suddenly, the world fell silent. All the warriors, all the dark races, seemed to have lost their voices. They stared wide-eyed at the sky, momentarily speechless. The sloth mist demon emperor is dead just like that. Cry. He was killed by Wang Teng and Lord Diki working together. Cry. This is incredible. Lord Diki is one thing, after all he is a cosmic-level powerhouse, on the same level as the indolent mist demon emperor, but Wang Teng is only a planetary-level being. Yet he played a crucial role in the battle. No one can deny Wang Teng's role in this battle. Wow! After a moment of silence, everyone seemed to finally react and burst into thunderous cheers. We won! We won! Ha ha ha, you damn dark race, die! With the loss of the indolent mist demon emperor, the dark race outside the defensive formation is no longer a threat. The group unleashed their rune weapons, bombarding a vast area and reaping a large number of dark creatures. The remaining Demon Lord and Demon King level dark species wanted to retreat, but the human warriors naturally wouldn't allow that to happen. You can't just come and go as you please. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Especially when Diki personally took action, he could kill Demon King level dark beings as easily as cutting vegetables, and Demon Lord level dark beings were even more vulnerable. Wang Teng was now completely idle. With his mental energy severely depleted, he stopped attacking and instead scanned the sky, carefully searching for the attribute bubbles that had fallen after the death of the indolent Mist Demon Emperor. This is the attribute bubble of a dark race at the Demon Emperor level, not a single one can be missed. Just now, the indolent Mist Demon Emperor was completely blasted apart, his body was torn to pieces, and therefore the attribute bubbles were scattered everywhere. Fortunately, Wang Teng possessed mental powers and he was able to retrieve them all with a single scroll. The attribute bubbles of the indolent Mist Demon Emperor are naturally very different from those of ordinary dark species. They are not only larger but also darker in color. Dark Star Force *6500. Royal Level Dark Talent *3000. 3500 Stellar Level Spirit. Stellar Level Comprehension *3200. Cry Magic Transformation 1000 Cry. Indolent Mist Magic 800. Inert Mist Body *2000. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Unexpected. This is absolutely a huge surprise. Although Wang Teng knew that the attribute bubbles dropped by the indolent Mist Demon Emperor would be plentiful, he didn't expect there to be so many. The 65,000 points of Dark Star Force allowed Wang Teng's Dark Force realm to advance 2 levels, from the original planetary level 4 to the planetary level 6. Dark Star Force, 3,006 planetary level 6. Of course, other dark species also contributed significantly, as they provided a considerable amount of dark primal force. Otherwise, Wang Teng could not have advanced 2 levels so smoothly. Next up is the Royal Level Dark Talent. While a Royal Level Dark Talent is inferior to a Saint Level Talent, it is clearly a level higher than a King Level Dark Talent. After absorbing this attribute bubble, Wang Teng clearly felt that his Dark Talent had become more powerful. With this Emperor Level Dark Talent, even without relying on acquiring attributes to improve, Wang Teng can still reach the universe level by cultivating step by step. It's even possible to take a gamble and reach the Domain Lord level, or even the World Lord level. In short, he is a Demon Emperor level being among the dark species. In the hierarchy of the dark race, the Demon Emperor level is also divided into lower, middle, and upper levels, corresponding to the Universe level, Domain Lord level, and World Lord level, respectively. The indolent Mist Demon Emperor is a lower level Demon Emperor. Wait a minute, if Wang Teng's dark force were to reach the cosmic level, wouldn't he also become a Demon Emperor? Cry. Demon Emperor, that's a boss-like existence among the Dark Ones. The thought of becoming a dark, powerful boss one day sent a shiver down Wang Teng's spine. It was strangely exciting. Royal Level Dark Talent, 3,025 Then there's the Stellar Level Spirit attribute, a whopping 3,500 points, which is the largest sum of Stellar Level Spirit attribute Wang Teng has ever acquired. Similarly, the 3,200 points of Stellar Level Comprehension are also a huge gain. Spirit, 8,155 Stellar Level. Comprehension, 4,285 Stellar Level. Next is 1,000 points of Magic Transformation attribute, which is much more than the Magic Transformation attribute obtained before. It's the Demonic Transformation attribute again. It seems he can't avoid this attribute. Wang Teng was genuinely somewhat helpless. That makes sense though. Which high-level dark species hasn't mastered Demonic Transformation? Cry to kill them. You have to face their Demonic Transformation, so they're bound to drop this attribute. Magic Transformation, 231,000 Great success. The 1,000 points of Magic Transformation attribute allowed Wang Teng to reach the advanced level of mastery of Magic Transformation from minor to major. However, Wang Teng was somewhat surprised when he saw that the upgrade to the Great Completion stage of Demonic Transformation required 10,000 attribute points. A minor achievement only requires 1,000 points, while a major achievement requires 10 times that amount, totaling 10,000 points. Fortunately, Wang Teng didn't pay much attention to this Demonic Transformation skill, so he didn't dwell on it and let it grow freely. The last 2 attribute bubbles really shocked Wang Teng. Inert Mist Demon Art, Inert Mist Body. Both of these attribute bubbles are exclusive to the indolent Mist Demon Emperor. Among them, the indolent mist demon art is a unique technique of the indolent demon race, and only dark species of demon emperor level and above are qualified to cultivate it. Clearly, this is a demon emperor level cultivation technique. For demon lord level and demon king level dark species, the indolent mist demon art is simply an unparalleled divine skill. Of course, if other races of the dark race practice this demonic art, the effect will be greatly reduced. Because they do not possess the special physique unique to the sloth demon race, the sloth mist body. Originally, Wang Tang couldn't cultivate, but now he has obtained the indolent mist body attribute, which is perfect for use with the indolent mist demon art. I must say, the system's service is excellent. System Daddy, if you are satisfied with this service, please give us a good review, dear tilde. Cry 3 cry tilde. Indolent mist body. Wang Tang's eyes flashed as he sensed the changes within himself. Very mysterious. He discovered that he could sense the inertia of living beings and even absorb it. Wang Tang was overjoyed at the sight of the enemy and quietly activated the indolent mist demon art. Immediately, a wisp of imperceptible black mist drifted over and entered his body. This black mist is inert fog. Everyone has a degree of laziness, so absorbing inertia mist is all too easy. If Wang Tang wanted to absorb the inert mist, the resulting scene would likely be quite spectacular. However, this was not the time to absorb the inert mist. Wang Tang was afraid of being discovered, so he was very careful. He only absorbed a small cluster of inert mist and then stopped absorbing. No one noticed anything unusual. Wang Tang then discovered a black mist-like entity within the core of the dark star in the sea of nothingness. It was the inert mist. The dark race is very peculiar. Their force and spirit are stored in a core called the dark primal core. The indolence mist of the dark race of the indolence demons is also stored within the dark primal core. But Wang Tang is different. He is human. Even though he has acquired the talent of darkness and can absorb and cultivate the power of darkness, he does not have a dark core. He has only condensed dark stars, just like a human advancing in realm. Therefore, the inertial mist absorbed at this time can only be stored in the core of the dark star. At this moment, he had a clear understanding of the effects of this inert mist. It's basically the same as what Yuan said before. Inertia can induce lethargy, eroding both willpower and physical health, leaving one with no fighting spirit whatsoever. If you let the enemy inhale this inert mist during battle, you can definitely trick them so badly they won't even recognize their own fathers. This cloud of inert mist floated in the core of the dark star, having no effect on Wang Tang, like an obedient child who completely obeyed Wang Tang's commands. It's not bad. Wang Tang stroked his chin, deciding that he could try practicing this indolent mist demon art when he had time. He then glanced at the attribute panel. Indolent mist magic, 801,000ths beginner. Inert mist body, 2003,000ths. Wang Tang was slightly taken aback. His 800 points in the indolent mist demon art attribute couldn't even break through the beginner stage. It seemed that this indolent mist demon emperor was indeed quite powerful. Otherwise, for a typical stellar level cultivation technique, 800 attribute points would be enough to advance it to the proficient stage. However, Wang Tang didn't care. The more attribute points required, the stronger the technique would be, and the greater the benefits to him, making it worthwhile to cultivate. As for the indolent mist body, its maximum value is 30,000 points, which shows that it is a very remarkable physique. In reality, the sloth mist body of each individual in the sloth demon race is different. Some sloth demons have strong talents and high attribute limits for the sloth mist body, while others have weak talents and lower limits. The indolent mist demon emperor was able to become a demon emperor level being, so its talent was naturally not weak. Therefore, the upper limit of the indolent mist body that Wang Tang obtained from it was also higher. Wang Tang was quite satisfied with the two attribute bubbles. The indolent mist demon art, when combined with the indolent mist body cultivation, can condense more indolent mist, making it an excellent combat ability that greatly benefits him. After collecting all the attribute bubbles from the indolent mist demon emperor, Wang Tang's gaze fell on the attribute bubbles dropped by other human warriors and dark beings. And he began to collect them frantically. From a certain perspective, Wang Tang was profiting from the war. Every major battle meant the creation of a large number of attribute bubbles, allowing Wang Tang to make a fortune. He's done all the work he was supposed to do, so it's not unreasonable for him to accept some attribute bubbles as a reward. It's quite fair and reasonable. Under the sweep of his mental power, attribute bubbles flew towards Wang Teng, making him beam with joy and feel great. Earth-type Star Force *500. Fire-type Star Force *650. Royal Spirit 250. Water-based Force *1300. Cry Star Water Technique *100 Cry. Planetary Spirit 700. Dark Star Force *400. Planetary Spirit *350. Planetary Level Comprehension *400. King Level Wood Type Talent *450. Cry Starwood Technique *100 Cry. Because the battle is not over yet, the attribute bubbles falling are endless and cannot be stopped. However, the quality of these attribute bubbles varies. It's not that they're bad, but they're quite mixed, making them troublesome to inventory. Wang Teng didn't bother to check everything one by one, he just looked at the results. As he absorbed and digested these attribute bubbles, his strength gradually increased rapidly, especially his 5 elements origin force, which saw the fastest improvement. Among them, the gold elemental star force is still at the 8th level, but the attribute points have been accumulated to 67,000, and it is not far from breaking through to 80,000. The other 4 systems saw the most significant improvements, with some advancing by 1 level and others by 2, all reaching the 8th level of the planetary realm. Happiness came so suddenly that it caught Wang Teng off guard. Then his spirit and comprehension also improved significantly, by several hundred points in total, which can be considered as adding bricks to his strength. Next are the talent attribute bubbles, with the highest being only king-level talent attributes. Ever since he acquired the emperor-level and saint-level talents, Wang Teng has become somewhat dismissive of the emperor-level talents. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Well, Wang Teng sighed, this was not his intention. But there was nothing he could do. Apart from his wind and darkness talents, all of Wang Teng's other talents were at the king level, so he could only reluctantly accept it. However, there is one innate attribute that Wang Teng did not have before. King level archery talent *500. His archery talent was originally only at the highest level, but now that he has picked up this attribute bubble, he has been promoted to the king level. King level archery talent, 501,000ths. Wang Teng was quite pleased with Wang Teng's talent for archery. Like rune guns, archery is a ranged attack tool, and this archery talent can occasionally come in handy, sometimes even being more useful than rune guns. Reaching the king level in archery talent means that Wang Teng has a higher level of understanding of archery and can master it more easily. In addition to obtaining the king level archery talent, Wang Teng also acquired an archery type combat skill, the Flame Ghost Archery. The name sounds kind of mysterious. Wang Teng recalled his understanding of the flaming ghost arrow technique, which was indeed a mysterious archery technique. If classified by attribute, this archery technique belongs to the fire archery category, but in addition to its powerful fire attribute attack. The flame demon archery technique also emphasizes the word demon. In essence, it uses the interplay of light and shadow to conceal the arrow's tracks, making them eerily unpredictable and elusive. Wang Teng once obtained an archery technique called Aurora Holy Arrow. Compared to this, Aurora Holy Arrow emphasizes directness and brutality, going straight to the point. The Flame Demon Arrow technique is a rare archery technique that combines the attack power of fire with the elusive and ghostly nature of the archer. At the same time, this Flame Ghost Arrow technique is a stellar-level archery technique, capable of inflicting fatal damage on stellar-level martial artists. Shooting down a stellar-level powerhouse with a single arrow, that sounds pretty exciting. There are also some attribute bubbles related to cultivation techniques, but most of them are planetary-level techniques, which are no longer of much use to Wang Teng. He now mainly cultivates stellar-level techniques. Wang Teng continued picking up attribute bubbles, and suddenly a few attribute bubbles made his eyes widen. Wind type Star Force *26000. Royal level Wind type talent *1000. Cry Wind domain *250 Cry. 450 stellar level Spirit. Stellar level Comprehension *400. Cry Wind Slayer ultimate technique *500 Cry. This is an attribute bubble dropped by Diki. Wang Teng immediately realized. It's both the wind domain and the wind-killing profound technique. Apart from Diki, no one can comprehend the wind elemental force to this extent. For Wang Teng, this was another huge gain. The 26,000 points of wind elemental star power didn't allow him to break through, but it did significantly increase his wind elemental power. The only downside is that the royal level wind type talent is a bit of a waste. After all, he already possesses saint level wind type talent, so he naturally no longer needs the lower level emperor level wind type talent. Wang Teng shook his head and sighed, feeling it was a bit of a waste. After all, it was a royal level talent. If it were given to someone else, countless people would be vying for it. Unfortunately, I can't give it to you. Next came the stellar level spirit and comprehension, at 450 and 400 points respectively, which was a considerable gain. Wang Teng's spirit and comprehension improved slightly again. The wind attribute has 250 points, which is more than the attribute dropped by the wind god bird. However, it's understandable. The wind god bird only exists in the virtual universe. According to Wang Teng's guess, there will be far fewer attribute bubbles falling in the virtual universe than in reality. Cry wind domain cry, 330 meters. With these 250 points, Wang Teng's wind domain reached a total of 300 points, equivalent to a domain range of 30 meters. Wang Teng's wind domain has expanded from 5 meters to 30 meters, which is commendable. The final 500 points of wind-killing profound technique increased Wang Teng's wind-killing profound technique from 20% to 30%. Wind-killing technique, 301,000ths 30%. The power of the 30% ultimate technique is at least 2 or 3 times greater than before. Wang Teng chuckled. He hadn't expected that Diki would contribute quite a few wind-type bubbles to him. It was worth it for him to help Diki kill the indolent Mist Demon Emperor. As the battle drew to a close, the dark creatures outside the formation were all annihilated. The earth was covered with their bodies, and even the soil was stained with black blood, presenting a chilling, jet-black color. And mixed in with this black color was a lot of crimson, which was human blood. The Great Qian Empire also suffered many casualties in the battle. Overall, however, this battle was a huge victory for the Great Qian Empire. Moreover, it was an unprecedented and overwhelming victory. In the war between the Great Qian Empire and the Dark Race, such victories were so few that they could be counted on one hand. Those battles that resulted in great victories were all initiated by the human forces. This time, however, is different. This time, the Dark Race launched an invasion on their own initiative, and they were completely unprepared. Under normal circumstances, the human forces would inevitably suffer heavy losses. In reality, the number of human casualties was very small, while the Dark Race was completely wiped out. A resounding victory. This is a resounding victory. Although a faint sadness permeated the crowd, the overall atmosphere was very uplifting. The military warriors of the Great Qian Empire began to systematically clean up the battlefield and remove the remaining corpses of the Dark Race. The most effective way is to burn it to ensure there are no residues. Otherwise, if someone is infected by the dark forces, it will be very troublesome. Such procedures are already familiar to military warriors. Through years of fighting against the Dark Race, all warriors have become accustomed to this process. Wang Teng stood on the top of a building and couldn't help but stretch. Collecting so many attribute bubbles is quite tiring, to be honest. It's physically demanding. What's wrong? Did you hurt your back? Cry. Suddenly, a slightly teasing chuckle came from behind. You're the one who strained your back. My back is perfectly fine. Wang Teng glanced at Diki, who had come to his side, rolled his eyes and said irritably. Haha, you'll only know if your back is okay after you try it. There are many good places on the Imperial Star. I'll take you to see them properly when we get back this time. Diki raised his eyebrows at him, and a lewd and frivolous look suddenly appeared on his handsome face. Wang Teng was slightly taken aback, then couldn't help but chuckle. Men, they know what I mean. You're treating, he said with a smile. Are you looking down on me? Cry. Is there even a need to ask? Cry. Of course, I'll treat you. Diki stood with his hands behind his back, feigning anger. The two looked at each other and burst into laughter at the same time. In the past, Diki would not have treated Wang Teng in such a manner. He was practically treating him as a peer. However, after this battle, Diki not only saw Wang Teng's potential, but also his strength. Wang Teng deserves such treatment because he is capable of intervening in intercosmic battles and playing a crucial role. With such a serious incident as the invasion of the Dark Race, Wang Teng's trip to the Great Qian Imperial Star was inevitably postponed. Diki also had many things to deal with, especially the casualties of martial artists, the losses of war fortresses, and so on. All of which needed to be tallied before he could personally go to the Great Qian Emperor Star to report. Wang Teng had no choice but to wait. Wang Teng locked himself in the same room he had stayed in before. The living quarters of the war fortress were located at the rear, a relatively safe location. The gaps in the array destroyed by the dark race were in the heavily guarded military area at the front, so the rear area was not greatly affected. Only a few buildings were unlucky enough to be affected by the force attack. Wang Teng was fortunate that his residence was not among them. He was sitting cross-legged on the bed, a faint, strange power swirling in his hands. This strange power is the power of time. Wang Teng cut a wound on his finger and then wrapped the power of time around the wound. Soon, a strange scene unfolded. The wound healed rapidly, returning to its original state in the blink of an eye. When the wound was cut open, it was from left to right, but now it is healing from right to left, and the blood that flowed out is flowing back into the wound without any leakage. Everything seemed to have turned upside down. If you compare them carefully, you will find that the location of the wound after healing is exactly the same as before, without any difference. This is not simply healing. If it's just healing, even without leaving scars, it certainly won't be exactly the same as before. This location looks as if there was never a wound at all. Time reversal. Wang Teng's eyes flashed with a sharp light and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Having possessed the talent for time for so long, this was the first time he had ever studied time-related abilities. Facing the indolent Mist Demon Emperor this time, he found that he was still struggling to deal with a cosmic-level powerhouse. Moreover, without joining forces with Diki, he was no match for the Sloth Mist Demon Emperor. So as soon as he returned, he began to study his methods. This time management ability is a skill with enormous potential. It would be a waste not to study it properly. In order to study his time-related abilities, he sent Yuan Gungun away and went into seclusion. Roundy knew that Wang Teng was hiding something from it, but it had no intention of prying into Wang Teng's secret, so it stopped asking questions and went out for a stroll on its own. Giving each other some space is essential for a better relationship. It understands this principle. This is a good opportunity to learn about the major events that have happened in the Great Qian Empire in recent years through the network within the War Fortress. So as to pave the way for my future journey to the Imperial Star and avoid being completely clueless and making a fool of myself. Wang Teng looked at the attribute panel. Yuan Gungun once said that those who had mastered the talent of time in the past had all met with bad ends, so Wang Teng dared not be negligent. He saw that there were indeed changes on the attribute panel. Because of that brief moment of time reversal, his life essence and soul essence both decreased by 10 attribute points. Origin of life, 10,800. Soul origin, 12,100. Wang Teng possesses numerous force attributes, and each time he advances to the planetary level, he undergoes a transformation. The origin of life and the origin of the soul have also undergone several transformations. Therefore, Wang Teng's life essence and soul essence are already ridiculously high among martial artists of the same realm, comparable to a 6th or 7th level stellar level martial artist. He didn't mind having just used up 10 points and planned to continue his research. There was only a 1-second interval just now, let's try a 10-second interval now. With that thought, Wang Teng cut his finger again. Wait 10 seconds before using the power of time to restore. Wang Teng's fingers returned to normal once again, and then he looked at the attribute panel. The life essence and soul essence both consumed 100 attribute points. 100 points. Wang Teng stared at his finger, hesitated, and his eyebrow twitched slightly. Should we try 100 seconds cry? 1 second requires 10 points, 10 seconds require 100 points, so 100 seconds would require 1,000 points. Wang Teng ultimately didn't dare to make a move. He could afford to consume 100 points, but 1,000 points of life essence and soul essence was too much, almost equal to 1/10. In less than 2 minutes, 100 seconds is enough to consume 1/10 of one's life essence and soul essence. Wang Teng couldn't help but gasp. MMP is truly too expensive to afford. That's fucking expensive. This power of time is a luxury, not just expensive, it's life-threatening. However, if it really comes down to a life or death situation, this power of time can indeed be used to save lives. Wang Teng thought about it and decided to give it another try. However, the difference this time was not the interval, but the size of the wound. The larger the wound, the more life essence and soul essence would be consumed, but he still wanted to give it a try. So he enlarged the wound to twice its original size, paused for 1 second, and then immediately used the power of time to heal it. 20 points of life essence and soul essence have been consumed. 20 points, that's double. Wang Teng pondered to himself, stroking his chin. However, he also knew that this was only a minor injury. If it were an extremely serious injury, it would probably consume a lot of his vital energy, perhaps even reaching a terrifying amount. It's a pity I can't seriously injure myself to conduct the experiment. Wang Teng shook his head and gave up on the idea. That being said, the power of time doesn't necessarily have to be used to heal injuries, it can also be used to turn the tide of battle. When unpredictable situations arise in a battle, the power of time can play a decisive role. In short, this power of time is simply a huge bug. If used well, it is an invincible weapon. Unfortunately, this sharp blade is a double-edged sword. It can hurt others as well as the user, and it is unavoidable. Throughout history, those geniuses who wielded the power of time could not have been unaware of this, yet they were ultimately devoured by the power of time itself. Wang Teng had to be extremely careful and would never use the power of time lightly unless absolutely necessary. After studying the power of time for a while, Wang Teng consumed exactly 400 points of life essence and soul essence. Origin of life, 10,400. Soul origin, 11,700. Wang Teng immediately stopped his research. The 400 points he had spent were already painful for him. He knew that the essence of the soul and the essence of life were matters of life and death, and could not be wasted casually. He then turned his attention to the indolent mist demon art. Indolent mist demon art, he was just 200 attribute points away from breaking through to the beginner level, so Wang Teng didn't hesitate to add 200 blank attribute points. Indolent mist magic immediately reached the proficiency stage. Immediately afterward, Wang Teng began to cultivate. The indolent mist demon art circulated within his body. Although the proficiency stage was not a very high level, it was still much higher than the beginner level, and it operated quite smoothly. As the indolent mist demon art was activated, Wang Teng immediately sensed the inertia of the creatures outside. This inertia is invisible and intangible. Outsiders can only feel their own inertia but do not know where it is. However, Wang Teng now possesses the inertia mist body and can see the inertia in their bodies at a glance and draw it out. That wisp of inertia transformed into black mist that seeped into the ground, then converged in the direction of Wang Teng. Inside the room, wisps of black mist seeped from the ground and surged toward Wang Teng's body. The room was instantly filled with black mist, exuding a sinister demonic aura. Fortunately, Wang Teng had already set up an isolation array around the room using his mental power, so outsiders couldn't detect anything. Within this entire war fortress, there was no one Wang Teng could worry about except for Diki. The only one who could make Wang Teng feel threatened was him. However, his mastery of formations had reached the Grandmaster level, so he was naturally confident that he could deceive Diki's perception. At this moment, Wang Teng activated the indolent mist demon art, absorbing all the black mist into his body. After circulating it once, it gathered at the core of the dark star. Time slowly passed, and after more than half an hour, Wang Teng had absorbed all the inertia within the entire war fortress. The inert mist within his body had condensed into a large concentrated mass, capable of covering an extremely wide area if released. This is how the inertia mist demon emperor casts his inertia mist. It is not large in size, but it can cover a very large area. Wang Teng couldn't help but smile slightly and stopped practicing the indolent mist demon art. At the same time, the martial artists outside, who were clearly exhausted, suddenly felt full of energy again. Strange, I feel so tired, but I don't want to rest. Cry, some martial artists muttered to themselves, their faces full of confusion. Then they started working hard again. Inside the war fortress, many buildings were damaged, and there weren't enough engineering robots, so warriors had to step in to quickly repair the war fortress. When Wang Teng stepped out of his residence, he witnessed this scene, and his expression immediately turned strange. Shouldn't Diki thank me? Cry, Wang Teng stroked his chin, thinking to himself. He stopped cultivating and instead began to wander around the war fortress. Upon seeing him, all the martial artists around him stopped what they were doing and bowed slightly to him with a hint of respect. Some of the stellar-level martial artists even greeted him warmly. In this battle, all the warriors in the war fortress witnessed Wang Teng's strength. Being able to fight alongside Lord Diki, this young man is definitely a strong man at such a young age. The strong will receive full respect wherever they go. Moreover, Wang Teng did them a tremendous favor. Without him, who knows how many people would have died or how much damage they would have suffered during this invasion by the dark race. Cry. Therefore, these martial artists were very grateful to Wang Teng. Along the way, Wang Teng encountered Olya and Clive, who were following behind Diki and checking on the injured. Upon seeing Wang Teng arrive, Diki nodded to him and asked, "Why did you come here, Cry?" "I came out to check the situation since I had nothing to do." Wang Teng glanced around and found that there were quite a few injured people, totaling several hundred. Some had severed arms and legs, while others were covered in injuries. It was a very tragic scene. Most importantly, Wang Teng saw a lot of dark primal force on their wounds. The wounds were covered with black patterns, indicating that they were infected by dark primal force and it was difficult to get rid of them. Diki noticed his gaze and sighed, being infected by the dark force can only be cured with the power of light. "We don't have any light elemental warriors here, and our reserves of light potions are all used up." "It's still not enough." "The brightness potion, Cry?" Wang Teng asked, somewhat puzzled. The light potion is a potion made by light elemental warriors who extract the power of light, and then alchemists use special methods to refine it. "It is very effective in dispelling the power of darkness," Olya interjected. Wang Teng glanced at her and nodded. "I didn't expect there to be such a method. I remember you used the holy flame of light during the battle. Could you please help dispel the dark force from the wounded? Cry? Every day of delay will cause them great harm, and even if the dark force is cleared away later, it will leave lasting effects," Olya said after a moment's hesitation. "Oh right, how could I forget? Cry, you're a light source." Diki was slightly taken aback, then slapped his forehead and pulled Wang Teng inside. Hurry up, help me with this. I'll owe you another favor." "Your favors are so worthless, you're practically giving them away," Wang Teng said speechlessly. "Ha ha ha, others want my favor but can't even get it. Do you think you have too much? Cry?" Diki laughed nonchalantly. Alright, I agree. Let go first so I can get started," Wang Teng said helplessly. In any case, he wouldn't think he owed too much of this favor. "It's up to you." Diki quickly let go of him and patted him on the shoulder. Seeing how familiar Wang Teng and Diki were, Olya and Clive couldn't help but become suspicious. When did they become such good friends? Cry? The two were somewhat incredulous. Despite his cheerful demeanor, Diki is actually quite aloof, and most people can forget about befriending him. Many of his peers on the Imperial Star wanted to get to know Diki, including some who were cosmic-level powerhouses, but Diki ignored them all and looked down on them. Olya had also asked him why Tich looked down on those people who were of high status. Diki simply replied with 2 words, willing. This shows that Tich is an aloof and capricious person. Even if someone is of equal status, they may not necessarily be worthy of his attention. However, at this moment, Wang Teng acted as if they had known each other for many years, which was truly unbelievable. Wang Teng was unaware of any of this. He ignored Diki and walked forward. The wounded were placed in a large medical room with neatly arranged, clean beds. Some of the more seriously injured were lying in medical pods, being kept alive with expensive repair fluids. What is he trying to do? Cry? Shouldn't the treatments be done one at a time? Cry? Olya couldn't help but ask in a low voice. I don't know, let's see first. Diki shook his head. Have them open the medical pod, Wang Teng said, turning around. Open the medical pod? Cry? Diki was taken aback. Yes. Wang Teng nodded without explanation. Alright, I'll trust you this time. Knowing the principle of trusting those you employ and not employing those you don't trust. Diki didn't hesitate and immediately ordered the surrounding medical staff to open the medical pod. Sir, this isn't a good idea. Cry? The wounded can't withstand such treatment. A white coat, who looked to be in his 40s or 50s, glanced at Wang Teng and hesitated. Diki was aware of this situation and couldn't help but look at Wang Teng. 10 seconds will do. If it really doesn't work, just shut down the medical pod immediately. It won't have much of an impact, Wang Teng said. Okay. The man in the white coat agreed when he heard that it would only take 10 seconds. The medical pods opened one after another, and the wounded inside immediately woke up, showing signs of pain. The doctor in the white coat kept a close eye on the time, as if he would close the medical pod immediately after 10 seconds. For them, the injured person's life was more important than anything else, and he didn't really trust Wang Teng. Just then, a dazzling white light suddenly shone throughout the medical room, and countless holy white light spots fell from the sky, landing on the wounded. The wounded were healing at a visible speed, and the dark primal force was expelled from their bodies, turning into wisps of black smoke that dissipated into the air. This is the light healing method, the doctor in the white coat exclaimed in surprise, his eyes wide. The doctor in the white coat was shocked. He never expected to see such a rare method of light healing here. This method can only be performed by those with the light element talent, and it is extremely rare. Even within their alliance, very few people possess this skill. In short, this is a rare skill. A light-type talent who masters the art of healing with light is definitely a dazzling super healer. That's why the doctor in the white coat was so surprised. Not only him, but also Diki and the others were extremely surprised. They originally only wanted Wang Teng to help them use the holy flame of light to expel the dark primal force from the wounded. Unexpectedly, he not only cleared away the dark primal force, but also healed most of the wounded injuries, greatly reducing their burden. This is such a pleasant surprise. Wang Teng ignored them and continued to cast Goddess's Blessing. I have to admit that the light healing technique I got from Alace is indeed an extremely useful skill. Look at the results. They're fantastic. Moreover, it doesn't require much effort, you just need to stand there and sprinkle water to complete the treatment. At that moment, holy light spots drifted through the medical room, as if a rain of light had fallen. All the injured who were bathed in this rain of light had their wounds healed quickly. Even some more serious injuries that could not be completely healed were effectively controlled under the rain of light. Especially the seriously wounded in the medical pod. Opening the medical pod would have caused these wounded to show signs of pain, but now their brows relaxed and they fell into a peaceful sleep. Many of the injured had deeply entangled dark forces within their bodies, which were extremely difficult to expel. However, with Wang Teng using the Goddess's Blessing skill as if it were free, these dark forces were eventually completely eradicated, leaving not a trace. As the last wisp of dark primal force was cleared away, turning into a wisp of black smoke and dissipating, Wang Teng breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, all done. He clapped his hands and turned to look at Diki and the others. Diki and the others were still a bit dazed, feeling that the process was a little too fast and a little too simple. But looking at the wounded around him, they seemed to have recovered to a large extent and were no longer in serious condition. What cry? Is there anything you're not satisfied with? Cry if you're not satisfied, I'll do it again. Actually, this is about right. Performing it again won't be as effective, Wang Teng said, seeing their expressions. No need, it's already very good. Diki quickly said, thank you for your hard work. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard work, it's just a small favor, Wang Teng said casually. Diki, Olya, quote. Clive, quote. White coat. What was a difficult problem for them was a piece of cake for Wang Teng. Cry, doesn't this show that they are too incompetent? Cry. Especially those in white coats, their faces were a little sore. He hadn't really trusted Wang Teng before, but Wang Teng had just casually resolved the issue of the seriously wounded, making him feel somewhat ashamed. This guy loves to show off, Clive whispered to Olya as he moved closer. You think you can do it? Cry, you can pretend too. Olya rolled her eyes at him. Clive was speechless for a moment. Olya, you've changed. You used to hate it when people were pretentious. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. I just came out for a stroll and you guys dragged me here to do your hard labor. Wang Teng said. Haha, Cry, the capable should do more, don't mind it. Diki laughed and put his arm around his shoulder. The two walked outside arm in arm. Come on, Cry, I'll treat you to dinner. And I'll let you try my treasured wine. Wait, the doctor in the white coat shouted. Is there anything else, Dr. Leonard? Cry, Titch asked, turning around with a puzzled look. Lord Diki. Cry, may I have a word with this Lord Wang Teng? Cry, Dr. Leonard asked. Looking for me? Cry, what's up? Cry, Wang Teng asked in surprise. What else could it be? Cry, if I'm not mistaken, Dr. Leonard definitely values your talent for light and wants to recruit you into their secondary professional league, Diki chuckled and said. As expected, Lord Diki, Leonard said with a wry smile. What's so hard to guess? Cry, Master Fan Taining also wanted to bring Wang Teng in before, but Wang Teng never left his home, so he didn't get the chance, Diki said. What? Cry, that old guy Fan Taining also wants to recruit Lord Wang Teng into the league? Cry. Leonard exclaimed in surprise. Of course. My little brother's rune skills are very high, at least master level. You don't know why the rune array of the war fortress was repaired so quickly, do you? Cry, it's because of Wang Teng's help. Without him, the consequences would have been unimaginable, Diki said. So that's how it is. Leonard's expression towards Wang Teng had completely changed. He was extremely shocked and his eyes were shining with golden light, as if he had seen a treasure trove. His intention to bring Wang Teng into the secondary professional league became even stronger. Such a promising talent, it would be a terrible mistake not to bring him to their side. There's an order to things. You should talk to Master Fantaining about this first, and then come find Wang Teng. After saying that, Diki pulled Wang Teng away. Leonard was stunned and stood there, reaching out to try and stop him, but he couldn't stop him at all, nor did he dare to. Olya and Clive exchanged glances and then turned and left. But before they left, they couldn't help but look at Leonard with pity. It seems unlikely that Dr. Leonard will be able to get away with anything from Wang Teng. On the way, Wang Teng asked curiously, "Why didn't you give him a chance to speak?" Cry. Because whether it's Master Fantaining or that Dr. Leonard, their reasons for pulling you into the secondary professional league aren't so simple. They have something in it for them. Before Diki could answer, a round voice suddenly rang in Wang Teng's mind, sounding quite boastful. "You're back." Wang Teng raised an eyebrow. "Sigh, I was kicked out by someone, and after wandering around for a while, I had nowhere to go, so I had no choice but to shamelessly come back," the round-faced boy said resentfully. "Wang Teng, they want to recruit you into the secondary professional league, how can they not give you some benefits?" Cry. Diki laughed, pulling Wang Teng back to reality. "Benefits?" Cry. Wang Teng's eyes flashed. "Of course, after all, bringing someone with potential and strength like you into the secondary professional league is a merit for them, so they will benefit from it," Diki explained, then gave Wang Teng a meaningful look, the meaning of which was self-evident. "Since there are benefits, we certainly can't let them get away with it for nothing," Wang Teng chuckled. "It's good that you understand." Diki smiled as well. "What exactly is this professional league?" Cry. Wang Teng asked curiously. I know, Roundy immediately shouted in Wang Teng's mind. However, Wang Teng ignored him, which made Yuan Gun very depressed. "You know about some of the giants in the universe, right?" Cry. Tich asked. "I only know about the Cosmic Bank and the virtual universe," Wang Teng said. Diki nodded and explained, "The Cosmic Bank is the largest bank in the universe, with unfathomable strength and wealth. The virtual universe is actually a very ancient force, even older and more mysterious than the Cosmic Bank. No one knows who the actual controller of the virtual universe is. Some say it is a supreme powerhouse who has reached the top, while others say it was formed by a group of reclusive powerhouses. There are many different opinions, and it is difficult to reach a conclusion. The Secondary Profession Alliance is also a behemoth, encompassing alchemists, blacksmiths, rune masters, healers, poison masters, and so on. It includes talents from every profession, making it a very powerful force. There are many Grandmaster level or even higher level old monsters in the Secondary Professional Alliance. They are all honored guests of the strong, and their networks of relationships span the entire universe. Almost every secondary professional chooses to join it, with very few exceptions. Because the Secondary Professional Alliance is actually a very loose organization with no fixed task requirements and very limited constraints on its members. Everyone who joins is relatively free and can share resources and relationships, and is protected by the Secondary Professional Alliance. After all, some secondary professionals are not very strong. But joining the alliance is different. No one dares to bully members of the Secondary Professional Alliance, especially those with higher status. No one knows what kind of network they have, so they can't be offended easily. "So, it seems I have to join this professional league." Wang Teng's eyes lit up slightly. "With your potential and strength, you'll quickly rise to a high position in the Secondary Professional League and gain a respectable status and position. At that time, countless powerful individuals will come to ask for your help. I'm just making an investment in you in advance," Diki laughed without any hesitation. "Then you'd better suck up to me a bit, or I'll make sure you never get the door closed to me again," Wang Teng said smugly. Diki smiled and pointed at him, saying, "I've already secured the initiative for you. How much benefit you get from Master Fantaining and Dr. Leonard is up to you. Don't worry, once the duck is in my hands, there's no reason for it to fly away." A sly smile, typical of a cunning businessman, appeared on Wang Teng's lips. When Diki saw Wang Teng's appearance, he knew he had underestimated him. This guy was definitely not a clueless newbie. The two walked away chatting and laughing, leaving Olya and Clive, who arrived behind them, looking at each other in bewilderment. These two are as close as brothers. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Olya would have almost thought she had mistaken someone for someone else. Was that really her proud and aloof cousin? Cry. "Olya, why is Lord Teach suddenly getting so close to Wang Teng?" Cry. Clive asked suspiciously. You're asking me, Cry? How would I know, Cry? Olya rolled her eyes, then gave him a meaningful look. I advise you not to think about those messy things. I guarantee that if you dare to do anything to Wang Tang, my cousin will definitely not let you off the hook. You know his temperament. How could I dare? Clive cried out. Wang Tang saved us once, how could I repay kindness with enmity? Cry, you underestimate me, Clive. If that's really what you think, then I'll have to think more highly of you, Olya said with a smile. Wang Tang, you really need to join this professional league. I forgot before, this professional league is a great platform and a strong backer. You can quickly build your own network of relationships by joining it. With your rune artistry and healing abilities, once you make a name for yourself, people will surely come to you for help soon, and you'll be indebted to them. As soon as they got back to their lodgings, Roundy started shouting loudly. I've never seen you this excited before. If I hadn't demonstrated my rune master skills and healing techniques, I don't know when I would have even learned about the existence of the Secondary Profession Alliance. You're so unreliable, Wang Tang said irritably. I just forgot, the chubby boy said with an embarrassed smile. You're really something. Wang Tang rolled his eyes. Wang Tang, you have to take this seriously, don't take it lightly. Seeing that he didn't seem to care much, Yuan Gungun couldn't help but remind him again. Okay. Wang Tang waved his hand. His casual demeanor wasn't because he didn't care about the matter, but because he was absolutely certain of his success. Yuan Gungun thought his rune master level was only master level, but he didn't know that his skills had already reached the grandmaster level. Moreover, he was also a grandmaster blacksmith. In addition, he had several secondary professions such as light healing, master level spirit chef, master level poison master, and master level alchemist. Joining the Secondary Profession Alliance was a sure thing. What was there to worry about, Cry? We're setting off for the Great Qian Emperor Star tomorrow, aren't you nervous, Cry? Roundy asked helplessly. What's there to be nervous about, Cry? We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Wang Tang sat cross-legged, closed his eyes and said calmly before beginning his cultivation. Round and Chubby was even more depressed, but seeing this, he didn't want to bother him anymore, so he disappeared in the blink of an eye, and no one knew where he went. The next morning, Wang Tang went out to meet up with Diki and the others. However, when they arrived at the meeting point, they only saw Titch and Clive, but Titch had not yet arrived. Ha Tilda, good morning. Olya yawned and greeted Wang Tang. Good morning, are you also going to the Great Qian Emperor Star? Cry? Wang Tang asked. I've been out for a while now, and this time the dark race has invaded again. My family is very worried about me. If I don't go back on my own, they'll come and force me to go back, Olya said dejectedly. Wang Tang's expression was strange. Although they were the same age, Olya was clearly still a child living in the shadow of her elders, with no freedom whatsoever. What kind of look is that? Olya exclaimed angrily. It's nothing. It's nice to have someone care about you, Wang Tang said with a laugh. What do you know, Cry? I have absolutely no freedom. They all treat me like a child. Olya's pretty face flushed red with anger as she spoke of this, like an angry little female cat. Why don't you run away from home, young lady? Wang Tang suggested a terrible idea. Why don't you help me, Cry? Olya's eyes lit up. Slap. Suddenly a hand slapped Wang Tang's shoulder. Then Diki's speechless voice came. Don't give my cousin any bad advice. She might actually do it. In the end, we errand runners will be the ones suffering. Wang Tang turned and glanced at Diki, then laughed and said, you can't keep treating her like a child. I'm the same age as her, and I've been on the battlefield countless times and killed countless dark ones. As Olya is spoiled by my grandfather, Cry? Does she have no experience, Cry? How can she compare to you, Cry? A novice like her going out alone, getting taken advantage of and still having to count the money for the person who took advantage of her, Diki said helplessly. Diki, you called me a newbie. Olya was furious, glaring at Diki as if she wanted to rush up and scratch his face. However, Titch had already pressed down on Olya's head with one hand, preventing her from making any progress no matter how much she struggled. Her two hands were flailing wildly in the air, which was quite amusing. Wang Tang's expression was strange. He suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Olya. What an adorable little girl, being bullied like this by her own cousin, Cry? Is this moral depravity or a distortion of human nature, Cry? Alright, stop fooling around, we need to get going, Diki said helplessly. HMPH, Diki, I'm going to tell Grandpa when I get back that you bullied me, Olya said angrily, her face flushed. Whatever you want. Diki waved his hand as if he was already used to it. Before long, more people arrived one after another, all of them respectfully greeting Diki. Wang Teng saw Fan Taining, the rune master, and others in the crowd, as well as Dr. Leonard and many seriously injured people. All of these people are going back to the Great Qian Emperor Star together. The medical facilities at the war fortress were insufficient to fully heal these critically wounded, so they had to be transferred to the Imperial Star, or a more prosperous inhabited planet. For treatment. Is everyone here? Diki asked. Reporting to Your Excellency, everyone is here, an Imperial soldier replied. Then let's prepare to set off. Then Diki led Wang Teng and the others toward the back of the war fortress. The war fortress was built against the mountain, and the accommodation area was near the foot of the mountain. They passed through the accommodation area and arrived at the foot of the mountain. The mountain behind them had been hollowed out, and a huge metal door appeared in front of them. Imperial soldiers were guarding the place. Upon their arrival, they all saluted Diki and then opened the metal gate. With a loud rumble, the door swung open, revealing a silver-white metal passageway behind it. The group walked through the metal passage and arrived deep inside the mountain. To Wang Teng's surprise, there was an extremely large space inside the mountain. And a circular magic array large enough to accommodate hundreds of people was placed on the ground in the very center of the mountain. There were many soldiers guarding the formation. Judging from their aura, these people were all martial artists at the planetary level or above, and there were even 5 martial artists at the stellar level. A mysterious adult. Upon seeing Diki arrive with his men, the soldiers stepped forward and saluted. Are you ready? Diki nodded and asked. Everything is ready, the coordinates have been locked, and we can activate the formation immediately, said a rune master in charge of the formation. Everyone, stand in the center of the formation, Diki ordered. Wang Teng and the others followed his instructions and went to the center of the formation, and Diki also stood up. The formation was activated, and a blinding light shone forth. The people within the formation began to blur and then disappeared. Wang Teng felt a sudden dizziness, with light and shadow swirling around him, creating a sense of weightlessness. In an instant, a bright light shone in front of him, and he felt himself standing on solid ground again. This teleportation array is similar to traversing spatial rifts, Wang Teng muttered to himself, then curiously looked around. This is a square. The square was filled with people, and every now and then the array lights would flash, and then groups of people would appear in the array and walk out. Let's go, came Diki's voice. Have we arrived at the Great Qian Emperor Star? Wang Teng asked. This is Nanshi Star, an outer planet of the Great Qian Emperor Star. It's still tens of thousands of light years away from the Emperor Star. The teleportation array can't go directly to the Emperor Star. That's the rule, Olya explained from the side. There's such a rule? Wang Teng asked in surprise. It's very simple. Because the Imperial Star is an important place for the Great Qian Empire. If a certain defensive planet is breached, the enemy can teleport directly to the Imperial Star through the teleportation array. Although the Imperial Star is full of powerful people and is not afraid of invasion, wouldn't it be a joke if such a thing happened? Diki said. Wang Teng nodded and didn't ask any further questions. Led by Diki, the group left the plaza where the teleportation array was located and arrived at the planetary docking port of Nanshi Star. They are going to take a spaceship from here to the Great Qian Emperor Star. That said, Wang Teng's spaceship had already been rounded up and stored inside his space equipment, which he carried with him. The group arrived at the harbor, and Diki revealed his identity, preparing to board an Imperial military spaceship to return to the Great Qian Imperial Star. Diki. Just then, a laugh rang out. A burly man who looked like a middle-aged man strode over, exuding an immense aura. He was clearly a cosmic-level powerhouse. Behind him followed several stellar-level martial artists. Wu Tai. Diqi immediately recognized the person and asked in surprise, "What are you doing here?" My term is over, I need to return to the Imperial Star. Wu Tai glanced at the wounded behind Diki and asked with concern, "I heard that your defense star number 4 was invaded by the dark race. What are the casualties?" The casualties were relatively small. We won a great victory this time, Diki said, a smile spreading across his face. A resounding victory. Wu Tai was even more surprised, never expecting it to be such a resounding victory. Yes, you can tell from the number of injured people on my side that the situation is not serious, Diki said. Come on, tell me what happened. Wu Tai was very surprised and pulled Diqi towards the military spaceship. He was also going to the Imperial Star on this spaceship, so they were going the same way. The stellar-level warriors behind him glanced at Wang Teng and the others, but paid them no heed and followed. Before Wang Teng had even officially entered the Great Qian Emperor Star, he could already vaguely sense the power of this advanced cosmic civilization. This was just a transit planet, yet he had already encountered a cosmic-level expert so easily. Moreover, upon looking around, he discovered that there were many powerful auras within the spaceship's docking port, most of whom were cosmic-level experts. And some were even stronger than cosmic-level experts. It is evident that in the Great Qian Empire, there are indeed an unbelievable number of cosmic-level powerhouses. They can be seen everywhere. Unlike the Orient Federation, a low-level civilization where a single cosmic-level expert can guard an entire star system, the Federation probably can't find many cosmic-level powerhouses. That's the difference. Let's go. Olya's urging pulled him back to reality. Wang Teng shook his head and followed suit, boarding the military spaceship in front of him. They were each assigned a room, but just as Wang Teng was about to go back to rest, he was called over by Diki. The spaceship's main hall was extremely spacious and set up like a restaurant, where Diki and the cosmic-level powerhouse named Wutai were already drinking. Come, let me introduce you. This is Wang Teng, the little brother who helped me a lot. Without him, we wouldn't have been able to achieve such a great victory this time, Diki said to Wutai, pulling Wang Teng along. Oh. Wu Tai immediately looked at Wang Teng, scrutinizing him with a strange gaze. Wu Tai looked at Wang Teng curiously for a while, then greeted him warmly. Haha, Diki has really praised you to the skies. Come, sit down and have a few drinks with me. Hearing that Wang Teng was not only highly skilled in runes, but also had mastered the art of healing with light, enabling him to treat the wounded on a large scale. Wu Tai also decided to befriend him. After all, for people like them who are constantly on the battlefield and have to face the dark race, the method of healing with light is nothing short of a panacea. After all, it is too difficult to remove the corruption of the dark forces. A targeted approach is necessary. Among the many methods, the light healing method is the most effective, even better than the light elixir. Of course, he had also heard from Diki that Wang Teng was capable of participating in battles between cosmic-level powerhouses and possessed considerable strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so enthusiastic and treated him as an equal. Wang Teng felt somewhat helpless, but unable to refuse their hospitality. He eventually sat down in the seat between the two of them. Olya and Clive were completely left out, which made them very frustrated. Clive, in particular, wanted to participate in this kind of interaction between cosmic-level powerhouses, but unfortunately, he couldn't get a word in edgewise. If he insists on trying to build a relationship with them, even a cosmic-level powerhouse like them probably won't give him a second glance, and he'll only be making a fool of himself. However, after exchanging a glance, Rune Master Fan Taining and Dr. Leonard walked straight towards their location. Lord Wutai, Lord Diki, would you mind if we came to ask for a drink? Master Rune Fan Taining said with a smile. The arrival of the two surprised Wutai, who couldn't help but glance at Diqi. Diki had already guessed the two men's intentions and smiled, saying, "You two masters must have come for Wang Teng, right?" Wu Tai. "If you don't mind, I don't mind at all. The more people, the more lively it is. Please have a seat, masters." Wu Tai was surprised, wondering what they wanted with Wang Teng, but he didn't ask and just smiled. Rune Master Fan Taining and Dr. Leonard couldn't help but show their delight, and then sat down. Soon the group started chatting, and the atmosphere became quite lively. Not long after, Master Fan Taining looked like he wanted to speak but was too embarrassed to. Wang Teng and Diki knew what they were thinking, so they weren't in a hurry at all. At this moment, the spaceship started up, departed from the planetary docking port of Nanxixing, and flew into the depths of space. Everyone looked out the window. The spaceship quickly passed through the atmosphere, and soon all that remained was a vast desolate void. Everyone looked away. Diki laughed and said, "Masters, you'd better say what you have to say quickly, or we'll finish the wine." Master Rune Fan Taining chuckled, looked at Wang Teng, and said, "Then let's get straight to the point, Mr. Wang Teng. You must already know why we're here. Dr. Leonard and I discussed it privately and decided to jointly recommend you to the secondary pro league. What do you think? Two masters jointly recommend me." Wang Teng was taken aback for a moment, a series of thoughts flashing through his mind. He picked up his wineglass, took a small sip, looked at Fan Taining and the other man with an air of composure, and said directly, "I am very grateful that you two masters think so highly of me. But what benefit do I get from this? Rune Master Fan Taining and Physician Leonard exchanged a glance and smiled. If we two are the recommenders, then Mr. Wang Tang, once you enter the secondary pro league, it's as if you've gained the friendship of the two factions that Physician Leonard and I belong to. These two are seasoned con artists. Wang Tang immediately realized they were just making empty promises. He shook his head and said, to be frank, if I wanted to recommend someone, it shouldn't be too difficult. Are you two masters trying to convince me with this cry? Isn't that a bit insincere? Cry. On the Imperial Star Cry I do know a few rune masters and alchemy masters. We could ask them to recommend Wang Tang. I think they would be happy to do so, Diki interjected. By this time, Wu Tai had also learned the whole story. He raised his glass to Wang Tang and said with a smile, I also know quite a few rune masters and blacksmithing masters. If you need anything, just ask. When Master Rune Fan Taining and Physician Leonard saw that two cosmic-level powerhouses, Diki and Wu Tai, had actually taken the initiative to betray Wang Tang, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's also my fault, I didn't explain myself clearly. I'll punish myself with a drink first. Rune Master Fan Taining took a sip of wine and quickly said, gaining the friendship between my camp and Dr. Leonard's camp is only one aspect. At that time, we, as the recommenders, will receive rewards from the Alliance, and we are willing to share these rewards with you equally. Split it evenly. Wang Tang's eyes flashed. It seems that Master Fan Taining and Leonard really went all out, actually willing to split the profits with him. Wang Tang agreed to their terms. Splitting it equally is already quite good. We can't be too greedy, or it will only worsen the relationship between the two sides. A round voice echoed in Wang Tang's mind. Diki remained silent, simply smiling and waiting for Wang Tang to make his own decision. After a moment, Wang Tang smiled and said, since you two masters are so polite, then I will accept your offer without hesitation. He didn't make any further requests, it was just a recommendation, and there was no need to be too greedy. He even gained their friendship, which was already quite good. In fact, what Wang Tang valued more was the network of relationships behind the two. Otherwise, with his master-level skills, sharing the Alliance's rewards with them would be too good for them. Rune Master Fan Taining and Physician Leonard immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said with great joy, good, it is our honor to be the recommenders of Lord Wang Tang. Since this good thing has come to fruition, why don't we all have a drink? Cry, Wu Tai said with a smile. Haha, great. The group shared a drink, which immediately intensified the atmosphere, and their relationship seemed to have taken another step forward. Diki was very pleased with Wang Tang's decision. At their level, having strength alone was not enough. One also had to know how to conduct oneself and know when to advance and retreat, otherwise it would be difficult to achieve anything. A person who knows how to maintain appropriate boundaries is worth investing in. After finishing their conversations and drinks, everyone dispersed. This was ultimately just an interlude. For these martial artists, cultivation was the main focus. With more than 10 days of travel ahead, Wang Tang locked himself in his room and began his secluded cultivation, refusing to see anyone. This left Master Runemaster Fan Taining, Aurea, and the others feeling helpless. Fan Taining wanted to consult him about runes, while Aurea wanted to find someone to discuss their next escape plan. In short, nothing good came of it. Inside the room, Wang Tang once again entered the virtual universe. After being thoroughly defeated and killed by the wind god bird, he left the virtual universe. Then, he encountered the invasion of the dark species and had no chance to re-enter it. Now that he had some free time, he got the urge to go find that wind god bird and get beaten up again. A little bit of toughness makes you healthier. Normally, if an ordinary martial artist dies after entering the virtual universe, he needs 10 days to recover due to mental damage before he can enter the virtual universe again. However, Wang Tang entered it using a clone last time, so it didn't have much of an impact. Moreover, he also had a rare item called the Life Source Stone, which Yuan Gungun usually stored inside. He rubbed against Yuan Gungun, and his spirit quickly recovered. In addition, he picked up a large amount of mental attributes, so his mental strength not only did not decrease, but actually increased significantly. What is mental impairment? Cry. There was absolutely no such thing in his martial arts career. When Wang Tang re-entered the virtual universe, he found himself in the same place where he had died last time. Normally, if you re-enter after death, you cannot directly appear in the place of death unless you have purchased property in the virtual universe, in which case you will appear in your own house. Otherwise, you will appear in the initial location. In general, the virtual universe is a place obsessed with money. As long as you're willing to spend, you can enjoy all sorts of conveniences. Wang Teng hadn't purchased any property yet, so he appeared neither in his own house nor in the starting location, but directly in the place of death, which is a bit of a bug. This could be considered his privilege as an unregistered resident. Wang Teng was pleasantly surprised. This was the very place where he had been tortured to death by the wind god bird. If he had entered the virtual universe from the initial place, he would have had to make a trip back here. Now, he had saved himself a lot of trouble. Thinking about it this way, I really have to thank the round and chubby one. Without round and plump bodies, there would be no unregistered residents. At this moment, Wang Teng appeared inside the former Black Wind Eagle King's lair. So here's the question. Now that Wang Teng has killed the Black Wind Eagle King, will its lair remain empty? Cry. The answer is, most likely not. Even in reality, such empty nests are mostly claimed by other starbeasts. After all, they are the nests of lower-level royal starbeasts, not ordinary nests. So Wang Teng was now staring at a huge flying bird. This bird was covered in blue feathers, had a vertical crest on its forehead, and looked rather ugly. Its eyes were coldly fixed on Wang Teng, the uninvited guest. That's pretty abrupt. Wang Teng never expected that the nest would be occupied by other starbeasts in such a short time. How long has the Black Wind Eagle King been dead? Cry. His body hasn't even completely decomposed yet. But there's no use saying all this now. In any case, let's try to communicate to avoid a big fight and hurting our relationship. He had already realized that this blue ugly bird was a lower-level royal-level starbeast, almost on par with the Black Wind Eagle King. So Wang Teng raised his hand, gave a very friendly smile, and greeted him. Hello, have you had lunch yet? Cry. Quote. Blue ugly bird. Didn't you eat? Cry. It's okay if you didn't eat. Skipping a meal is good for your health and well-being, Wang Teng said to himself. Quote. Blue ugly bird. Well, since there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Go have fun by yourself. Wang Teng waved to the still somewhat bewildered blue ugly bird and walked out of the cave as if no one else was there. There is no trace of the wind god bird here anymore, so it's a waste of his time to stay. Screech. The blue ugly bird finally came to its senses, its eyes filled with anger. It let out a sharp screech at Wang Teng, and with a flap of its wings, it transformed into two sharp blue ice blades that rushed towards Wang Teng. Boom! Wang Teng frowned, turned around, and threw a punch. The terrifying force of the punch swept out, instantly shattering the ice blade, and then sending the huge body of the blue ugly bird flying backward, crashing heavily into the stone wall. Its feathers falling all over the ground. The blue ugly bird was also in a state of confusion at the moment. Why is this seemingly harmless human so terrifying? Cry. This is completely unscientific. If you're so terrifying, you should have said so earlier. Why pretend to be weak? Cry. It made it think it had encountered an easy target and attacked without thinking. Instead, they got humiliated. That's so unfair to the birds. The intelligence of lower-ranking royal-level starbeasts is no different from that of humans, and this is also the setting in the virtual universe. Therefore, although the blue ugly bird felt extremely aggrieved, it did not intend to resist anymore. It simply lay down, trembling, and made strange cries. Wah! Screw you! Wang Teng was speechless, but his gaze was quickly drawn to the attribute bubbles on the ground. Pick it up. Wind-type Star Force *800. Ice-type Star Force *1200. It's actually a star beast with both wind and ice attributes. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He hadn't seen ice-type primal force in a long time. Moreover, this time it's ice-type star force, not ordinary ice-type force. His ice-type primal force hasn't even reached the planetary level yet, so this ugly blue bird giving him a bird head is perfectly timed. Wang Teng's gaze suddenly turned dangerous as he stared intently at the blue ugly bird. Quote. The blue ugly bird shuddered, feeling a sense of malice approaching, and its fear grew stronger. What is this human trying to do? Cry. What is he going to do? Cry. He, little darling, come and feel my iron fist of love. Wang Teng let out a strange laugh, his fists forming fist imprints as he blasted towards the blue ugly bird. Boom boom boom. The deafening roar was punctuated by the mournful cry of the blue ugly bird, leaving much to the imagination. What horrific tragedy happened in this cave? Cry. After a moment, Wang Teng stopped, clapped his hands to brush the feathers off his fists, and looked at the attribute bubbles scattered around the ground. Wind-type Star Force *500. Ice-type Star Force *600. King-level Wind-type Talent *250. King-level Ice Talent *300. Ice-type Star Force *700. Planetary Spirit 400. One by one, attribute bubbles flowed into Wang Teng's body, and he nodded in satisfaction. A total of 2,400 points of Wind Star Force and 2,800 points of Ice Star Force were obtained, along with a total of 850 points of King-level Wind Talent and 780 points of King-level Ice Talent, which is a very good income. Then there are 900 planetary spirit points, which can be exchanged for 90 stellar spirit points. It's quite impressive that a lower-ranking royal-level star beast could generate so many attribute bubbles. Of course, the main things are Ice-type talents and Ice-type star power, which are what Wang Teng needs. His current Ice-type primal force is at the 13-star warrior level and has already reached its peak. With the Ice-type star primal force he just obtained, he will soon be able to break through. Unfortunately, he lacked planetary-level Ice-type techniques. Forget it, we need to think about ice-based techniques more carefully. For now, let's focus on gathering more ice-based stellar energy. With enough Ice Star Force, breaking through will be a piece of cake. Wang Teng looked at the blue ugly bird that was pretending to be dead on the ground. Oh no, it's a bald bird now, it's quite pitiful. Stop pretending to be dead, or I won't hesitate to turn you into a real dead bird. Caw! The blue bald bird quickly got up from the ground and looked at Wang Teng with a fawning expression. Do you have any similar ones? Cry. Wang Teng nodded with satisfaction and asked with a smile. A fellow bird. The blue bald bird felt a jolt in its heart. What is this human trying to do? Cry. Is it not enough to harm it, do we also have to harm its own kind? Cry. No, as a bluebird with integrity, how could I betray my companion? Cry. The blue, bald bird shook its head resolutely with a determined look in its eyes. Cry, it seems you don't understand my iron fist of love very well. Wang Teng clenched his fist, producing a crisp sound. The blue, bald bird shuddered, its eyes filled with terror, and its heart wavered. Won't you reconsider? Cry, I can give you another chance to mentally prepare yourself. Wang Teng chuckled, seeing its cowardly appearance. The blue bald bird hesitated, but seeing Wang Teng's increasingly dangerous gaze, it trembled and nodded its head involuntarily. Forget about kinship and such. Very good. A wise man submits to circumstances. Wang Teng patted the blue, bald bird's head, then flipped over and jumped onto its back, commanding. Go forth and find your companions. The blue bald bird let out a humiliating cry, flew out of the cave, and sped off in a certain direction of the mountain range. Its back was broad and thick. As Wang Teng sat cross-legged, he couldn't help but think of his own spirit pet, Xiao Bai. After he left Earth, Roundball told him that he could give the essence of the stars to Little White and Ironclad Flame Scorpion. The essence of stars contains extremely rich and pure energy, and has a wide range of uses. In the universe, many powerful beings use it to raise spirit pets and cultivate spiritual herbs. Wang Teng was quite generous to his two spirit pets, feeding them a large amount of star essence. Before long, they fell into a deep sleep, completing their final transformation in this way. Once they awaken, they will be king-level star beasts. I wonder what kind of talent abilities Little White and Ironclad Flame Scorpion will gain after their transformation. Cry, Wang Teng muttered, stroking his chin. The transformation of star beasts will awaken the hidden talents within their bloodlines. Once Little White and Ironclad Flame Scorpion complete their transformations, they will inevitably gain some kind of talent. However, these innate abilities vary in strength, and no one knows what they will be. That's something to look forward to. Wang Teng especially hopes to own a royal-level flying mount as soon as possible, especially Xiao Bai. The blue bald bird flew for about 10 minutes, crossing the mountains and arriving at a vast ice field. Wang Teng never expected that behind this mountain range lay an ice field with a completely different climate, which was extremely strange. The blue bald bird flew over the ice field for a long time before finally arriving at the edge of a snow-covered valley. However, it seemed hesitant to approach, stopping several thousand meters away from the valley and calling out to the front. Is this the place? Cry, Wang Teng asked. The blue bald bird nodded, gazing at the valley ahead, its eyes seeming to hold a story. Hey, judging from your appearance, you weren't kicked out, were you? Cry, Wang Teng chuckled. That makes sense, otherwise why would an ice-type star beast end up in the Black Wind Plains? Cry, the environment is clearly not right. The blue bald bird let out a low cry, its eyes somewhat dim. Wang Teng couldn't help but marvel at how realistic this virtual universe was. Even the NPCs in the Star Beast realm had backstory settings. He stopped teasing the blue-balled bird and looked into the valley, activating his spiritual vision. Clusters of icy blue primal force light appeared in Wang Tang's eyes, dazzling and somewhat blinding. However, Wang Tang was overjoyed. So much ice-type primal force. This is practically a paradise for getting freebies. Wang Tang got a little excited, but when he saw an exceptionally dense ball of ice blue light, his expression changed. This is a mid-level royal grade star beast. A mid-level emperor-level star beast is equivalent to a cosmic-level powerhouse. Not only that, after seeing the first mid-level royal star beast, he saw a second, a third. Damn it, a total of 3 mid-level royal star beasts. Wang Tang's face darkened. Even the hardest steel can't be used to break it. What should we do? Cry. If it were just a mid-level royal grade star beast, he could still put up a fight, but 3 were completely out of the question. There was no chance at all. No way, we finally found the lair of an ice-type star beast. How can we let it go so easily? Cry. Wang Tang gritted his teeth, his face hardening. He let the blue-balled bird land in a secluded spot and hide, then pondered how to deal with the nest of blue pheasants. This star beast is called the blue how bird, an ice-type bird that lives in the ice plains and is quite powerful. Hee, there's nothing you can do now, isn't there? Cry. Roundy couldn't help but laugh when he saw his helpless look. You have a way. Cry. Wang Tang glanced at it. If you beg me, I'll tell you, said Roundy. Fine, don't tell me then. Wang Tang rolled his eyes in annoyance, too lazy to pay any attention to it. This round little thing can't be spoiled. If you give it a little attention, it'll definitely turn on you. Roundy was immediately annoyed, but seeing that Wang Tang didn't ask, it stubbornly refused to say anything, just to see who would lose their temper first. After waiting for ages, it couldn't take it anymore. It felt like it was being scratched by 100 claws, and it yelled, "Why won't you beg me? Cry. Would it kill you to beg me? Cry. You're driving me crazy." Seeing it throwing a tantrum like a child, Wang Tang muttered speechlessly, "Won't it drive you crazy? Cry." All right, I'm begging you, please tell me, he said hastily. What kind of attitude is that? Cry. Roundy snorted coldly, but stopped arguing and said, "Bluebirds love to eat illusionary ice grass. If you give them some, they will definitely behave as you please." Illusionary ice grass. What is that? Cry. Wang Tang asked in confusion. A hallucinogenic ice-type elixir, the bluebird's favorite, said Roundy. I see. Wang Tang understood its meaning. He chuckled, this method suits me perfectly. Without hesitation, Wang Tang immediately set to work. Following the round, chubby figure's directions, he indeed found a patch of illusionary ice grass somewhere in the icy plains. Wang Tang directly scooped up the ground and carried it to the valley where the bluebird was located. He used wind-type primal force to roll the illusion ice grass into the high sky above the valley and then threw it down. The location where it landed was near the 3 mid-level royal-grade bluebirds. Such a good thing should of course be given to these 3 boss-level bird monsters first. Sure enough, when the illusion ice grass landed in the valley, a series of joyful chirps rang out. The bluebird couldn't resist the temptation of the illusion ice grass. Even though it knew that the illusion ice grass had an unknown origin, it still ate it. Ga ga ga. A chilling scream suddenly echoed through the valley, as if the blue pheasants were doing something shady. Hearing the commotion in the valley, Wang Tang narrowed his eyes and asked suspiciously. There's something odd about that voice. Cry. Really? Cry. Roundy paused for a moment, then said, why don't we go and take a look? Cry. Hurry up, the illusion ice grass also has a time limit. After this time, these blue how birds will revive, and the stronger the blue how bird, the faster it will revive. That's right, let's go take a look first. Without further hesitation, Wang Tang ventured into the valley. At the entrance to the valley, there were originally 2 blue pheasants guarding the place, but now they have disappeared, and Wang Tang entered without any trouble. Wang Tang cautiously walked inside, his eyes darting around like a thief. Suddenly, an eye-watering scene appeared before his eyes. In a snow-covered thicket, 2 blue pheasants were entangled together, one above the other, their expressions quite strange. The blue-balled bird followed behind Wang Tang. Upon seeing this scene, it couldn't help but cover its eyes with its wings, but the gaps in its wings were a little too large. Round and chubby, is this what you meant by no problem? Cry. Wang Tang was speechless. Ahem, I didn't expect this situation either. I can't control the hallucinogenic effects of the illusionary ice grass. Maybe it's just the mating season for these bluebirds. Believe me, it's all a coincidence, Roundy said sheepishly. That's quite a coincidence, Wang Tang chuckled. That's not important. What's important is that if you go up and hit them with a club, these bluebirds definitely won't be able to react, Roundy said. Wang Teng's eyes lit up, and he was so startled by the scene before him that he almost forgot about his business. Without further hesitation, he launched into a relentless barrage of iron fists. As for what those bluebirds were doing, that was none of his concern. A short while later, the two bluebirds collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Wang Teng picked up their fallen attribute bubbles and continued deeper into the valley. Time is limited and cannot be wasted. Wang Teng unleashed his speed, sweeping across the valley like a whirlwind, taking down a pair of bluebirds that were mating in just 2 or 3 seconds. These bluebirds were poisoned by the hallucinogenic toxin of the illusionary icegrass, leaving them with almost no ability to resist. Coupled with Wang Teng's deliberate concealment, it was no surprise that this happened. Soon only the last 3 mid-level royal-grade Bluehow Bird Kings remained. Those 3 mid-level royal-level Bluehow Bird Kings are located in the deepest part of the valley, occupying the position with the most abundant ice-type primal force in the valley. This is the treatment of a big shot. At the same time, there weren't just 1 or 2 female blue jays around them, but at least 4 or 5. MMP doesn't know if they can handle IT cry. Wang Teng maliciously speculated, hiding in the shadows and secretly watching them, looking for an opportunity to strike. He discovered that the 3 mid-level royal-grade bluebirds had not completely fallen into the illusion, and a trace of clarity occasionally flashed in their eyes. As expected of a mid-level royal starbeast cry, this is going to be a bit tricky. Wang Teng muttered to himself. Of course, a mid-level royal starbeast is equivalent to a cosmic-level powerhouse. How could it be so easily controlled by illusions? Cry, a round voice responded in Wang Teng's mind. Should we go for IT cry? The mid-level royal grade star beasts are the main attraction. It would be a shame to give up. Wang Teng hesitated. His main concern was that he didn't want to be killed as soon as he entered the virtual universe and then forced to quit. He still had more than 10 days left in the journey. Cultivating on his own was nowhere near as fast as killing monsters and collecting attributes in the virtual universe. Then let's do it, Roundy said fiercely. At worst, we can rest for a day and then go into the virtual space. Wang Teng's gaze sharpened, and he made up his mind. Just as he was about to take action, a flash of inspiration appeared in his eyes. That's right, they've already been poisoned by the illusionary icegrass. Even if they still retain a sliver of consciousness, their willpower is probably very weak. If I use mental illusion to confuse them, the effect will definitely be amazing. Thinking of this, he immediately took action and cast a mental illusion spell on the 3 mid-level royal-grade bluebirds. As expected, the last vestige of clarity in their eyes vanished, and a hint of madness even crept into their visions. It was unclear what kind of illusion Wang Teng had conjured up for them. Ga. The screams became even louder and more rapid. Wang Teng couldn't stand it any longer and immediately took action, even using the profound meaning of power. He dared not be careless when dealing with a mid-level royal starbeast. Boom, boom, boom. As the fist imprint landed, the 3-headed, mid-level royal rank Bluehow Bird King was directly knocked to the ground. Cry. The intense pain startled the 3 bluebirds awake, causing them to let out angry cries. However, they were still trapped in the illusion and could not find Wang Teng. The 3-headed bluebird flapped its wings, unleashing a torrent of extreme ice-type primal force, instantly turning the valley into a frenzy of ice and snow, freezing even stellar-level martial artists. Fortunately, Wang Teng had the azure jade glazed flame, a rare and extraordinary fire of heaven and earth, to protect him, which could suppress the extreme cold power of ice. Wang Teng was extremely surprised. As expected, a mid-level royal starbeast was not so easy to deal with. Even when under the illusion, it could still struggle so frantically. However, the level of threat has ultimately decreased significantly. Wang Teng's eyes hardened as he unleashed the wind domain he had recently mastered, creating a region of pure wind within a 30-meter radius around him. This wind then enveloped the 3 mid-level Emperor rank Bluehow birds, clearing away all the ice-type primal force around them. That's the domineering nature of this domain. Unable to sense the surrounding ice-type primal force, the 3-headed bluebird was immediately thrown into a panic. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wang Teng unleashed the full power of his 40% strength, unleashing a terrifying punch. Boom! The mighty mid-level royal starbeast was being crushed, its massive body ravaged, and blue feathers flying everywhere. Not long after, the 3 mid-level royal-grade blue how bird finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. Wang Teng breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, attribute bubbles floated out from inside the body of the 3-headed blue bird. His eyes lit up, and he immediately picked it up. Ice-type Star Force *1200. Ice-type Star Force *900. Royal Level Ice Talent *600. Ice-type Star Force *1500. 350 Stellar Level Spirit. Stellar Level Comprehension *450. Ice Storm 100. As expected of a mid-level Royal Star Beast, it did not disappoint me. Wang Teng digested these attribute bubbles and couldn't help but laugh. Upon careful review, he obtained 6,800 points of Ice-type Star Force attribute from the 3 mid-level Emperor-class Blue How birds. Combined with the Ice-type Star Force attribute from the previous King-class and lower-level Emperor-class Blue How birds, Wang Teng's total Ice-type Star Force attribute reached 36,000 points. This is absolutely a huge sum of money. In addition to the Ice-type Star Force attribute, Wang Teng also obtained a lot of planetary-level Spirit and Comprehension attributes, as well as King-level Ice-type talent attributes from the other bluebirds. However, at this moment, he obtained the Royal-level Ice talent attribute from the 3 mid-level Royal-level bluebird. His original King-level talent attribute was instantly upgraded to Emperor-level. Royal-level Ice talent, 625 thousandths. After merging with this attribute bubble, Wang Teng immediately felt the changes within himself. Standing in this snow-covered valley, the surrounding ice elemental forces surged toward him as if paying homage to a king, and he could even feel the joy emanating from the ice elemental forces. Swallows returning to their nests, that's all there is to it. Great, my ice-type talent has actually reached the Emperor level. What a pleasant surprise. Wang Teng was overjoyed. The round, chubby creature beside him stared wide-eyed. Since Wang Teng hadn't concealed himself, it immediately sensed the change in him and was greatly shocked. It seems like Wang Teng's ice-type talent has improved cry. But that doesn't make sense. How could someone with talent suddenly get promoted cry? And this is happening in a virtual universe cry, that's even more impossible. A virtual universe can't improve a martial artist's realm or talent at all. At most, it can only improve their practical combat experience. No, Roundy suddenly remembered that when Wang Teng first entered the virtual universe, a similar situation seemed to have occurred. Because Wang Teng died in the virtual universe, he had no choice but to return to reality. Therefore, he concealed his changes to avoid being discovered by outsiders. However, since the round thing was quite close to him at the time, it still sensed something. The situation back then was exactly the same as it is now. Wang Teng must have a secret, a huge secret. He can actually improve his talent in the virtual universe cry. My god, this is insane. Roundy's mind was in turmoil, unable to accept this. It completely overturned its understanding. However, it ultimately held back and did not ask Wang Teng. Judging from Wang Teng's previous attitude, he would never tell it. Wang Teng glanced at the round thing, and seeing that it didn't ask any questions, he smiled inwardly. In addition to his royal-level talent, Wang Teng also gained several hundred points of stellar-level Spirit and Comprehension, which directly boosted his Spirit and Comprehension attributes considerably. Wang Teng paused slightly when he saw the last attribute bubble, Blizzard. As this attribute bubble merged into his mind, a series of images appeared. In that scene, a flock of blue pheasants flew through the snow and ice, stirring up the icy primal forces between heaven and earth. In an instant, the power of ice and snow swept across the sky and earth, forming a terrifying storm with immense force, freezing everything in its path and possessing terrifying power. This is an ice-based combat technique, Wang Teng exclaimed in surprise. This was originally a group skill that required the combined efforts of the Bluebird clan to activate, but unexpectedly, after falling into Wang Teng's hands, it directly transformed into a powerful combat skill. Moreover, he can use this combat technique by himself, as long as he has enough ice-type primal force. Speaking of which, my Storm series has gained another member. Wang Teng thought to himself with a strange expression. It seems his Storm series is finally settled. A moment later, Wang Teng left the snowy valley where the blue pheasant lived, feeling quite satisfied. The valley was a scene of utter devastation. Blue pheasants lay on the snow, their feathers scattered all over the ground, as if they had just suffered a brutal attack. Over the next few days, Wang Teng continued to linger around the valley. taking time each day to fleece the sheep until he had converted all the ice-type primal force in his body into ice-type stellar primal force. He was only one planetary-level ice-type technique away from breaking through. This group of blue jays was in a terrible state. They were visited by Wang Teng every few days and were covered in wounds every day. Moreover, they were always ambushed in their hallucinations, falling from extreme pleasure to extreme pain. This feeling was so intense that it made them feel like they were dying and being reborn. These blue pheasants have been traumatized. They are like frightened birds every day. Although they are always on guard, they can never resist the temptation of the illusionary icegrass and fall for it every time. It must be said that the habits of star beasts are very difficult to change. Even though they have high intelligence, they still cannot control their infatuation with the illusionary icegrass. In the end, the three-headed, mid-level royal rank blue bird king had to make a decision. The entire clan would migrate. Fortunately, Wang Teng had already taken all the benefits. As he stood outside the valley watching the flock of blue pheasants fly away and never return in the following days, he couldn't help but reflect on his actions. Wasn't he going too far? Of course, besides taking advantage of the ice-type force attribute, Wang Teng didn't forget about other force attributes. After all, he aspires to be a multi-talented genius. The 5 elements of primal force, wind primal force, lightning primal force, and poison primal force, none of them can be neglected. Especially the poison-type force, which has not yet been upgraded to the planetary level, requires a lot of effort. So, in the time that followed, Wang Teng began frantically searching for star beasts to fleece. Time passed slowly and more than 10 days flew by. On this day, inside the spaceship's room, Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes, and a very strange light flashed in them. If someone were to observe his eyes closely at this moment, they would discover that 9 distinctly different force lights were reflected within his eyeballs. These 9 primal forces seemed to form a circle, interconnected and circling around his pupils, appearing extremely mystical. But the light only flickered for a moment before disappearing without a trace, and Wang Teng's eyes returned to their deep dark black. Looks like you've had quite a haul. The round, chubby figure appeared before him, scrutinized him carefully, and said meaningfully, "No need to test me, I have indeed gained a lot of benefits in the virtual universe." Wang Teng glanced at it, smiled slightly, and said frankly, "In the past 10 days or so, he has raised all 5 elements of his original power to the 9th level of the planetary level. He only needs one opportunity to break through to the stellar level. The wind elemental force has also been upgraded to the 7th level of the planetary level, and the lightning elemental force has been upgraded to the 5th level of the planetary level. Like ice-type primal force, poison-type primal force has been completely transformed into stellar primal force, requiring only a planetary-level technique to break through." Roundy never expected Wang Teng to have such a great harvest. It just gave Wang Teng a deep look, didn't ask any more questions, and said, "Be careful. Even in the virtual universe, it's not always possible to keep secrets 100%. Wang Teng's eyes flashed, he nodded, and asked, "Where are we? It should take about half an hour to reach the Great Qian Emperor star." A hint of excitement suddenly flashed in the round eyes, clearly indicating that it was not as calm as it appeared on the surface. When Wang Teng saw its appearance, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. It seems that Yuan Gungun has some deep feelings for the Great Qian Emperor star. But that's not surprising, considering it lived there with Nangong Yu for a long time. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. In the deep void of the universe, a sea-blue planet, 3 times the size of Earth, with what appears to be a magnificent purple ribbon encircling its outer edge, can be seen in the distance. With the Great Qian Emperor star in sight, Wang Teng got up and left the room. At this moment, Diki, Olya, and the others also came out and entered the spaceship's hull. Although they saw the Great Qian Emperor star, it was still very far away. On the outer perimeter of the Great Qian Empire's planet, there is a massive space station surrounded by numerous space warships, all uniformly marked with the military insignia of the Great Qian Empire. Inside the spaceship, Diki glanced at Wang Teng and explained, "This is the Imperial Star's defense force. Our spaceship must be inspected before it can land at a nearby satellite docking port, and then we can take transportation to enter the Imperial Star via planetary orbit." "This is so troublesome," Wang Teng exclaimed in surprise. "After all, this is the Imperial Star. Spaceships can't just enter it casually. Otherwise, once they enter within 10,000 meters of the Imperial Star's atmosphere, they will be subjected to a devastating attack." A spaceship of this size can be reduced to fragments with a single blow, Wu Tai said with a smile. Hiss! Wang Tang gasped. A cosmic-class spaceship could be destroyed with a single blow. Cry. So, the spaceship that Yuanchu boasted about so much is just a little brother on this great Qian Emperor star. As if knowing what Wang Tang was thinking, the round, chubby creature said irritably, "What do you think this place is? Cry. This is the imperial star of a high-level cosmic civilization. Don't even think about getting close to it, let alone a cosmic-level spaceship, even a domain lord-level or world lord-level spaceship." Wang Tang shrugged, accepting the explanation. His understanding of the power of the Great Qian Empire has reached a new level. Soon, a warship flew in from the opposite space station and came to dock with their spaceship. Several soldiers dressed in the black uniforms of the Great Qian Empire entered the spaceship. The leader was a cosmic-level martial artist who laughed when he saw Diki and Wu Tai. "So it's you two. Long time no see, fan watching," Diki said. It was obvious that they all knew each other, and the spaceship quickly completed its search, so there were no problems. The warship gave way, and Wang Tang's spaceship landed in the docking port of the DAQIAN-1 satellite. Then, the group of people disembarked from the spaceship. The DAQIAN-1 satellite is not suitable for habitation. It merely uses special methods to simulate an ecological environment for people to stay temporarily. It is perfectly adequate as a transit station. Wang Tang looked around curiously. The satellite was very desolate, but the surroundings were covered with a futuristic-looking metal. The ground, the square, the roads were all made of some kind of metal. "Let's go," Diki called out. "We'll go straight to the planetary orbital station, and we'll arrive at the Imperial Star in less than 10 minutes. Wang Tang nodded and followed behind them. Everything here was completely unfamiliar to him. He was a stranger in a strange land, but luckily he had met Diki and the others beforehand, which saved him a lot of trouble. After leaving the harbor, the group arrived at a place that resembled a train station. A long orbit stretches into space. Cry with no end in sight. Wang Tang and his group waited for a while, and then a rail train sped towards them at a speed almost comparable to that of a spaceship. However, upon approaching, it suddenly stopped, unaffected by any inertia, and without the slightest screeching sound of friction. The train doors opened automatically, and people walked out of the train. After everyone had left, the crowd waiting at the station boarded the train one after another. Another 10 minutes passed. Cry was departure time. Cry the train started moving again. Cry heading towards the Imperial Star. Wang Tang sat inside the car, looking out at the vast universe through the window. The train tracks were encased in a transparent protective shield. They could see the scenery in the universe from inside the car. Wang Tang had only ever seen such a scene in movies. The level of civilization development in the universe is truly astonishing. I wonder when Earth will reach such a level. Cry. The train track connects the DAQIAN-1 satellite to the Dixing planet, but the satellite orbits the planet, and the planet is also rotating. So how can the orbit and the planet remain relatively stationary? Cry. Wang Tang was filled with doubt. About 10 minutes later, the train finally came to a stop. "We've arrived." Diki stood up and stretched. Wang Tang and the others got off the train and followed the flow of people out of the railway station, where a lively scene greeted them. Outside the station, crowds surged, and distinctive buildings stood tall on the ground, giving Wang Tang a strange experience, as if he had entered a completely new world. "Welcome to the Imperial Star." Diki turned around and smiled at him. Wang Tang smiled. "Next, are you going directly to Baron Nangong's residence, or will you come to my place first?" Cry, Diki asked. Baron Nangong. Wu Tai, who was standing to the side, was taken aback when he heard Diki's words, and asked with a strange look, "Is it that Baron?" Cry. "Yes." Diki nodded. Wu Tai couldn't help but look at Wang Tang, never expecting that Wang Tang and the missing Baron had such a connection. However, he didn't ask any further questions. The disappearance of that Baron was shrouded in mystery and involved many people. However, he and Wang Tang were not close enough to discuss such matters in depth, so it was not appropriate for him to pry. "I'm already sorry to have troubled you for so long, I can go by myself," Wang Tang said. Baron Nangong's matter involves a wide range of issues. Your rashly coming to the Imperial Star to get involved in this matter is tantamount to reopening old cases. I don't know if it will be a blessing or a curse. Diki thought for a moment and sent his contact information to Wang Tang's smartwatch. "If you have any trouble, you can send me a message directly. I'm sure that person will give my Calandish family some face." Also, let me remind you that that person's strength far surpasses that of Baron Nangong back then, and he has had many fortuitous opportunities, reaching the Domain Lord level as early as 30,000 years ago. Domain Lord level. Wang Teng frowned. This situation was far beyond his expectations. He was confident he could handle a universe-level opponent, but a Domain Lord level opponent was beyond his capabilities. How is this possible? Upon hearing this news, Roundy exclaimed incredulously in Wang Teng's mind. That guy's talent back then was already quite good enough to reach the cosmic level. How could he possibly reach the Domain Lord level? Cry, this is impossible. Nothing is impossible. 1,000,000 years have passed. Anything can happen. Wang Teng quickly accepted the result. Diki's kind reminder was certainly not meant to deceive him. Besides, even he didn't find it that difficult to reach the level of a Domain Lord. If the other party still couldn't reach that level after 1,000,000 years of cultivation, then he would truly be a waste. But a Domain Lord level is something you simply can't handle right now, the round, dejected man said, looking utterly frustrated. Didn't you the one who encouraged me to come to the Imperial Star in the first place? Cry, why are you chickening out now? Cry, Wang Teng said with a faint smile. That's because I didn't know the other party had reached the Domain Lord level. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have sent you to your death, Roundball said. Going to your death? Cry, Wang Teng chuckled. Don't underestimate me. A mere Domain Lord isn't enough to scare me. The round thing was quite shocked. Wang Teng's confidence left it speechless. As an intelligent life form, its growth is inseparable from its master. At that time, Nangong Yu was still quite young, having just reached the cosmic level. However, his father died in an accident, leaving only him in the Nangong family, so he naturally inherited the title. With Nangong Yu's talent, after a period of growth, it's a certainty that he will reach the Domain Lord level, and it's even highly likely that he will reach the World Lord level. Unfortunately, his strength did not match his title, so conspiracies and schemes followed. Faced with the machinations of others, Nangong Yu was ultimately tricked and killed. Now, who knows who holds the title of Baron? Cry, is it his disciple who has reached the level of a Domain Lord? Cry, or the mastermind behind his plot to kill him? Cry. Wang Teng was unaware of these things for the time being, and even Yuan Gungun was unaware of them. Even with Nangong Yu's help, it only grew to the cosmic level. It was far inferior to those true big shots. Its strength and vision were both confined to the cosmic level, so it knew very little. Wang Teng, then we'll take our leave. At this moment, Diki interrupted Wang Teng's thoughts. Okay, Wang Teng nodded. Then Diki took Olya and left. Then I'll be going too, I still need to complete the handover. Wu Tai also took his leave. Lord Wang Teng, when will you be coming to the secondary professional league to participate in the assessment? Cry, after everyone had left, Master Fan Taining, the Rune Master, stepped forward and asked. Let's do it tomorrow. I'll find a place to stay tonight, Wang Teng said after a moment's thought. Why don't you stay at my place for now? Cry, I have plenty of empty rooms, and usually there's no one else there except my disciples. You can move out once you find somewhere else to stay. Besides, I happen to have some questions about runes that I'd like to ask you, Rune Master Fan Taining invited. Wang Teng was stunned. Master Fan Taining must have heard his conversation with Diki and the others. Under such circumstances, he still dared to invite him to stay at his home, which surprised Wang Teng. By doing so, Rune Master Fan Taining would undoubtedly risk offending a Domain Lord level powerhouse. Master Fan Taining, you should know my situation, Wang Teng said hesitantly. It doesn't matter. My teacher is a rune master, and there are quite a few Domain Lord level experts in his network, and even some World Lord level experts, Rune Master Fan Taining said calmly. Holy crap, Grandmaster level is so sought after. Wang Teng was shocked. Is it really that impressive that a Grandmaster can befriend both Domain Lords and World Lords? Cry. Of course. Do you think Grandmasters are as common as cabbages on the street? Cry, you might not find a Grandmaster among 10,000 masters, the round, chubby boy said in his mind. Then he sighed, it's a pity I can't show myself, otherwise I could apply for an identity in the secondary pro league and recruit a group of experts. That way we wouldn't be so passive. You can't do it? Cry, I can. Wang Teng laughed inwardly. This is truly a case of finding a new path after a seemingly hopeless situation. He originally thought that the other party becoming a Domain Lord would be very troublesome, but now that he heard this good news, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He just didn't say it out loud. Even Yuan Gungun didn't know that his skill level had reached the Grandmaster level. A thought flashed through his mind. Wang Tang smiled at Fan Taining and said, "All right, Cry, then I'll trouble you for a few days, master." He doesn't have much money right now, Cry. He can't afford to buy property on the Imperial Star. Cry. Renting would be a considerable expense to Cry since Fan Taining invited him. Why not stay at his place for a few days, Cry? Moreover, Wang Tang's goal is the title of Baron, and once he obtains the title, he will naturally have a place to live. You're welcome, Master Fan Taining said happily when he saw Wang Tang agree. As for the threat from a domain lord level powerhouse, he was more concerned about Wang Tang, a rune master with immense potential. This shows that Master Runemaster Fan Taining is undoubtedly a pure rune master. Since Lord Wang Tang already has a place to stay, then I will meet with you two tomorrow, Dr. Leonard said, then took his leave. So Fan Taining took Wang Tang to his residence. When I exited the station, a private car was already there to pick me up. That was extremely convenient. There were no vehicles on the ground of the Great Qian Emperor Star. These rune-powered flying cars all ran on aerial tracks in an orderly manner and at an astonishing speed. This is a rune-powered flying car, powered by rune cores. It only needs one level 1 source stone to fly for a day, Fan Taining explained. Level 1 Originium, Cry. Wang Tang nodded, feeling a bit curious about this new level of Originium. Back on Earth, Originium grades weren't classified this way. This is the standard classification method in the universe. As the most basic circulating currency, it naturally needs to be unified. Roundy explained, according to the amount of energy contained in the Originium, it can be divided into 9 levels. From 1 to 9, the higher the level, the more energy it contains and the greater its value. Level 1 to 3 source stones contain ordinary source force, while level 4 and above contain stellar source force. It is said that there are even purer source stones above level 9, but those are resources that only powerhouses above the immortal level can control. Wang Tang's eyes gleamed. He remembered that he had obtained quite a few source stones from those trial participants. Those source stones contained very pure star power, and they all seem to be at least level 4. So that's quite a lot of money. The city they are currently in is the largest main city on the Imperial Star, called the Great Qian Imperial City. All the powerful families with long histories have properties here, and each has a strong person guarding the place. Therefore, the housing prices in the capital city are naturally outrageously high. Master Rune Fan Taining couldn't afford a house in the city center, but he bought a property on the outermost edge of the Imperial City, which was quite large. Wang Tang knew that secondary professions were actually quite wealthy, able to buy houses in the Imperial City, so it seemed that Master Fan Taining, the Rune Master, couldn't be too poor either. Before long, Wang Tang and Rune Master Fan Taining arrived at their destination, where they found a building that resembled a villa. The rune-powered flying car landed on the grass without creating any airflow. The grass on the ground didn't even ripple. Someone was already waiting at the door. They were two young people, a man and a woman, both in human form. Beside the two was a robot, which was also roughly human female in appearance, with only a few robotic features, such as a transparent, round mechanical device on its forehead. The purpose of which was unknown. Teacher. Upon seeing Fan Taining step off the rune-powered flying car, the two young men immediately came forward, bowing respectfully and greeting him. These two are my worthless apprentices, Hu Jiawei and Trist. Master Fan Taining introduced Wang Tang to him, and then said to his two disciples, "This is Master Wang Tang, who will be staying with us from now on. You must not neglect him." Rune Master. Hu Jiawei and Trist were stunned, almost thinking they had misheard. The two of them were initially very curious about the identity of the young man who had returned with their teacher, assuming he was their teacher's newly accepted disciple. But then they heard from their teacher that this young man was actually a rune master. Cry. This is unbelievable. Despite being around the same age as them, their mastery of runes far surpasses theirs. The two men didn't think Fan Taining was joking with them. Shocked, they quickly bowed to Wang Tang and said, "Greetings, Master Wang Tang." In the universe, strength and status always speak for themselves. Since Wang Tang is a rune master, even though he is not much older than them, they cannot afford to be negligent in the slightest. Wang Tang gave them a reserved smile and nodded. He didn't put on airs or become overly friendly. Given his status, being too approachable might make Fan Taining look down on him. "Master Wang Tang, please come with me, I'll show you the room." After introducing the two parties, Fan Taining led Wang Tang into the residence in front of him and warmly arranged a room for him. This room faces the sun and has good natural light. You can see the backyard view by drawing back the curtains. What do you think, Master Wang Tang cried. This is fine, I'll take this one. Thank you, Master Fan, Wang Tang said with a smile. Don't mention it, it's nothing. Fan Taining waved his hand, then said to the robot that followed behind him, Ella, hurry up and tidy up the room, and also prepare lunch. Make sure it's the best kind of food for guests. Also, bring out my treasured bacolit gold rum. Yes, my dear master, the robot named Ella replied. Then it got busy and perfectly played the role of a robot butler. This robot is quite useful, Wang Tang exclaimed. Haha, these butler robots are not like combat robots. They are the cheapest. Once you enter the Secondary Profession Alliance, take on a few missions and do them yourself. You can afford to buy one right away, Master Fan Taining laughed. Looks like I need to join the Secondary Professional League as soon as possible. I'm so poor lately that I'm almost starving, Wang Tang joked to himself. Ha ha ha, Master Rune Fan Taining couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hu Jiawei and Trist watched from behind as Fan Taining showed great enthusiasm for Wang Tang and couldn't help but exchange bewildered glances. This was nothing like their teacher. Is his usual serious demeanor just a facade cry? At noon, Wang Tang received a warm welcome at Master Fan Taining's rune house. The food was prepared by a master chef he had invited from outside. The Bacola Golden Rum was a golden liquor, said to originate from a planet famous for its fine wines. It had a 100-year history of being a treasured item, a gift from a stellar-level expert who had asked Master Fan Taining for a favor. The expert had kept it for a long time and was reluctant to drink it, yet today he brought it out to entertain Wang Tang, showing his utmost sincerity. Wang Tang tasted it carefully and had to admit that it was indeed a rare and excellent wine, several levels higher than the famous Lafite Roman e Conti from Earth. Gently swirl the wine glass, the liquid inside turns golden yellow, beautiful and luxurious. The flavor is rich and mellow, leaving a lingering aftertaste. At the dinner table, Master Fan Taining and Wang Tang chatted quite congenially. Fan Taining even asked Wang Tang several questions, all of which were answered by Wang Tang, making him even more enthusiastic towards Wang Tang. After lunch, Wang Tang finally had a chance to get rid of the persistent, old man and leave his home. He has more important things to do. After Fan Taining and his two companions watched Wang Tang leave from the doorway, his two disciples couldn't help but ask, Master, where did this Master Wang Tang come from? He's so young. I brought him back from Defense Planet 4. Fan Taining chuckled smugly. I don't know his specific origins. As for his identity, that's not something you can find out. You just need to know that his rune skills are extremely high. If you're really interested, you might as well ask him for advice. It will be of great help to you. Hu Jiawei and Trist's surprise deepened. They hadn't expected their teacher to value Master Wang Tang so highly. Of course, the premise is that we can't disturb him. After a pause, Fan Taining couldn't help but add another instruction. Yes. The two men felt a chill run down their spines when they saw Fan Taining's stern gaze, and quickly replied. Wang Tang was unaware of the little incident that happened at Fan Taining's doorstep after he left. At that moment, he was being guided to a place by Yuan Gungun. He hailed a runic energy flying car, paid the fare, and flew towards the city center. One troublesome thing about the Imperial City is that you can't fly around freely, otherwise it will be seen as a provocation. If you accidentally fly over the head of a powerful person, you may be shot down. Of course, the rules of the Imperial City do not allow flying, and even domain lords and world lords have to obediently abide by this rule. Once we're outside the city, we can do whatever we want. The Rune Source Energy flying car was very fast and arrived at its destination in no time. Wang Tang got out of the car and looked at the ancient yet majestic palace-like buildings in front of him, a look of awe appearing in his eyes. This is the place with the most powerful people in the entire Imperial City, and it is also the most mysterious place, because the ruler of the Great Qian Empire lives here. The Great Qian Imperial Palace. Of course, Wang Tang wasn't going to enter the Imperial Palace. His destination was the Imperial Noble Council. The Great Qian Imperial Palace is surrounded by many administrative buildings attached to it, among which the Imperial Noble Council is located in the southwest corner of the palace. The Imperial Noble Council is the place where all matters concerning the Imperial nobles are handled. It possesses great power and can reach the Emperor directly. If Wang Tang wants to regain Nangong Yu's baronial title, he must go through the Imperial Noble Council. Of course, things weren't as simple as they seemed. His arrival today wouldn't immediately reclaim his title, but it would let some people know, he's here. They came for Nangong Yu's baronial title. He wanted to put himself in the public eye so that those in the shadows wouldn't dare to act rashly, and everything would have to be done according to the rules of the Imperial Noble Council. This is his open scheme. After walking for several hundred meters, the Imperial Noble Council finally appeared in front of Wang Teng. This is a very majestic and solemn building, shaped like a tall tower that soars into the sky. A huge black stone tablet, tens of meters high, stands at the main entrance of the building, with 5 gilded characters inscribed on it, Noble Council Pavilion. As Wang Teng stood in front of the stone tablet, he felt a powerful aura rushing towards him. HMPH. Wang Teng snorted coldly, his mental energy surging out to block the aura, without retreating an inch. He stepped over the stone tablet and walked inside, where he immediately saw a huge bronze bell hanging directly beneath the building. Wang Teng, ring it. A round, booming voice echoed in Wang Teng's mind, solemn yet excited, the louder the better. How many times cry? Wang Teng asked, his eyes flashing. 7 knocks, said Roundy. Why 7 times cry? Wang Teng asked. Because the number 7 represents a grievance, and it also represents a problem with the succession of the title, said Roundball. Wang Teng didn't ask any more questions. He stepped forward and looked around. He didn't see anything he could use to ring the bell, so he frowned. You can only use your fists, Roundball said. Wang Teng sighed helplessly, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. Since the louder the better, then I'll give them a good bang. Ancient God Body, open. Boom. A mysterious golden pattern appeared between Wang Teng's eyebrows, and a powerful force surged from the depths of his body like a torrent, sweeping through his limbs and bones. The ultimate technique of 40% power. Wang Teng threw a punch, smashing it onto the bronze bell. Thump! The bronze bell trembled, and an extremely deep sound emanated from it, as if forming sound waves that echoed in all directions. What's going on? Cry, deep within the Imperial Noble Council, a figure sitting cross-legged in the darkness suddenly opened his eyes and asked in surprise, someone rang the bronze bell. What is it? Cry? Not only in the council chamber, but also in the surrounding area, people heard the sound as the bells rang out and stopped to look in the direction of the council chamber. Wondering what had happened, Wang Teng's expression changed as he felt a powerful counterforce emanating from the bronze bell, causing him to involuntarily take a step back. Not enough. He hadn't expected the bronze bell to be so difficult to strike, even his 2-star ancient god body was shaken backward. He hardened his heart and added the blank attribute to ancient god body. Ancient god body. 1/300,000, 3 stars. Wang Teng spent over 80,000 blank attribute points to upgrade the ancient god body to 3 stars. Boom, boom, boom. His heart began to pound rapidly, and his blood flowed through his body like mercury, faintly revealing a golden hue. Golden patterns also appeared on his bones, and they were becoming more and more numerous than when he was at the 2-star stage. In an instant, Wang Teng's entire physique underwent a transformation, becoming incredibly powerful, like a humanoid ferocious beast. Roundy originally thought that it would be quite good if Wang Teng could ring the bronze bell to the same extent as before. But now it clearly felt that Wang Teng's physique had undergone a terrible change, becoming more than twice as strong as before. This monster, it muttered to itself, but the sound was immediately drowned out by the chimes. Thump! Wang Teng swung his fist again, striking the bronze bell. This time, he didn't pause and continued to throw punches, enduring the recoil of the bell and slamming it heavily onto the bell. Thump! 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 6 punches were thrown in succession, each one harder to land than the last, and the recoil force increased exponentially. But Wang Teng remained unmoved, his not-so-robust body as steady as a mountain. With each punch he threw, the force increased, and the sound grew louder and louder, echoing outwards and startling countless people. The bell tolls 7 times. This is about to be something big. The man inside the Imperial Noble Council's expression changed slightly. He stood up abruptly and strode towards the gate. I am Wang Teng, and I have come bearing the token of Baron Nangong. At the same time, a clear voice boomed out along with the lingering echo of the bell. Outside the Imperial Noble Council, an exceptionally loud voice rang out. Baron Nangong. At the same time, countless powerful figures within the Imperial City also heard this sound. In particular, all the ancient families and nobles of the Empire were startled by the sound and looked toward the direction of the Imperial Noble Council. Wang Teng's arrival was like a pebble dropped into the calm waters of the imperial city, creating a striking ripple. The Calandish family is the family that Tich belongs to. At this moment, Diki stood next to a handsome middle-aged man, a slight smile on his lips. This really is in line with that kid's style. He just arrived in the capital and already caused a big stir. He's not a coward at all. Is this the Wang Teng you were talking about? Cry, the middle-aged man's eyes flashed, and he laughed heartily. It's him, Diki said. He's got guts, the middle-aged man said. But his directness really surprised me, Diki said. He's smart. Since he had to deal with those people anyway, it's safer to put things out in the open, and he also keeps the initiative in his hands. The middle-aged man hadn't even met Wang Teng yet, but he already had a bit of admiration for him. I'm afraid those people have no shame, Diki said with a hint of worry. You want to help him? Cry, the middle-aged man asked. Wang Teng's potential is worth helping. Diki pondered for a moment and nodded. It's better to offer help in times of need than to add flowers to brocade. If you want to help, then go ahead. Our Calandish family has never been afraid of anyone. If you can't beat us, I will. If I can't beat us, there's your grandfather. If your grandfather can't beat us, we can just bring out our ancestors for some fresh air. The middle-aged man patted Diki on the shoulder and said. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's outrageous words, Diki's lips twitched. He glanced cautiously at the sky and quickly distanced himself from the man, feeling a sense of danger. Nangong Yu has been missing for 1,000,000 years. This matter should have been settled, but unexpectedly, another successor has emerged. This is going to be interesting. The middle-aged man did not notice Diki's little actions and said with a smile. Many people share the same idea. For some ancient families, a baron is not enough to make them go to great lengths. Besides, they would rather not get involved in such a mess. It's rare for something so interesting to happen in the capital, so many people are waiting to see what the excitement is about. The original Baron Nangong's mansion, though the name remains the same, has long since changed its owner. Inside the mansion, in a reception room, a handsome man in his early 30s with brown hair heard the bell and Wang Teng's voice. His expression turned extremely ugly, and he immediately knocked the object in his hand to the ground. Snap! These were a pair of jade balls, crystal clear, clearly very valuable, but now that they were thrown on the ground, they shattered into pieces. Who is it? Cry. Who dares to reopen old cases? Cry. You bastard, where did this wild brat come from that dares to oppose the Cao family? Cry. He was furious, his eyes flashing with an extremely cold light, and his heart was boiling with murderous intent. No matter who you are, you must die. This title belongs to the Cao family, and no one can take it away. Prepare a car for me, we're going to the noble council. The brown-haired man strode out of the hall, boarded a runic energy vehicle, and sped off aggressively toward the noble council. Baron Nangong. The middle-aged man who was walking out of the pavilion suddenly changed his expression again, paused, and then disappeared from the spot in a flash. When it reappeared, it was already at the gate of the Imperial Noble Council. That is, right in front of Wang Teng. He sized up the young man before him, his gaze scrutinizing. At this moment, Wang Teng had just put away his ancient god body, and the golden patterns on his forehead also disappeared, with only a trace of surging blood energy still lingering. A strange light flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. He could tell at a glance that Wang Teng was only at the planetary level, which was the strength that Wang Teng had deliberately revealed. However, the strength of Wang Teng's physical body amazed him. The echoing bell had almost made him think it was a cosmic-level powerhouse ringing the bell. It turned out he was a planetary-level martial artist, which was truly astonishing. With a serious expression, he asked, "Was it you who rang the bronze bell of the council hall?" Cry. Wang Teng had already sensed a powerful figure approaching, someone even stronger than a cosmic-level being, most likely a domain lord. He couldn't help but glance at the middle-aged man in front of him. The middle-aged man had gray hair, a tall and slender build, and wore a white robe, exuding an extraordinary air. Wang Teng readily agreed, nodding and saying, "It's me. My name is Mingcheng, and I am a deacon in the Imperial Noble Council. I am on duty today," the middle-aged man said. "Deacon of the underworld city," Wang Teng said. "You said you came with Baron Nangong's token. Are you Baron Nangong Yu?" Cry, Mingcheng asked. Without wasting any words, Wang Teng opened his palm, and a square seal immediately appeared in the center. Mingcheng's eyes narrowed. He was a steward of the Imperial Noble Council, and no one was more familiar with the insignia of nobility than him, the noble seal. The seal in front of us is carved with a black mythical beast, which is the Kunwu beast, the national guardian beast of the empire. The Kunwu beast is incredibly strange and is a rare and colossal creature from the starry sky. It is a true behemoth, capable of devouring metal ores to enhance its strength. When fully grown, its body rivals that of a giant star, traversing the universe with unparalleled power. The first ancestor of the Great Qian Empire was able to establish the empire largely thanks to the power of the Kunwu beast. Judging from its style and specifications, this seal is undoubtedly a Baron's seal. Each time the Kunwu beast gains a level of strength, it will grow a horn. The Kunwu beast on this Baron's seal only has one horn, which is the lowest grade square seal. As the rank increases, the number of horns of the Kunwu beast carved on the noble's seal will also increase. However, just to be on the safe side, Mingcheng observed carefully and said, "May I take a look?" Cry. Wang Teng hesitated for a moment but still handed the seal to him. Mingcheng held the Baron's seal in his hand and, using some unknown secret technique, caused the ancient characters at the bottom of the seal to light up with a bright red light that was extremely dazzling. It really is the Baron's seal. Mingcheng breathed a sigh of relief, returned the seal to Wang Teng, gave him a deep look, and said meaningfully, "You must keep this seal safe." Wang Teng put away the Baron's seal. "Follow me." Mingcheng led the way into the council chamber, saying as they walked, "The matter of Baron Nangong has been over for a long time, but it has been brought up again. To tell you the truth, I cannot make the decision. We can only wait for the elders of the nobles to come and let them decide." The two walked through a short corridor and arrived at an antique and luxurious reception room. Mingcheng ordered tea to be served, and then sat down and closed his eyes to wait. Wang Teng didn't have to wait long before the noble elders who had received the news quickly arrived at the noble council. One after another, rune-powered flying vehicles came to a stop outside the noble council, and then powerful figures stepped out of the vehicles and strode into the council. A crowd of people gathered around the noble council, some there to watch the spectacle, others to gather information, but none of them dared to approach within 100 meters of the council. The Imperial Noble Council is an extremely solemn and sacred place in the empire. Not to mention ordinary martial artists, even nobles dare not easily trespass upon it, let alone make a fuss in front of its gates. At that moment, a flying car descended from the sky, and a brown-haired man in his 30s stepped out. It was the Cao family's man. "It's Cao Guan. He actually came. As the other main character in this matter, how could he not come?" Cry. "I heard that his father, Domain Lord Cao Hongtu, is cultivating on another planet and probably won't be able to come over for a while, so he's in charge now." People outside were whispering and talking about the matter with great interest. For ordinary martial artists, the affairs of nobles have always been a focus of attention. After all, nobles enjoy too many privileges, and whether it is out of jealousy or envy, everyone will subconsciously pay attention. Cao Guan heard these comments, snorted coldly, and strode into the noble council. In the deliberation hall, Mingcheng opened his eyes and said calmly, "All the elders are here. Please follow me." Wang Teng remained calm and composed, finishing the last sip of tea before standing up and following behind Mingcheng. This surprised Mingcheng even more. What trump card did this kid have that made him so fearless? Cry. Or was it because he simply didn't know what the existence of the Council of Deliberations meant, and ignorance is bliss? Cry. Wang Teng followed Mingcheng directly to the 9th floor of the Council of Deliberations and entered a huge, ancient hall. Upon entering the main hall, the first thing that catches the eye is a long table made of an unknown type of dark blue wood, which looks sturdy yet elegant. The long table was now surrounded by people, men and women, young and old, all dressed in luxurious purple robes, exuding an air of refinement and nobility. More importantly, the aura emanating from these people is extremely powerful, far exceeding the cosmic level. Just sitting there doing nothing makes one feel a sense of unease. This is the oppressive aura of the strong. When Wang Teng entered the main hall, all these people looked at him, their gazes unreadable, and a subtle but palpable pressure enveloped him. Wow, what a grand display. Wang Teng couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He didn't stop walking at all, as if he wasn't affected in any way. His expression was completely calm. A hint of surprise appeared in everyone's eyes. This young man is something else. These are all imperial nobles. Cry. Ancient families stand behind them, their status is extraordinary, and their power is immense. Be careful later, Roundy reminded him in his mind. Wang Teng suddenly noticed a hostile gaze fixed on him, and that gaze remained fixed on him. Following his gaze, he saw a handsome man with brown hair staring at him with cold eyes at the end of the long table. Who is this person? Wang Teng asked in his mind. I don't know either. Roundy glanced at the man, then suddenly paused, but he looks familiar. Could he be a descendant of that guy? Please take a seat. At this moment, a slightly aged voice came from the head of the long table. Wang Teng looked up and saw an elderly man with white hair sitting at the head of the long table, looking at him calmly. This is the Grand Elder of the Council of Deliberations. Roundy said, I saw him once when I came to the Council of Deliberations with Master Nangong to inherit the title. I didn't expect that after so many years, he is still alive. Such a strong person isn't so easy to kill. Wang Teng completely ignored the round guy's complaints. He glanced at the other party with his spiritual vision, and couldn't see through his strength at all. This old man is probably a world lord level expert. Wang Teng noticed an empty seat at the end of the long table, directly opposite the brown-haired man, so he went over and sat down, staring intently at him. Cao Guan was suddenly a little confused. Doesn't this kid know who he is? So brazen and fearless. Who gave him the courage? Who gave him the guts? Cao Guan's gaze darkened further, but he had already looked away, staring at each other like that was beneath him. Wang Teng sneered inwardly. It's just a matter of eye contact, isn't it? Who's afraid of who? As long as you're not embarrassed, it's others who will feel awkward. Wang Teng's actions were naturally noticed by others, many of whom showed interest while others frowned. You've come for the title of Baron Nangong? At this moment, the white-haired old man at the head of the table asked. Yes, Wang Teng nodded. He remained quite obedient in front of this powerful figure who appeared to be a realm lord, showing no trace of the arrogance he displayed when facing Cao Guan. This isn't cowardice, it's respect for the strong. And in what capacity have you come here? The white-haired old man asked. Naturally, as the successor, Wang Teng said calmly. Upon hearing the words successor, Cao Guan, sitting opposite him, changed his expression and glanced at a certain position at the head of the table. Oh, do you have any proof? The white-haired old man asked again. Reporting to your excellency, he carries the seal of Baron Nangong, Mingsheng said from the side. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng took out the seal again and placed it on the table. When Cao Guan, who was opposite him, saw this seal, his eyes turned red. The Baron's seal is the true symbol of status. Since they did not obtain the Baron's seal and only held the title of Nangong Yu's disciple, their status was ultimately illegitimate. This has always been a major worry for him and his father. Now this Baron's seal has appeared before him so openly and brazenly. Unfortunately, he couldn't snatch it away. There is nothing more painful in the world than this. I'm so angry. The people present were all extraordinary individuals. They could tell at a glance that the seal before them was undoubtedly the seal of a baron of the empire. Regardless of whether Wang Teng's status as the heir is real or not, the baron's seal is at least genuine, which adds another layer of prestige to Wang Teng's identity. What are your thoughts? The white-haired old man asked calmly. Silence fell over the surroundings, as if no one wanted to be the first to speak. Cao Guan's face was gloomy, and he hesitated to speak. Cao Guan, what do you think? The white-haired old man asked directly, addressing him by his given name. Your Excellency, I believe this person's origins are unclear. Perhaps he was just lucky enough to obtain my master's baronial seal from somewhere and then claim to be his successor. I hope the Noble Council will order a thorough investigation into the truth of the matter. Cao Guan glanced at Wang Teng, a mocking smile on his lips, and said, Excuse me, I'd like to ask, who are you? Wang Teng interrupted him and asked. Cao Guan felt as if he had been slighted. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, and said, My father is Baron Nangong's only disciple, Cao Hongtu. And I am naturally Baron Nangong's grand disciple. So it's a grandson after all, Wang Teng said. Cao Guan's anger, which had just calmed down, was about to erupt again. He snorted coldly and said to the crowd around him, My lords, my father is the only disciple of Baron Nangong. In name, my father is the rightful heir, and no one can become the heir just because he holds the Baron's seal. Cao Guan is right. If just anyone holding a Baron's seal can claim to be the heir, then wouldn't the titles of my great Qian Empire become a joke? Nominally, Cao Hongtu is definitely more suitable. This matter requires further consideration. Upon hearing Cao Guan's words, the people around him began to whisper among themselves. Cao Guan glanced at Wang Teng, a smug look on his face. Bullshit, utter bullshit. Master Nangong never said he would pass on the title to Cao Hongtu. He has no right to do so at all. Roundy roared in Wang Teng's mind. If he hadn't retained a shred of reason, he would have jumped out to argue with Cao Guan. Don't get excited, this is just the beginning. Wang Teng picked at his ear, sneered inwardly, and said calmly to the round little thing in his mind. It seemed that Wang Teng's calm tone gave Yuan Gungun confidence. It gradually calmed down and said coldly, Wang Teng, give him a good slap in the face for me. I am now 90% certain that Cao Hongtu is related to the death of Master Nangong back then. This kid in front of us is his son. Let's collect some interest from him first. Wang Teng waited with great interest until Cao Guan finished speaking, then turned to the Grand Secretary at the head of the table and asked, May I ask a few questions, Cry? All right, the white-haired old man nodded. I'd like to ask, does the Empire have a rule that if a baron has not left a will, his disciple can be eligible to inherit the title, Cry? Wang Teng asked with a faint smile. There is no such rule, the white-haired old man said. I'd like to ask another question. Did Baron Nangong leave a will that made your father the heir, Cry? Wang Teng asked Cao Guan. Cao Guan's expression suddenly changed. Aren't you going to answer my question, Cry? Wang Teng tilted his head, his gaze piercing as he stared at him and asked. Cao Guan's face was gloomy. Really, Cry? Wang Teng asked calmly. Cao Guan was extremely frustrated, but he couldn't give a direct answer. Since Nangong Yu had no other relatives or successors, Cao Hongtu, as his only disciple, was the heir. Whether or not there was a will could be manipulated. Cao Hongtu pulled many strings and finally got a lot of votes in the council, thus obtaining the qualification to temporarily assume the title of baron. He only needs to achieve enough merit to remove the temporary title and obtain the real baronial title. But now that Wang Teng, who holds a baron's seal, has suddenly appeared, the lack of a will has become Cao Hongtu's biggest problem. Baron Nangong did not leave any will, the white-haired old man said, glancing at Cao Guan. I understand, thank you for your explanation, Your Excellency. Wang Teng nodded, then turned to look at Cao Guan and calmly asked, so, where does your so-called legitimate claim come from, Cry? You. Cao Guan's face turned ashen, his eyes fixed on Wang Teng as if he wanted to devour him. Your words are perfectly legitimate, even your father, Cao Hongtu, wouldn't dare say that here. Wang Teng completely ignored Cao Guan's murderous gaze, leaned back in his chair, found a comfortable position, and said calmly. In the world of martial arts, there are too many ways to distinguish the authenticity of a will, so Cao Hongtu never dared to forge a will. If he were to actually do that, it would be a true act of contempt for the Imperial Noble Council and the authority of the Empire. Not to mention a domain lord, even a world lord would be suppressed to death. Cao Guan's face immediately turned red and his eyes almost spit fire. He found that he couldn't gain the upper hand at all when facing this kid in front of him, and his words were completely shut down. Moreover, the other party placed him on the same generation as his father, making him feel inferior by a generation, which made him extremely aggrieved. This amusing scene drew many people's mocking glances towards Cao Guan. Wang Teng's performance was beyond everyone's expectations. They didn't expect that this baron heir, who appeared out of nowhere, would be so sharp-tongued, leaving Cao Guan speechless. More importantly, Wang Teng was merely a planetary-level martial artist. In the eyes of these powerful figures, who were at least domain lords, a planetary-level martial artist was nothing special. However, he was able to remain calm in the face of their pressure at the planetary level and to refute Cao Guan's doubts with reason and evidence, which was quite remarkable. Therefore, many people have a fairly good first impression of Wang Teng. Since they didn't have a good impression of Cao Guan's family anyway, they naturally didn't mind seeing him make a fool of himself. Wang Teng, you really are a master at roasting people. I knew I was right about you, you did a fantastic job. In Wang Teng's mind, the round, chubby figure laughed excitedly. Wang Teng thought to himself, speechless, why does this sound like something I'm saying in a nice way, Cry? Don't misunderstand, I'm absolutely praising you, Roundy thought to himself with a smug smile, as he assured them confidently. Everyone. At that moment, a voice rang out, drawing all eyes to it, including Wang Teng. A bald, burly man stood with his hands crossed on the table. He had a blue flame mark on his forehead, and his eyes flashed with blue light, as if flames were burning within them. His gaze swept around, causing many people to frown and feel quite wary. When Cao Guan heard the bald, burly man speak, a hint of joy appeared on his face. Wang Teng naturally noticed all these changes. His gaze sharpened, and he asked in his mind, "Roundy, do you know this person Cry?" "I don't know him, but he should be a member of the Pikelas family," the round-faced man quickly explained with a serious expression. "The Pikelas family? Very famous Cry?" Wang Teng asked. "One of the 8 oldest families in the empire. Cry legend has it that their ancestor once slew a cosmic behemoth, a fire dragon, and bathed in its blood. Gaining a powerful fire physique. Cry they can absorb special flames for their own use. Cry their combat strength is incomparably powerful. Cry look at the blue flame mark on his forehead. Cry that's the symbol of the Pikelas family. Cry it also represents a special flame," said Roundy. "A fiery dragon?" Wang Teng exclaimed in surprise. "Does such a legendary existence really exist in the universe?" Cry. "The universe is vast. What kind of wondrous existence doesn't exist?" Cry. Roundy scorned Wang Teng's ignorance. "The ancestors of the Perix family only bathed in dragon blood and already possessed a special fire physique, and could even fuse with special flames. If it were the fire dragon itself, how amazing would that be?" Cry. Wang Teng was excited and wanted to find a fire dragon to fleece. "Round and plump." Cry. "Where can I find a fire dragon?" Cry, he asked immediately. "How would I know?" Cry. "Starry sky behemoths like the flame dragon are extremely mysterious and rare existences that ordinary people can't find at all. The only thing we know is that they basically live in places where fire elemental energy is extremely abundant, or even places where some kind of heavenly fire is born." Roundy chuckled. "So if we can find the flame dragon, we might very well find a kind of heavenly fire." Wang Teng's eyes lit up. A strange fire from heaven and earth. Having possessed the azure jade glazed flame and the holy flame of light, he naturally knew the wonders of extraordinary flames of heaven and earth. If he could obtain another extraordinary flame of heaven and earth, how wonderful. "What are you thinking about?" Cry. "You're practically drooling," the round-faced boy suddenly said. Wang Teng. "Forget about the flame dragon. Encountering one would be certain death. Every flame dragon is extremely powerful, and their adult forms are probably above the immortal level," said Roundy. "Above the immortal level, it's even more terrifying than the wind god bird." Wang Teng's eyes widened. "What else did you think?" Cry, the round-faced boy said irritably. "Alright." Wang Teng shook his head, temporarily giving up on the idea of the fire dragon, and his gaze fell on the bald, muscular man again. "But this guy is a good target for fleecing. The Pikelas family possesses a fire-based constitution and can fuse with flames. Even if they are not as powerful as the fire dragons, they are not too bad." His eyes lit up again. In his eyes, this bald, burly man and his family, the Pikelas family, had become targets for exploitation, and very fat ones at that. "You need to be careful. This family is obsessed with special flames and acts tyrannically. They are determined to obtain any flame. If they find out that you possess a rare flame, they will definitely try every means to get it from you," Roundy warned. Wang Teng was speechless. He was just thinking about how to get something out of the other party when Yuan Gungun told him that the other party might be eyeing his heaven and earth strange fire. "This is absolutely intolerable. If they dare to come, let's see who ends up taking advantage of whom," Wang Teng said fiercely. "Oh, right, I forgot to remind you, the Perix family is a hereditary non-royal family, one of the 8 non-royal families in the empire," the round-faced man said quietly. "Holy shit," Wang Teng cursed inwardly. "I thought it was a fat sheep, but it turned out to be a terrifying behemoth." However, Wang Teng has no other merits, he just likes to challenge himself. He dares to pluck at terrifying beings like the wind god bird. Even if the Perix family is a giant beast, Wang Teng is not afraid and will still pluck it without hesitation. Of course, he wouldn't act as recklessly as he would in the virtual universe. After all, this is reality. If he dies, and he can't afford to do anything reckless. "Sync-Raymond, do you have anything to say?" Cry, the voice of the white-haired old man pulled Wang Teng back to reality. "Your Excellency, let's put Cao Hongtu's succession aside for now. After all, he has made many contributions to the empire on the battlefield over the years, and we cannot let him down. It's best to confirm his true identity first. If he is real, we can make further plans for the succession. If he is fake," the bald, burly man, Sinclair, nodded slightly to the white-haired old man, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he finished speaking. "Our great Qian Empire cannot tolerate such a thing." Sinclair's voice rang out, and many people nodded in agreement. The empire was indeed very strict about the inheritance of noble titles and would not tolerate any deviation from it. Cao Hongtu is only temporarily holding the title of baron, and therefore he must make enough contributions on the battlefield before he can truly inherit the title of baron. The empire also treated those who had made contributions very well. The white-haired old man nodded slightly, acknowledging Sinclair's words. Seeing the situation tilt in his favor again, Cao Guan was overjoyed and looked at Wang Teng with a smug expression on his face. Wang Teng. The white-haired old man looked at him and asked, "Do you have anything else that can prove your identity?" Cry, or perhaps a will left by Baron Nangong? Cry. Wang Teng frowned. Nangong Yu's last spiritual imprint had long since dissipated, and he hadn't left anything like a will. Everything was explained to him through Yuan Gungan, and apart from the Baron's seal, he had nothing to prove his identity. This is getting a bit troublesome. In fact, the Baron's seal was enough to prove his identity, but the power behind Sinclair was too great, and even the elders of the Council of Nobles had to respect his advice. Cao Guan laughed silently, but his gaze towards Wang Teng was extremely cold. Without proof of identity, this kid cannot become the heir to the baronial title, so he has plenty of ways to kill Wang Teng. He's just a planetary-level martial artist. Any stellar-level martial artist could easily kill him. He dares to challenge his father for the baronial title. He's courting death. If not, your identity cannot be determined for the time being, the Grand Secretary said. Wang Teng felt helpless. The way things were going was somewhat beyond his expectations. The intervention of the Pikeless family made things increasingly uncontrollable. Nangong Yu is such a jerk. Wang Teng exclaimed helplessly. If you want him to help you seek justice, at least consider things more thoroughly. Leaving a will or something would be better than putting him in a passive position now. If Nangong Yu knew about Wang Teng's rant, he'd probably jump out of the ground. He was wrong too. He originally intended for Wang Teng to become stronger before coming to the Great Qian Empire, but he never expected that Wang Teng and Yuan Gungun would be so reckless. Daring to come to the Great Qian Empire to seize the title of baron when they were only at the planetary level. It can only be said that he ultimately underestimated Wang Teng, the successor, and also underestimated Yuan Gungan's bottom line. Master Nangong didn't expect the Perix family to get involved, Roundy said, feeling wronged for Nangong Yu. His expression turned slightly serious, and he said with some confusion, could it be that the Perix family is behind Cao Hongtu? Cry, but given the status of the Perix family, why would they care about a mere baronial title? Cry. How would I know? Cry, maybe they have some secret they're hiding. Wang Teng shook his head. Let's not talk about that now, let's think of something. I don't really have any ideas either, the round-faced boy said guiltily. Damn it, Wang Teng wanted nothing more than to drag Yuan Gungun out and give him a good whack on the head. What was he all about all this time? Cry, he was completely useless at this crucial moment. Cry, was Wang Teng left to rely on himself? Cry, his mind raced, and suddenly his eyes lit up. That's right. There's also the Inheritance Palace. How could I have forgotten about that? Cry. No way. If you reveal the Inheritance Palace, do you believe that as soon as you step out of this hall, the news of your inheritance will spread quietly? Cry, many powerful figures will be eyeing it. And your life will be in danger. Roundy hurriedly stopped him. A cosmic-level inheritance? Cry, why would so many people covet it? Cry, Wang Teng was taken aback. What do you think? Cry, besides, Master Nangong's inheritance isn't just a simple universe-level inheritance, it's the inheritance of a baron from the Great Qian Empire. The Nangong family's foundation is far more than just a mere universe level 1, Yuan Gungan said. But there are no inheritances above the cosmic level in the Inheritance Palace. Wang Teng frowned. Your inherited mark can unlock the treasure trove of the Nangong family, the round, chubby boy said leisurely. Why didn't you say so sooner? Cry, Wang Teng had an urge to strangle Yuan Gungun. It was so infuriating that he only brought up something so important now. You haven't even reached the cosmic level, so there's no point in talking to you. Besides, the treasure vault is in the Nangong family. You didn't inherit the Nangong family's baronial title. You can't join the Nangong family. You can't do anything, Roundball said. Wang Teng kept taking deep breaths. Although he felt that Yuan Gungun was right, he was really angry. Your Excellency, since his identity cannot be confirmed, then this matter of succession is nonsense. I think we should expel this person from the country. As for the Baron's seal, it's only right that it be returned to its rightful owner. My father, as the Baron's personal disciple, is most suitable to wield the Baron's seal. At this moment, Cao Guan's voice came. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng couldn't help but raise his head. What a wicked thought. They not only wanted to seize the Baron's seal, but also to expel him from the country. That's a really clever plan. A cold glint flashed in Wang Teng's eyes. He now harbored murderous intent towards Cao Guan. If he were truly deported, he would likely face a relentless pursuit. There's no way the other side would let him leave alive. Moreover, without the title of Baron of the Great Qian Empire, Earth would be lost, and the Milky Way's guardian, Clot, would probably be the first to kill him. You want this Baron's seal? Cry, Wang Teng asked expressionlessly. You only obtained the Baron's seal by chance. What qualifications do you have to wield it? Cry, my father was the direct disciple of Baron Nangong. Now that Baron Nangong has passed away, the Baron's seal naturally belongs to my father. It's just returning it to its rightful owner. Cao Guan, backed by someone, was full of confidence and sneered. Cao Guan is right. The Baron's seal cannot be in the hands of someone whose identity is unknown, Sinclair said calmly. Ha ha ha. Wang Teng suddenly burst into laughter. What a fine example of plundering by force. Is this how the Great Qian Empire operates? Cry, I've truly learned something new. Insolence. Sinclair frowned, then suddenly roared, unleashing a powerful aura that pressed down on Wang Teng. Boom. Wang Teng's face turned pale. The strength of a domain lord was no joke. Even though he could participate in battles between universe-level beings, he was still far inferior to a domain lord-level expert. The opponent's mere aura was enough to overwhelm him. Break! Wang Teng's eyes widened, and he roared inwardly. His mental power exploded, and a roar like that of a giant dragon awakening resounded in his mind. Roar! Boom! The terrifying aura pressing down on him was instantly dispelled, and Wang Teng stood up abruptly, looking at Sinclair Monk with icy eyes. Me, being presumptuous? Cry. Who is being so audacious as to seize and plunder like this? Cry. Those who don't know the truth would think you are the master of this great Qian Empire, able to decide the ownership of noble titles with a single word. A series of loud shouts came from Wang Teng's mouth and echoed in the hall. Quiet. A deathly silence fell over the surroundings. Everyone was stunned, not expecting Wang Teng to suddenly erupt, and to be so unyielding, daring to roar at a domain lord-level expert. This is completely unpredictable. Cao Guan, sitting opposite him, stared at him as if he had seen a ghost, his face ashen, looking completely terrified by Wang Teng. This guy is crazy. Roundy was also incredulous and could barely speak. That's terrifying. That's absolutely terrifying. Doesn't Wang Teng fear death? Cry. How dare he roar at a domain lord-level expert, especially since this person was from the Perix family, one of the 8 great non-royal kings of the Great Qian Empire. Completion. Now everything's over. Wang Teng is acting recklessly, he's practically courting death. Facing a behemoth like Perix, they have no chance of resistance. Sinclair was also stunned by Wang Teng's behavior. No one had ever dared to be so rude to him before. His face immediately turned extremely ugly, even slightly pale, and his anger burned wildly in his heart. Wang Teng's words had touched a taboo. The master of the Great Qian Empire. This label is something that not only he, but even the Perix family behind him, cannot bear. You're talking nonsense. Sinclair roared, stood up, and gritted his teeth, saying, I never said I was the master of the Great Qian Empire. How dare you spout such nonsense and slander me? Cry. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Cry. You dare to do it but not admit it? Cry. Weren't you so arrogant just now, saying you'd take back my Baron's seal? Cry. If you don't call the shots in this empire, then who does? Cry. Now you want to kill someone to cover it up. I think you have ulterior motives and are afraid of being discovered. Come on, why not just kill me right here and now? Cry. Why go through all this trouble and waste your breath saying so much? Cry. Come on, come and kill me. Only a coward would dare to do that. If I even frown, I'll take your surname. Wang Teng was not intimidated at all. He stared at Sinclair and shouted again and again. The surrounding domain lord-level powerhouses couldn't help but marvel at Wang Teng's extraordinary talent. This guy is truly a genius. He was so skilled at distorting the truth that even Sinclair was left speechless. Sinclair's face alternated between pale and flushed. He was so angry that wisps of white smoke actually rose from his head. His rage had reached its peak. Seeing his state, Wang Teng decided to add fuel to the fire, his voice suddenly rising as he roared, Come on. Come and kill your grandpa. You bastard. I kill you. Sinclair Monk could no longer contain himself. His killing intent surged and flames seemed to burn in his eyes. With a hiss, the temperature in the air suddenly soared, and a cluster of blue flames appeared out of thin air in front of him, condensing into an arrow that shot straight toward Wang Teng. Die! Wang Teng stood still, ready to use spatial teleportation, but he didn't move. His eyes were fixed on the arrow, letting the strong wind blow his black hair. Don't back down now. He refused to believe that the others present would just stand by and watch Sinclair kill him. If that's the case, then there's nothing to look forward to in the Imperial Noble Council. He can forget about getting justice here. The distance was very close. The arrow formed from blue flames instantly reached Wang Teng's brow. However, when the two were less than 3 inches apart, the arrow stopped in midair and could not advance any further. Enough! A calm voice slowly rang out. With a soft shout, the arrow formed from blue flames vanished into thin air with a hiss. Wang Teng secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but on the surface, he remained calm and composed, even giving the bald, burly man, Sync Raymond, a sneer on his lips. You bald guy, do you think I'm afraid of you just because you look fierce? Cry. Sinclair One's forehead veins bulged. If he hadn't been stopped, he probably would have loved to punch Wang Teng to death. Synchromont, Wang Teng, this is the Noble Council, and your insolence is not to be tolerated. The elder's gaze swept over the two men as he spoke calmly. Your Excellency, this is not my fault. This bald-headed lord, a powerful domain lord, bullied me, a mere planetary-level martial artist, and even brazenly tried to seize my baron's seal. You must uphold justice for me. Wang Teng's expression changed, and he began to feign pitifulness. Die, bald guy. Cao Guan had not yet recovered from the shock of the previous incident, and when he heard Wang Teng's words, his face was filled with horror. This guy is crazy. He actually dared to call Lord Sinclairman a bald dead man. The others also had strange expressions, looking like they wanted to laugh but were trying their best to hold it in. They had all received strict aristocratic etiquette training and would never laugh under normal circumstances unless they really couldn't help it. PFF'd, ha ha ha. Creak. Sinclair clenched his fists, his eyes practically spitting fire, his heart filled with rage. The Grand Secretary felt a headache coming on and said, Wang Teng, no one should swear at each other in the Noble Council. Yes, Your Excellency, I was wrong. I will definitely not curse in the council chamber next time. Wang Teng nodded hurriedly. That sounds reasonable, but something about it is a bit off. If you don't curse inside the council chamber, does that mean you still curse outside? Cry. That kid is incredibly audacious. The Grand Secretary's eye twitched. It was quite remarkable that someone of his stature could still be affected by such a state of mind. However, it was only for a moment. He quickly regained his composure and said, since you cannot prove your identity, then we will wait until the truth is ascertained before deciding on the successor to the title. Until then, you are not allowed to leave the Imperial City. Hearing the Grand Secretary's words, Cao Guan became happy again. Although he had not achieved his goal today, as long as this kid could not prove his identity, he would not be able to become the successor. Then let's investigate. The other members of the council nodded in agreement with the elder's decision. Wang Teng's performance just now made them realize that this planetary-level martial artist was not someone to be trifled with. And some members who were originally on Cao Hongtu's side stopped speaking. Even the Perix family, one of the 8 great non-royal families, dared to confront them. If they were to rashly stand up, they would only be asking for trouble. They weren't afraid of Wang Teng, they just didn't want to lose face. In fact, they already considered Wang Teng a dead man. Having offended Sinclair, he had no chance of survival. They just needed to wait and see the outcome. Everyone stood up to leave, believing the meeting was over. Snort. Sinclair snorted coldly, giving Wang Teng a chilling look. That look in his eyes practically sealed Wang Teng's fate. No one can survive after offending the Perix family. Cao Guan sneered at Wang Teng, stood up, shook his long robe, looked at him with disdain, and turned to leave. However, at this moment, Wang Teng sat down leisurely and said calmly, who says I can't prove it? Cry. Everyone stopped in their tracks. At this moment, everyone except the Grand Secretary had already stood up, but upon hearing Wang Teng's words, they all turned back to look, their eyes revealing the same meaning. Are you kidding us? Cry. Cao Guan was startled and suddenly turned to stare at Wang Teng. This kid can actually prove it. A sudden sense of foreboding arose in his heart. Sinclair's gaze darkened and his brows furrowed slightly. Only the Grand Secretary remained seated, a meaningful smile on his face. Wang Teng, you're insane. Roundy seemed to know what Wang Teng was about to do. and shouted in his mind, "No, absolutely not, you'll die." Having offended the Perix family, why should we be afraid of other martial artists' cry? Wang Teng said calmly, thinking to himself, I'm not afraid of a lot of lice, I'm not afraid of a lot of deaths. I won't die. You. The round, chubby boy was speechless. At this moment, seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on him, Wang Teng smiled slightly and activated the inheritance mark left by Nangong Yu. A rune appeared between his eyebrows. As the rune lit up, the Baron's seal on the table also lit up, echoing each other and seemingly indicating the connection between the two. This is a legacy. It's actually a legacy. Nangong Yu actually left the Nangong family's legacy to this Wang Teng. All the members of the council were surprised by what they saw, and their expressions became extremely subtle. Cao Guan's face immediately turned extremely ugly. The legacy of the Nangong family. This is undoubtedly the legacy of the Nangong family. His father, as Nangong Yu's personal disciple, did not receive the inheritance. Over the years, they had been trying to enter the Nangong family's treasury to obtain more inherited knowledge, but without the inheritance mark and the Baron's seal, they could not enter no matter what. Having a treasure trove but being unable to enjoy its contents, one can only imagine the frustration and resentment they felt. However, this inheritance has now appeared in Wang Teng. Cao Guan was filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. His eyes were bloodshot, and he wished he could snatch the inheritance mark from Wang Teng and put it on himself. Sinclair remained expressionless, but his gaze toward Wang Teng grew increasingly icy. With this mark of inheritance as proof, do you all acknowledge my identity as the successor? Cry. Wang Teng looked around, his gaze lingering particularly on Cao Guan and Xin Kelemon's faces. Before asking casually, smack, smack, this is absolutely a slap in the face. A blatant slap in the face. The members of the council looked at Cao Guan with subtle expressions, feeling a mixture of sympathy for him and even more sympathy for the absent domain lord Cao Hongtu. This baron is getting further and further away from them. It was clearly a duck that was about to be eaten, but now it's growing wings and flying away. Everyone could almost imagine the expressions on Cao Guan's and Cao Hongtu's faces when they heard the news. If it were them, they would definitely feel just as frustrated as if they wanted to vomit blood. Since he has a lineage, his status as the successor is beyond doubt, the elder nodded. His words were tantamount to a final verdict, representing the noble council and the great Qian Empire's recognition of Wang Teng's identity. Cao Guan's face immediately turned pale. Without uttering a word, Sinclair flicked his sleeves and strode out of the hall. As Sinclair departed, a group of council members, somewhat gloating, immediately began to discuss the matter. So there's a mark of inheritance. If there are traces of inheritance, then there's nothing to question. Why didn't this kid show it sooner? He's just playing us for fools. It's a good thing that Cao Guan and Sinclairman still wanted to take back the Baron's seal from him. This kid is a bit cunning. Hearing these words, Cao Guan couldn't stay any longer. His face turned pale and he glared fiercely at Wang Teng. At this moment, he was like an ant on a hot pan during the meeting, suffering terribly. But he didn't have the same status as Sinclair, so he didn't dare to leave on his own. Wang Teng, there is no problem with your status as heir, but if you want to inherit the title of Baron, you still need to pass the assessment of the Council of Deliberations. The elder at the head of the table spoke again. Assessment? Cry. Wang Teng frowned. That's right, everyone who inherits a title must undergo an examination. This is an imperial regulation. Those who are not worthy of the title or do not have enough potential cannot inherit it, the Grand Secretary said. Wang Teng nodded and asked, when will I be assessed? Cry. No rush. We need to discuss the assessment together, and we will inform you of the assessment content later. The elder said. Furthermore, as the original acting baron, Lord Cao Hongtu must wait for his return. He has made many contributions over the years, and it is impossible to erase them just like that. Wang Teng frowned again, feeling that this matter was not so simple. But since the Grand Secretary had spoken so frankly, it was clear that this matter could not be resolved simply by talking. Go back and wait for news, the Grand Secretary finally said. The meeting was now completely over, and the members of the council rose and left the hall. Wang Teng had no choice, he had done everything he could. The rest was up to the review committee to decide how to conduct the assessment and what Cao Hongtu's situation would be. I didn't expect Cao Hongtu to have done so much over the years. It seems he has really worked hard to build this business. Roundy thought to Wang Teng. This person is probably much more troublesome than his good-for-nothing son, Wang Teng thought to himself. HMPH, I saw through him back then as a man of deep thoughts, but Master Nangong just wouldn't believe me, the round, chubby man said angrily. What's the point of saying all this now? Wang Teng said helplessly. Let's go back and wait for the results. Well, don't worry, I accompanied Master Nangong to the assessment for inheriting the title back then, so this assessment shouldn't be too difficult for you, Yuan Gun comforted him. The two had already walked out of the Noble Council pavilion while they were talking, but when Wang Teng passed the stone tablet at the gate, he found Cao Guan waiting for him outside. I can give you some money to leave the Imperial City and the Great Qian Empire. You low-level martial artists just want resources, right? My Cao family can afford it. Cao Guan blocked Wang Teng's path and said to him in a low voice, his words sounding like a handout. Wang Teng glanced at him, then laughed, a very happy laugh, with a hint of contempt, and said, No, you can't afford it. His gaze and smile reignited Cao Guan's anger. If you could afford it, you wouldn't be eyeing the Baron's position. Wang Teng, not wanting to miss out on trouble, added fuel to the fire. There are some things you can't touch. Do you think the Council of Deliberations is a place of reason? Do you think you can smoothly inherit the title of Baron by becoming a noble through the Council of Deliberations? You're too naive. As a planetary-level martial artist, even if you can inherit the title of Baron, so what? It won't be long before someone takes your life. Cao Guan gritted his teeth and said savagely. Are you threatening me? Wang Teng narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Cao Guan in front of him. Threat? No, this is advice. Cao Guan thought Wang Teng was scared, smiled smugly, and reached out to pat Wang Teng on the shoulder. However, Wang Teng dodged his movement and suddenly shouted, What? You actually want your father, Cao Hongtu, to kill me? And you even want the Perix family to disregard imperial law and secretly put a bounty on my head? How can your Cao family be so vicious? Your father and I are both heirs of Baron Nangong, yet I never expected your father to be such a ruthless and vicious person. Holy crap, Cao Guan's face turned pale, and he exploded, I didn't. You're lying. You're slandering me. You have it. Do you dare swear you didn't threaten me? Liars will have their whole family die. Wang Teng pressed. Cao Guan's face turned from white to black. He did threaten Wang Teng, but not in such a specific way. He didn't say anything about having his father kill Wang Teng, nor did he say anything about having the Perix family secretly put a bounty on Wang Teng's head. No matter how bold he was, he wouldn't dare to bring up the Perix family. This is all fabricated out of thin air. Killing out of thin air. There were still quite a few members of the council who hadn't left. Hearing the two people's voices, they couldn't help but look over, and then shook their heads. Cao Hongtu's incompetent son is clearly no match for Wang Teng. To carry out an assassination secretly and quietly, to actually threaten someone in front of the Noble Council, what is this if not idiotic behavior? Now that Wang Teng has brought this threat into the open, even if the Perix family really wants to take action, they will have to consider the consequences. Otherwise, if Wang Teng is assassinated, regardless of whether he sent the Lax family to do it, they will have to take the blame. If Sinclair Monk knew about Cao Guan's idiotic behavior, he would probably want to kill him on the spot. Ignoring Cao Guan's grim expression, Wang Teng directly summoned a rune-powered flying car, took to the sky, and left Cao Guan with a dashing silhouette. Damn it, Cao Guan gritted his teeth. Back at the home of Rune Master Fan Taining. Master Wang Teng, you're back. Master Fan Taining immediately came out to greet him. He already knew that Wang Teng had gone to the Noble Council. Such big news could not be kept secret in the Imperial City, and the news quickly spread everywhere. Are you alright? He asked with some concern. He knew that the matter of the title of Baron Nangong was full of shady dealings, and that many families were probably involved. Otherwise, Cao Hongtu would not have been able to temporarily assume the title of Baron, since Baron Nangong did not leave any relevant will before his death. Logically speaking, he should not have been able to inherit the title of Baron. Nothing happened, everything went smoothly, Wang Teng said casually, as if nothing dangerous had occurred at the Noble Council meeting. Master Fan Taining was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. The matter of succession to a title was never peaceful, but Wang Teng spoke of it so simply and easily. Could it be that he had some trump card up his sleeve? Master Wang Teng, are you really the successor to Baron Nangong? He led Wang Teng into the house and couldn't help but ask. That's true. I'm sure the news will spread soon, Wang Teng nodded. Then you should be careful of the Cao Hongtu family. I've heard that the Cao Hongtu family is a vengeful person, Master Fan Taining said in a low voice after looking around. Wang Teng was somewhat surprised by Master Fan Taining's reminder. The fact that Master Fan Taining still reminded him of this after knowing he was going to face Cao Hongtu and the people behind him, and didn't even kick him out of the house, shows that Master Fan Taining truly regarded him as a friend. Of course, this also illustrates one thing: the master behind Fan Taining is probably quite powerful. It seems that the Grandmaster level is even more sought after than I imagined. Wang Teng stroked his chin, already eager to go to the secondary professional league to verify his Grandmaster level status. Keep in mind that he is a master in both forging and rune making. Give him some time, and the network of connections he builds will definitely be substantial. Moreover, his alchemy level will soon reach the Grandmaster level. If he can pick up some attribute bubbles from the secondary profession alliance, he can reach the Grandmaster level in no time. It would be incredibly awesome. Master Wang Teng, you can stay at my house for the next few days without worry. My residence is registered with the secondary professional alliance and is protected by the alliance. Ordinary martial artists wouldn't dare to make a move here, Master Fan Taining said. Thank you very much, Master. In this way, I don't have to worry about any ignorant people coming to cause trouble, Wang Teng said with a smile. Haha, once you register your identity with the secondary professional league tomorrow, I think with your potential, the secondary professional league will be happy to provide you with protection, Master Fan Taining said with a happy laugh. Wang Teng smiled slightly, thinking to himself that if Fan Taining knew he was a rune master tomorrow, he would be so surprised that his eyes would pop out. But of course, this kind of thing should be said by others, it wouldn't be good to say it yourself. Wang Teng discussed the rune-related issues with Master Fan Taining for a while before returning to his room. He sat cross-legged on the bed, his mind absorbed into the attribute panel. Cry Sea Whale Flame 100 Cry. Wang Teng looked at the new flame attribute that had appeared on his face, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. So what if they're at the Domain Lord level Cry? So what if they're from the Pikeless family Cry? They still got fleeced by him. During the council meeting, Sinclayon tried to kill him, but the attack was annihilated by the Elder, leaving behind an attribute bubble, which Wang Teng secretly picked up. As the attribute bubble merged into his body, Wang Teng discovered that a blue flame had appeared out of nowhere in his sea of consciousness. The flame was exactly the same as Sinclaion's flame, except that it was only a very small cluster, not even the size of an egg. The tiny blue flame huddled in a corner, trembling in fear before the three extraordinary flames of heaven and earth, the holy flame of light, the flame of darkness, and the azure jade-glazed flame. After obtaining the sea whale flame, Wang Teng immediately understood its origin. This is a beast fire, originating from a deep-sea behemoth called the deep-sea blue whale, and only a few deep-sea blue whales with pure bloodlines can give birth to the whale flame. While the sea whale flame cannot compare to extraordinary flames like the azure jade-glazed flame, it is still a very good type of flame among the many beast flames. It has the characteristic of being able to burn fiercely even in seawater, and when combined with the fire physique of the Perix family, it allows them to unleash extraordinary power. Wang Teng is now very interested in the fire physique of the Perix family. He has so many kinds of flames, and if he combines them with that fire physique, it will definitely be very strong. That evening, after having dinner with Master Fan Taining, Wang Teng was pulled aside by Master Fan Taining to discuss issues related to runes for a long time, which amazed Fan Taining and yielded many insights. Wang Teng then returned to his room and entered the virtual space to cultivate. The residence of the Nangong family. Cao Guan finally made contact with his father, Cao Hongtu, and the two are communicating in the virtual universe. Besides Cao Guan and Cao Hongtu, there are many others, all of whom are Cao Hongtu's sons, daughters, grandsons, granddaughters, great-grandsons, and so on. In the million years following Nangong Yu's death, Cao Hongtu fathered numerous children and descendants in an effort to establish a family. If the Nangong family had been aware of this back then, things wouldn't have turned out this way, and they wouldn't have had to let an outsider like Wang Teng inherit the title. Cao Hongtu was a dignified middle-aged man with a full head of slightly curly brown hair and a pair of eyes that were somewhat triangular, giving him a rather sinister appearance. Someone went to the noble council with Nangong Yu's baronial seal, and even obtained his inheritance. Cao Hongtu addressed Nangong Yu by his given name without any respect. At this moment, he stared coldly at Cao Guan. Why didn't you inform me of such an important matter immediately? Cry. A cold sweat dripped down Cao Guan's forehead. He was terrified as he faced Cao Hongtu. I thought the other party was just a planetary-level martial artist. In addition, other families were speaking up for us in the council hall. He was just a wild boy from out of town with no background. He couldn't possibly cause any trouble. So I didn't bother. Father. A planetary-level martial artist, a wild boy with no foundation. Cao Hongtu's gaze grew even colder. This is the very person who has already secured his position as the Baron's successor. So, are you even inferior to him? Cry. Thump. Cao Guan was so frightened that he knelt down immediately. Father, give me another chance. I will definitely not let that brat get the title of Baron. I'll give you one more chance. Cao Hongtu's face was cold. Do you know what the consequences will be if you lose again? Cry. If we lose again, our family will be completely out of luck for the title of Baron, and father's years of hard work will be in vain. All for naught, a charming voice said slowly from the side. None of Cao Hongtu's descendants dared to speak, but this woman remained unfazed by Cao Hongtu's rage, even sporting a faint smile as she looked contemptuously at Cao Guan kneeling on the ground. The woman looked to be around 27 or 28 years old. She was charming and her hair was styled in a high bun, exuding the allure of a mature woman. Judging solely from her temperament and appearance, this woman scores over 90 points. If you add her graceful, curvaceous figure, then you have to add another 5 points. It's hard to imagine that this woman is from the Cao family. After all, Cao Hongtu isn't exactly handsome. Cao Jiao. Cao Guan suddenly raised his head, filled with anger. Oh dear, don't look at me like that. I'm your dear sister. Cao Jiao patted her plump breasts in a coquettish manner. Quote. The Cao family members were all around. If they hadn't known this woman's character so well, they would have almost believed her. Jiao is right. If we lose again, all my efforts over the years will be in vain. You can't afford the consequences. Cao Hongtu glanced at Cao Jiao, his expression softening slightly. But when he turned to Cao Guan, his gaze turned cold again. Go back and reflect on your actions. I will have Lao Si take over your responsibilities. I will also set off to return to the Imperial Star immediately. This matter must be handled by me personally. Cao Guang's face was ashen, filled with resentment, yet he dared not disobey Cao Hongtu's words. Father, I won't let you down, the fourth son, Cao Ling, said with a delighted expression. After you return to the Imperial Star, first investigate the other party's strength and background, and see if anyone is pulling the strings behind the scenes or backing him up. I don't believe that a planetary-level martial artist would dare to challenge me, Cao Hongtu ordered. I understand, Cao Ling nodded in response, then paused and asked, what should we do with the Perix family? Cry. You don't need to worry about that. I'll contact Lord Synchromon directly, Cao Hongtu said, frowning. If you personally take action, Father, I'm sure Lord Synchromon will give you that much face, Cao Ling flattered. It's hard to say. I heard that kid directly confronted Synchlum at the council meeting. Being provoked like that by a planetary-level martial artist, Synchlum is probably furious. I'm afraid I won't be able to quell his anger without spitting some blood. Cao Hongtu said helplessly, a hint of frustration flashing across his face. The Perix family is, after all, one of the 8 great non-royal families, Cao Jiao laughed. Jiao, you should return to the Imperial Star too. We need your help this time. Cao Hongtu said, then turned to another figure and said, and second brother, you come back too. Among all his children, Cao Jiao is one of only 2 who have reached the cosmic level, which is why Cao Guan dares not speak out against her. Another one who reached the cosmic level was the second brother, Cao Wu, a burly man who never smiled. Therefore, a million years has truly brought about tremendous changes, with 2 of Cao Hongtu's descendants reaching the cosmic level. It's incredibly presumptuous of them to think that Cao Hongtu is still at the cosmic level. On the contrary, Cao Guan, the eldest brother, has only reached the 6th level of the stellar level in recent years due to Cao Hongtu's lack of discipline and his own lack of talent and ability. He is mediocre and even a bit of a fool. Okay, since it's father's request, then your daughter will definitely come back. Cao Jiao nodded obediently in front of Cao Hongtu. Okay. The second brother, Cao Wu, nodded in agreement succinctly. Cao Jiao and Cao Wu both reached the cosmic level, so they were often away fighting, both to accumulate military merits for the Cao family and to improve themselves. They rarely stayed on the Imperial Star. Cao Hongtu was very satisfied with the attitude of the two men. They were his most prized sons, so naturally they were the best of him. Then I'll go back and prepare. I can't just leave here on Defense Planet 6, I still need to hand it over. Cao Zhaozhao said. Okay, go ahead. Cao Hongtu nodded and said to the crowd, you can all disperse now. The Cao family's meeting in the virtual universe came to an end, and everyone sprang into action, setting off to return to the Imperial Star regardless of their location within the Empire. Wang Teng was unaware of the series of events the Cao family had been targeting him, but he did send Yuan Gugu to investigate Cao Hongtu. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will be able to defeat them. So much time has passed, and Cao Hongtu has reached the Domain Lord level. If you are not prepared, you will be at a great disadvantage when facing Cao Hongtu. After all, Yuan is too unreliable, he's been tricked more than once or twice, so he can only rely on himself. The next morning, Wang Teng woke up from his cultivation. A night in reality equals a day in the virtual universe. For Wang Teng, a day is a long time to do many things and also a time to make a lot of money. His strength is steadily improving, and his several force attributes have all improved, bringing him closer and closer to breaking through to the stellar level. As I stepped out of the room, I encountered Master Fantaining, who had dark circles under his eyes and was constantly yawning. Master Wang Teng, you're awake. Master Fantaining was slightly taken aback and greeted him. Master Fan, what's wrong with you? Wang Teng asked in surprise. For martial artists of their level, staying up all night was nothing. For Fantaining to look like an ordinary person like this, it must be due to severe mental exhaustion. It's alright. I just received your guidance yesterday and spent the whole night studying it. Fortunately, I made a breakthrough in my rune skills, so your hard work wasn't wasted, Master Fantaining said happily. My good intentions? Wang Teng was stunned. What good intentions did I have? How come I didn't know? Yesterday, he was just annoyed by Fantaining's nagging, so he casually answered his questions and threw a few questions at him for him to think about. Then he made a breakthrough. Master Wang Teng, thank you so much. This bottleneck has been bothering me for so long, and thankfully I have your help. Master Fantaining suddenly grasped Wang Teng's hand, the old man appearing somewhat excited, and said with great gratitude. Wang Teng immediately got goosebumps all over his body. He twitched his lips and quickly pulled his hand away from Fan's. He chuckled dryly and said, Hee, Master Fan, you're too kind. This is all thanks to your years of hard work. I only helped you a little. Not at all, Master Wang Teng, it was your help that played a crucial role, Fantaining said, thinking Wang Teng was being modest. By the way, with this breakthrough, you should be close to the Grandmaster level, right? Wang Teng quickly changed the subject and asked. If all goes well, I should be able to break through to the Grandmaster level within 3 years. If I can communicate more with Master Wang Teng, I believe the speed will be even faster. Fantaining's face lit up with excitement when he talked about breaking through. Again, Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat for no reason. Master Fantaining is such a nuisance. I've never seen such an annoying old man. Definitely. Despite saying this, Wang Teng was determined to stay away from Fantaining in the future and never let him seize any opportunity. We may be friends, but you're not a beauty. If you want to bother me, I won't even give you the door. Thank you so much, Master Wang Teng. Fantaining's eyes lit up as he thanked him repeatedly. When are we going to the secondary professional league? Wang Teng's lips twitched, and he changed the subject again. Let's have breakfast first, and then we'll go right away, Fantaining said with a chuckle when he saw Wang Teng's eagerness. So the two ate breakfast at home and then took the Rune Energy flying car to the secondary professional league. The Secondary Professional Alliance's headquarters is located near Kunwu Street, the most bustling commercial street in the Imperial City. This street is named after the Kunwu beast, the national guardian beast of the Great Qian Empire. It is said that the name was personally chosen by the first emperor of the Great Qian Empire when it was designed, making it of extraordinary significance. If viewed from above, one would see that this avenue is well connected and has a huge flow of people, while the main road directly connects to the outermost perimeter of the Imperial Palace. However, once they reached the Imperial Palace, they were blocked by a huge square, which prohibited the existence of any foreign buildings. As a high-level cosmic civilization, this place is home to many powerful buildings, such as the Universe First Bank, the Virtual Universe Office, and large branches of Wanbaoj. All scattered around this street. The secondary Pro League, as one of the behemoths in the universe, also occupies a place here. After arriving at Kunwu Street, Wang Teng and Master Fan Taining got out of the car and walked through the bustling street, turning onto a side road. After walking about 100 meters, they stopped in front of a tall and majestic building. How should I describe this building? Cry. Wang Teng examined it carefully, but couldn't find any words to describe it for a moment. Overall, this building is a collection of various professional styles presented in a highly artistic way. However, it didn't look out of place at all. On the contrary, it looked quite unique and refreshing, and people would probably remember it vividly even after they left. What do you think? Cry. The architectural style of the secondary Pro League is quite nice, isn't it? Cry. Master Fan Taining said with considerable pride. It's really good, Wang Teng nodded. This building was designed by countless master architects over several years, and it's been renovated every now and then, so it's extraordinary. Fan Taining laughed and then led the way. Let's go in. Wang Teng glanced at the appearance of the secondary professional alliance again and sighed inwardly. In the universe, these ancient forces that measure the length of their history in epochs are indeed too profound. It is amazing that they go to such great lengths for just the appearance. Of course, this thought only crossed his mind for a moment, and then he immediately followed it. The two entered the secondary professional league. At this time, there were already quite a few people moving around in and out of the alliance, making it quite lively. With just a glance, Wang Teng saw many blacksmiths, alchemists, rune masters, and other figures of different races. Some even had beast heads on their heads, clearly indicating that they were orcs, a common sight in the universe. As for how to identify them, it's not difficult. They were all dressed in the Alliance's exclusive attire, a rather luxurious and noble purple robe, with different symbols on their chests. For example, alchemists wore the cauldron symbol, blacksmiths wore the hammer symbol, rune masters wore the rune symbol, and so on, making them easy to identify. This reminded Wang Teng of the similar system used when he was taking exams for rune masters and alchemists on the Star Martial continent. However, compared to that, the systems in the universe are naturally more perfect and unified. I wonder how they are. Cry. Wang Teng thought of Master Ji Ring, Li Rongshui, and others. Due to the urgent crisis on Earth, Wang Teng had no choice but to leave his home and seek a way to survive in the universe, as he simply couldn't find the time to go to the Star Martial continent. However, once he resolves his identity issue, he can defuse the crisis on Earth. At that time, he will likely be able to find time to travel to the Star Martial continent and completely resolve the problem of the dark race invasion there. Whether Earth and Star Martial continent can further integrate remains to be seen, and he is unsure at the moment. If they can merge, it would be a good solution for both sides. For the people of Earth who want to enter the universe, merging with the Star Martial continent to enhance their strength is a very good option. Oh, Master Fan Taining, what brings you to the Alliance today? Cry. Just as Wang Teng was lost in thought, an unfamiliar voice rang out beside him. So it's Master Hobson, the forging master. Master Fan Taining turned his head and saw a tall and muscular man walking over. He couldn't help but laugh. When Wang Teng saw this man, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. The man's muscles seemed to be formed from stone, and he was 4 or 5 meters tall. Fortunately, the Alliance took into account the size of different races when designing the building, so the roof was high enough and the door was wide enough. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to accommodate such a big person. As he walked step by step, the ground seemed to tremble, exuding an oppressive aura, and the surrounding crowd involuntarily made way for him. Seeing this person reminded Wang Teng of the Heavy Rock clan he had encountered in the Dark World. After all, it was a race he had exploited, so he still had a relatively deep impression of them. The Heavy Rock race can manipulate rocks to condense within their bodies, thus possessing powerful physiques and strength. However, Wang Teng later fused the Heart of Rock talent into the more advanced Magnetic Heart talent, which can not only condense rocks, but also sand, metal, and so on. I just don't know what this person's relationship is with the Chang'an clan. Cry. The Heavy Rock clan he encountered in the Dark World was quite different from this burly man. Although the burly man looked tall and strong, his eyes were yellowish-brown, and his head was round, giving him a strangely honest appearance. But the burly half-human, Chang'an clan had bloodshot eyes and looked rather fierce. I wonder if it was because he was influenced by the dark bloodline. Cry. Come, Master Wang Teng, let me introduce you. This is Hobson, the forging master of the Heavy Rock clan. Fan Taining then introduced the two of them. Master Hobson, this is Rune Master Wang Teng. Wang Teng was slightly taken aback, not expecting that this burly man was actually a member of the Chang'an clan. Wasn't their race destroyed by the dark race cry? That's not right either. The universe is vast. Even if a planet is destroyed, there will definitely be people who survive. Such a young rune master cry. Hobson looked at Wang Teng with great surprise. Wang Tengchong nodded. I brought Master Wang Teng here today to register for the assessment. Master Wang Teng will also be joining our secondary professional alliance, Master Fan Taining explained. Master Fan, you must be very rewarded this time for finding such a young master, Master Hobson said enviously. Haha, of course, but I've already made an appointment with Dr. Leonard to be a joint recommender for Master Wang Teng, said Master Fan Taining. Dr. Leonard cry, Master Hobson exclaimed in surprise, could Master Wang Teng also be a highly skilled physician cry? You'll find out soon enough, Master Fan Taining said mysteriously. You've piqued my curiosity. Master Hobson shook his head helplessly, then asked, Master Wang Teng, may I observe a bit of what you've done cry? I happen to be free today. I have no problem. Wang Teng's eyes flashed, thinking that he would be taking a blacksmith exam later, and that this blacksmith master might come in handy. He nodded in agreement. As they spoke, the group headed into the Alliance building. Led by Fan Taining, they arrived directly outside a room. Dr. Leonard was already waiting there. Master Wang Teng, Master Fan Taining, you've finally arrived. I thought you'd forgotten. How could I forget something so important? Cry, Master Fan Taining said with a smile. Master Hobson, what brings you here? Cry. Dr. Leonard turned to the tall, muscular man and asked in surprise. Haha, I ran into Master Fan Taining and Master Wang Teng on the way, so I came to check them out. Hobson scratched his head with his rough hands and laughed. Go on in, I've already spoken to the staff, Dr. Leonard nodded and said. The group entered the room, where the staff were very polite, so they quickly completed the registration process. Having connections in the government makes things much easier. With Master Fan Taining and Dr. Leonard both involved, Wang Teng had no chance at all. They took the registration form and went directly to the assessment location. The Secondary Profession Alliance is very large, divided into different areas according to different professions. They decided to go to the physician assessment point first. The physician assessment mainly focuses on treatment techniques and medical knowledge. Master Wang Teng, it doesn't matter if you don't understand medical knowledge. As long as you demonstrate your light healing technique, you can definitely enter the Secondary Profession Alliance and you will be in high demand. It has to be said that people who master light healing technique really have a huge advantage, Dr. Leonard said to Wang Teng. Wang Teng nodded, indicating that he understood. Actually, medical knowledge wasn't a problem for him, it was just a matter of picking up some attributes. He had picked up quite a few medical knowledge attributes when he was on Earth, but it couldn't compare to the medical knowledge available in the universe. When we get to the assessment point, let's see if we can pick up some medical knowledge attributes to raise his medical level. Otherwise, having only the light healing technique seems too low level. A moment later, the group arrived outside an assessment room. Dr. Leonard led Wang Teng inside, while Fan Taining and Hobson waited outside. The assessment room was actually a medical room, where many people in white coats were already waiting in their respective positions for the assessment to begin. Meanwhile, 3 examiners in the front seats were exchanging words. When they saw Leonard walk in with Wang Teng, they couldn't help but show surprise. Dr. Leonard, Dr. Zheng Shu, Dr. Celia, Dr. Guo Suyang, so you are the examiners today. Dr. Leonard greeted the 3 of them, handed them the registration form, and said, I brought Master Wang Teng here to participate in the assessment. Master Wang Teng. The 3 examiners were even more surprised. Looking at the registration form, I realized that this young man was not even 20 years old, yet his medical skills had already reached the master level cry. It's a bit hard to believe. Wang Teng subtly glanced at the 3 examiners. Zheng Shu and Guo Suyang were both human, while Celia was a female elf with exquisite and beautiful features. It is said that there are no ugly elves, and she was no exception. The assessment is about to begin, so I won't disturb you any longer. Leonard checked the time and said to Wang Teng, Master Wang Teng, I'll wait for you outside. You can come out as soon as you're done with the assessment. Okay, Wang Teng nodded. Leonard then walked out of the assessment room. Mr. Wang Teng, please find a seat. We will begin the assessment shortly. Even though Leonard's group couldn't yet determine whether Wang Tang had reached the master level, the 3 examiners were still quite polite. Wang Tang casually found an empty seat and sat down. Not long after, of the 3 examiners, the female doctor named Celia stood up and slowly said, "Today's medical examination consists of 2 parts, a written test and a treatment. The written test mainly assesses various medical knowledge, while the treatment test assesses practical skills. No matter what method you use, as long as you can cure the patient or the injured person, you will pass today's test. Both tests will last half an hour. Next, the assessment will begin." As her voice faded, a light screen appeared in front of each examinee, displaying a series of medical knowledge questions. Wang Tang was somewhat helpless. He never expected that he would have to take a written test one day. However, after glancing at the questions on the screen, he didn't rush to start, as he didn't know how to do most of them. Others have started working on the questions, and attribute bubbles are also beginning to appear. Medical knowledge 100, medical knowledge *160, medical knowledge *120. One by one, attribute bubbles were picked up by Wang Tang, turning into memories and merging into his mind. Like a sudden enlightenment, the questions in front of him were no longer unfamiliar. However, Wang Tang still didn't start, because he realized that there were still some questions he didn't know how to answer. There was no other way but to continue collecting attribute bubbles. Wang Tang's medical knowledge not only increased, but also progressed from minor achievements to major achievements, and then moved towards perfection. Cry, why isn't Wang Tang making a move yet? Cry. The 3 examiners were all secretly watching Wang Tang, and when they saw that he didn't move, they couldn't help but frown. Leonard wouldn't try to fool us with something like this, would he? Cry. Dr. Celia shook her head and smiled wryly. Let's wait and see. Wait, he started answering the questions. Dr. Guo Suyang suddenly paused and said in surprise. So fast. Zheng Shu and Celia looked over immediately and were startled. Wang Tang not only started answering the questions, but he did so very quickly, almost without pausing, filling in the answers with just a glance. 10 minutes later, Wang Tang had finished answering all the questions and handed in his paper. Meanwhile, the others were still struggling with their problems, some frowning in deep thought, others scratching their heads in frustration. Wang Tang smiled to himself. What you can do, I can do too. What you can't do, I can also do. The advantage of wool gathering, taking advantage of promotional offers, lies in its ability to combine the wisdom of everyone. How can you lose when a dragon charges right at you? Cry. The 3 examiners immediately received Wang Tang's exam paper and began grading it. They were all astonished and their eyes widened. All correct. There are no errors. This Wang Tang is truly unexpected. All 3 saw the same thought in each other's eyes. It seems that Dr. Leonard was right after all. This Wang Tang is very likely a master. Half an hour passed quickly, the competition ended, and the others had to hand in their papers and begin the second round of practical assessment. Through an inner door of the assessment room, patients in white coats were pushed out and randomly assigned to each assessor. In front of Wang Tang was a seriously wounded soldier, who had clearly just come down from the battlefield. Such severely wounded soldiers are common on the Imperial planet. They cannot be treated on the battlefield planets, so they are transported back to the Imperial planet. Out of a doctor's sense of responsibility to the injured, Wang Tang used the Eye of Origin to examine the other person's internal condition. Only after confirming that there were no other problems did he cast a light healing spell on them. A blessing from the goddess. Guan Yu's sudden appearance in the room drew everyone's attention. Light healing spell. The 3 examiners were shocked once again, staring at Wang Tang as if they had seen a ghost, unwilling to look away. The appearance of the light healing technique has undoubtedly become the focus of this assessment. The other examiners couldn't help but cast envious, jealous, and resentful glances. That's a healing spell. They wanted it too. For a doctor, this light healing technique was practically a divine art. Unfortunately, this requires too much talent. They have no talent. The 3 examiners couldn't help but get up from their seats and come to Wang Tang to observe. Dr. Celia even reached out and intercepted a small portion of the light rain to sense its therapeutic effects, but this did not affect Wang Tang's treatment. Dr. Celia, does your Aoki healing technique have such an effect? Cry. Dr. Guo Suyang asked in a low voice. It would be good if it had half the effect, Dr. Celia said with a wry smile. Is the difference really that big? Cry. Zheng Shu asked in surprise. Although physician Celia was reluctant to admit it, she nodded nonetheless. I'm afraid only our elven race's life-healing magic can surpass this kind of light-healing magic. No way. Zheng Shu and Guo Suyang were shocked. The elven race's life-healing spell is said to be a divine art capable of bringing the dead back to life and healing flesh from bones. How can this light-healing spell compare to life-healing spell cry? Soon, Wang Tang stopped the light-healing technique. The patient's injuries were well controlled and the treatment was very easy. This patient did not have any residual dark force or similar substances in his body, so he was easier to treat than the seriously injured patients on Defense Planet 4. Everything that needed to be done has been done, the rest is up to the patient to recover on their own. Master Wang Tang, I never expected you to have mastered the light healing technique. At this moment, Celia's exclamation came from the side. She also changed her address to Master for Wang Tang, clearly acknowledging his identity. Just lucky, Wang Tang said modestly, without showing any arrogance. Master Wang Tang, your assessment is over. We will record your situation truthfully and report it to the Alliance. There will be absolutely no problem for you to obtain the Master Certificate, said physician Guo Suyang. After witnessing Wang Tang's radiant healing technique, the 3 examiners treated him with great courtesy and were willing to provide him with some assistance to leave a good impression. Okay, then I'll head out first. There are other assessments to conduct. Wang Tang nodded with a smile and turned to leave the assessment room. He said there would be other assessments. Cry, Zheng Shu asked hesitantly, watching Wang Tang's retreating figure. Could this Master Wang Tang be proficient in other professions as well? Cry, Guo Suyang was also surprised and uncertain. We'll find out by asking Dr. Leonard. Dr. Celia shook her head. He really has found a promising talent this time. Zheng Shu and Guo Suyang couldn't help but nod, their faces showing envy. This kind of referral not only allows them to build connections but also earns them rewards from the Alliance, so they are all very enthusiastic about it. As soon as Wang Tang came out of the examination room, Fan Taining and Leonard greeted him. How was it? Cry, Master Wang Tang, how did the exam go? Cry. Not bad, Wang Tang said calmly. That's good, that's good. Leonard finally felt relieved. Hurry up, let's go to the Runemaster assessment. Seeing this, Fan Taining, who had been waiting impatiently, urged Wang Tang to head towards the Runemaster assessment site. Wang Tang followed behind him helplessly. Master Forging Hobson, standing behind, couldn't help but ask in surprise, Master Wang Tang, did you pass the physician's exam? Cry. Since Master Wang Tang says there's no problem, then there's definitely no problem. After all, he has mastered the light healing technique, Leonard said. Light healing. Hobson's eyes widened, never expecting that Wang Tang would actually possess the extremely rare light healing technique. He suddenly felt a little glad that he had come along, otherwise he would have missed the opportunity to befriend Wang Tang. No, I have to hold on to this powerful figure. Master Wang Tang, I just inquired and found out that a Grandmaster level Rune Master will be present at this Rune Master assessment, Fan Taining said as he led the way. Grandmaster level. Wang Tang was slightly taken aback. Yes, he is Grandmaster Gangwat and he is very famous in the league. Fan Taining said. Wang Tang's expression was a bit strange. He was supposed to participate in the Grandmaster level assessment, so what should he say? Cry. But after thinking for a moment, he still spoke up, this assessment. Don't worry, with your strength, passing the assessment will be easy, Fan Taining reassured Wang Tang, thinking that the assessment, personally supervised by a Grandmaster, would be quite strict. Wang Tang was speechless and wanted to say something more. Fan Taining continued, in addition, this Grandmaster Gangwat has a good relationship with my teacher. If he knew that you were the one I recommended, he would definitely take care of you. Fine, whatever you say is right. Wang Tang thought helplessly but decided to remain silent. The group quickly arrived at the Runemaster assessment point. Another group of people came from the opposite direction of the corridor and ran right into them. Master Fan Taining, what a coincidence. Are you also here with people to participate in the assessment? Cry, a tall, thin old man opposite him chuckled. Peterman, what are you doing here? Cry, Master Fan Taining frowned upon seeing the newcomer. Of course I brought someone to participate in the assessment. Pittman pointed to a man next to him who looked to be in his early 30s and said, this is Zhang Wenxing. A rune master from a remote planet. He is only 32 years old this year and is already able to participate in the master assessment. I am his introducer. Zhang Wenxing nodded to Fan Taining and the others with a hint of arrogance on his face. What, Master Fan, aren't you going to introduce the people you recommended? Cry. Pittman glanced at the people behind Fantaining. He had seen Leonard and Hobson before, so they were obviously not the ones participating in the assessment. Therefore, his gaze finally fell on Wang Teng. This is Master Wang Teng, who is not yet 20 years old. I am his introducer. Fantaining introduced with a strange expression. A rune master who's not even 20 years old. Pittman's expression froze. He originally thought he was very lucky to have found a 32-year-old rune master, but it turned out that Fantaining found a rune master who was not even 20 years old. Anyone with eyes can see that the person recommended by Fantaining has more potential. He even came running over here to compare himself to Fantaining, and now look what he's done, he's slapping himself in the face. This feels really unpleasant. The rune master Zhang Wenxing's expression also changed slightly. He looked Wang Teng up and down, seemingly dissatisfied. Wang Teng frowned, completely ignoring them. If you want to show off your superiority, that's fine, no one's stopping you, but if you bring it up against him. Master Fan, I didn't have time to tell you earlier, but I'm going to be participating in the Grandmaster level assessment, Wang Teng said calmly. I know it's a master level assessment, wait. Fantaining was completely stunned, Grandmaster level assessment. Pittman and Zhang Wenxing's expressions also froze instantly. Grandmaster level, are you kidding me? After a moment of stunned silence, Pittman immediately yelled. He could accept a master-level talent under 20, after all, he had seen such geniuses before, but a grandmaster-level talent under 20 was absolutely impossible. Pittman didn't believe it, and neither did Zhang Wenxing, so he quickly recovered from his daze, smiled slightly, and said, if you're trying to put me down, then you win. A grandmaster-level expert under 20 years old is no match for me. Although he claimed to be inferior, everyone could hear the contempt and disdain in his words. Wang Teng frowned. He didn't want to pay attention to Zhang Wenxing, but seeing his sarcastic tone, he said indifferently, you talk as if I only participate in the master-level assessment and you can compare. Zhang Wenxing's face stiffened. That's absolutely right. A 20-year-old master is far beyond what a 32-year-old master like him can compare to. There's a significant gap in potential. Master Wang Teng, the art of runes is profound and complex. Even Grandmaster-level rune masters always maintain a humble and ambitious heart. Your arrogance seems a bit inappropriate, Peterman said. Wang Teng glanced at him and said bluntly, when you came here to show off your superiority, did you ever think about whether you were humble? Cry. You. Pittman's face darkened. Besides, I didn't look down on anyone. You guys were the ones who came up to me and insisted on competing with me. You practically offered yourselves up to me to trample on. I didn't even have time to pull my foot back. You can't blame me for that, can you? Cry, Wang Teng said quietly. When it comes to roasting people, he's second to none. PFF'd. Zhang Wenxing suddenly felt as if an arrow had pierced his heart. Pittman was speechless. In the end, they had come up here of their own volition and made a fool of themselves. Now, even if they wanted to refute him, they couldn't find any reason to do so. Haha, Master Pittman, you'd better hurry up and take Master Zhang Wenxing in to participate in the assessment. If you wait any longer, you'll have to wait for the next assessment. Fantaining couldn't help but laugh when he saw Pittman get the short end of the stick. Snort. Knowing he was in the wrong, Pittman snorted and led Zhang Wenxing into the assessment room. Master Wang Teng, thank you so much. This Pittman and I have some past grievances. I didn't expect to drag you into this. But he really picked the wrong person to ask you to show off your superiority. Fantaining said gratefully to Wang Teng. It's nothing, just a small matter, Wang Teng said. Let's hurry in and take the assessment too, Fantaining said hastily. He thought Wang Teng had only said he wanted to participate in the Grandmaster level assessment to help him slap Peterman in the face. I'm not lying to you, I really am going to participate in the Grandmaster level assessment. Wang Teng said speechlessly. What? Cry, are you serious? Cry. Fantaining's eyes widened again as he asked incredulously. He vaguely knew that Wang Teng's rune skills were very high, otherwise he wouldn't have been so inspired by answering a few of his questions. But when he thought about the extraordinary nature of a master, he was a little unsure. The Grandmaster level assessment is really too difficult. Many rune masters are stuck at the master level for many years and cannot break through. The gap between master and grandmaster is like a chasm, which cannot be crossed simply by accumulating time. It also requires exceptional talent. This talent has stumped at least 80% of master-level players. Can't I participate? Cry, Wang Teng asked. It is possible. Master Fantaining hesitated for a moment, however, it will be more troublesome than the master level assessment. At least 3 Grandmaster level rune masters will need to be involved. At this moment, Dr. Leonard and Master Forger Hobson also gathered around. They hadn't interrupted, but they were just as shocked. Master Wang Tang, how confident are you? Leonard asked. About 70 to 80%. Wang Tang was being conservative with his estimate. If he said 100%, Fantaining and the others probably wouldn't believe him, and he would have to explain it to them again. 70 or 80%, that high. Master Fantaining's expression changed, but he was overjoyed. If Wang Tang was really that confident, then he, as the recommender, had made a fortune. A Grandmaster. And he's a Grandmaster level expert who's not even 20 years old. What does that mean? I'm afraid even a master like his teacher would be vying to be his recommender if they heard the news. So he quickly said, Master Wang Tang, if you are sure you want to participate in the assessment, I will apply right away. But you will have to wait, because I am not sure if there are more than 3 Grandmaster level rune masters present in the alliance today. Is it really that complicated? Wang Tang asked, somewhat surprised. There's nothing we can do about it, after all, it's a Grandmaster level assessment. Fantaining said with a wry smile. Since that's the case, Wang Tang paused for a moment as he spoke. He hesitated, unsure whether to mention the master level assessments for both blacksmiths and alchemists. After all, being a Grandmaster of 3 paths seems a bit of an exaggeration. What if we scare them? However, when he thought about his current situation, Wang Tang immediately became determined. If he didn't show his strength now, would he wait for the enemy to come knocking on his door before showing it? Thinking of this, Wang Tang said directly, then, please help me apply for the Grandmaster level assessments for both blacksmiths and alchemists as well. Oh. Triple. Master Fantaining. Cry. Dr. Leonard. Cry. Master Forger Hobson. Cry. This time, the 3 of them weren't just stunned, they were completely dumbfounded, their expressions as if they had broken down. Are you alright? Wang Tang asked worriedly. He never expected that the 3 of them would be so shocked. At her age, her ability to accept things isn't what it used to be. Cough. Master Wang Tang, you really scared me. Fantaining said with a wry smile. It's alright, I've heard that there are many geniuses in the universe, and it's not uncommon for Grandmasters of the 3 paths to be found, Wang Tang said. Grandmasters of the 3 paths are common. Fantaining and the other 2 almost spat out a mouthful of blood, inwardly cursing, common my ass. Do you think Grandmasters are as common as cabbages? Even a Grandmaster is extremely rare, let alone a Grandmaster of 3 levels. You seem to have some misunderstanding about the Grandmaster level. Isn't it common? Wang Tang suppressed a laugh when he saw their expressions and said innocently, I thought that Grandmasters of the 3 paths were everywhere in the universe. That made me work so hard to improve myself, cultivating day and night. It was not easy to achieve what I have today. Looking back, it's really a sad story. Fantaining and the other 2. So, is Wang Tang's achievement the result of his tireless efforts day and night? They just weren't trying hard enough. If even a prodigy like Wang Tang works so hard, shouldn't ordinary people like them work even harder? The way Fantaining and the other 2 looked at Wang Tang was completely different now. Hard work deserves respect. Wang Tang's image suddenly became elevated in the minds of the 3. Master Wang Tang, I will apply for the Grandmaster level assessment for you right now, Master Fantaining said immediately, his expression turning serious. I'll handle the blacksmithing, Master Hobson added. That's possible, but let's make it clear beforehand that we'll split the reward 50-50 with Master Wang Tang, Master Fantaining said. Wang Tang glanced at Master Fantaining with surprise. However, it's good that someone is helping him to gain benefits. No problem. My main purpose is to make friends with a prodigy like Master Wang Tang. The reward is secondary, Master Hobson said righteously. Wang Tang gave him a strange look, not expecting that this seemingly simple-minded Master Hobson would be so eloquent. Master Fantaining and Dr. Leonard also looked as if they were meeting Master Hobson for the first time, their expressions full of surprise. Ahem, who's going to the alchemist side? Master Hobson coughed and asked. I'll ask my teacher to help me find an alchemist to recommend me, Master Fantaining said thoughtfully. After saying that, he looked at Wang Tang and asked, Master Wang Tang, what do you think? I have no problem, Wang Tang said. If having someone run errands for him is good, then there must be no problem. Master Fan Taining and the others said no more and immediately went to apply for the Grandmaster examination. 3 Grandmasters. The thought alone sends shivers down one's spine. He has no idea what kind of monster they've recruited for the secondary professional league this time. Fan Taining and his team worked extremely quickly, which surprised Wang Teng. Or perhaps he underestimated the importance the secondary professional league placed on him, a Grandmaster of the 3 Paths. When the Grandmasters of the Secondary Professional Alliance heard that a Grandmaster of the 3rd Path had come to assess them today, they were greatly shocked. They immediately put down what they were doing and followed Fan Taining and the others to see Wang Teng. Fortunately, there are quite a few Grandmaster level players in the Secondary Professional League today, otherwise we really wouldn't have enough people to take the assessment. At this moment, in a private reception room reserved for Grandmasters, several Grandmasters from the Secondary Professional Alliance jointly received Wang Teng. But when they saw Wang Teng's true appearance, they were all shocked once again. So young cry. They're so young. To become a Grandmaster, one must possess an extraordinary spiritual realm. With just a glance, one could determine that Wang Teng's bone age was no more than 20 years old. Fan Taining and the others were in such a hurry that they forgot to tell them Wang Teng's real age, which is why they were so shocked when they saw Wang Teng for the first time. Now that they've met the real people, these Grandmasters even feel that Fan Taining and the others are making fun of them. How could a young man under 20 years old be a Grandmaster of the 3 Paths cry? Is this a joke cry? In front of Fan Taining was a white-haired man in his 30s with a third eye on his forehead. This was similar to the 3-eyed race that Wang Teng had seen before, who was impersonating a baron. However, Wang Teng knew that there were many races with 3 eyes in the universe, so he was not too surprised. At this moment, he turned around and glared at Fan Taining, clearly thinking that Fan Taining was unreliable. Who are you trying to fool, a Grandmaster of the 3 Paths at such a young age cry? Teacher, I'm not lying to you. Wang Teng's rune skills are very high. I only received a little guidance from him and I made some breakthroughs. Fan Taining was as timid as a child in front of the white-haired, 3-eyed man and said cautiously. And how much do you know about his alchemy and forging skills cry? The white-haired, 3-eyed man transmitted his voice in an annoyed tone. He wouldn't say it outright. At his level, he wouldn't deliberately step on someone, especially since this person was a genius recommended by his apprentice. Even if Wang Teng wasn't a Grandmaster of the 3 Paths, reaching the Rune Master level at the age of 20, and surpassing Fan Taining's achievements, was enough to prove Wang Teng's talent. He was happy to accept this young prodigy into his camp. But now he's exaggerating a bit too much. 3 Grandmasters cry. These 2 youngsters dare to say that, aren't they afraid of exaggerating their abilities cry? I don't know much about his alchemy and forging skills, Master Fan Taining said awkwardly, taken aback. The 3-eyed, white-haired man glared at him fiercely. You wicked disciple, you've betrayed your master. But teacher, I believe he would never speak without reason, Fan Taining said solemnly. Are you sure cry? The white-haired, 3-eyed man asked, frowning. Although this disciple's talent wasn't particularly high, he was very respectful of his teacher and would never be fooled on important matters. Could it be that this Wang Teng is truly gifted, a Grandmaster of the 3 Paths at such a young age cry? Teacher, Wang Teng must be from some backward planet. He thought there were many Grandmasters of the 3 Paths in the universe, so he worked very hard and ended up pushing himself to this point. Achieving such amazing results at such a young age, Fan Taining said confidently. You can do that cry. The white-haired, 3-eyed man said speechlessly, I feel like you're trying to fool your master. No, I would never lie to you, Fan Taining said. I'll believe you for now, the white-haired, 3-eyed man said, glancing at him. Alfred, is the young man recommended by your disciple really a Grandmaster of the 3 Paths cry? The other Grandmasters also began to ask in unison. Don't ask me, I was also tricked into coming here by that kid Fan Taining. Alfred said, since we're already here, we'll find out whether he's right or not by showing him off. Let's start with my Runemaster assessment. Since Fan Taining was the one who caused this, Alfred, as his teacher, readily took the blame. Wang Teng naturally noticed everyone's reaction, but he didn't say anything. Some things can't be explained with words, only facts can prove them. A moment later, the white-haired, 3-eyed man in front of Fan Taining spoke up. I am Fan Taining's teacher, Alfred. We have approved your assessment application. We will proceed with the Rune Master assessment first. Is that all right, cry? Grandmaster Alfred, master-level figures should not be underestimated. Wang Teng bowed to the other party according to imperial etiquette and said, I have no questions. We can begin now. Seeing Wang Teng's humble and polite demeanor, and his confident manner, Alfred began to believe Fan Taining's words and nodded kindly to Wang Teng. Then please follow me. Alfred led the way, accompanied by 2 rune masters. One master had green skin and 3 silver lines on his face, while the other was human and looked to be in his 40s or 50s. Clearly, this time Wang Tengda's Grandmaster assessment was jointly supervised by the 3 Grandmasters. The room for the Grandmaster assessment is not far from the reception room, it's right next door. After all, they are Grandmasters, so they receive different treatment. When Wang Teng went inside, he found that the assessment room was incredibly luxurious, with all kinds of equipment, and it was obviously prepared for him alone. Which was on a completely different level from the master level assessment. The content of the Grandmaster level assessment is very simple. You only need to inscribe 3 Grandmaster level arrays within 5 hours. Of course, the formation should be designed by the examiners. Just as Wang Teng was looking around the assessment room, Grandmaster Alfred spoke up. I have no problem. Please ask the 3 examiners to give me the questions. Wang Teng nodded directly. Then I'll set up the first formation, Grandmaster Alfred said with a smile, glancing at the other 2 Grandmasters. Please. The other 2 Grandmasters nodded and sat down to watch with smiles. The formation I've created is the Crimson Primordial Chaotic Formation. Alfred waved his hand, and an incredibly realistic formation diagram appeared before Wang Teng. Crimson Primordial Chaotic Array. Wang Teng had never seen this array before, but upon seeing the array diagram, he knew it was extraordinary. The rune structure on it was extremely complex, far surpassing ordinary arrays. Wang Teng glanced at Grandmaster Alfred. This old man is a bit cunning. The very first move was to use such an extremely difficult formation. The other 2 Grandmasters exchanged a glance, and a smile involuntarily appeared on their lips. Grandmaster Alfred was clearly trying to avoid suspicion. Wang Teng wasn't afraid. After carefully examining the formation, he began to take action. 3 huge metal plates were placed in front of him, each of a very suitable size. The difficulty of a formation is related to its size. The larger the formation, the more difficult it is to inscribe. Of course, if it is too small, it will also be more difficult. A formation of moderate size is not too difficult. Wang Teng glanced at the talisman pen on the table, then with a thought, he rolled it up and placed it on the metal plate to begin engraving. Psychic power. Grandmaster Alfred raised an eyebrow, revealing a look of surprise. There are relatively more mentalists in the universe, but they are still quite rare. People who can generate mental power generally have strong mental talents. However, inscribing an array with mental power is much more difficult than inscribing it by hand. It seems Wang Teng is very confident. Alfred gave a meaningful smile. The other 2 masters had the same expression, straightened their postures, and began to observe with serious expressions. Wang Teng controlled the talisman brush to inscribe on the metal plate at a rapid pace. Runes appeared on the metal plate accompanied by golden light, and almost as soon as one rune appeared, the next one would immediately follow without any pause. Gradually, the eyes of the 3 Grandmasters widened. Wang Teng's speed was too fast, so fast that they found it unbelievable. They even suspected that Wang Teng might have once inscribed the Crimson Origin Chaotic Array, otherwise how could he be so proficient? Cry. Half an hour later, Wang Teng suddenly stopped using the talisman brush. A complete array appeared on the metal plate, followed by a dazzling crimson light. Clearly, the formation is complete. Otherwise, the reaction wouldn't be like this. Phew! The 3 Grandmasters, Alfred and his companion, simultaneously let out a long breath. Watching Wang Teng inscribe the formation, they were even more nervous than when they themselves were inscribing it. This is unbelievable. The 3 masters looked at each other, their gazes towards Wang Teng now completely changed. This is definitely the strength of a Grandmaster. Although Wang Teng only inscribed 1 formation, they already believed that Wang Teng possessed the strength of a Grandmaster. Otherwise, how could he inscribe a Grandmaster level formation so quickly? Cry. You should know that most Grandmaster level rune masters cannot do this. 3 Grandmasters, please present the second formation. At this moment, Wang Teng's voice came, pulling the 3 of them back to reality from their shock. Aren't you going to take a rest? Cry, Grandmaster Alfred asked. No need, I feel I can inscribe a few more formations, Wang Teng said. His calm tone made it sound as if he could eat 2 more bowls of rice. The three masters were speechless. Then I'll set up the second formation. The green-skinned Grand Master smiled slightly, waved his hand, and a formation diagram appeared in mid-air. He said, "This is the Extreme Meteor Array, a third-grade Grand Master level formation. Please." After learning about Wang Tang's strength, he was very polite and gestured for Wang Tang to proceed. However, this Extreme Meteor Array is more complex than the previous Crimson Primordial Chaos Array. Grandmaster level formations are divided into 9 grades, with higher grades being more complex. The previous Crimson Primordial Chaotic Heaven formation was grade 2, while this Extreme Dao Meteor formation is grade 3. Clearly, after witnessing Wang Tang's strength, this Grandmaster couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity and wanted to find out more about Wang Tang. Wang Tang glanced at the scene and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. This time, he spent more time memorizing and analyzing the formation than before he began to inscribe it. However, once he started, his speed was no slower than before. Soon, another half-hour passed, and Wang Tang completed the formation once again. With a flash of silvery white light, the Extreme Meteor Array was complete. The three masters exchanged a glance, unable to hide their shock. "Continue," Wang Tang said. The third formation, the Azure Wave Dragon formation, is also a Grandmaster level rank 3 formation. The Human Rune Grandmaster set up the third formation and gestured for the others to proceed. This formation is quite similar to the Extreme Meteor formation. It's not that the Grandmaster didn't want to give Wang Tang a more difficult one, but that this is already the most difficult formation he has mastered so far. Wang Tang, unaware of the master's inner turmoil, continued to study the array diagram before beginning to inscribe it after a while. Half an hour later, a bright blue array appeared, radiating light. A dragon's roar resounded, and 9 bright blue sea dragons condensed above the array, emanating waves of pressure. The Azure Wave Dragon formation is now complete. At this moment, Wang Tang completely stopped using the talisman brush, returned it to its original position, and looked at the three Grandmasters with an unchanged expression. The three Grandmasters, Alfred, were speechless with shock. The 3 master-level formations were all inscribed in less than 2 hours. If we don't count the time for memory analysis, the actual inscription time was only 1.5 hours. To complete 3 master-level formations in such a short time without making a single mistake. This is something that ordinary Grandmasters cannot accomplish. This Master Wang Tang is not only exceptionally talented, he's practically a prodigy. Now Alfred finally understands why Fan Taining speaks so highly of Wang Tang. If he had known earlier that Wang Tang had such amazing strength, he would have praised Wang Tang to the skies too. Fortunately, they didn't stop Wang Tang from participating in the Grandmaster assessment, otherwise they would have missed out on such a peerless genius. At this moment, the 3 Grandmasters were all staring at Wang Tang with intense fervor, as if they had seen a golden thigh. Even Grandmasters can't help but want to latch onto this powerful figure. In their view, Wang Tang's skill was simply too high. He completed the 3 formations with ease, without any difficulty whatsoever. They couldn't fathom the depth of Wang Tang's abilities at all. "Grandmasters, have I passed the test?" Wang Tang asked. "It's approved, it has to be approved. I'll fight anyone who doesn't approve it," Grandmaster Alfred said hastily. "That's good, then I'll go take the next professional master assessment," Wang Tang said, turning to leave. He's very busy, he still has 2 professional exams to take. He wants to finish them as soon as possible so he can go back to his cultivation. The assessment was just a formality for him, it wasn't difficult at all. "Grandmaster Wang Tang, are you really going to take the Grandmaster level assessments for the other 2 professions?" Grandmaster Alfred couldn't help but catch up and ask. "Yes," Wang Tang nodded. "Could it be that Grandmaster Wang Tang is truly a Grandmaster of the 3 paths?" Alfred and the other 2 Grandmasters exchanged glances, both filled with surprise and doubt. They were already inclined to believe Wang Tang. With Wang Tang's rune mastery being so high, it's not impossible for him to reach the Grandmaster level in other professions as well. After all, the world of geniuses is beyond their comprehension. The group left the assessment room. Fan Taining and the others quickly surrounded him. "Well, Master Wang Tang, did you pass?" Slap. Alfred slapped him on the forehead. "You dare call me Master Wang Tang? From now on, you should call me Grandmaster Wang Tang." "Grandmaster?" Fan Taining scratched his head and muttered in shock, "It really is a Grandmaster." His gaze toward Wang Tang was completely different now. Wang Teng had suddenly become a grandmaster-level figure, just like his teacher, which, to be honest, made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Although I guessed that Wang Teng would most likely pass the test when he took it, it still felt like a dream when the time actually came. A master-level expert, yet so approachable, spent a wonderful evening with him and even answered many of his questions. Master Wang Teng. No, Grandmaster Wang Teng, he is so approachable. What a wonderful night. If Wang Teng knew what Fan Taining was thinking, he would probably kick him to death. At this moment, the other master craftsman also came over. An old man dressed in alchemist's robes asked in surprise, Master Alfred, does this mean that Lord Wang Teng has passed your test? Cry. Yes, Grandmaster Hua Yuan, Grandmaster Wang Teng passed our assessment perfectly, and there is absolutely no problem for him to become a Grandmaster, Alfred said with certainty. Grandmaster Hua Yuan's eyes lit up, and he asked, then, Grandmaster Wang Teng, do you still want to conduct the Alchemy Grandmaster assessment? Cry. Of course, Wang Teng said with a slight smile. Please follow me, Master Hua Yuan said hastily. Wang Teng's passing the Rune Master assessment gave them a glimmer of hope for becoming a Three Paths Master. They didn't mind accompanying Wang Teng and giving it a try. If he truly is a Grandmaster of the Three Paths, then their secondary professional alliance's Great Qian Empire branch has indeed recruited an extraordinary genius. There is competition within the secondary profession alliance. Every advanced nation or major power has a branch, and these branches often have a certain degree of healthy competition. Meanwhile, no outstanding figures have emerged in the Daqin Empire branch for a long time. If Wang Teng is indeed a Grandmaster of the Three Paths, then they will surely make a name for themselves in front of other branches in the future. There were 4 alchemy masters present, and they were all very enthusiastic towards Wang Teng as they walked towards the alchemy assessment room on the other side. Grandmaster Wang Teng, would you like to rest for a bit? Cry, Grandmaster Hua Yuan asked as he entered the alchemy assessment room. No need, we can start the assessment directly, Wang Teng said. Okay. A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the 4 alchemy masters. Wang Teng just participated in the Rune Master assessment, so his mental energy should have been greatly depleted, but he didn't need to rest. Could it be that his mental strength is so great? Cry. However, since Wang Teng said he didn't need it, they couldn't insist. Grandmaster Wang Teng, the assessment for a Grandmaster Alchemist only requires refining 1 Grandmaster level, grade 1 or higher pill, said Grandmaster Hua Yuan. Grandmaster level pills are divided into 9 grades, with grades 1 to 3 being low grade, grades 4 to 6 being mid grade, and grades 7 to 9 being high grade. The higher the grade of the elixir that a master can refine, the higher their skill level. This assessment only requires refining Grandmaster level grade 1 or higher, which can be considered the minimum requirement. Of course, master level pills are not so easy to refine. The requirements are extremely high, whether it is the complexity of the pill refining materials or the control of the heat. Both are incredibly high. Any master-level elixir requires at least 500 kinds of materials, a number so numerous it's dazzling. The changes are even more unpredictable, and the slightest carelessness can lead to an explosion and failure. Many master-level alchemists never manage to refine a Grandmaster-level pill in their entire lives, so they can only be master-level. In addition, the appearance of a Grandmaster-level elixir is accompanied by a tribulation of lightning. Only those pills that have survived the tribulation of lightning are considered master-level pills. If you can't overcome it, it's a wasted elixir. 1 lightning tribulation equals a first-grade pill, 2 equals a second-grade pill, and the more lightning tribulations there are, the higher the grade of the pill. Grandmaster Wang Teng, what kind of Grandmaster-level pill do you want to refine? Cry, I'll have someone fetch the materials. And we can provide you with 3 parts of the materials, said Grandmaster Hua Yuan. Let me think about it. Wang Teng looked at his attribute panel. He suddenly remembered that his alchemy level was still master, but he hadn't had time to upgrade it before. But, don't panic. Masters, I need to use the restroom first, Wang Teng suddenly said. The 4 masters were completely baffled by Wang Teng. They thought he was going to say something important, but it turned out to be about going to the toilet. That's really quite unexpected. For powerful martial artists, going to the toilet is something they can control, but since Wang Teng wanted to go, they couldn't stop him. Then go ahead. Grandmaster Hua Yuan's lips twitched, and he nodded. The assessment room had everything except a toilet, so Wang Teng had to leave the room and go to the public toilet. Of course, he wasn't really going to the toilet, He was just looking for an excuse to take a stroll and collect some attribute bubbles from alchemists. The area where the alchemist lived was not hard to find, you could find it by asking anyone. The alchemist area has a large number of alchemy rooms, where many alchemists are refining pills. Wang Teng swept his mental energy across the area and picked up all the attribute bubbles they had dropped. Alchemy skill *150. Alchemy skill *300. Royal level spirit *100. Alchemy skill *500. Planetary spirit 200. Alchemy skill *350. Cry Formula 1 Cry. These attribute bubbles varied in quality, some had more and some had less, some were of a high level and some were of a low level, but Wang Teng naturally accepted them all and absorbed them all. His alchemy skills and mental state have both improved considerably. In particular, his alchemy skills have finally broken through the master level and reached the grandmaster level. Alchemist, 2100 1000th Grandmaster. There are many master-level alchemists in the alchemy room here, and even 1 or 2 grandmaster-level alchemists. As a result, Wang Teng's alchemy skills have improved quite a bit. He has not only broken through the grandmaster level, but also reached 2100 points. He also obtained a recipe for a master-level elixir. 9 Aperture Soul Condensing Pill. Just when you're feeling sleepy, a pillow is provided. Wang Teng's assessment formula is here. End of Arc 6, Baron, Part 1 of 4.